My name is Wei Bin. I'm just a regular high school kid. That morning, I got to school and saw a huge crowd at the gate. I wanted to see what was happening, so I left my backpack outside and pushed my way to the front. The city mayor was standing on a small stage. He told everyone about a new game called Conquest, some kind of super realistic virtual reality thing. They needed one class to test it, and guess what? They picked my class. I was so happy I could barely stand still. I ran back to my classroom, but then I realized I forgot my backpack at the gate. My teacher, Ms. Lee, yelled at me in front of everyone. More than 50 kids stared at me. I felt my face go hot and my hands got all sweaty. Then the principal came in with some technicians. They carried these cool metal helmets with the word Conquest on the side. The principal told us we were the first students in the whole country to try this game. The technician said time inside the game moves 10 times faster than real life, so a full day in the game is only about 1 hour outside. Everyone lined up to get a helmet. But when it was my turn, I had a problem. My student ID was in my backpack. The principal just shrugged and gave me a spare helmet from a different box. It looked old and had small cracks on it, not shiny like the others. But I didn't care. I was too excited. I put the helmet on. The technician told us to press the button on the side all at the same time. But I couldn't wait. I pressed it early. Everything started spinning. I heard a robot voice say something about connecting to my brain. Then a sharp pain hit my spine and everything went white, then black. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on hot sand. My school uniform was gone. I was wearing some rough cloth shirt. I looked around and saw nothing but desert in every direction. I tried calling for a game menu or an exit button, but nothing happened. I touched my face. It felt completely real. I picked up sand and felt every tiny grain. This was way more real than any game should be. Then a cheerful voice popped up out of nowhere. "Welcome to Conquest. I'm your system assistant," it said. And that's where it all really began. The system told me this game was about building a nation from nothing and conquering the world. Sounded cool, but before I could even ask how to play, it gave me my first mission: plant 10 trees. Then it just disappeared. I yelled at the empty air. "Plant trees? In a desert? With no water?" Then 10 saplings appeared out of nowhere on the ground. I had no idea what to do, so I just sat down next to them and fell asleep under the hot sun. I woke up to voices. A group of desert nomads found me half dead. I could barely talk. My throat was burning. An old man gave me water from a leather pouch. I drank it so fast he had to pull it away. They asked where I came from. I couldn't tell them the truth, so I just said I got lost. They didn't fully believe me, but the old man, the village chief, told the others to bring me back to their village. The village was tiny, just a few dozen huts made of dried grass, some dying crops, and tired-looking people. When I asked about water for my trees, the chief laughed bitterly. He said water here was worth more than gold. I asked if there was an oasis nearby. Everyone went quiet. They told me the closest oasis had been taken over by a bandit group called the Wild Sand Gang. These guys robbed caravans and villages, and anyone who wanted water had to pay them, or never come back. I looked at the villagers' tired, hopeless faces. Then I looked at my little saplings. And I said something I probably shouldn't have. "What if I could help you take back the oasis?" They all stared at me like I was crazy. The chief asked if I meant to go alone. I grinned and said no, I meant all of us, together. That night we sat around the campfire and made a plan. The bandits had about 20 men, horses, and weapons. We had nothing. But I had an idea: traps. Sand pits along their patrol routes. Use the desert itself as our weapon. Some villagers were scared. They worried the bandits would take revenge. The chief said it was too dangerous. I got angry. I told them if they didn't want to die as slaves, they should fight. I asked if they really wanted to live under those bandits forever. A few young men stood up first. Then slowly, the rest followed. 3 days later, we ambushed a bandit patrol. The ground collapsed under them, and they fell into pits we had dug. Rocks rolled down from the dunes. The villagers threw stones from behind cover. 2 brave guys rushed in with stone spears. The whole patrol was wiped out, and we didn't lose anyone. But I told everyone not to celebrate yet. There were more bandits at the oasis. That night, we snuck up to their camp. I split everyone into groups. Some set fire to the stables. Others went for the weapons. I took a few fast guys and went after the leader, a big, scary man with a scar on his face. While he was shouting orders, I crept up behind him and hit him on the head with a stick. He dropped like a rock. Without their leader, the bandits fell apart. By sunrise, the oasis was ours. The village chief stood by the spring, still not believing it. I smiled and told him the water belonged to his people now. Then I took my saplings and planted them along the edge of the oasis. With real water, they took root fast. Little green leaves started swaying in the wind. The system voice popped up in my head. Mission complete. My reward? A tree planting manual and 50 more saplings. I laughed out loud. After all that fighting, I still had to plant more trees. But I had to admit, this game was way more fun than I expected. After I beat the bandits, word spread fast. People from other villages started showing up, asking me to take them in. Old men knelt in front of me, begging for protection. Young guys said they'd follow me if it meant living in peace. I looked at their tired, worn-out faces and said yes. This oasis would be our home now. Life got busy. I had to manage food and water for everyone. And the system kept giving me tree missions. Plant 50 poplar trees, it told me. I groaned. Was this system obsessed with trees? But I did it anyway. I gathered the villagers, grabbed saplings and buckets, and we started planting at the edge of the desert. The first batch died in 3 days from the heat. The second batch got destroyed by a sandstorm. Nothing worked. One night, I was digging through my system backpack when an old booklet fell out. The tree planting manual, the reward I got earlier. I opened it and found detailed notes on desert plants. Poplars need deep holes with gravel at the bottom. Sea buckthorn can grow in salty soil. Saxaul is great for holding sand in place. I ran out of my tent yelling for everyone to gather up. The next day, we did everything differently. We dug deep holes, added gravel, and built little sand walls around each sapling to block the wind. Then I had an even bigger idea. I found a slope near the oasis lake and told the villagers to dig underground channels going downhill from it. Water flowed through on its own. Every 10 meters, we dug small wells. I called it a Keras system. We planted the trees near those wells. Days passed, and this time, the saplings lived. Little green leaves appeared, swaying in the breeze. The villagers cheered. An old man cried when he touched the bark of a poplar tree. He said he never thought he'd see so many living trees in the desert. Then something strange happened. A villager came running, saying they found something weird underground. I went to look. It was a metal disc buried in the sand, covered with strange patterns. When I touched it, it beeped and a hologram popped up in the air. The system told me it was a map, but it was completely blank, covered by something called fog of war. The system explained that I had to finish all the nation-building tasks first. After that, I could create my own country and compete against other players. I looked around. The villagers were staring at me, confused. They couldn't see the hologram or hear the system. They were NPCs. I almost forgot. I told them it was nothing and put the disc away. The next morning, I stood on a high point and looked out at the green patches spreading across the sand. I called my 2 most trusted guys over and told them the truth, that I was different from them. They weren't surprised. They said they already knew. The way I talked to myself, the strange things I did, they could tell I wasn't like them. One of them asked if I was going to keep planting trees. I nodded and told them a small lie. I said it wasn't just a task, it was to save this world. Later, I opened the last page of the tree planting manual. There was one line written in small letters. When the oases connect into one, the real challenge will begin. So the tree planting wasn't just busy work. The real game hadn't even started yet. The bandit leader woke up 3 days after I knocked him out. I had bandaged his head and kept him in a tent. When he saw me, he got angry right away. He told me to just kill him and stop pretending to be nice. I brought him water. He refused it. I sat down and told him I knew his gang used to be ordinary herders before the desert swallowed their homeland. That hit a nerve. He snapped at me, saying I'd never understand their suffering. I didn't argue. I just pointed outside at the young trees swaying in the wind and told him I planned to keep growing this oasis until it became a forest. He laughed at me, called me a foolish dreamer, said the desert would bury everything. I untied his hands and asked him to come look at something. He was suspicious, but he followed me. When he stepped outside and saw the rows of poplar trees and the Keras channels the villagers were building, he went quiet. He touched a green leaf like he couldn't believe it was real. I showed him the tree planting manual and told him these trees could change the desert, but I needed people who understood this land. People like him. He asked if I was trying to recruit him. The bandit leader who almost destroyed my village. I looked him in the eye and told him everyone deserves a second chance. He wasn't convinced yet, so I took a risk. I brought him to the tent where I kept the metal disc. I put my hand on it, and the holographic map appeared. His eyes went wide with shock. I told him it was special knowledge that could help us restore the desert. I couldn't tell him about the game system, of course. He asked why I wasn't afraid he'd steal it. I smiled to myself. I knew he wouldn't be able to see anything on it without me. That night, I let him walk around freely. He watched villagers sharing food by the campfire. He saw kids playing near the water channels. An old man was singing a folk song about a lost homeland. A child even gave him some wild dates. I could tell something was changing inside him. The next morning, I found him sitting on a sand dune. He hadn't slept all night. He stood up, looked at me, and said he'd join me. He said his name was Ironbone. He knelt on one knee and called me sir. I pulled him back up. That felt like too much. Then a voice popped up in my head. The system said I unlocked something called a warrior system and gained a custom warrior, Ironbone. I wanted to check it out, but the system told me I had to finish the nation-building mission first. Of course, always more tasks. Before I could even enjoy the moment, Ollie came running over. He said a group of riders was coming from the east, and they didn't look friendly. I told everyone to gather up. Here we go again. Ollie came running, out of breath, telling me riders were coming from the east. At least 50 of them, fully armed, about 10 miles out. I turned to Ironbone. He said they were probably horse bandits from near Dunhuang, stronger than his old gang. We only had about 30 men with bad weapons. Not great odds, but I had an idea. I pulled out a map I'd been drawing and showed Ironbone a narrow stretch of sand dunes the riders had to pass through. High on both sides, low in the middle, perfect for a trap. Ironbone grinned and added to the plan. We'd put archers on the dunes, dig pits in the valley for their horses, and roll sandbags down to block their escape. We moved fast. Everyone grabbed tools and started digging. We covered the pits with branches and sand so they looked like normal ground. I also had the old folks and kids light campfires at the oasis to make smoke, so the enemy would think we weren't ready for them. When the scout said they were only 3 miles away, I told Ironbone I wanted to try talking first. He thought I was crazy. He said these bandits wouldn't listen, but I had to try. I stood alone on a dune and waited. Their leader rode up on a black horse, big guy with a scar across his face. I raised my hands and introduced myself as the steward of the oasis. He laughed and told me the oasis was his now. He said if I knelt and bowed 3 times, maybe he'd let me stay as a gatekeeper. I pretended to be scared and backed away, leading them right toward our trap. Then I blew a whistle. Arrows flew from both sides. Horses panicked. The front riders fell into pits. Ironbone's team pushed sandbags down the dunes, filling the valley with dust and chaos. The cavalry crashed into each other, completely lost. Ironbone charged in from the side with spears. I led another group around to the back, pulling riders off their horses with long poles. Ollie kept the archers firing at anyone trying to regroup. In 15 minutes, more than half of them were done. The scar-faced leader tried to escape, but Ironbone blocked his way. They fought blade to blade, but Ironbone was slowing down. His old wounds hadn't healed yet. I grabbed a spear and snuck up behind the scar-faced man. I thrust forward, but he dodged and swung his blade at my face. Ironbone threw himself in front of me and took the hit on his shoulder. Blood poured out. That shook me. We had only just met, and this man was willing to bleed for me. I struck again, hit the enemy's wrist, knocked his weapon loose, swept his legs, and pinned him down. The rest of them surrendered after seeing their leader on the ground. We won with only a few small injuries on our side. Over 20 enemies captured, more than 10 wounded, the rest ran off. I bandaged Ironbone's shoulder myself. That evening, I talked to the scar-faced leader. He expected me to kill him. I told him I didn't like killing. I just wanted information about Dunhuang. He was surprised, but he talked. He said Dunhuang was split between 3 groups. His Scorpion gang held the area outside the east wall. Another gang called the Black Beast Gang held the west side. And the strongest was the city's commander, who controlled the main fortress and the trade routes. The 3 of them were always fighting each other. I asked how many soldiers guarded Dunhuang and how strong the walls were. The scar-faced man looked shocked. He couldn't believe I was thinking about attacking the city with so few people. I looked at Ironbone. He looked at me. We both smiled. That evening I stood on a ridge, looking toward Dunhuang. Ironbone came up beside me, his shoulder still bleeding through the bandage. I told him my plan. Instead of waiting for more attacks, we'd go to the Scorpion gang and try to make them our allies. Zhao Ba, the scar-faced man we captured, laughed at us. He said his boss would never agree. I crouched down in front of him and asked if he could take me to meet the chief. He was confused. I told him it would be a deal that benefits both sides. Then I had Ironbone untie him. Zhao Ba asked if I was afraid he'd run. I reminded him his wounded men were still with us. He got the message. The next morning, I took Ironbone and 10 of our best fighters and followed Zhao Ba toward the Scorpion gang's camp. Before we left, Ollie grabbed my sleeve and said it was too dangerous. I told him not to worry, but I also told him, if we didn't come back in 3 days, take the villagers and go south. Zhao Ba tried to lead us on a longer path, but Ironbone's glare kept him honest. By evening, we reached a camp outside Dunhuang's east wall. Dozens of tents, thin smoke, lazy guards. The place looked run down. When we walked in, the gang's leader came out, a big man with 2 curved blades on his belt. He wasn't happy. He said I'd attacked his men and now had the nerve to show up at his door. His bandits drew their weapons. I stayed calm. I told him I came to talk about cooperation, about taking Dunhuang together. That got his attention. He waved his men down and brought us into his tent. I laid it out straight. The Scorpion gang was the weakest of the 3 groups in Dunhuang. They got pushed around by both the city commander and the Black Beast gang. On their own, they'd never control anything. But together with me, things could change. He asked what I had to offer with just 30 villagers. I tapped my head and said I had brains. I had Ironbone, and I knew the weaknesses of the other 2 leaders. The city commander was a coward who never left his walls, and Li Baxian was brave but reckless and refused advice. I proposed we first team up with Li Baxian to take down the commander. The gang leader said that was impossible. Li Baxian was their sworn enemy. I told him that's exactly why it would work. Nobody would expect it. He asked what was in it for his gang. I told him the wealth of Dunhuang would be split equally 3 ways. And I promised that the Scorpion gang could become an official border defense force instead of outlaws. I said I knew someone close to the military governor of Hexi. That shocked everyone in the tent. The leader paced around, thinking it over. Finally, he agreed. He said he'd trust me this once, but he wanted to meet Li Baxian first. After we left the camp, Ironbone whispered to me. He asked if I really knew someone connected to the military governor. I winked at him. I didn't know anyone. I made it all up. The connections, the weaknesses of the other leaders, everything. What mattered was that they believed it. And they did. Ironbone stared at me for a second, then burst out laughing. We followed the Scorpion gang leader toward Li Baxian's camp as the sun set behind us. In the distance, I could just make out the tall walls of Dunhuang, waiting. We rode through the desert at night toward Li Baxian's camp. The Scorpion gang leader, whose name was Ma Luoshan, stayed quiet most of the way, still not fully trusting me. Ironbone whispered that Li Baxian had a bad temper and would draw his blade over the smallest thing. I smiled and told him that was exactly what I could work with. Li Baxian's camp was much better organized than Ma Luoshan's. Wooden fences, watchtowers, soldiers in formation. When we arrived, I called out that I had important business. A loud voice asked why he should trust me. I shouted back that I was a man of honor, not a bandit. That made him angry enough to let us in. Exactly what I wanted. Inside the main tent, Li Baxian sat like a king, big, fierce, wrapped in a fur cloak. He mocked Ma Luoshan right away, asking if the Dunhuang people had chased him off. His men laughed. Ma Luoshan fired back. The hatred between them was thick. Li Baxian looked me up and down and asked what kind of plan I had. I told him the truth. The commander of Dunhuang sat behind his walls with food and weapons while Li Baxian spent his life fighting in the sand like a bandit. I asked if he really wanted to live like that forever. His face went dark. He thought I was trying to provoke him. I said I was just stating facts. Then things almost fell apart. Li Baxian slammed the table and accused Ma Luoshan of ambushing his brother 2 years ago. Ma Luoshan drew his sword and said Li Baxian's men killed his brother first. They were about to fight right there in the tent. I jumped between them. Then I laughed. They both glared at me and asked what was so funny. I got serious. I told them they were being blind. While they wasted time hating each other, the real enemy, the commander of Dunhuang, was sitting back and waiting for them to destroy each other. If they joined forces, they could take the city easily. If they kept fighting, they'd both lose. Li Baxian went quiet. Then he asked how he could trust Ma Luoshan not to betray him. I suggested a blood oath. No fighting between them until Dunhuang was taken. They stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Li Baxian agreed. Ma Luoshan did too, though neither was happy about it. I moved quickly and asked what they knew about Dunhuang's defenses. Of course, they immediately started arguing about how many soldiers the commander had. One said 1,000, the other said 500. They nearly fought again. I yelled at them to stop and reminded them we were allies now. Then I told them I already had a plan. We agreed to attack Dunhuang together in 3 days. After we left, Ironbone let out a huge breath. He said I was amazing for getting those two enemies to cooperate. I looked at the city walls in the distance and told him the real test was just beginning. We didn't know much about Dunhuang's defenses yet, but we could use those two to gather information. Once we had it, taking the city wouldn't be far off. The wind howled around us like a warning. That night, I stood at the edge of camp, staring at Dunhuang's walls in the distance. Ironbone brought me hot soup. He said Li Baxian had sent us meat as a gift. He called me a man of courage. I drank the soup and told Ironbone this peace between the two gangs was only temporary. The real test was coming. The next morning, all 3 groups gathered in the open. Ma Luoshan had about 60 men, poorly dressed but tough. Li Baxian had over 100, better equipped, but not very disciplined. They stood on opposite sides, eyeing each other with suspicion. I climbed onto a rock and gave a speech about fighting together and sharing the rewards. They cheered, but I could see they still didn't trust each other. I looked over our supply list. It wasn't great. Ma Luoshan's men knew poison and hidden weapons, but had no real gear. Li Baxian's men had some catapults and better weapons, but not enough arrows. Our food would last only 5 days. Still, their strengths covered each other's weaknesses, and that was something. I suggested reorganizing everyone into 3 units: cavalry for quick attacks, a siege team, and scouts for night missions. Both leaders pushed back, asking why their men should take my orders. I offered a compromise. Each leader sends a deputy to oversee things. Shared control until Dunhuang falls, then rewards based on merit. They agreed, reluctantly. That afternoon, a fight almost broke out. One of Ma Luoshan's men accused Li Baxian's deputy of stealing their secret poison. I stepped in, figured out who the bottles belonged to, and traded some dried fruit to settle it. Crisis over, for now. That evening I called both leaders to my tent. I told them straight. If our people kept distrusting each other, we'd fall apart before reaching Dunhuang. I suggested a joint training exercise where fighters from both sides could face each other openly. Anyone with a grudge could settle it in the ring. Winner gets a reward, loser accepts it. Better than stabbing each other in secret. Both leaders agreed. 3 days later, my scout came back with incredible news. Dunhuang had about 800 soldiers, 200 cavalry, the rest infantry. The southeastern wall was old and crumbling. The commander was useless, though his deputy Zhang Yong was capable. And here was the best part. In 3 days, the commander was having a birthday celebration. Most soldiers would be at the party. I jumped up laughing. This was our chance. I drew up the plan on the map. Ma Luoshan's Scorpion Gang would sneak through the weak southeastern wall during the banquet and open the gate from inside. Li Baxian's main force would charge in right after. I'd take my men and block the enemy's escape. To pull it off, Li Baxian would also send a small group to the northwest wall to make noise and draw attention away from the real attack. When they asked about dividing the spoils, I was ready. 30% for Ma Luoshan's men who go in first. 40% for Li Baxian's main force. 30% for the rest. As for who would rule Dunhuang, I told them they could figure that out later. They both laughed. The alliance was real now. The night before the attack, I stood alone on a dune. Ironbone came up and asked if I thought we'd succeed. I told him with our team, we would. He asked why I was helping take Dunhuang at all, what was in it for me. I told him the truth. Dunhuang was the key to the Silk Road. Whoever held it controlled the most important trade route in the region. I needed it as my stepping stone. Then something unexpected happened. Ma Luoshan and Li Baxian came to my tent together. No fighting, no mocking, just serious faces. They told me tomorrow's battle would be dangerous. We had 200 men against 800. They asked me to promise that if either of them fell, I'd take care of their men and finish the mission. I was moved. I promised. At dawn, I put on light leather armor and strapped a sword to my waist. I looked like a general. I stood on a wooden platform in front of all our fighters and gave a speech. I told them we weren't fighting for someone else. We were fighting for ourselves. For freedom, for wealth, for our future. Hundreds of voices roared back at me. Fight! 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 Ma Luoshan and Li Baxin stood side by side for the first time. I knew this unity might not last long, but right now, it was enough. The storm was coming. The sky went dark and we moved into position. I lay behind a sand dune, watching the crumbling southeastern wall. Ironbone was next to me, nervously rubbing his blade handle. I saw Ma Luoshan's scorpion gang climbing the wall like lizards, silent and fast. Then flames shot up near the northwest gate. Li Baxin's diversion was working. The guards moved their torches toward the noise, leaving our side nearly empty. Free alcohols. That was Ma Luoshan's signal. The gate cracked open. I jumped up with 50 men, and we slipped inside like shadows. The streets were empty. Everyone was hiding. I led us straight toward the governor's mansion, but a patrol spotted us around a corner. I drew my sword and took down the first soldier before he could react. We finished the rest fast, but more footsteps were already coming. I split the group. Ironbone took 20 men toward the mansion. I took the rest down the main street, lighting torches and throwing them at shops and granaries. Smoke and fire filled the sky. The guards would have to split up to fight the fires, exactly what I wanted. When I reached the mansion, a well-organized defense was already waiting. Their leader wore iron armor and held a long spear. It was Zhang Yong, the deputy commander my scout had warned me about. He was the real threat. He came at me hard. We traded over 20 moves. His spear was powerful and precise. I used speed and tried to find openings, but he was better than I expected. He told me to surrender, said I'd already lost. Then I heard Li Baxin roaring in anger and Ma Luoshan crying out in pain. Things were going wrong. I lost focus for a second, and Zhang Yong's spear grazed my left shoulder, drawing blood. Then Ironbone showed up with a dozen exhausted, blood-covered men. He said the mansion's defenses were too strong. They couldn't break through. Hooves thundered into the square. Li Baxin rode in carrying Ma Luoshan across his saddle. Ma Luoshan was badly wounded. Li Baxin shouted that Zhang Yong had set an ambush. My heart sank. The plan had gone sideways. But there was no going back. I called Li Baxin to surround Zhang Yong. Even outnumbered, Zhang Yong fought like a demon, attacking instead of retreating, swinging his spear at all of us. Sparks flew when his weapon clashed with Li Baxin's sword. I stabbed at his back. He dodged and nearly got my throat. Then a poison arrow flew out of the shadows and hit Zhang Yong's right arm. His spear slowed. I cut open a wound on his chest. I turned and saw Ma Luoshan leaning against a wall, bleeding from the mouth, holding a smoking crossbow. He smiled proudly and whispered that his scorpion tail needle would be enough. Zhang Yong knew the poison. He ordered his men to retreat. I rushed to Ma Luoshan's side. He was lying in a pool of blood with a broken arrow in his chest. His breathing was fading. He pulled out a jade pendant and pressed it into my hand. He told me it was the token of the Scorpion Gang's leader. He was passing it to me. He told me not to let his brothers die for nothing. Then he turned to Li Baxin and warned him. If he ever betrayed the gang, Ma Luoshan would never forgive him, not even in death. Li Baxin grabbed his hand with tears running down his face and called him brother. Ma Luoshan smiled peacefully and closed his eyes. He was gone. I tucked the jade pendant against my chest and promised him I wouldn't fail. Then I shut his eyes gently. Li Baxin pulled me back to reality. Zhang Yong had retreated to the mansion. The poison was working on him, but we had to finish this before he recovered or escaped. We split up again. Ironbone snuck through the side door. Li Baxin attacked the front. I took 20 men around to the back. I found Zhang Yong being helped onto a horse. His face was pale. The poison was hitting hard. I blocked his path. He called me despicable for using poison. I offered him the antidote if he surrendered. He refused and charged at me. But he was slow now. I dodged easily and drove my sword into his stomach. He staggered back. His eyes were full of defiance. He tried to warn me about the Imperial Army, but before he could finish, he coughed up black blood and died. I told my men to bury him with respect. He was a brave man. It was a shame I couldn't have him on my side. Inside the mansion, the battle was nearly over. Li Baxin's men held the front. Ironbone's team stormed in from the kitchen. The defenders surrendered. The Dunhuang commander was sitting in the main hall, shaking, his pants soaked. He dropped to his knees and begged for his life, offering money. Before I could even respond, Li Baxian stepped forward and cut off his head with one swing. By morning, I stood on the highest wall of Dunhuang, looking over the city we had just taken. We lost 73 men. The defenders lost nearly 200. The granary and armory were still intact. But Ma Luoshan's gang, only 8 were left. I touched the jade pendant in my chest. We won, but the price was too high. The smell of blood still hung in the air inside Dunhuang's main hall. Li Baxian walked in covered in bloodstains, a bloody bandage around his arm. He brushed off his injuries and said they were nothing compared to what Ma Luoshan gave. Then he did something I never expected. He knelt on one knee, pulled out the official seal of Dunhuang, and held it up to me. He said the city lord position should be mine. He called me brave, clever, and loyal. His men followed, all of them kneeling and shouting that they'd follow my orders. My heart was pounding. I tried to refuse, but Li Baxian shoved the seal into my hand. He said he was a fighter, not a city manager. He said I was the one who could make Dunhuang thrive. And he didn't want to let Ma Luoshan down. I accepted, but I made 3 rules right there in front of everyone. First, Ma Luoshan's surviving brothers would be treated as equals. Second, Li Baxian would be deputy city lord, in charge of military matters. Third, no more bandit behavior. No disturbing the people, no plundering, no killing without reason. Anyone who broke these rules would be executed. Li Baxian laughed and slapped his chest. He said he was tired of being a bandit. From now on, they were proper people. I sent Ironbone to post notices around the city telling the people we'd only punish corrupt officials, not civilians. I ordered a grand funeral for Ma Luoshan, with 3 days of mourning. I moved people from nearby villages into the city. Then came bad news. Scouts reported that Liangzhou had learned about Dunhuang's fall and was sending 3,000 soldiers led by the governor himself. We had less than 400. I laid out a plan. We couldn't fight them head-on, but Dunhuang's walls were strong and we had supplies. The key was a narrow pass between sand dunes that the Liangzhou army had to march through. I'd send a small team to hide there, wait for their main force to pass, then cut off their supply line from behind. I gave the ambush mission to Ironbone. Li Baxian wasn't happy at first, but he understood. Ironbone and the Scorpion gang were better at stealth. Then the system spoke in my head. It said that because I'd planted 2,500 trees across 27 missions, I had completed the nation-building task. It asked me to name my country. I tried, Wei, but it was taken. I thought for a while and typed, Qian. It means heaven. I wanted my nation to be mighty and supreme. The fog of war lifted on my map. I could finally see everything: borders, terrain, other countries. Turns out all 46 of my classmates had already founded their nations. I was the last one, stuck at the far end of the Hexi Corridor. I checked my generals. Ironbone had an infantry commander skill, 5% boost to attack and defense when leading foot soldiers. Li Baxian had a cavalry commander skill, same bonus, but for horsemen. Both seemed weak, but better than nothing. Then I saw something that stopped me cold. The system asked if I wanted to revive Ma Luoshan. It would cost half my grain reserves. I hesitated. Losing half our food before a major battle was risky, but a good general is hard to find, and we were short on everything: men, leaders, experience. I made my choice. Confirm. I rushed to Ma Luoshan's tomb and had his coffin opened. Inside, color was returning to his face. The arrow wound on his chest was healing. His fingers twitched. Then his eyes flew open and he gasped for air like a drowning man. He looked at me, confused. Am I alive? I grabbed his shoulder, eyes full of tears. Welcome back. When I brought him into the main hall, Li Baxian nearly lost his mind. He shouted so loud dust fell from the ceiling. Then he crushed Ma Luoshan in a bear hug, voice cracking. The Scorpion gang members crowded around, some pinching their own faces to make sure they weren't dreaming. I told everyone to keep the revival a secret. We had bigger problems. We finalized the battle plan. Ironbone would hide 100 men in the sand dunes. Ma Luoshan would take 50 men and harass the enemy's sides. Li Baxian would defend the walls. I'd coordinate from inside. The Liangzhou army arrived the next day. Their general, Cui Yuanhao, looked at our walls and laughed. He ordered an immediate attack, without even letting his tired troops rest. Big mistake. Li Baxian opened fire from the walls. Arrows rained down. The Liangzhou soldiers kept pushing forward with ladders and battering rams. Then the reports started flooding in from their rear. Their grain supply was ambushed, the sand dune pass was sealed, their retreat was cut off. Ironbone's hidden soldiers had sprung the trap perfectly. Sandbags and oil rolled down the dunes, blocking everything. Ma Luoshan's light cavalry appeared on the flanks like ghosts, hitting small groups and vanishing before anyone could react. When I saw the chaos, I ordered the gates open. Li Baxian led 200 men out in a charge. Caught between our walls and the ambush behind them, the Liangzhou army fell apart. Their general barely escaped with fewer than 500 wounded soldiers. The system rewarded me with 500 soldiers and armor. It also unlocked my main task, control the entire Hexi Corridor. And it gave me a permanent side task, keep planting trees. I complained. Why was I still planting trees when I had a whole nation to run? The system said tree planting would keep giving me resource supplies. Well then, I guess I'd plant trees like my life depended on it. That evening I stood on the city wall, watching Ironbone, Ma Luoshan, and Li Baxian walk back together, bloody, exhausted, and grinning. Ironbone raised his sword and shouted that we won again. I smiled, but I was already looking further ahead. Liangzhou lost, but the court wouldn't give up. Stronger enemies were coming. The rise of my nation, Qian, had officially begun. Right after winning the battle, I grabbed a shovel and started digging holes in the sand dunes. Hundreds of soldiers lined up behind me, each holding a sapling, looking completely lost. One of them asked why we were planting trees instead of celebrating. I just smiled and told him planting trees was more important than fighting. Ironbone whispered that Li Baxian and Ma Luoshan were watching from the city wall, making confused faces. I told him to let them be. When I planted the last sapling, the system rewarded me. 5,000 bushels of grain, 3,000 pieces of wood, and 10,000 coins. The grain and wood appeared out of thin air, stacking up into small hills on the open ground. The soldiers dropped to their knees in shock. Ma Luoshan literally fell off the city wall and came running over, stammering and pointing at the piles. I brushed the dirt off my hands and told them calmly it was the reward for planting trees. Li Baxian grabbed my shoulder and asked if it was magic. I told them it was a gift from heaven. Plant more trees, get more resources. Both leaders knelt and swore to follow me to the death. They called me a divine person. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. So I accepted and told them our first goal was to conquer the entire Hexi Corridor. That night we held an oath-taking ceremony. Everyone officially declared me their leader. Then I gathered the core group for a meeting. I pointed at the map and told them the court would send more troops. We needed to expand fast. When Ironbone asked how, I gave them my answer, keep planting trees. They all stared at me. I explained that every completed tree mission brought resources and sometimes special rewards. So for the next 10 days, my entire army, the same troops that had just beaten a regular army, became gardeners. Hundreds of soldiers planting saplings in the desert every single day. After my 5th tree planting mission, the system gave me the big reward I was hoping for. 500 fully armed soldiers appeared out of nowhere in flashes of white light, along with 1,000 suits of armor, 500 weapons, and 100 warhorses. Li Baxian could barely speak. I now had 2,500 soldiers total. I split the army. Li Baxian took the main force east to attack Juchuan. Ma Luoshan took light cavalry west to capture Yangguan. Ironbone stayed in Dunhuang to plant more trees and train new recruits. Before they left, I reminded everyone, first thing after taking a city is to plant a tree. Li Baxian laughed and said he couldn't look at empty land anymore without wanting to plant something. The campaign went better than I imagined. Juchuan's defenders had heard wild stories about me, that I could summon food from nothing, and even the Liangzhou army couldn't stop me. Their morale crumbled, and Li Baxian took the city easily. Ma Luoshan sent even better news. Yangguan's commander surrendered willingly because he wanted to learn my tree-planting immortal technique. Within a month, I controlled the entire western half of the Hexi Corridor. The system unlocked a new feature called the technology tree, letting me use resources to upgrade farming, military equipment, and more. Then an imperial envoy showed up. I expected a declaration of war, but instead he read an official decree naming me Hexi military governor. The court was recognizing my control as long as I paid tribute and obeyed them. After the envoy left, my generals argued. Li Baxian said we shouldn't bow to anyone. Ma Luoshan said we should pretend to cooperate and use the time to rest. I asked them a different question. Why did the court suddenly go soft? Ironbone guessed they were scared of my powers. I shook my head. The real reason was that the court had its own problems. The Central Plains were probably already in chaos. Then the system gave me a choice: conquer Liangzhou or accept their surrender. I stood up and made my decision. No surrendering. We march east. Target, Liangzhou. Everyone roared in agreement. As I turned away, I looked out at the growing forest in the distance. This dry corridor was already starting to turn green. It wouldn't be long before the whole region became a lush oasis. After all, in my kingdom of Qian, planting trees is the true foundation of everything. I stood on top of Dunhuang's walls, looking east toward Liangzhou. That was my next target, the military heart of the Hexi Corridor. Strong walls, elite soldiers, and a smart governor. Li Baxian wanted to charge straight in, but I shook my head. Liangzhou wasn't like the other cities. We needed a real strategy. My plan was simple: take Zhangye first, then Wuwei, then surround Liangzhou. Zhangye's commander was a greedy drunk with badly trained troops. I sent Ironbone and 300 men disguised as merchants with covered carts. The guards let them right through the gates. The moment they were inside, Ironbone threw off the covers, and 100 soldiers jumped out with blades. The gate fell in minutes. Li Baxian charged in with the main force. We found the commander passed out drunk in bed. He knelt before me crying, swearing he was an honest official. I made him write a letter to the Wuwei commander, begging for help. He realized I was using him as bait. His face went white, but he did it. The Wuwei commander was a loyal man. He marched out to help Zhangye, just as I expected. 30 miles out, we ambushed him between the dunes. Arrows poured from both sides. Ma Luoshan hit them from behind with light cavalry and cut off their retreat. I rode out and told the general to surrender. He refused and cursed me. I sighed and gave the order. It was over quickly. Wuwei's soldiers saw their general dead and opened the gates. Now it was Liangzhou's turn. The governor was furious and ordered his city locked down. His walls were tall, and his men were well trained. A direct attack would cost too many lives. I used the same merchant trick, sent Ironbone's team in disguised as refugees. I knew the governor might expect it after Zhangye, but I was counting on that overconfidence. That night, fires broke out inside the city. Granaries and armories went up in flames. While the governor scrambled to put out fires, Li Baxian slammed the east gate hard. Ironbone opened the gates from inside, and Ma Luoshan's cavalry poured in. The governor stood in his hall, drew his sword, and shouted that I fought unfairly. I rode up and told him war is based on deception. He laughed bitterly and killed himself. Liangzhou was mine. I stood on its walls and looked out over the entire Hexi Corridor. My generals were grinning. Li Baxian said he'd never felt so happy. Ma Luoshan asked what was next. I told them, plant trees. They all stared at me. I smiled and explained. Plant trees, train soldiers, help the people. When the world changes, we build an empire. They laughed and agreed. Then the system gave me something new, a general appointment. I could recruit a famous military leader from history. The era depended on how long the game had been running. Right now it was the spring and autumn warring states period. I activated the system and a name rolled out, Xianzhen, a legendary general from the state of Jin who fought in the famous Battle of Shao. I was thrilled. A flash of light appeared outside the city, and there he was, a middle-aged man in bronze armor, calm eyes, a heavy sword at his waist. He looked like he stepped out of a history book. He bowed and introduced himself. My generals couldn't believe their eyes. I checked his skills. His first ability boosted all stats of troops he trained by 3%. His second let him wipe out enemy units below 5% strength during battle. Not bad at all. At the strategy meeting, Xianzhen immediately proved his worth. He pointed out our defenses needed work and our soldiers lacked proper training. Li Baxian was annoyed at first, but Xianzhen quoted the art of war and said bravery without strategy wouldn't last. I put Xianzhen in charge of training the entire army. Li Baxian grumbled, but agreed. On the training grounds, Xianzhen drilled our archers into perfect formation. 3 rows, firing in waves, smooth and coordinated. Even Li Baxian had to admit the old general knew his stuff. Then bad news arrived. The court was sending 50,000 troops led by a famous general named He Fong. We only had about 8,000 men. I turned to Xianzhen. He studied the sand table and pointed to a narrow valley called Xianglong Valley that the enemy had to pass through. His plan was classic: archers on the cliffs, rocks dropped to block the retreat, and our cavalry charging from the front. 3 days later, He Fong marched his army right into the trap. His deputy warned him, but he laughed and called me a bandit who knew nothing about war. Then the horn sounded. Arrows rained down. Logs and boulders crashed from the cliffs. Li Baxian smashed into them from the front with heavy cavalry. Ironbone sealed the exit behind them. Ma Luoshan's archers kept firing from above. He Fong barely escaped with a few survivors. At the victory banquet, Li Baxian raised his cup to Xianzhen and called him divine. Xianzhen returned the compliment. I watched them drink together and felt satisfied. But I reminded everyone, He Fong's force was just the front line. The real army was still coming. We had to stay sharp. Later that night, I stood alone on the city wall. Xianzhen came and asked what was on my mind. I told him I was thinking about the Central Plains. He said we weren't ready yet. We should strengthen Hexi first, gather supplies, and wait for the right moment. I agreed. Then I smiled and told him I had a new idea. Plant trees. He was confused at first. I explained how it all worked. He listened carefully, then threw his head back and laughed. Plant trees to gather food, build armies, and conquer the world. We looked at each other and smiled. The wind blew our robes as we stood there, staring into the dark horizon. Spring came late to Liangzhou, but my tree planting was already paying off. Where there used to be nothing but yellow sand, tens of thousands of poplars and tamarisks now swayed in the wind. People were farming between the trees. Ironbone brought me a bundle of freshly harvested wheat, grinning from ear to ear. I told him this was just the beginning. In 2 years, Liangzhou would have enough grain to sell. Li Baxian didn't understand why I'd sell food instead of raising more troops. I explained that without a stable supply line, even the strongest army starves. Plus, we could trade grain for warhorses, iron tools, and loyalty. He scratched his head, thought about it, then nodded. On the training grounds, Xianzhen was turning our soldiers into a real army. 3,000 men moved in perfect formation, shields in front, archers behind, cavalry on the flanks. Li Baxian watched with his arms crossed, pretending not to be impressed. Xianzhen challenged him to try fighting his way through the formation. Li Baxian grabbed a wooden spear and charged in. He knocked several men aside, but the soldiers stayed calm. Archers aimed at him. Shield bearers closed in from the sides. After 15 minutes, Li Baxian was panting and soaked in sweat. He jumped out, wiped his face, and for the first time, bowed to Xianzhen and thanked him for the lesson. I watched from a distance and smiled. Li Baxian was finally tamed. Liangzhou sat right on the Silk Road, so I ordered roads repaired, relay stations built, and merchants welcomed. I set the tax at 10%, much lower than the old government. Ironbone thought it was too little, but I told him lower taxes bring more people, and more people bring more wealth. Within half a year, caravans were flooding in, grapes from Kucha, jade from Yutian, fine horses from Dayuan. Blacksmiths worked day and night making weapons. We even started selling extra gear to nearby forces. Then the peaceful days ended. A system alert blared in my head. The initial court had fallen. Chang'an was captured. The emperor was dead, killed by rebels. There would be no more court interference. I gathered everyone immediately. Li Baxian jumped up, excited that the emperor was gone. But Xianzhen shut him down. He said the Central Plains were full of rising warlords now. If we marched east, we'd become everyone's target. I agreed. Rushing in would only weaken us. Instead, I walked to the map and pointed west, toward the western regions. 36 kingdoms full of horses, craftsmen, and minerals. We'd conquer the west, build our strength, and wait. When the Central Plains warlords exhausted themselves fighting each other, we'd march east and finish them all in one move. Xianzhen stroked his beard and said he admired my thinking. Li Baxian grumbled but agreed to follow my lead. The system gave me a new mission, march to the western regions, and unlocked a western regions system. Everyone got busy. Xianzhen trained a special cavalry unit for desert warfare. Ironbone oversaw weapon and armor production. Ma Luoshan sent scouts west to gather information. Then one evening, a soldier came running. Someone outside the city wanted to see me. He Fong, the same court general who had led 50,000 troops against us. I was confused. The court was gone, so why was he here? I let him in, but had him tied up first, just in case. He Fong fell to his knees, crying. He begged me to accept him and his 500 surviving brothers. He said the Eastern warlords had formed an alliance of 18 forces, attacked Chang'an, and killed the emperor. He tried to fight them off, but failed. He escaped with only a handful of men. He said if I couldn't forgive him for attacking us before, he'd kill himself right there. Just please take in his brothers. He actually drew his sword. I grabbed it from his hands and told him to stop. I wasn't that kind of person. I accepted him and all his men on the spot. He knelt again, tears streaming, and swore to dedicate his life to me. I shouted for the gates to be opened and his soldiers brought inside. I told him this was brotherhood. What happened before was in the past. But the news he brought worried me. 18 Eastern warlords in an alliance. I had expected them to fight each other, not team up. My old classmates were moving faster than I thought. I checked He Fong in the military system. He was now officially one of my generals. Good. I was going to need every capable commander I could get. At the city gate of Liangzhou, 500 ragged soldiers from the court slowly entered the city. Their armor was damaged, and they looked tired, but their eyes still showed military spirit. The guards on the city tower held their weapons tightly, watching these former enemies carefully. Weibin stood in the middle of the gate and loudly said, "From today, these brothers are part of our Liangzhou army." Some people in the crowd murmured in dissatisfaction. Li Baxian crossed his arms and sneered, "Sir, these are just court dogs. Who knows if they're pretending to surrender?" Ma Luoshan also frowned and said, "They just attacked us not long ago, and now they suddenly surrender. That's too suspicious." Before Wei Bin could speak, He Fong knelt on one knee. "I swear with my life. If anyone has a second thought, I, He Fong, am willing to suffer 1,000 cuts." "That's empty talk." Li Baxian suddenly drew his sword. "If you want us to believe you, pass my test first. Show me your strength." The training ground fell silent. Wei Bin was about to stop them, but He Fong stood up, took off his sword, and threw it aside. "All right, General Li, what do you want to compare?" "Simple," Li Baxian grinned. "You fight us, both me and old Ma. If you can last 100 rounds, we'll accept you as a brother." Ma Luoshan was surprised but then understood and drew his twin blades. "Exactly. Old Li's idea is good. Brothers, let's have a good fight." Wei Bin looked at the veteran general, who nodded slightly and smiled. He understood immediately. This was the fastest way to make the new recruits respect him. Only by beating Li Baxian and Ma Luoshan, who were reckless and overconfident, until they were half dead, could he make them believe. This was clear from their previous actions. All right. Brothers, come on and try to fight me," Wei Bin shouted loudly. "But just a little, okay?" In the middle of the training ground, 3 men stood in a triangle. Li Baxian held a long sword dragging on the ground. Ma Luoshan crossed his twin blades, and He Fong only carried a wooden stick. "General He, you don't need weapons?" Ma Luoshan frowned. He Fong smiled and said, "I'm afraid I might hurt you too." Li Baxian was furious. "Laugh all you want. Do you think you can scare me? You're asking for death." Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger. His long sword flashed with cold light, aiming straight at He Fong's throat. Clang! The wooden stick blocked the sword precisely. He Fong sidestepped Ma Luoshan's sneaky attack with his twin blades and swung his stick back to strike Li Baxian's lower body. Li Baxian flipped into the air, and his sword came down in a powerful slash. Bang! The stick and sword clashed, and Li Baxian's hand went numb from the shock. He hadn't expected that his strongest attack would be so easily blocked. Good swordsmanship. "But, General Li, is that all you've got?" He Fong said playfully. Ma Luoshan took the chance to attack from behind, his twin blades like venomous snakes spitting. But He Fong didn't turn around. He pushed his stick back, stabbing right into Ma Luoshan's wrist point. Ma Luoshan's hand went numb, and his single sword fell to the ground. The spectators were stunned. They all praised He Fong's skill, and Wei Bin secretly smiled. He had gained another fierce warrior. 30 rounds, Xian Jun counted softly. Li Baxian roared and sped up his sword moves. Ma Luoshan picked up his sword and switched to his left hand to attack. The two fought fiercely from different sides, their attacks like waves, but they couldn't break through the unpredictable wooden stick. 60 rounds. Hifang's moves became faster and faster. Sometimes his stick stabbed out like a spear, other times it swung like a big sword. Several times, he could have hit vital spots, but he always pulled back just in time. Li Baxian's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was shocked. This man still had energy left. 90 rounds. Ma Luoshan suddenly changed tactics, crossing his twin blades to trap the stick. Li Baxian seized the chance and slashed horizontally. Just as he was about to strike a critical blow, Hifang suddenly let go of his stick, his body like a ghost slipping between the two, both palms striking out. Bang! Bang! Li Baxian and Ma Luoshan both stepped back several paces and sat down heavily. The stick clattered to the ground at last. 100 rounds, Zhen's voice sounded. The training ground was silent as death. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Two great generals from Liangzhou working together, yet unable to defeat a single unarmed surrendered soldier. A man bent down to pick up a wooden stick and walked over to the two, offering a hand. I surrender. Li Baxian looked at the hand for a long moment, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. Good, good, Hifang. Your bravery is not less than Zhang Yang's. He quickly grabbed the other's hand and stood up. I am convinced. Ma Luoshan rubbed his numb wrist and smiled bitterly. General, he's skill. If he had used his full strength back at Long Dragon Valley, we might not have been able to fight him. Hifang looked serious and said, at that time, we each fought for our own side. I underestimated you all. That was my mistake. But now that I have surrendered to the Lord, I will do my best and will not make the mistake of underestimating or rushing into battle again. Wei Bin walked over quickly and personally helped Hifang put on the Liangzhou military uniform. From today, General, he will be the leader of the Iron Cavalry camp. I will not let you down. Hifang clasped his fists, with tears seemingly in his eyes. Wei Bin smiled slightly because he had just checked Hifang's skills. They were indeed stronger than Li Baxian's and Ma Luoshan's, thanks to his formal training and battlefield experience. His strength was not to be underestimated. Hifang Custom General, Skill 1. Cavalry Commander. If leading a cavalry unit, the attack and defense of that unit increase by 5%. Skill 2. Imperial General. Initial morale of the unit he leads is higher. If he defeats an enemy general, his unit's combat power increases by 10%, and he unlocks the skill, Unmatched. That night, at the celebration feast, drinks flowed freely. Li Baxian hugged Hifang's neck, pouring him wine. Old he, how did you train that rearward spear move? Teach me. Ma Luoshan leaned in. And that finger-pointing acupuncture skill, Zhen smiled and whispered to Wei Bin. Our lord has gained a fine general, like adding wings to a tiger. Wei Bin nodded, but saw Tai Gu rushing over. Sir, Western Region scouts report that Lulan has experienced a coup. After the new king took power, he is purging pro-Han forces. Oh, Wei Bin's eyes flashed sharply. It seems our Western advance plan needs to be moved up. Just then, a commotion outside the hall. A bloodied scout staggered in. Report. A large army has been spotted outside Yangwan. They have already taken our control of Yangwan and are heading toward Jiuquan, flying the banner of the King of Shiliang. Wei Bin frowned and asked, General, do you know which force this is? Hifang's face suddenly changed. Could it be Dong Xian? This is a powerful force that existed before our lord arrived. Before he finished speaking, a loud horn sounded outside the city. A soldier ran in quickly to report, My lord, the enemy army is camped 3 miles outside Dunhuang city, about 10,000 strong. Wei Bin stood up sharply. That Dong Xian. He's attacking us while our new troops are still settling in. He looked around at the generals. Everyone, this is our first battle heading west. Li Baxian grabbed his long sword. Perfect timing. I just learned a new move and didn't have a chance to use it. Hifang said in a deep voice, I am familiar with Dong Xian's tactics. I volunteered to be the vanguard. Xian Zhen had already prepared his armor. I will set up the fish scale formation. Let's make sure he has no way back. Wei Bin drew his sword and pointed west. Order the army. Quickly organize, ride fast, and head to Dunhuang. Prepare to fight. Outside Dunhuang city, the sky was filled with yellow sand. and the enemy pressed against the city walls, trying to break through. Wei Bin led the Liangzhou army rushing for 3 days, finally arriving before Dong Xian's army reached Dunhuang. On the city walls, defenders were busy moving logs and stones, while civilians outside the city were fleeing with their families into the city. Report: the enemy vanguard has camped 10 miles away at Anjai. A scout on a swift horse reported. Wei Bin climbed to the top of the city tower. From the distant horizon, he saw smoke and dust rising, and a vast black army flowing like a tide. Among the banners, the words, King of Shiliang, stood out sharply. Dong Xian is coming out in full force. Xianjun squinted. It looks like he wants to take Dunhuang while we are still unsteady, Li Baxian spat. Dream on. Wei Bin turned and asked, General He, how strong is Dong Xian? He Fong looked serious. Dong Xian controls the Shiliang region, with over 10,000 cavalry. His most formidable general is the ghost-faced General Shi Ba, who wields twin halberds and is brave enough to face 10,000 men. Wei Bin thought to himself, the ghost-faced general. I almost thought he was King Gao Changgong of Lanling. Suddenly, a general charged out from the enemy formation. He wore a bronze mask, held twin halberds, and shouted at the city below, Liangzhou rats. How dare you come out to fight me? Shi Ba, He Fong shouted. Stop your arrogance. He was about to go out of the city. Li Baxian stopped He Fong, furious. General He, there's no need for such a big fuss. I'll go meet him myself. With that, he prepared to leave the city. Wait. First Jin stopped him. The enemy is strong. We cannot attack blindly. I have a plan. Shi Ba challenged the city for a day. Seeing no success, he blew the horn to withdraw. That night, the gates of Dunhuang quietly opened. A light cavalry unit slipped out under the moonlight, led by someone, and moved around to the enemy's side. At the same time, First Jin set up a fish-scale formation inside the city, with Li Ba in the center with heavy infantry and Ma Luoshan with archers hidden on both sides. At dawn, Dong Xian's army began attacking the city. The catapults threw fireballs that lit up the sky and hit the walls with loud crashes. Fire arrows, Ma Luoshan shouted. Thousands of fire arrows shot out, setting the enemy ladders on fire. The fierce city battle lasted 2 hours. When the defenders started to tire, the enemy suddenly became chaotic. Someone led iron cavalry like sharp blades into the enemy ranks. Now is the time. First Jun waved his flag. Open the city gates. Li Ba charged out first. Soldiers, follow me and fight. Heavy infantry rushed out like a steel flood, trapping the enemy cavalry. Dong Xian's army was caught from behind and in front, and their formation broke apart. In the chaos, the ghost-faced General Shi Ba swung his twin halberds, cutting down more than 10 soldiers from Liangzhou, heading straight for Li Ba. Good timing. Li Ba swung his sword, and the two fought fiercely. Sparks flew amid the clash of blades and halberds. They fought for about 30 rounds without a clear winner. Suddenly, Shi Ba changed tactics, knocking Li Ba's helmet off with his halberd. Just then, an arrow shot through the air and hit Shi Ba's right shoulder. Ah! Shi Ba cried out in pain. He turned and saw Ma Luoshan on the city tower drawing his bow. Li Ba seized the moment and struck down with his sword. Die! Shi Ba hurriedly raised his halberd to block, but was shaken back several steps. Realizing he was in danger, he blew his whistle, called his horse, and turned to run. Where do you think you're going? Someone suddenly charged from the side. Someone with a spear like a dragon, aiming straight for Shi Ba's back. Just as he was about to succeed, a dark figure flashed by. Dong Xian led his elite guards to attack. A young soldier stepped in front of Shi Ba to block the deadly strike, but was pierced through the chest himself. Protect the general and retreat. Dong Xian's loyal soldiers fought to cover the retreat. By noon, the battle was over. Outside Dunhuang, the ground was covered with corpses. Dong Xian's army retreated 30 miles. Although Liangzhou's army won, they suffered heavy losses. Wei Bin stood on the city wall, watching the soldiers clean the battlefield, and frowned. Dong Xian may have lost, but his main forces are still intact, if he makes a comeback. Lord, do not worry, Xianjun stroked his beard. The enemy's supply route is long. We can send light cavalry to cut off their supplies. Someone from the side cupped his fists. I am willing to go. Li Baxian wiped the blood from his sword. I will go too. That soldier escaped earlier. but this time I must cut him down. Wei Bin was about to give orders when Iron Bone hurried over. Sir, an envoy requests to see you. He says he is sent by the new king of Lulan, asking for help, and is willing to surrender. Oh, Wei Bin's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Bring him in. Soon, an envoy dressed in foreign clothes was brought to the city tower. He performed a strange bow. Honorable Lord of Liangzhou, our king wishes to offer the treasures of Lulan and asks for your help to fight the Xiongnu. Xiongnu? Wei Bin and Xian Zhen exchanged glances. The envoy continued. The left-wise king of the Xiongnu has conquered many countries. Next, he aims for Lulan. Our country knows it cannot defend itself, so we come to ask for your help. If Liangzhou does not send troops, the western regions will suffer greatly. If the western regions suffer, then Liangzhou will be next. Wei Bin thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. All right, but I don't want the treasures. I want Lulan's military token. The envoy's face changed drastically. That, not willing, Wei Bin turned to leave. Then you may go back. Wait. The envoy gritted his teeth and spoke on his own accord. My king has agreed. That night, during the military council, the generals argued fiercely. Li Baxian insisted on destroying Dong Xian first. Ma Luoshan suggested holding Dunhuang steadily. Hifang proposed dividing the troops into 2 routes. Wei Bin made the decision. This time, I support Hifang. General Xianzhen and Li Baxian will stay in Dunhuang to deal with Dong Xian. I will personally lead Ma Luoshan and Hifang to Lulan. Xianzhen worried. Your lord, risking yourself personally. It might be very dangerous. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger? Wei Bin's eyes shone brightly. The western regions are our rear base. We must control them firmly. Dong Xian, that scoundrel, will help us seize Lulan and then attack from all sides. We will wipe them out completely. 3 days later, a sharp force of 5,000 soldiers quietly set out westward from Yangguan. On the Gobi Desert, Ma Luoshan looked at the endless yellow sand and sighed. Does anyone really live in this ghost place? Wei Bin looked at the map and pointed into the distance. Beyond that Yaden landform is the Lulan Oasis. Suddenly, the scout ran back quickly and reported, My lord, we have spotted Xiongnu riders. Wei Bin looked far ahead and saw a few dark spots moving. He sneered, perfect timing. Ma Luo Mountain, send your men to flank from the left dunes. Hifang, lead your cavalry to attack head-on. The battle ended quickly. 300 Xiongnu riders were completely defeated, with only a few prisoners left. After the interrogation, shocking news came. The Xiongnu left Xian King personally led 30,000 troops to besiege Lulan City. My lord, the situation has changed, Hifang said in a deep voice. Our forces are too small. Wei Bin smiled mysteriously. Who said we need to fight directly? Send orders to change into Xiongnu clothes and banners. Ma Luo Mountain's eyes widened. Sir, are you planning to infiltrate inside and blend in? Create a coordinated attack from within. Wei Bin drew his sword, its blade shining in the bright sun. Lulan will be our first step into the western regions. Ding. Mission received. Defend Lulan from the Xiongnu siege. Reward. Unlock the western region system. Outside Lulan City, on the Gobi Desert, the yellow sand was stained blood-red by the setting sun. Wei Bin crouched behind a sand dune, squinting to observe the distant Xiongnu camp. The tents stretched for miles, banners fluttered, and patrolling cavalry kicked up clouds of dust. TSK. This Xiongnu army looks formidable. My lord, everything is ready, Hifang whispered, pointing to 500 soldiers behind him, dressed in Xiongnu clothing. These elite soldiers had their faces smeared with dirt and blood, and even their horses were fitted with Xiongnu-style saddles. Wei Bin nodded and turned to Ma Luo Mountain. Remember, after we sneak in for about an hour, you pretend to attack from the east. Light the torches, shout loudly, but do not engage in real fighting. Make sure to stir up dust and chaos to confuse them, understand? Ma Luo Mountain grinned. Rest assured, sir. I'll make them think 1,000 troops are coming. I'll scare that Xiongnu left Xian King so badly he'll be trembling. Move out. As dusk fell, Wei Bin led the disguised team, stumbling toward the Xiongnu camp. When they were about 100 steps from the gate, a Xiongnu centurion and patrol stopped them. Stop. Which unit are you from? Wei Bin replied. Hey. We are scouts sent out during the day by kings with Xian. Why don't you recognize us? We were ambushed by the Liangzhou army 30 miles southwest. That Liangzhou army is really fierce. He deliberately showed the still bleeding wound on his shoulder. The centurion frowned as he looked at their ragged clothes and impatiently waved his hand. Just go inside. Don't block the way. After sneaking into the camp, Wei Bin immediately split his team. He led Hufang and 10 soldiers, pretending to look for a doctor, but actually slowly approached the central tent. An hour later, loud shouts of battle suddenly rang out from the east. 1,000 cavalry led by Ma Luoshan lit hundreds of torches, forming a fiery dragon in the dark night. They charged forward and then retreated, stirring up dust that made it hard for the Xiongnu guards to judge the number of enemies. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The Liangzhou army is coming. Inside the tent, King Zhuxian was drinking and having fun with his generals. Outside, the guards were dozing off. Suddenly, chaos broke out in the Xiongnu camp. King Zhuxian was sleeping soundly when he heard the commotion. He staggered out drunkenly and asked, "What's going on?" Wei Bin seized the moment and rushed to the central tent with his soldiers, stumbling as he shouted, "Your Majesty, bad news. The damn Liangzhou army has ambushed our supply camp and is coming this way." King Zhuxian, half drunk, asked, "What? Liangzhou army? Weren't they in Dunhuang?" His drunkenness suddenly cleared a bit. "How many of them are there?" "From what I saw, at least 10,000. Wei Bin pretended to be panicked. "I saw their vanguard break through our western defenses. Our western guards are about to collapse." At that moment, a burst of fire suddenly shot up from the northwest corner. Wei Bin's men had successfully set fire to the grain stockpile. The blazing flames lit up half the camp, making the chaos worse. "Hurry! Protect the king and retreat. The Liangzhou army has broken in. Our army is defeated." Wei Bin's men shouted these words loudly in the Xiongnu camp, running back and forth to confuse the enemy and lower their morale. The Xiongnu soldiers ran around like headless flies, panicking. Wei Bin took the opportunity to approach the stables. Hufang drew his sword and quickly dealt with the guards. "Set fire and defend," Wei Bin shouted softly. A dozen frightened warhorses neighed loudly as they rushed out of the stables, charging wildly through the camp. Prince Zhuxian was about to mount his horse, protected by his guards, when suddenly an icy arrow shot through the air, hitting his shoulder. "Damn it! We have a traitor among us," he shouted angrily, looking toward the direction the arrow came from, just in time to see Wei Bin removing his Xiongnu helmet. "It's you. We've been tricked." Prince Zhuxian recognized the scout who had just delivered the message. Wei Bin sneered and drew another arrow. This time, the arrow whistled past Zhuxian's cheek, nearly causing him to fall from his horse in fright. Too late, Hufang charged forward with a large sword, heading straight for Zhuxian, who had fallen to the ground after being shot. "Protect the prince and retreat." "Prince, quickly get on your horse." Xiongnu generals fought bravely to cover his escape. Meanwhile, Ma Luoshan saw chaos in the camp and immediately ordered a real attack. 1,000 cavalry, like sharp swords, pierced into the Xiongnu camp, coordinating with Wei Bin's forces for a surprise strike. The battle lasted until dawn. Without leadership, the Xiongnu army completely collapsed, fleeing northward in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. Wei Bin ordered his troops not to pursue too deeply, instead gathering the spoils and assessing the victory. "Sir, we captured over 3,000 warhorses and countless supplies," Hufang excitedly reported. "The Xiongnu lost at least 5,000 men. Unfortunately, Prince Zhuxian escaped. I think he might return someday." Ma Luoshan wiped the blood from his face and approached. "Sir, the Lulan city gates are opening." Sure enough, the gates of Lulan slowly opened. The Lulan king personally led his ministers out to greet them. The king, dressed in splendid robes, knelt without hesitation when he saw Wei Bin. "The ruler of Liangzhou saved Lulan from danger. I am deeply grateful. I am willing to offer the Lulan military token and serve under your command." Wei Bin helped the Lulan king to his feet and took the heavy bronze token, engraved with a camel design, symbolizing the authority to mobilize Lulan's elite forces, 3,000 soldiers. Ding! Mission complete. The Western Regions system is now active. Reward: full map of the Western Regions, loyalty from Lulan, 1,000 influence in the Western Regions. The Western Regions are now open. Let's check out this system, Wei Bin said as he opened the Western Regions system. The Western Regions system covers a vast area made up of 36 states. Each state can be conquered through diplomacy or force, allowing control over the region. After gaining control of a country, you can borrow soldiers from it. When your influence in the Western regions reaches 5,000, and you control 5 Western region countries, you can establish the Western Regions Protectorate to oversee the area. You can command officials to manage the Western regions automatically. If you appoint a famous and capable official as the Protectorate's head, you will receive extra bonuses. Understood. Let's enter the city, Wei Bin said as he quickly looked over the Western Regions system. Just as Wei Bin was about to enter the city, a fast horse galloped from the east. The messenger on the horse was covered in blood and fell off as he reached close. Lord, Dunhuang. In danger, Wei Bin's heart tightened. He hurried to help the messenger up. Slow down. What happened? Dong Xin. Dong Xin allied with a force called Shiliang League. General Zhun. Can't hold on much longer. Ah, damn it. What is this now? Wei Bin suddenly stood up and looked eastward. The morning sun shone on his blood-stained face, revealing sharp eyes like an eagle. Send orders. All troops immediately assemble and rush to aid Dunhuang. At the Golden Hall of the Lulan Palace, Wei Bin was examining a map of the Western regions when the Lulan King suddenly clapped his hands. 12 guards carried in 6 heavy wooden boxes. Benefactor, this is the finest iron accumulated by Lulan over 30 years. The Lulan King tremblingly opened the boxes, revealing neatly stacked, gleaming iron. It can make 3,000 sets of top-quality armor. Wei Bin's eyes lit up. The Liangzhou army desperately needed good iron weapons. This iron could upgrade the entire army's equipment by 1 level. Also, the Lulan King indicated a silk box brought forward by attendants. This is the ancient military token passed down through generations in Lulan. With it, you can command our Lulan troops at any time. Finally, the Lulan King hesitated for a moment, then clapped his hands 3 times. Outside the hall, the sound of horses' hooves approached in neat formation. Through the window, Wei Bin saw 300 camel riders dressed in light armor, holding spears, with curved swords at their waists and bows on their backs, ready for action. This is my personal guard, the Lulan cavalry. I now entrust them all to you, the Lulan King said with tears in his eyes. They are familiar with every inch of the Western regions and will surely help you. Wei Bin bowed deeply. Your Majesty's generosity is greatly appreciated. I will remember it. That evening, Wei Bin led 2,500 soldiers along with 500 Lulan cavalry toward Dunhuang. Manhwa Mountain watched the dust rise behind the long line of horses and couldn't help but ask, Sir, is our force enough? The messenger said Dong Xin has allied with the Western Liang Alliance. I think this battle won't be easy. Wei Bin patted his saddle and said, Quality troops are better than many troops. The leader of the Lulan cavalry said there's an old road from Lulan to Dunhuang, and it takes 3 days to travel. He was interrupted by Hifeng, who asked, Are you planning a surprise attack? Exactly. Surprise the enemy. Win with a clever plan. Wei Bin pointed to a canyon on the map. If General Zhun is still holding his position, he's probably defending at this narrow pass. We will attack from behind, catching them off guard. 3 days later, late at night, as the outline of Dunhuang's city walls appeared on the horizon, the shouts and sounds of battle from afar made everyone's faces change. Firelight lit up half the night sky, and flaming projectiles from catapults burst into sparks on the walls. Hurry! Faster! Wei Bin whipped his horse fiercely. At the canyon pass, General Xian Zhun's half-gray, half-white hair had turned completely white from exhaustion. He leaned on his long sword, standing on a makeshift watchtower, watching the enemy troops flood in like a tide. General, the arrows at the east gate are all used up. A bloodied officer ran to report. Xian Zhun looked inside the city, where civilians were tearing down houses to make arrows. Li Baxian, shirtless, was running back and forth on the city wall, rushing wherever danger was. Hold on for half a day, Xian Zhun muttered. Suddenly, he squinted. There seemed to be a disturbance behind the enemy lines. Meanwhile, Wei Bin's 500 Lulan cavalry, like sharp knives, pierced into the rear of the Western Liang Alliance. These Lulan warriors could shoot arrows from horseback with great accuracy, targeting officers and causing chaos in the enemy command system. It's the Lord. The Lord is back, the defenders on the wall cheered. Wei Bin's main force launched a charge. Ma Luo Mountain led archers to shoot from both wings, while He Fong, with heavy cavalry, headed straight for the enemy's center. Surprisingly, the 500 Lulan cavalry suddenly changed direction during the charge, circling around to set fire to the enemy's grain carts. In the chaos, Wei Bin climbed a high hill to observe the battlefield. He saw that although the Western Liang Alliance had many troops, their coordination was poor. Dong Xian's troops wore standard leather armor, but others had mismatched gear, clearly a hastily assembled alliance. Send orders to General Xianzhen to concentrate forces and attack Dong Xian's main camp. Wei Bin shouted to the messenger, tell Ma Luoshan again to focus on those troops holding purple flags. This judgment was very accurate. The purple flag troops were a makeshift army formed from bandits and Hushi. They had no training and were very weak in battle. When they were attacked heavily, they quickly broke apart, causing chaos among the other troops. Dong Xian, in the main tent, angrily smashed his wine cup. Good for nothings. All useless, he turned and shouted at a black-robed scholar nearby. Didn't you say it was foolproof? The black-robed scholar smiled grimly. Patience, leader. I have another plan. Just as the Liangzhou army was advancing strongly, something strange happened on the battlefield. Dong Xian's troops brought out more than 10 strange carts covered with black cloth. When the cloth was pulled back, shiny metal devices were revealed inside. Are those crossbow carts? Ma Luoshan squinted. No, they're smaller than crossbow carts. Suddenly, the devices made a harsh tearing sound. Hundreds of steel needles, about 3 inches long, shot out like a rainstorm, instantly knocking down many Liangzhou cavalry. Wei Bin's heart trembled. These were clearly simple versions of crossbow carts, but they had been improved. Their accuracy and killing power were higher than normal crossbow carts. Wei Bin felt a chill run down his spine. In this era of cold weapons, how could anyone make such advanced devices? Everyone scatter. Spread out now, he ordered quickly. But the second wave of steel needles was already flying through the air, this time glowing with a faint blue flame. Poisoned. One soldier was hit and immediately turned pale as he fell from his horse. Wei Bin was about to go to help when he suddenly heard shouts from the city wall. Li Baxian was pierced by 3 spears at once and fell from the wall. General Zhen has ordered. All troops retreat into the city. A messenger rushed over. Wei Bin clenched his teeth as he watched the strange carts still being loaded. He suddenly noticed that the soldiers operating them looked blank and expressionless, and the black-robed scholar was muttering words behind them. Retreat. Wei Bin made a quick decision. Take the wounded and retreat to Dunhuang. That night, the wounded in the camp wailed loudly. The army doctors were helpless. The wounds from those poison needles couldn't be stopped from bleeding. Wei Bin looked at the unconscious He Fong and slammed his fist against a pillar. Who was that black-robed man? What was his background? I've already lost 2 great generals. Wei Bin gritted his teeth, certain that this was the strongest enemy he had faced so far. The wounded soldier's camp was filled with the smell of blood and herbs. Wei Bin bent down to examine the blackening wound, and his fingertips touched a sticky purple liquid, which immediately caused a sharp, burning pain. This poison doesn't seem like any we know. Wei Bin suddenly stood up straight. Quick, send word to Ma Luoshan. Soon after, Ma Luoshan, with bandages wrapped around his eyes, was helped into the camp. The brave general looked pale, but when he saw the poisoned wound, his pupils shrank suddenly. Scorpion tail red. This is a highly toxic poison developed by our poison scorpion gang. It's spread between the western regions and Liangzhou. Are you sure? Wei Bin grabbed his arm tightly. Our poison scorpion gang has been making poisons for 10 years. Ma Luoshan tore open his shirt, revealing a large, old scar on his chest. This scar is from testing that poison. Wei Bin's eyes shone brightly. If you recognize it, can you also cure it? Ma Luoshan grinned and took out a dirty leather pouch from his pocket. When we developed this poison, we only knew how to make the poison, not the antidote. He shook the pouch, which made a rustling sound. Over the years, I've kept a dozen antidote scorpions with me, just in case others try to retaliate. That night, Ma Luoshan ordered his men to grind the poisoned scorpions into powder and mix it with mugwort juice to apply on the wounded. Surprisingly, within half an hour, the purple-black poison blood started turning red. This method is really powerful. Li Baxian excitedly ran over to report. General, he has woken up. Wei Bin, however, frowned deeply. He stared at the dark night sky outside the tent and suddenly asked, Old Li, does anyone in the western regions know how to make a repeating crossbow? Those lousy horse thieves wouldn't understand that, Li Baxian sneered. They can't even figure out how to make weapons, let alone this. But then Li Baxian suddenly realized something and looked at Wei Bin with wide eyes. Could it be? Before he finished speaking, Wei Bin suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Exactly. That black-robed scholar must be a player. Only a player could get such blueprints. The tent suddenly fell silent. Zhan Zhan paused with his hand on his beard, and Li Baxian's wine cup clattered to the ground. Though they didn't understand what a player was, they saw an unprecedented seriousness on their lord's face. Send orders to the entire army, Wei Bin said angrily, eyes wide with determination. I want to capture that black-robed man alive. Remember, absolutely alive. Wei Bin, dressed in light armor and carrying a long sword at his waist, personally led 3,000 elite soldiers quietly out of the city. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, leaving only a few stars shining on the soldiers' pale faces. All troops, be silent, Wei Bin quietly ordered. Horses, with bridles and wrapped hooves, Ma Luoshan, with 50 sharpshooters, led the way to scout. Iron Bone commanded the heavy armored infantry in the middle to support, while Li Baxian's disciples from the Poison Scorpion gang took the rear. The team moved like ghosts across the open land, heading straight for the Western Liang Alliance camp. When they were about 100 zhang away from the enemy camp, Ma Luoshan suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop. He squinted carefully at the distant camp. Master, he whispered back to Wei Bin, something's wrong. The gate is wide open, and the guards on the watchtower haven't moved for an hour. Wei Bin's heart tightened. He also squinted toward the Western Liang Alliance camp. He saw the figures on the watchtower stiff and unmoving. Obviously, they were straw dummies. Retreat, Wei Bin quickly decided. This is an empty camp. Before he finished speaking, countless torches suddenly lit up around them, illuminating the night sky like daytime. From above, a cold laugh came from robed scholars. Humph, we've been waiting for you. Swish, swish, swish. Sudden sounds of arrows breaking the air rang out as hundreds of arrows shot from all directions. Even more terrifying, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit over 10 zhang wide, filled with iron caltrops at the bottom. Form a circular formation, Iron Bone shouted loudly, smashing his shield into the ground. The heavy armored soldiers quickly gathered, their shields linked together to form a turtle shell formation. Arrows clanged against the shields, but many still shot through the gaps, causing screams to fill the night. Break out to the east, Wei Bin drew his long sword. As he pointed, Li Baxian and the Poison Scorpion gang disciples charged through the bloodshed. These reckless fighters waved poisoned short blades, fighting to the death with every move. Li Baxian spun his twin knives, blood flashing with each strike. When an enemy general thrust his spear, he didn't dodge but let it pierce his shoulder. He then swung his knife to cut off half the enemy's head. That's exhilarating, he laughed wildly, pulling out a spear from his shoulder. Blood sprayed from the wound, staining half his body red. Ma Luoshan's eyes widened as his bowstring twanged repeatedly. Every arrow hit the throat, causing 7 enemies to fall from their horses. Suddenly, a poison arrow shot from the shadows, hitting his right eye. Ugh, he groaned, and with great effort, pulled the arrow and his eyeball out together. Blood poured from the hollow socket, but he laughed through the pain. I've only got one eye left, and I can still hear the wind and tell where you are. Don't underestimate me. Despite being pierced by 13 arrows, my armor is soaked in blood. I stand like an iron tower, protecting Wei Bin in front of me. My large shield crushes 3 enemy soldiers' heads before cracking. A spear suddenly thrusts into my stomach, but I roar with anger and step forward, forcing the spear through my body. I grip it with iron-like hands and twist, breaking the spear wielder's neck. Master, run! I spit blood but still block another wave of arrows with my body. Wei Bin's heart aches. These brothers who fought with him are risking their lives to clear the way. I swing my sword, cutting down an enemy rider from his horse. The blade even has a crack. Just as our army is about to be defeated, a loud shout of battle suddenly rings out from the north. Someone leads a rescue team and arrives just in time. Protect the master! He charges ahead on horseback, spear like a dragon, instantly knocking 5 enemies away. His newly made hooked spear is especially good at targeting horse legs, causing the Western Liang cavalry to fall over. Wei Bin is helped onto a warhorse by his guards. He looks back at the battlefield. My body stands firm like a mountain, holding down 3 enemies. Li Baxian has cut through 2 swords and is biting and tearing at an enemy general's throat. Ma Luoshan, with one eye bleeding, is still trembling and pulling his bow. In this battle, the Liangzhou army loses 1,800 elite soldiers. I am badly wounded and near death. Ma Luoshan loses his right eye forever. Li Baxian has over 30 wounds all over his body. But what the man in the black robe doesn't know is that he has angered a awakened lion. I swear to kill you. Eat your flesh. Skin you alive. Wei Bin grits his teeth and escapes back to Dunhuang in a sorry state. Inside the wounded camp, Wei Bin personally tends to the soldiers' wounds. When he touches Ma Luoshan's hollow eye socket, his hand trembles uncontrollably. You don't have to be so serious, sir. Ma Luoshan grabs Wei Bin's hand. I may have lost one eye, but my hearing is sharper. But look, he suddenly throws an arrow, hitting a flagpole 10 yards away. The soldiers outside cheer. Wei Bin cannot smile. He gently touches the scar on Ma Luoshan's face, crusted over with dried blood. It's my fault for being careless and rushing in. I was wrong. Nonsense. Li Baxian, wrapped in bandages, bursts in, holding a wine jar and taking a big gulp. Blame that damn black robe. I'll tear him apart someday. Wei Bin quietly walks to the iron-boned bed. The man, as tall as a tower, has his chest wrapped in cloth, each breath bringing blood to his lips. Master. Iron-Bone struggles to get up. Wei Bin quickly holds him down. Don't move. Your wound might tear open. Your Majesty. I am useless. Iron-Bone said each word like a knife cutting. I failed to protect. More brothers. This sentence completely crushed Wei Bin. He staggered out of the tent, punched a tree trunk in a lonely spot, until his knuckles were bloody and flesh was torn. Why didn't I see the empty camp plan? Why didn't I prepare a backup route? Why did I let my brothers risk their lives to cover my mistakes? Each question felt like a whip hitting his heart. Under the moonlight, this once confident traveler hunched his back, tasting the bitterness of failure for the first time. Tears welled in his eyes, and he felt deep regret. 7 days later, at the military meeting, Wei Bin's face was dark with bruises, but his voice was calm. The black-robed people rely on machines and are good at planning, but they made 3 deadly mistakes. He ordered someone to bring a sand table, showing the layout of the Western Liang Alliance's camp precisely. First, they depend too much on those clever devices. Wei Bin pointed to the crossbow positions in the camp. These need open space to shoot, so he suddenly knocked over the wooden blocks representing the crossbows. We will use specially made armored chariots to crush them from the front. Zhang Zhen stroked his beard and added, Old Craftsman has been ordered to modify 100 chariots, with 3-foot iron spikes on the front, covered with soaked buffalo hide. Rockets can't easily pierce them, and according to the Lord's plan, soldiers pushing the chariots can hide inside the buffalo hide to avoid arrows. Second, Wei Bin pushed over the model of the granary. They gathered food here, but they didn't know there's an underground river. He elongated his tone. This is a well we dug, and we will dig a waterway overnight to attack from underground and destroy the granary. Ma Luoshan listened carefully, pointing precisely at a corner of the sand table. At that time, I will have sharpshooters hidden here, targeting the enemy soldiers trying to put out the fire. Third, Wei Bin suddenly raised his voice. He forgot that I am also a player. He took out a stack of blueprints from his pocket. Blueprints he had earned from completing system tasks day and night. This is a modified catapult, with buffalo hide ropes to extend its range, specially designed to hit his central camp. The general's spirits lifted. Li Baxian pounded the table and asked, When do we attack? 3 days from now, at midnight. Wei Bin pointed to the sand table with his sword. This time, I want him to see that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. I will crush his plans completely. At midnight, the gates of Dunhuang suddenly opened with a loud bang. Hundreds of armored chariots gleamed under the moonlight, each with a sharp iron spike at the front. Wei Bin, dressed in shining armor, stood on the lead chariot, sword pointed straight at the enemy camp. "Today, we will wash away our past shame with the enemy's blood," his voice echoed in the night wind. "All soldiers, follow my command. Crush them." Li Baxian led 300 loyal fighters to guard the sides of the chariots. These elite soldiers wore new armor made of Lulian steel, with fierce scorpion patterns on their chests that flickered in the firelight. "Fire the rockets!" shouted Zhanzhen from the city wall. Dozens of burning arrows streaked across the sky, lighting the way for the charging troops. The Western Liang Alliance's sentinels finally saw the danger and quickly sounded the alarm. "Speed up!" Wei Bin shouted fiercely. The chariots suddenly accelerated, their heavy wheels pounding the ground with thunderous noise. The front barricades were easily knocked aside by the iron spikes, and the camp gate shattered like paper under the impact. Inside the central tent of the black-robed scholar, engineers hurriedly adjusted the crossbow machines. "Fire the arrows! Quickly, fire the arrows!" the black-robed man yelled desperately. The improved crossbow machines shot out dense steel needles, but most bounced off the soaked cowhide. One lucky needle pierced through the hide, but was caught tightly in a second layer of iron net inside. "Impossible!" the black-robed man exclaimed in horror as the iron armor flood drew closer. "How could number 23 be here so quickly?" His muttering was interrupted by a loud crash. The lead chariot rammed into the crossbow formation, and the intricate machinery shattered instantly under brute force. Gears, bearings, and steel needles flew everywhere, and the soldiers operating the crossbows were pierced and torn apart. Li Baxian laughed wildly as he jumped down from the chariot. His newly forged twin blades flashed coldly, cutting down 2 engineers at once. "Brothers, tear down this junk." The disciples of the Poison Scorpion gang lunged like wolves at the remaining machines. They smashed the transmission devices with hammers and poured oil over the wooden parts. In no time, the deadly machines built by the black-robed man turned into a pile of burning scrap metal. Meanwhile, the Iron Skeleton's special attack team emerged from the well just below the granary. This sturdy man, despite his injuries, insisted on leading the team himself. "Set it on fire!" His deep voice echoed through the well shaft. The soldiers threw cloth bundles soaked in oil toward the grain pile, followed by torches. The dry grain caught fire instantly, and the flames curled downward through the well, turning the entire granary into a sea of fire. "Water! Save the fire!" The soldiers of the Western Liang Alliance panicked, rushing with buckets toward the granary. They didn't know that Ma Luoshan had already hidden archers in the shadows. "Fire arrows!" the one-eyed general ordered coldly. A rain of arrows shot out from the darkness, each one accurately piercing throats. The firefighters fell one after another, and the fire quickly spread to the entire logistics area. "The time has come." Xianzhen raised a flag on the city tower. "Prepare the catapults." The improved catapults squeaked loudly as they hurled burning clay pots into the air. These pots contained a mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and oil, exploding upon impact into large fireballs several yards across. The man in black looked up at the rain of fire streaking across the night sky, his face pale. Suddenly, a metal bracelet on his wrist glowed red, and a cold electronic voice sounded. "Warning, battlefield situation assessment. Defeat is certain. Immediate retreat recommended." "No, I still have." His words were cut off by an explosion. A fireball struck the central tent, destroying his plans, models, and equipment that he couldn't carry away in time. "All troops, charge!" 2,000 armored cavalry, led by Hifeng, surged out of the city gates like a flood. These riders wore armor made of Lulan iron, moving as a solid, moving wall of metal. Without cover from weapons, the soldiers of the Western Liang Alliance couldn't mount an effective defense. Heavy cavalry tore through the lines easily, while light cavalry circled the flanks shooting arrows. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Wei Bin stood on the wreckage of a burning crossbow cart, watching the retreating enemy with cold eyes. Suddenly, he saw a dark figure slipping quietly northward. "Black-robe man," he shouted sharply. "Stop him." Li Baxian immediately led a squad of cavalry to pursue. Just as the black-robed man was about to be caught by Li Baxian, A neat line of horse hooves sounded from the north. A group of about 500 cavalry charged into the battlefield like arrows, led by a general wearing a fierce beast-shaped iron helmet, holding a bronze spear, with a banner embroidered with the character, Li. Form ranks, the general commanded. The remaining soldiers of the Western Liang Alliance quickly assembled into a defensive circular formation as if guided by an invisible hand. Spearmen stood on the outside, archers inside, forming a steel defense line in no time. Li Ba-Xian was about to strike with his double blades when a bronze spear suddenly pointed at his throat like a venomous snake. With a loud clang, Li Ba-Xian retreated 3 steps, blood spilling from his palm. "Who are you?" Li Ba-Xian stared wide-eyed. The general did not answer. He swung his spear to push back the pursuing soldiers and shouted to the man in black, "Master, run quickly." Ma Luoshan, with one eye wide open, shot 3 arrows in quick succession at the general. But the general waved his spear, creating a blue light that broke all the arrows. The iron bone roared and charged forward, clashing his hammer with the spear, sparks flying. "That's exciting." The general laughed loudly, then suddenly pretended to attack and turned his horse to escape. The remaining Western Liang soldiers fought and retreated, disappearing into the dust in the north. Li Ba-Xian wanted to chase further, but Wei Bin arrived on a fast horse and said, "Don't chase the defeated enemy." Then he immediately opened his system to check the background of this warrior. Li Mu, Spring and Autumn Period, Warring States, Skill 1. Defensive Stance. If appointed as the city defender, the city's defenses increase, and the defending troops' attack power increases by 5%. Skill 2. Ambush. If assigned to an ambush, can gain an additional Zhao State infantry unit. Only Li Mu can use this. Skill 3. One of the 4 great Warring States generals boosts the morale of the army he commands, increasing attack and defense by 7.5%. What? The general is actually Li Mu. Incredible! Wei Bin was shocked, not expecting the opponent to be so formidable. He looked at Li Mu's retreating figure, his face serious. "I never thought even the famous Warring States General Li Mu would be summoned." After Li Mu left, the man in black disappeared without a trace. At dawn, the battlefield gradually quieted down. The Liangzhou army was counting their victory, destroyed all enemy modified equipment, burned enemy supplies, killed over 4,000 enemies, suffered fewer than 300 losses. Wei Bin stroked a scar on his iron armor from an arrow and said to the generals, "We won this battle, but the man in black escaped. This could cause future trouble." Ding. Mission received. Completely defeat the Western Liang Alliance. Reward. 1 opportunity to appoint a general. Help from heaven. All generals, listen up. Return to the city for reorganization. Once ready, we march straight to attack the Western Liang Alliance. Wei Bin raised his sword and shouted, "Yes." System notification. The era of generals has opened. Qin, Chu Han. At the training ground in Dunhuang City, the sound of hammers striking metal echoed from morning till night. Wei Bin was shirtless, hammering a piece of red-hot iron with the blacksmiths. Sweat rolled down his back, making sizzling sounds on the glowing metal. "Sir, take a break," said Tai Gu, carrying a bundle of newly made spears. "Let us handle these tough tasks." Wei Bin wiped his sweat and smiled. "When I was an intern at my family's factory, I did much harder work." He held up a curved knife he had just finished. "Look at this curve. It can cut through people effectively." Ma Luoshan, with a black cloth over his one eye, shot an arrow precisely into the target 100 steps away. "Sir, new archers can now shoot a 3-stone bow. Want to have a try? How dare you, one-eyed dragon, to challenge me?" Li Ba-Xian came over swinging a wine jar. His newly made twin knives jingled at his waist. "When we get to the battlefield, let's see who cuts more heads. Report." Fong hurried over. 20 new chariots are finished. Please review them, Lord. Wei Bin casually put on his robe and followed Fong to the west side of the training ground. There, 20 armored chariots were neatly lined up, more refined than before. Steel plates that could open and close were added to the tops, and the iron spikes at the front gleamed coldly. Excellent. Wei Bin stroked the sturdy frame of the chariots. Let's see how Li Mu blocks this time. At night, the military tents were brightly lit. Wei Bin and his generals gathered around a sand table, with Jinjin explaining the siege plans. The walls of Yumen Pass are 4 zhang high, with about 20,000 defenders. The old general pointed at the sand table with a bamboo staff. But according to reports, Li Mu has only been in charge for half a month, and many defenses are not yet complete. Li Mu, Wei Bin sighed softly. He is truly a great general. If only we could win him over, Li Baxian snorted. That old guy almost stabbed me in the shoulder. Do you really want to recruit him? Exactly because he is such a good general, we should use him, Wei Bin said sharply. Order. Anyone who captures Li Mu alive will be rewarded 1,000 gold. Late at night, a bonfire crackled beside the training ground, and the smell of roasted lamb filled the air. Li Baxian sat cross-legged by the fire, using his new twin knives to cut a piece of lamb. Old Ma, your turn. He flicked his wrist, sending a slice of meat flying precisely toward Ma Luoshan. Ma Luoshan, with his black cloth over his head, didn't look up. He caught the meat with his hand and put it in his mouth. Your knife skills are good, but still far behind my archery. Li Baxian took a sip of wine and said, your one-eyed skill at hitting the target is not bad, but you still dare to boast. Ma Luoshan chuckled and suddenly shot an arrow. The arrow went through the campfire and pinned Li Baxian's hat to the flagpole behind him. You! Li Baxian jumped up, ready to fight. Calm down, Iron Bones said, holding each of them back with his strong arms. His newly made armor shone in the firelight. Look at what the Lord is doing. Everyone turned to see Wei Bin squatting on the ground, drawing strange shapes with a stick. Lord, what are you drawing? Hifeng asked curiously. This is called a football field, Wei Bin explained with a smile. Back home, 22 people chase after one ball. It's way more fun than fighting. Li Baxian scratched his head. 22 people chasing one ball? Won't that cause a fight? That's why we have rules. Wei Bin pointed at the lines on the ground with the stick. No hands, only feet, only feet. Ma Luoshan looked surprised. Then the goalkeeper would starve. Everyone burst into laughter. Iron Bone patted his thigh. I think wrestling is more exciting. Lord, after the war, how about we hold a martial arts tournament? Great idea. Wei Bin's eyes lit up. We can have events like horseback archery, wrestling, swordsmanship, and a drinking contest too. Ma Luoshan raised his wine jar. My poison scorpion gangs, 1 cup down, will definitely knock everyone out. Li Baxian sneered. Your lousy wine? I can drink 3 jars with my eyes closed. And you think you can knock me out? Keep dreaming. Ma Luoshan suddenly lowered his voice. But seriously, once we catch that black-robed bastard, I'll pour my 1 cup down on him. Let's see if he dares to use poison again. Let's see if he gets dizzy. Suddenly, Li Baxian leaned in mysteriously. Hey, do you think that black-robed guy, always wearing a mask, is too ugly to show his face? Ma Luoshan burst out laughing. I bet he's got a pockmarked face. Maybe even bald. Nonsense. Iron Bone shook his head seriously. I think he's a sissy. He probably talks in a high-pitched voice. Everyone laughed, and Hifeng suddenly asked, do you think he takes off his mask when he sleeps at night? Li Baxian made an exaggerated sleeping pose, deliberately pinching his throat to imitate. Who? I am. Practicing. Wei Bin laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. What if he sneezes? Wouldn't his mask get? He made a disgusted face. Ma Luoshan suddenly had an idea. That's why he's making those machines. He probably wants to build a device that automatically wipes his nose. Taigu lowered his voice. I heard that when he takes a bath. Ugh. Stop. Everyone quickly waved their hands. Li Baxian pretended to vomit. Old Tai, that's too gross. Amid the laughter, Zhangjin suddenly appeared behind everyone with a serious face. If you're so good at making up stories, why not write a story to cheer up the kids? Everyone fell silent, feeling a bit nervous. The old general twitched his mustache. But that automatic nose-wiping device, we could consider making one. Then he couldn't help but laugh himself. Everyone burst into laughter. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Taigu punched the ground. That bastard caused me to lie in bed for half a month. When the time comes, don't compete with me. I'll personally break his arm. Your arm is yours. Ma Luoshan touched his eye patch. But my eyes are mine. Wei Bin looked at these battered but still spirited men and felt a warm feeling inside. Brothers, after we finish this battle, I'll buy you the best wine. Will the Lord keep his word? Li Baxian's eyes lit up. Of course, Wei Bin smiled. Not only wine, but also, report. A messenger hurried over. Scout horses found the grain convoy of the Western Liang Alliance. They will pass through Heishan Valley at noon tomorrow. Everyone immediately stopped joking. Weibin stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants. All right, enough joking. Ma Luoshan, get your men ready. Li Baxian, check the chariots. Taigu, got it. Taigu grinned. Go watch those new recruits practice shield formations. As everyone dispersed, Li Baxian suddenly turned back. Lord, at the celebration feast, you have to tell us how that foot-kick ball game is played. Weibin nodded with a smile. Definitely. We'll form our own team. Call it Liangzhou Iron Cavalry. In the night breeze, laughter echoed again in the camp. But everyone knew that after tomorrow, these laughs might be paid for with blood. All the soldiers agreed loudly. Weibin walked outside the tent, looking at the starry sky. He knew this would be a battle that decided their fate. They needed to erase past shame and gain an advantage for the upcoming bigger fight. The man in black robes. Li Mu, he whispered to himself. This time, I will capture all of you. In the Black Mountain Valley at noon, Ma Luoshan lay on cold, damp rocks, watching the valley entrance with one eye. His quiver held 12 special arrows, each with a cotton cloth soaked in a powerful drug, a modified version of 1 bowl over, 300 steps, 200 steps. The scout whispered to Li Baxian. Li Baxian licked his lips. His newly made twin blades shone in the morning light. Behind him, 50 elite members of the Scorpion Poison Gang held their breath, each with a special hook. The grain convoy slowly entered the ambush. 20 carts of grain, over 100 guards, and the leader, a captain, was yawning. Fire! Ma Luoshan's arrow shot instantly, and Li Baxian threw his hook. The arrow hit the captain's throat precisely, while the hooks from the Poison Gang caught the front 5 grain carts by their yokes. Pull! The 5 carts suddenly turned sideways, blocking the narrow valley completely. The following convoy couldn't stop in time and crashed into each other. Leave no one alive. Li Baxian roared with laughter as he charged into the enemy line, swinging his twin blades like butterflies through flowers. His swordsmanship was even more ruthless than before. Each strike only wounded, never killed, targeting tendons and muscles to weaken the soldiers. Ma Luoshan moved quickly along the rocks, each arrow hitting soldiers trying to resist. In less than half an hour, the fight was over. Follow the plan. Li Baxian wiped blood from his blades and grinned at the prisoners. Go back and tell Dong Xian that the wine in Liangzhou tastes better than blood. At noon, a badly wounded old soldier staggered to the front of the Western Liang Alliance camp. He carried a blood-stained bundle and cried out to see Dong Xian. The little man is a grain convoy driver. He knelt and sobbed. Liangzhou army. Liangzhou army stole all the grain, and he asked me to deliver a message. Dong Xian stepped out of his tent with a grim face. What message? The old soldier trembled as he untied the bundle. Inside were a dozen bloody ears. They said that General Dong's soldiers were useless and deaf, and also called you a foolish person without a brain. There was a commotion at the camp gate. A man in a black robe suddenly rushed out and grabbed an old soldier by the collar. You're a spy. I am innocent. The old soldier suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing many whip marks. They forced me to say, I am not. Before he finished speaking, the man in black stabbed him through the chest with a sword. As the old soldier fell, he wore a strange smile. His sleeve slipped out a small bottle, and colorless liquid seeped into the ground. That night, strange things began to happen in the Western Liang Alliance camp. First, the water in the well turned bitter. Then soldiers claimed to see ghostly shadows. Even more frightening, everyone was having the same dream, dreaming of returning home, with their wives and children gathered around the dinner table. Rumors had been spreading in the camp. I heard Liangzhou soldiers are giving out family allowances. Those who surrender can get land. General Li is actually Wei Bin's older brother. There's a spy among us, Dong Xian shouted, holding his head, pounding the chair hard. The man in black ordered a thorough investigation, but every tent was searched and found to have wooden plaques with the words, homesick. Panic spread like wildfire. Each search led to more people fleeing. Inside the Dunhuang camp, Wei Bin was listening to the latest report. More than 200 have escaped again. Fong held a bamboo scroll. They say the camp is haunted. Wei Bin chuckled softly. Li Baxian's one-drink sleeping potion, combined with this homesick trick, works well. He turned to Tiago. Where are the things you prepared? Tiago clapped his hands, and his guards brought in a dozen large barrels. When the lids were removed, they revealed fragrant stewed meat. Tomorrow, send some surrendering soldiers back, each with a bag of meat. Wei Bin's eyes sparkled. Just say, it's a reward from Liangzhou. As for those joining Liangzhou, I won't hold grudges. I promise everyone will eat well and drink happily. At dawn, Liangzhou scouts hurried back with bad news. The Western Liang Alliance camp is empty. Wei Bin slammed his fist on the table. Impossible. When he reached the camp front, he saw a mess on the ground, with exactly 300 corpses neatly arranged, all soldiers caught while fleeing. Each corpse had an empty bowl beside it, with the word traitor carved into the bottom. On the camp gate pillar, Li Mu carved a large character with his sword. At noon tomorrow, in front of Yumen Pass, a life-and-death duel. Wei Bin stared for a long time and suddenly smiled. Give the order, all troops rest. Tomorrow, we will meet this famous general. The next day, Wei Bin stood in front of a model battlefield, lightly tapping the model of the Yumen Pass with his finger. The model was decorated with many small flags, showing the true positions of both sides. Li Mu is good at defending. He will set up a stacked formation at the pass. The front army will hold shields for defense, while the rear army will place archers to attack, said Xianzhen, his white beard fluttering in the morning breeze. He pointed at the open space in front of the pass with his bamboo staff. And this area is narrow, perfect for his kind of tactics. Ma Luoshan, with one eye squinting, pointed at a low-lying area on the model. This low ground. Exactly, this is the key. Wei Bin's eyes sparkled. Li Baxian, you take 300 venomous scorpions to hide here with your elite troops. When I fake a retreat, Li Mu will order a chase. Then, Li Baxian grinned and touched his newly poisoned short blade at his waist. Let him taste this scorpion tail sting. Tai Gu, silent, asked, what if Li Mu doesn't fall for it? Wei Bin and Xianzhen exchanged smiles. Wei Bin took out a rolled cloth from under the table and unrolled it. Then we use this, the charge chariot formation. By noon, the two armies faced each other in front of Yumen Pass. Li Mu, dressed in silver armor and white robes, stood at the front of his formation, his spear shining in the sunlight. General Wei, he called out loudly, would you dare to speak with me at the front of the formation? Wei Bin rode out alone and stopped his horse about 10 steps from Li Mu. Both armies held their breath, and the battlefield was silent. Why do you serve such a traitor as Dong Xian? Wei Bin said loudly. Now is the time to use talented people in Liangzhou. Suddenly, Li Mu shot out his spear, the tip like a venomous snake aiming straight at Wei Bin's throat. Wei Bin quickly leaned back to dodge, but his helmet was knocked off, and his hair was disheveled. Hey, you're not playing fair. The Liangzhou army was shocked. Li Baxian, furious, shouted, damn, you cowardly scoundrel. Li Mu sneered and lowered his spear. War is about trickery. Did General Wei forget that? The war drums sounded, and a fierce battle began. Li Mu's stacked formation was truly brilliant. Shield soldiers crouched like turtles in front, long spears pointed like a forest behind, and archers hidden within the formation. The Liangzhou army launched 3 charges, but were pushed back each time, suffering heavy losses. Retreat, Xianzhen shouted loudly. The Liangzhou troops began to fall back. Be careful and move forward. Watch the surroundings. Li Mu waved his spear, commanding his soldiers. Damn it, with such caution, we won't get anywhere. Li Baxian watched clearly from the low ground, secretly marveling at Li Mu's talent. Change formation, Wei Bin suddenly waved his flag. The Liangzhou army quickly spread out to the sides, revealing 20 chariots behind them, each equipped with large iron plows that gleamed in the sunlight. Charge! Charge! The chariots rushed forward loudly, with their iron plows digging deep into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. They also repeatedly struck the enemy's large shields with their pointed fronts. The city gates couldn't withstand many hits, let alone shields. In this way, Li Mu's carefully arranged formation was forcefully broken through in several places, causing chaos. Just as Li Mu hurriedly ordered a formation adjustment, hundreds of poisoned scorpion gang members suddenly appeared from the low ground. They held blowguns, aiming to shoot at the horse's legs. Brothers, attack! Li Baxian shouted loudly. Li Mu's warhorse was shot in the hind leg. neighing painfully and kneeling down. Li Mu rolled to his feet quickly, wielding his spear with tight, rapid movements, and the poison arrows fell to the ground. Li Baxian swung his double blades like lightning, attacking from the side. He sneered and suddenly recognized a few poison needles. "Try this." Li Mu's eyes flashed with sharp light. He suddenly held his breath and retreated, avoiding the needles. Tricks of a petty craftsman. It turned out he had prepared defenses in advance. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, countless large stones suddenly rolled down from the mountain cliff on the left side of Yumen Pass. It was revealed that Ma Luoshan had already led archers around the mountain ridge, launching a surprise attack from above. Fire arrows. An arrow rain poured down, causing chaos behind the Western Liang Alliance army. Seeing the situation turning bad, Li Mu quickly ordered the drums to beat and retreat. Wei Bin did not pursue but stopped his horse and shouted, "General Li, for now, withdraw your troops. Think carefully. The gates of Liangzhou are always open to you." On the way back, Ma Luoshan, with one eye, watched the panicked retreat of the Western Liang army. "Master, why don't we pursue and attack now?" Wei Bin shook his head. "Today, we broke Li Mu's stacked formation, which is enough." Moreover, he looked toward the top of Yumen Pass, where a shadow in a black robe was faintly visible. "Our real opponent is watching us. If we reveal too much of our tactics, the consequences will be clear." At sunset, inside the Western Liang Alliance camp, a man in a black robe stood alone in the military tent, tapping his knuckles on the table with a dull sound. Today, Li Mu's stacked formation was broken by Wei Bin's chariots, losing over 1,000 elite soldiers. What made him angrier was that the Liangzhou army seemed to always anticipate his moves, as if someone in their army was leaking information. Li Mu, the man in black, whispered softly, his eyes flashing with cold light. Outside the tent, footsteps sounded. Li Mu pushed aside the curtain and entered, his silver armor stained with blood, still showing signs of exhaustion from battle. "Sir, I have reorganized the army. Tomorrow, I will definitely." "General Li," the man in black interrupted him coldly. "Why didn't you fight with all your strength in today's battle?" Li Mu was stunned. Wei Bin is cunning. A reckless attack would only fall into his trap. "I believe we should defend first. Wait until he is tired, then strike him down." The man in black sneered. "Really? Then why does Wei Bin always seem to know our movements in advance?" Li Mu's face darkened. "Sir, do you suspect I am betraying you?" The man in black looked at him steadily and said slowly, "I just want a reasonable explanation from you, General Li." Li Mu was furious but forced a smile. "I have fought for half my life, always honest and upright. If you don't trust me, I am willing to lead the vanguard tomorrow and personally cut off Wei Bin's head." The man in black was silent for a moment, then suddenly showed a strange smile. "All right, we will follow your plan tomorrow." After Li Mu left, the man in black quietly ordered his confidant, "Send the message. If Li Mu shows any signs of rebellion during the decisive battle tomorrow, kill him without mercy." Outside the tent, a figure quietly slipped away. As night deepened, at the edge of the Western Liang Alliance camp, a soldier sneaked out stealthily, heading straight toward Liangzhou army. At the Liangzhou camp, Wei Bin was discussing military affairs with Xian Jun, Ma Luoshan, and others when a soldier hurriedly reported, "Commander, a deserter from the Western Liang Alliance wants to see you. He has important news." Wei Bin raised an eyebrow. "Bring him in." The deserter knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "General Wei, I am here to surrender. I have information to tell you." "Really?" Everyone exchanged glances and smiled. "Sir, could this be a trick by the man in black? Maybe he wants to give us false information to deceive us," Ma Luoshan said, grabbing the deserter. "No, it's not. I am truly a deserter. I came to surrender." The deserter hurriedly shook his head, desperately trying to prove he was not a spy sent by the man in black. "Then tell us, what did you find out?" Wei Bin signaled for Ma Luoshan to step back. "According to my information, our strategist has doubts about Li Mu. In tomorrow's decisive battle, he will set an ambush in Yumen Gorge to lure your army in, then attack with fire and trap you." Wei Bin and Xian Jun exchanged a quick glance, a sharp light flashing in their eyes. "What a clever trap," Xian Jun murmured, stroking his beard. "But this plan can be broken or turned to our advantage." Wei Bin smiled slightly. "Are you suggesting A double agent scheme. Haha, Li Mu. Let's see if he falls for the double agent trick again, Wei Bin said with a sly grin. That night, scouts from the Liangzhou army quietly infiltrated the Western Liang Alliance camp, leaving behind a forged secret letter on the path of a trusted black-robed man. After a while, General Li has come to surrender. I am very grateful. Wei Bin, the black-robed man, read aloud, his face filled with rage. But he quickly calmed himself. This might be a double agent trick. Haha, Wei Bin is quite tricky. The next day, the two armies faced each other. The black-robed man stood behind the formation, coldly watching Li Mu. General Li, proceed as planned. Li Mu nodded, waving his spear, leading his troops to charge. Wei Bin saw this and slightly smiled. Order a feigned attack. Li Mu's army fought and retreated, with Wei Bin's forces closely pursuing, leading them into the human gorge. Seeing the moment was right, the black-robed man shouted sharply, "Set fire!" But the sides of the gorge were silent, with no movement. What's going on? The black-robed man glared at his trusted men. His confidant panicked. My lord, last night someone leaked our plans. Liangzhou's troops preemptively cleared the ambush oil. The black-robed man's face changed suddenly. He looked sharply at Li Mu. Was it you? Before he could react, Liangzhou's army suddenly changed formation and counterattacked. Kill! Ma Luoshan led archers to occupy the high ground, arrows raining down. Li Baxian's poison scorpion gang launched a surprise attack from the side, dual blades flashing like lightning, aiming straight at the black-robed man's center. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, Li Mu has betrayed us. Kill this traitor. The Western Liang Alliance soldiers immediately fell into chaos. Some still obeyed Li Mu, while others turned their blades against his troops. Li Mu was furious. Strategist, you believe the slander and abandon me. I am not a spy. The black-robed man sneered. If you weren't colluding with the enemy, how could our plans have been leaked? The battlefield was in chaos, with the Western Liang Alliance fighting among themselves. Liangzhou's army seized the opportunity to press forward on all fronts. Li Mu fought desperately, but his soldiers dwindled in number. Eventually, he was surrounded by Liangzhou's troops. Wei Bin quickly rode forward and loudly said, General Li, your strategist has abandoned you like worn-out shoes. Why not surrender? Li Mu sighed deeply but still held his spear tightly. I, Li, swear to die rather than surrender. Then he fought desperately against the overwhelming attack of the Liangzhou army. Li Mu, don't be so arrogant, Taigua shouted loudly, raising his hammer to fight. Seeing this, Hifang also mounted his horse and charged with his spear. The three of them exchanged blows. Gradually, under the combined pressure of Hifang and Taigua, Li Mu began to fall behind. Capture Li Mu alive. Do not hurt General Li, Wei Bin shouted. In the end, Li Mu, exhausted, was captured by Hifang and Taigua. The man in the black robe saw that the situation was hopeless and suddenly turned his horse around. Under the protection of his trusted followers, he fled in a panic, dropping a jade token along the way. Trying to run, Li Baxian shouted angrily. He was about to chase, but Wei Bin stopped him. Wei Bin picked up the jade token. No need to chase. A stray dog is not worth worrying about. Wei Bin examined the token, which had the word Liang on it. Alert! All units. Shiliang forces have been destroyed. Meanwhile, Dong Xian saw the man in the black robe fleeing and was so frightened he nearly fainted. Then he galloped away in a panic. Ma Luoshan, the one-eyed man, narrowed his eyes and drew his bow. Whoosh! An arrow shot through Dong Xian's horse, knocking him to the ground. Li Baxian quickly jumped forward, flashing his sword. Dog thief! Pay with your life. Dong Xian's head was cut off, and the Shiliang alliance was completely destroyed. The setting sun was blood-red, and corpses littered the front of Human Pass. Wei Bin approached the captured Li Mu and personally untied him. General Li, Liangzhou is in need of talented people. Will you lend us a hand? Li Mu was silent for a long time, then spat out. A defeated general dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for our strategist falling for your petty tricks, you wouldn't be able to do this. Pa, a defeated general like you. Li Baxian glared at Li Mu, ready to slap him, but Ma Luoshan stopped him. Wei Bin laughed loudly and took Li Mu's arm. General Li, why not join us to conquer the world? If your lord wasn't so foolish and incompetent, you wouldn't be in such a state. Follow me, Pa. Shameless scoundrel, Li Mu shouted. Seeing that Li Mu still refused to surrender, Wei Bin signaled for his men to take him back to Liangzhou for a slow interrogation. In the distance, the man in the black robe had already disappeared. Zhang Jun whispered, Master, I suspect there is a bigger plan behind the man in the black robe. Yes, now he is nowhere to be seen, and everyone fears he will make a comeback. Wei Bin looked at the jade badge in his hand. At this moment, he knew he had already destroyed a faction. The cooperation and conflict among the countries had officially begun. 3 days after the great victory at the Human Pass, the camp of the Liangzhou army was brightly lit. Wei Bin ordered his men to set up dozens of large pots in front of the main tent, filling the air with the smell of cooked meat. Soldiers sat in small groups, raising their cups and laughing loudly. Li Baxian even took off his shirt, revealing many scars, and was playing dice and drinking with some brothers from the Poison Scorpion gang. Commander has arrived. With a loud shout from the guards, the noisy camp suddenly became quiet. Wei Bin, dressed in casual clothes with only a short sword at his waist, walked happily to the main seat. All soldiers, he raised his cup. Tonight is a celebration. No military rules, no ranks, just enjoy yourselves. Thank you, Commander. The soldiers responded in unison, and the lively atmosphere returned. Wei Bin looked around, and his gaze fell on a cage in the corner. Li Mu was chained inside, sitting alone. His silver armor had already been removed, and he wore only a thin prisoner's robe. Come, loosen General Li's chains and invite him to join us. Ma Luoshan frowned and said, Commander, this person is stubborn. What if? No need to worry, Wei Bin waved his hand. General Li is a famous general of our time. He wouldn't do something as low as an assassination. The guards opened the cage and unlocked Li Mu's shackles. Li Mu moved his wrists and looked coldly at Wei Bin. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why pretend? General, you misunderstand. Wei Bin personally poured a cup of wine and handed it over. Tonight, we talk about the beauty of the moon and the wind. No enemies, no friends. Please sit. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, but finally took the cup and sat at the end of the table. He sat upright, contrasting sharply with the other soldiers who were raising their cups and chatting. After 3 rounds of wine, Wei Bin ordered someone to bring a sand table. Everyone, look here, he pointed to the terrain of Liangzhou on the sand table. Since the fall of the Western Liang Alliance, our Liangzhou army has controlled the area from Human Pass to Dunhuang. People from all over are coming to join us. Now, we have 50,000 elite soldiers. Li Mu heard this and couldn't help but glance at the sand table. Wei Bin noticed his movement and slightly smiled. General Li, what do you think of my plan? Wei Bin suddenly asked. The tent fell silent. Everyone looked at Li Mu. Li Mu put down his wine bowl and said calmly, General Wei fights like a god. Why ask me, a prisoner, for advice? You're too modest, General, Wei Bin said as he approached the sand table. I want to set up a military station in Dunhuang, letting soldiers farm in their free time and march out when at war. Do you think this is a good idea? Li Mu looked at the sand table for a long time, but finally said, Dunhuang lacks enough water. In a drought year, the station would fail. It's better to set it up in Jiuquan. As soon as he spoke, Li Mu realized he had spoken carelessly and quickly shut his mouth in regret. Wei Bin clapped his hands and laughed. Brilliant. You truly understand the geography of Liangzhou. The banquet lasted late into the night. Wei Bin repeatedly offered to toast Li Mu and talked about the scenery of Liangzhou, but he never mentioned surrender. Li Mu gradually relaxed and occasionally responded to a few words. When everyone left, Wei Bin personally saw Li Mu back to his tent. Did you enjoy yourself tonight, General? Wei Bin asked. Li Mu paused, his face appearing especially weary under the moonlight. General Wei, what do you really want? Wei Bin put away his smile and said seriously, I want you to help me stabilize Liangzhou. Why me? Because you love your soldiers and manage your troops strictly, Wei Bin pointed to the distant tent. Our Liangzhou army is brave, but it lacks a leader like you. Li Mu was silent for a long time before sighing. General Wei, I am deeply grateful for the kindness of the Western Liang Alliance, but that alliance is gone. Wei Bin interrupted him. Dong Xian was cruel, and the Black Robe men are treacherous. They are not worth your loyalty. The people of Liangzhou need a leader like you to protect them. Li Mu turned away. Please allow me some time to think. Of course, Wei Bin said with a bow. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow I will send some new clothes for you. In the following days, Wei Bin invited Li Mu to dine with him every day and discussed military strategies and politics. He ordered his men to lift all restrictions on Li Mu and even allowed him to move freely within the camp. On the 7th morning, Li Mu took the initiative to request a meeting with Wei Bin. Have you made up your mind? Wei Bin asked happily. Li Mu bowed deeply. Thank you for your kindness, General Wei. I am very grateful. But, Wei Bin's smile froze on his face. But I cannot betray my former lord. Li Mu looked up with a resolute expression. If you do not kill me, please let me go to the mountains and live in seclusion. The tent fell silent. Ma Luoshan and others looked angry, and Li Baixian even reached for his sword. Wei Bin sighed deeply. Everyone has their own wishes. I won't force you. He turned and took out a token. This is a pass. The general can leave any time. Li Mu took the token with a complicated look. Why, General Wei? Because I respect your character, Wei Bin said with a bitter smile. A forced apple isn't sweet. Go now. Li Mu bowed deeply again and turned to leave. After Li Mu left, Li Ba couldn't help but complain. Sir, you just let him go? What if he won't? Wei Bin shook his head. Someone like Li Mu truly chooses to retire when he says so. Ma Luoshan looked thoughtful. And what about the man in the black robe? Don't worry. I've already sent someone to find him. The next day, Li Mu stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the Liangzhou army practice. In the morning light, the soldiers' spears gleamed, and their shouts echoed loudly. General Li, what do you think of our formation? Li Mu didn't turn around, knowing Wei Bin had arrived. He paused silently, then spoke. The front line spear formation is too tight. If cavalry charges, we won't have time to turn around. Wei Bin's eyes lit up. You have a sharp eye, indeed. He waved to the messenger. Send the order. Increase the spacing between the spear lines by 3 steps. Li Mu watched Wei Bin act decisively, and a faint movement flickered at the corner of his mouth. Since you see the flaws in our army, why not stay and give some advice? Wei Bin asked cautiously. Li Mu shook his head. I stay only to see if Liangzhou soldiers truly treat prisoners well, as rumors say. He paused, then added, Now I see that General Wei is indeed kind and just. Then, sir. But I won't serve you. Li Mu turned around, his gaze sharp. Even if the Western Liang alliance is gone, I, Li Mu, am not a person who switches sides easily. Wei Bin was not offended. Instead, he smiled. No problem. Stay as long as you like. The gates of Liangzhou army are always open. In the days that followed, Li Mu became the most special guest in the camp. He didn't wear prison clothes or shackles, stayed in a separate tent, and could freely come and go from the training ground. But he never joined military meetings or accepted any rewards from Wei Bin. One evening, while Li Mu was washing his horse by the river, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. General Li, what a refined taste you have. Manhwa Mountain's one eye sparkled brightly. My lord treats the general well. Why are you so stubborn? Li Mu continued to brush his horse's mane. They are just following their own master. The Western Liang alliance is already gone. Manhwa Mountain couldn't help raising his voice. Dong Xian's head has been hanging at the city gate for 3 days. Li Mu paused briefly. I know. Then, General Ma, Li Mu finally turned around. If one day Wei Bin's army is defeated and his former soldiers join others, how will you view those people? Manhwa Mountain was speechless. A flash of anger appeared in his eye. That's different. Li Mu shook his head and said nothing more. That night, Wei Bin was resting in bed. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't checked the situation map from the system in a long time. He immediately opened the system to see how the world looked now. The map showed that the Central Plains forces were dense, followed by Jiangnan, then Bashu. Other regions were mostly scattered. But what caught Wei Bin's attention was Liangzhou. It wasn't fully unified yet. In the southern part of Liangzhou, there was a small force, Nanliang. Wei Bin also realized that he had destroyed his classmate's Western Liang, but the task to eliminate the Western Liang alliance was still incomplete. He quickly checked and found that Nanliang had already allied with Western Liang. The Western Liang alliance was a coalition of these two states. Wei Bin felt a chill run down his spine. He now knew where the man in the black robe had gone. The most urgent task was to destroy Nanliang. Wei Bin suddenly sat up from his bed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He pulled back the curtain, and moonlight spilled onto the map on the table. The bright red mark on the southern part of Liangzhou made his pupils shrink. Nanliang. Someone quickly summoned Xianzhen, Manhwa Mountain, and Li Baxian. Wei Bin's voice woke the guards outside the tent. Within half an hour, several trusted generals gathered in the main tent. Xianzhen's white beard shimmered in the candlelight. Manhwa Mountain's one eye shone sharply, and Li Baxian's scar looked even more fierce in the firelight. Everyone, look here. Wei Bin pointed heavily at the map. Our true enemy is here. Under the candlelight, everyone saw the territory occupied by Nanliang, Tianshui, Jincheng, Longxi, Wudu, Beatty, and Anding. It was like a sharp sword pointing directly at Wu Wei. Interestingly, they now had their main forces stationed in Dunhuang. Zhuanjin frowned and said, I should have thought of this earlier. The Western Liang Alliance is called an alliance, so it must include more than one force. Wei Bin pointed at the map and said, the power of Nanliang is deep and unpredictable. It's not as weak as Western Liang. The leader of Nanliang is Qiao Dandan, who was my classmate. Nanliang is not like Western Liang. Western Liang only has human pass, so we should send out 3 groups of scouts immediately, Wei Bin continued. One to gather intelligence on Qiao Dandan in Tianshui, the capital of Nanliang. Another to check the troops stationed in Jincheng, and the last to monitor the key pass in Chilean Mountain. Monitoring the Chilean Mountain Pass? Why is that? Chilean Mountain. If the enemy launches a surprise attack from there behind our lines, it would be a big problem. Wei Bin pointed at the mountain's location. Chilean Mountain spans across our territory. The enemy could use it to launch a surprise attack. Li Baxian clasped his fists and said, then I will personally select the scouts and guarantee a report within 3 days. Ma Luoshan clenched his fists excitedly. Lord, should I send the brothers from the Poison Scorpion gang to show them some color? No, Zhuanjun shook his head. The enemy situation is unclear. A reckless attack might lead to an ambush. Wei Bin nodded. Zhuanjun is right. Issue orders for the entire army to strengthen their defenses immediately, but do not let any information leak. Also, speed up sending out scouts and spies to gather intelligence on Nanliang. 3 days later, Ma Luoshan returned covered in dust, leading the scouts. His single eye sparkled with a dangerous light. Lord, the situation is worse than we thought. The intelligence brought back by the scouts made the atmosphere in the main tent freeze instantly. Nanliang had assembled 50,000 troops in Jincheng. The troops in Wudu and Longxi were also moving. Even more frightening, the Black Robe Man had become Nanliang's national teacher and was trusted by Qiao Dandan. This demon, Li Baxian slammed his fist on the table. I should have gone after him and cut him down back then. Zhuanjun stroked his beard and pondered. Qiao Dandan appears weak on the surface, but he is actually very cunning. When Dong Xian rose, he must have had support from Nanliang in secret. Wei Bin stared at the sand table. The key question is, when will they attack? From which direction will they strike? Chilean Mountain. Ma Luoshan pointed at the sand table. The scouts found signs of large troop movements in the mountains. First, Zhen's white eyebrows furrowed even tighter, but this area is most likely a place where deception and real attack are combined. It could very well be a trick to lure the enemy. Wei Bin's eyes sharpened. What do you mean, sir? Here, Xianzhen's thin finger pointed to a dangerous spot on the sand table. From Wusai Ridge to Yinji Mountain, this place is rarely visited. But if someone familiar with the terrain guides us, we could reach Jiuquan City in 3 days. Everyone inside the tent gasped. If the enemy really launched a surprise attack from here, immediately adjust our plans, Wei Bin decided quickly. Li Baxian will lead the elite of the Poison Scorpion gang to hide under Yinji Mountain, using guerrilla tactics. Ma Luo Mountain will strengthen reconnaissance toward the Chilean Mountains. The other camps should prepare to attack at any moment. Your Majesty, I think there is another place, Xianzhen said, pointing again on the sand table. Longting Valley. Longting Valley is a key route for attacking Wuwei City and Liangzhou Prefecture. If the Southern Liang Army wants to take Wuwei, they must pass through here. So, we need to defeat them here, just like Yifang did, and strike again. Wei Bin looked at Xianzhen and said. Exactly. At that moment, a close guard outside the tent reported. Your Majesty, General Li Mu requests to see you. Wei Bin frowned slightly. Ask him to wait. We are discussing military affairs, but the tent curtain was already pulled aside. Li Mu stood in the moonlight, shining with cold silver armor. Wei General, I heard there was movement in southern Liang. Wei Bin and Xian Jun exchanged a glance and said calmly, some bandits are disturbing the border, but it's nothing to worry about. Li Mu's gaze swept over the sand table, pausing at the spot Xian Jun pointed to, Yinji Mountain to Wusai Ridge. A faint smile appeared on his face. If that's the case, I will take my leave. After Li Mu left, Xian Jun whispered, Your Majesty is wise. This man is ultimately a surrendered general. Moreover, his sudden appearance here cannot be trusted. We should eliminate him completely. Wei Bin nodded. Is everything all right? Continue with our plans. Yifang, send another elite scout to watch Longting Valley. 5 days later, urgent news came from Longting Valley. Southern Liang's vanguard was spotted. Xian Jun is truly a brilliant strategist, Wei Bin exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Order Yifang to attack according to plan and make sure to wipe out this vanguard. That night, the camp of Liangzhou was brightly lit, with soldiers preparing for battle. Wei Bin climbed the watchtower, gazing at the dark night to the south. Xian Jun, leaning on a bamboo staff, stood beside him. What is your Majesty worried about? Wei Bin, send orders to strengthen the guard at each camp and be alert for traitors. Wei Bin tightly grips his sword at his waist. Order the entire army to attack at dawn tomorrow. This battle will let Nanliang know who truly owns Liangzhou. The night wind howls, as if warning of the coming storm of blood and chaos. Yifang leads the army hurriedly toward Longlong Valley. After a day of fast marching, they finally arrive. There's no time to rest, so Yifang orders the troops to quickly set up an ambush in Longlong Valley. General, Scout reports that the vanguard of Nanliang is less than 5 miles away, the deputy whispers. Yifang nods. He slowly raises his right hand, and the 500 elite archers behind him already knock their bows and draw their arrows. Remember, Yifang's voice is hoarse. When all the enemy soldiers are in the valley, wait for my command before shooting. From afar, the heavy sound of hooves echoes. Soon, a group of cavalry appears. They carry Nanliang's banners, and everyone looks tired, clearly having traveled all night. They're coming. Yifang's lips curl into a cold smile. The Nanliang vanguard gradually enters the valley. The leading general suddenly raises his hand to signal a stop, cautiously looking around. General, is something wrong? The deputy asks. The general frowns. This place is perfect for an ambush. But it's strange that there's no one else here. Before he finishes, Yifang suddenly swings his right hand. Fire. In an instant, arrows rain down. The Nanliang soldiers are caught off guard. Many fall at the front. Ambush. Retreat quickly, the Nanliang general shouts. But it's too late. At the valley entrance, huge rocks tumble down, blocking the escape route. Kill, Yifang shouts, raising his spear high. The Liangzhou soldiers' ambush troops rush out from all sides. The Nanliang army falls into chaos, many trampling each other in panic. The general tries to organize resistance, but is shot in the throat by Yifang's arrow and falls from his horse. The battle lasts less than an hour. Out of the 2,000 elite Nanliang soldiers, only 100 prisoners remain. The rest are defeated. General, we've captured an officer. A soldier reports, leading a bloodied Nanliang officer. Yifang uses his sword to lift the man's chin. Tell me, where is your main force? The officer spits. If you want to kill, then do it. I won't betray my country. That's enough, Yifang says, slashing his sword. He turns to the next prisoner. And you? If you want to live, tell the truth. The captured soldier trembled and said, I told you. The main force is at Wukieling. Yifang's eyes narrowed. The enemy's main force is actually at Wukieling. How many people? 50,000 troops. Led personally by the Grand Master. Yifang immediately called his guards. Quickly report to the Lord. The main force of Nanliang is at Wukieling. Send reinforcements immediately. When the messenger arrived at Wei Bin's camp, Wei Bin was studying a sand table with Xian Jun. Report. General Yifang defeated the Nanliang vanguard at Jianglong Valley and captured an enemy general who said the main force of Nanliang, 50,000 strong, is heading toward Wukieling. Xian Jun's white beard suddenly trembled. Impossible. Wukieling is narrow and difficult for a large army to pass. But Wei Bin suddenly laughed loudly. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Everyone was stunned. Sir, Wei Bin pointed to the sand table, to the north of Wuqialing. What is there? That is Wu Wei, and further north, that is Liangzhou Prefecture. Xianjun suddenly understood. What a clever plan. Using a feint to the east to attack from the west. Xiao Dandan is aiming straight for the heart of Liangzhou. Wei Bin immediately ordered, send orders to Ma Luoshan to lead light cavalry to support Wu Wei. Li Baxian's troops are to set out immediately and arrive at Liangzhou Prefecture before the Nanliang army. The rest of the camps follow me in the central army. As the army prepared to move, Xianjun suddenly stopped Wei Bin. My lord, I still feel something is strange. If Nanliang really wanted to attack Liangzhou Prefecture secretly, why would they let the prisoner know their marching route? Wei Bin squinted. Are you suggesting that this might be a trick to lure us away from the real target? Xianjun pressed his finger on another part of the sand table. Their true goal might still be Juchuan or Dunhuang. Just then, a fast horse galloped into the camp. Report. Urgent news from Juchuan. Nanliang's army has appeared 30 miles east of the city. Everyone in the tent looked shocked. Wei Bin, however, smiled confidently. As expected, send orders. Act according to the second plan. It turned out Wei Bin had already anticipated Nanliang's deception. The so-called main force at Wuqialing was just a bait. The real attack was aimed directly at Juchuan. Wei Bin's troops had already sent Ironbone to prepare and gather strength inside Juchuan. When Nanliang's army marched toward Juchuan, they would not face an empty city, but the well-prepared elite of Liangzhou, ready and waiting. In this battle, the southern Liang forces suffered heavy losses and their morale was greatly damaged, forcing them to retreat to Jincheng. After the fight, when they counted the prisoners, Wei Bin made an unexpected discovery. Among the southern Liang soldiers, there were also western region Hu people. When asked, he learned that some countries in the western region had already begun to cooperate with southern Liang. This means Xiao Dandan has also started to establish connections with the western region system. It seems Xiao Dandan has been working with the western region for quite some time. Wei Bin looked westward. This war is probably just beginning. Master, the time has come, Ma Luoshan whispered, his single eye shining with fighting spirit. Wei Bin slowly drew his sword. Cough, okay. Send the orders, follow the plan. With a sharp whistle, the Liangzhou army surged toward the Longxi city walls like a tide. The defenders on the wall hadn't reacted yet, and dozens of ladders were already placed against the wall. Ma Luoshan led archers to shoot precisely, covering the assault troops. Kill. Wei Bin personally led the charge, fighting at the front. The Longxi defenders retreated quickly, and in less than an hour, the Liangzhou army had broken through the east gate. Report, Southern Liang's commander has fled from the west gate. A messenger rushed to report. Wei Bin sneered. Don't chase the desperate enemy. First, control the city. While the Liangzhou army was counting their spoils outside the city, suddenly the sound of urgent horse hooves came from outside. A group of defeated soldiers was retreating toward Longxi city, led by the southern Liang master of the nation, dressed in black robes. It's the black-robed man. Ma Luoshan immediately drew his bow and aimed. Wei Bin raised his hand to stop him. Let them in, then we'll besiege them. When the remnants of the black-robed group entered the city, they were quickly surrounded by the Liangzhou army. The black-robed man reined in her horse, slowly took off her hood, revealing a strikingly heroic woman's face. Yen Xia. Wei Bin's pupils shrank. It's you, Yen Xia sneered. Wei Bin, I didn't expect to meet you here. That battle at Yumen Pass really made me suffer. Wei Bin clenched his sword handle. You've allied with Xiao Dandan just to fight me? Exactly. Yen Xia suddenly raised her spear. Today, let's settle our old scores. She lunged at Wei Bin, who quickly dodged and counterattacked with his sword. At the small gate on the south side, Xianjun led 300 elite soldiers into the city. They quickly took the barricades near the granary and engaged in street fighting with the southern Liang army. Ma Luoshan seized that high ground. Wei Bin struck Yen Xia with a sword and pointed toward a nearby clock tower. It turned out that soldiers from Nanliang had already begun their surprise attack. Ma Luoshan drew his bow and led a group of archers rushing forward. Soon, screams came from the top of the clock tower, and the flag of Liangzhou army fluttered in the wind. Wei Bin, Xia squeezed out these words through clenched teeth, furious. Wei Bin swung his sword to block, sparks flying from the collision of metal. Xia, surrender. Longxi is already lost. Dream on. Xia shot her spear like a dragon, aiming straight for the vital points. The two fought fiercely on the bloodstained square. Xia's spear was sharp and ruthless, while Wei Bin's sword was steady and skilled. In no time, they exchanged over 30 moves without a clear winner. Report, Great Master of the State. Longxi City has fallen, a soldier shouted from afar to Xia. Xia feigned a retreat to force Wei Bin back, then looked around. Fires burned in many parts of the city, and the defenders had already collapsed. She gritted her teeth and blew the retreat horn. The remaining soldiers of Nanliang began gathering at the city gate. Wei Bin did not pursue. He stood in the center of the square, watching Xia and the remaining troops break through the enemy lines. Lord, should we chase? Ma Luoshan's face was covered in blood. Wei Bin shook his head. Don't chase the desperate. Immediately strengthened the city defenses. Commander Qiao Dandan's army could arrive at any moment. Before he finished, the sound of thunderous drums suddenly echoed outside the city. On the horizon, a dark tide of Nanliang reinforcements surged like a wave. Under their banners, the fierce face of Qiao Dandan was clearly visible. Close the city gates. Prepare to defend the city, Wei Bin shouted sternly. As the sun set, Longxi City changed hands. Wei Bin stood on the city tower, looking at the Nanliang army outside, his face serious. Report, urgent news from Dunhuang. A messenger hurriedly ran over. Li Mu has rebelled. He gathered the old forces of the Western Liang Alliance in Dunhuang, then launched an attack, capturing Dunhuang, and is now heading toward Jiuquan. Wei Bin punched the city wall. Damn it. What a Li Mu. So he's been waiting for this moment. Zhan Zhan looked worried. Oh no, I should have guessed. Li Mu broke into our camp during the discussion, probably to eavesdrop and plan the uprising. Sir, we are now surrounded on all sides. Ma Luoshan looked somewhat sad. Wei Bin suddenly smiled. Sir, you, what's wrong? This is a critical moment. How can you be smiling? Ma Luoshan looked at Wei Bin, puzzled. No, this is a golden opportunity. He pointed to the map and said, Zhondan has led a full force to retake Longxi. Order the entire army to secretly withdraw from Longxi tonight and head straight for Tianshui, the capital of Nanyang. At dusk, the Liangzhou army quietly prepared. They began a strategic move, aiming for Tianshui. Wei Bin said, retreat. Immediately withdraw from Longxi City. His troops quickly left through the east gate. On the way to Tianshui, Wei Bin looked grim. Ma Luoshan couldn't help but ask, Sir, who is Xia? He was my classmate, and also, Wei Bin paused, my biggest rival. She's very fierce. Haha, are you afraid of this young lady? Pfft. How could I lose to a girl? Wei Bin blushed and said loudly. Ha. Ma Luoshan chuckled silently. That night, the Liangzhou army changed their route and secretly headed toward Tianshui. At dawn, did the scouts confirm? Less than 3,000 soldiers inside the city, Wei Bin asked in a low voice. Ma Luoshan's one eye sparkled with excitement. Exactly. Zhondan took all the elite troops. Now, only old, weak, and injured soldiers are guarding the city. Xianjin stroked his white beard and added, even better, the commander is a useless drunk. He's been partying all night in a brothel these days, dreaming happily. Wei Bin smiled. Heaven is helping us. He turned to his generals. Ma Luoshan, lead the Poison Scorpion gang through the east wall gate. Xianjun, the veteran general, will lead the heavy armor troops to attack the south gate. I will command the central army to support at the east gate of Tianshui City. Ma Luoshan and 50 elite Poison Scorpion gang members slowly climbed the city wall like lizards. They held reed stalks in their mouths and silently reached the top. The sun was hidden behind clouds, making the view blurry. Ma Luoshan signaled, and everyone slipped into the city like ghosts. Who goes there? A soldier shouted in surprise, but was silenced by a poison arrow. At the same time, outside the south gate of Tianshui, Xianjun crouched behind a dirt mound, squinting at the sparse guards on the city wall. The soldiers were dozing with spears in hand, unaware of the lurking danger in the grass outside. General, signal, the deputy suddenly whispered. From the east side of the city, 3 rockets shot into the night sky, streaking bright red light. Attack the city, Xianjin shouted. Heavy armor troops surged toward the city gate like a tide. The city wall suddenly fell into chaos. The defenders hurriedly rang the alarm bell, but it was too late. 20 strong men carried a large battering ram, and under the cover of bows and arrows, they began to attack the city gate. The loud, dull banging made the city walls shake. Inside the city, Ma Luoshan's troops had already attacked the east wall. Poison Scorpion gang members wielded poisoned short blades, moving swiftly through the narrow streets like ghosts. The defenders fell one after another, unable to even scream. Quick, go inform the general. The enemy is attacking, a captain shouted, but was immediately silenced by an arrow from Ma Luoshan. In a brothel, Guohuai was still drunk when his guards woke him up. General, the Liangzhou army has entered. Guohuai kicked the guards away. Nonsense. Wei Bin is still in Longxi with the Grand Master. His words stopped abruptly as the shouts and cries outside the window made him instantly alert. He staggered to the window and saw flames rising high from the south city gate. Even more frightening, the enemy flags were also raised at the east gate. Hurry, prepare the horses. Take the north gate out. The Tianshui commander hurriedly put on his boots. Suddenly, the south gate of Tianshui city collapsed with a loud bang. The veteran Zhun, full of energy, led the charge into the city, with heavy armor soldiers like a steel flood crushing the defenders' lines. Report, the east wall has been taken. Report, the Tianshui commander has abandoned the city. Good news kept coming. Wei Bin rode into the city slowly on his horse. On both sides of the street, Liangzhou soldiers were dealing with captured enemy soldiers. Some stubborn soldiers from Nanliang were cornered and quickly fell into pools of blood. Lord, the treasury is intact. Ma Luoshan ran over excitedly. We have enough supplies for 3 months, Wei Bin nodded. Immediately post notices to calm the people and enforce strict military discipline. Anyone disturbing the peace will be executed. Report. A messenger ran up the city wall. The rebel Li Mu has reached Jiuquan. Wei Bin sneered. Order the entire army to rest for 1 day. Then he added a letter, telling the messenger to quickly return to Jiuquan and inform the Ironbone troops not to clash directly with Li Mu, but to hold their ground and strengthen defenses. He also wrote a surrender letter and sent another messenger to Qiao Dandan's camp, informing them that Tianshui city had fallen. By dawn, Qiao Dandan had also retaken Longxi. Strange, where are the guards? Where is Wei Bin? Yin Xia hurriedly rushed into Longxi city, searching for Wei Bin's troops. Finally, she concluded, Wei Bin had already withdrawn. At this moment, the messenger sent by Wei Bin also arrived at Qiao Dandan's camp. Seeing this, Qiao Dandan immediately panicked and ordered a retreat to save the troops. Standing on the city wall of Tianshui, Wei Bin looked at the dust rising ahead and sneered. Now, it's their turn to worry. On the city wall of Tianshui, Wei Bin gazed at the dark army of Nanliang outside the city, a cold smile appearing on his face. Qiao Dandan's flag fluttered in the wind, and 30,000 soldiers had surrounded the city tightly. Brother Qiao, long time no see, Wei Bin shouted from the city tower. I've taken over the wine cellar of Tianshui. Want to come up and have a drink? Qiao Dandan's face turned red. Wei Bin, you despicable little man. Yin Xia quickly stepped forward, her silver armor shining in the sunlight. Wei Bin, if you have the courage, come out and fight. Wei Bin, Yin Xia said mockingly. Haven't you read any military strategy? Don't you understand the principle that attacking a city is the worst strategy? The defenders on the wall burst into laughter. Yin Xia clenched her silver teeth in anger, pointing her spear at the city wall. Attack the city. The first attack of the Nanliang army began amid the thunderous beating of drums. Ladders were raised like forests, and arrows rained down, blocking out the sun. But, release the rolling logs, Wei Bin ordered. Suddenly, dozens of large wooden beams covered with iron nails rolled down the wall, smashing the climbing Nanliang soldiers into bloody pulp. At the same time, countless spears shot out from hidden holes in the wall, piercing through the enemy on the ladders. Prepare the boiling oil. Ma Luoshan's one eye gleamed with ferocity. Hot oil poured down, followed by volleys of fire arrows. The screams of the soldiers in the city grew loud, and the attacking soldiers were turned into human torches. By dusk, the Nanliang army retreated in disarray, leaving behind over 2,000 corpses. As night fell, in the Nanliang camp, Xiao Dandan was furious. Good-for-nothings. All good-for-nothings. He kicked over a table. We can't even take Tianshui. Yanxia calmly wiped her spear. Wei Bin was prepared. The city walls are higher, the moats are deeper, and there are 3 more arrow towers. Report. A scout hurriedly entered, looking panicked. We intercepted a messenger from Liangzhou. Li Mu has rebelled in Zhouquan and joined Wei Bin. Zhuo Dandan and Yin Xia exchanged glances, and both showed happy smiles. Who would have thought that I abandoned this foolish guy, and now he's still helping us with his army? How silly are these game characters? Yin Xia sneered. Help from heaven. Zhuo Dandan suddenly stood up and shouted. Order, keep 5,000 soldiers to continue besieging the city. The rest of the troops, follow me to attack Wuwei overnight. Also, send messengers to Beidi, Anding, Wudu, and Jincheng to send 5,000 troops each. They should quickly arrive at Longxi to join us in attacking Wuwei. Additionally, inform General Lien Po to hurry to Longxi to meet me. Yin Xia added, send someone to contact Li Mu and tell him to quickly take Weibin City. We must meet at Wuwei City, at the same time, outside Zhouquan City. Li Mu pulled back his horse and squinted, looking at the strong city ahead. The defenders on the wall were ready, and serious soldiers stood behind arrow towers. General, scouts report that the city commander, Tai Gu, has sealed the southeast, northeast, and northwest gates with earth and stones, leaving only the west gate open. The deputy reported quietly. Li Mu's lips curled slightly. Tai Gu, I met him in Dunhuang. He's quite a fierce general. He raised his right hand, and 5,000 old soldiers from the western Liang immediately formed a line. These veterans, though poorly equipped, had flames of revenge in their eyes. Sound the drums, Li Mu ordered. On the city tower, Tai Gu watched the rebel army gathering below. Archers, prepare. Check the rolling logs and stones. And bring the fire oil. His voice was steady and strong. Remember, Mr. Wei entrusted Zhouquan to us. We will fight to the last man, and we will not let the rebels step inside. The defenders responded in unison, their morale high. The first wave of attack began amid shouts of battle. Li Mu's infantry carried simple scaling ladders and rushed toward the city wall, and arrows rained down immediately. Raise shields, shouted the veteran among the rebels. The wooden shields formed a turtle shell formation, blocking most of the arrows. But as they approached the wall, hot fire oil suddenly rained down from above. The rebels had no time to adjust. Tai Gu immediately ordered, fire arrows. The second volley of arrows targeted those soldiers on fire, giving them no chance to survive. Li Mu watched from behind, stomping his feet in frustration, and quickly signaled to withdraw. Night fell, and inside the rebel camp, Li Mu was studying the city defense map of Zhouquan. General, a direct attack will cause too many casualties, an old soldier suggested. It's better to wait and not fight. Just hold out until they run out of supplies. Li Mu shook his head. No, we don't have much time. Weibin might come to help at any moment. He pointed at the map. Tomorrow, we concentrate our forces to attack the west gate. That's the only way in. At dawn the next day, Li Mu led his best soldiers to attack the west gate. The rebels pushed a makeshift battering ram, and under a rain of arrows, they hit the city gate. On the city tower, Ironbone sneered. Release the rolling stones. Huge stones rolled down from the wall, smashing the battering ram to pieces. At the same time, hidden inside the gate, knife and axe-wielding fighters suddenly appeared, cutting the rebels beside the ram into pieces. Seeing this, Li Mu quickly changed his plan. Archers, suppress the wall. Prepare the ladders. Dozens of ladders were placed against the wall, and the rebels started climbing. Just as they were about to reach the top, Ironbone gave the order. Pour the golden liquid. Hot, foul-smelling water mixed with poison was poured down from the wall. The climbing rebels screamed as they fell. A few brave warriors who managed to reach the top were immediately dragged into the city and killed. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the rebels lost nearly 1,000 men but failed to get over the wall. Li Mu stood outside his tent, looking at the flag of Liangzhou army flying over Zhouquan City with a serious look. General, we caught a spy, a soldier reported, bringing in a man dressed as a merchant. The man knelt and begged. I was just here to sell grain. Li Mu's eyes flashed. Wait. He crouched down, pulled open the merchant's collar, revealing the Liangzhou army uniform underneath. "Did Ironbone send you to scout?" The spy looked pale. "Take him away and interrogate him properly," Li Mu sneered. Then he turned to his deputy. "Send orders. Tonight, the whole army will break camp. Leave a few straw dummies to confuse Ironbone." 3 days later, Ironbone stood on the city wall, staring at the distant rebel camp, his brow furrowed. "General, it's been 3 days. The rebels haven't moved," the deputy said suspiciously. Suddenly, Ironbone received a scout's report. "The rebel camp is empty. Only a few hundred straw dummies left." Ironbone slammed the wall. "Damn it, this is bad. Send people to scout toward Zhangye." But it was too late. That night, Li Mu led his main force to march quickly toward Zhangye. Outside Jiuquan City, only empty camps and swaying straw dummies remained. He looked toward Zhangye and sighed silently. Li Mu's clever fake camp tactic was truly brilliant. "Sir, this time you are probably facing a real opponent." At that moment, the defenders of Zhangye City saw dust rising in the distance. Before they could react, Li Mu's cavalry had already reached the city walls. "Open the city gates. The Liangzhou army has been defeated," the rebels, dressed in captured Liangzhou army uniforms, shouted loudly. The commander just peeked out to check when a cold arrow shot through his throat. Li Mu personally led his elite troops to seize the gates amidst the chaos, and Zhangye fell in an instant. Standing on the city wall of Zhangye, Li Mu looked toward Wu Wei and muttered, "Wei Bin, let's see how you handle this." 3 days later, when news of Zhangye's fall reached Jiuquan, Ironbone struck the city wall with his fist. "Damn it, we've been tricked." The deputy general looked worried. "General, what should we do now?" Ironbone took a deep breath. "Immediately send a fast horse to inform the Sir. Also, strengthen the city defenses. Li Mu might return at any moment." Inside Tianshui City, Wei Bin received Ironbone's urgent message. Li Mu took Zhangye. Wei Bin frowned. Xiao Dandan's besieging forces are also down by nearly 20,000. Xian Zhen's white beard trembled slightly. "My lord, they are planning to combine forces with Wu Wei." Wei Bin thought for a moment, then suddenly sneered. "A clever move. Besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Send orders. All troops secretly leave the city tonight. We'll also go to Wu Wei and join the fun." Ma Luoshan was puzzled. "What about Tianshui City? Set fire to the granaries to create the illusion of a retreat." Wei Bin's eyes sparkled with determination. "I want Xiao Dandan to think we are scared stiff." That night, the granaries in Tianshui City burst into flames. The besieging forces from Nanliang relaxed their guard. Meanwhile, Wei Bin's main force, under cover of darkness, quietly moved toward Wu Wei. A decisive battle that would determine Liangzhou's fate was brewing outside Wu Wei. On the city wall of Longxi, Xiao Dandan stood, tapping constantly on the weathered bricks. On the distant horizon, the banners of the reinforcements were faintly visible. "Report, 5,000 soldiers from Beatty are 10 miles outside the city." A faint smile appeared on Xiao Dandan's face. "Good. Let them gather directly at the training ground." 2 hours later, the training ground in Longxi was filled with elite soldiers from Beatty. These soldiers wore leather armor, carried curved swords at their waists, and their fierce eyes reflected the wild spirit of the northern tribes. "Soldiers, you've traveled far. Thank you for your efforts." Xiao Dandan personally greeted them. The Beatty commander bowed and saluted. "Receive the order from the Lord. I will set out immediately. I do not know where the national master is." As he spoke, a group of cavalry rushed into the city, led by Yan Xia, who was dressed in a flowing black robe. She skillfully dismounted her horse, revealing a brave and handsome face beneath her hood. "Everyone, I hope you are well." Yan Xia nodded slightly, then turned to Xiao Dandan and said, "The reinforcements from Ending and Wu Du will arrive tomorrow, and General Lian Pe from Jinsheng will arrive the day after." Xiao Dandan clapped his hands and laughed. "Good. Once the army is assembled, we will immediately send troops to Wu Wei." That night, the camp outside Longxi was brightly lit by campfires. Yan Xia sat alone inside the command tent, carefully wiping her long spear with a piece of velvet cloth. The spear tip reflected a cold, sharp light in the fire. Suddenly, the tent curtain was pulled aside, and Xiao Dandan entered, smelling of alcohol. "You're really in a good mood." He squinted, his gaze lingering on Yan Xia's tall neck. Yin Xia did not look up. You come late at night. What do you want? Xiao Dandan sat down casually. I was thinking, once we take Wu Wei, what kind of reward should I give you? No need, Yin Xia replied coldly. I only want Wei Bin's head. Ha ha, we are classmates after all. That request is no problem. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the tent. A guard entered to report. General Li Mu has arrived. Yin Xia paused with her spear, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. When Li Mu entered the tent, his armor still bore fresh bloodstains. His gaze swept over Xiao Dandan and finally settled on Yin Xia. General, I am back, Li Mu said, clasping his fists respectfully. Xiao Dandan warmly greeted him. General Li, it is our luck that you have turned from darkness to light. Li Mu looked expressionless. I am here only to kill Wei Bin, nothing else. Yin Xia suddenly spoke. I heard Wei Bin treated you well. Gratitude cannot compare to the hatred of killing my lord. Li Mu's eyes flashed with coldness. Dong Xian was not a wise ruler, but he still helped me. The tent fell silent. At this moment, an old general with white hair pushed aside the curtain and entered. It was Lian Pe, a general chosen by Xiao Dandan when founding the country. General Li, Lian Pe laughed heartily. We parted ways years ago, and I didn't expect to see you here today. Li Mu's expression changed slightly. Old General Lian. 3 days later, 40,000 troops gathered outside Longxi City. Under the morning sun, swords and spears formed a forest, and banners filled the sky. Xiao Dandan, dressed in golden armor, stood on the command platform and loudly addressed the soldiers. Young men. Today, the army set out for Wu Wei, determined to defeat the enemy's capital. The first to breach the city will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Good. 40,000 soldiers shouted together, their voices shaking the sky. Yin Xia, dressed in silver armor on a white horse, stood at the front of the formation. She looked back at Li Mu, who was following behind, and softly said, This battle is dangerous. General, take care. Li Mu nodded slightly. Likewise, with the sound of the horn, the army moved like a giant dragon toward Wu Wei. The dust kicked up by the horses' hooves covered the sky, and civilians along the way hurried to avoid them. Inside Wu Wei City, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Enemy attack. The Nanliang army is coming. The urgent alarm bell rang throughout the city. Someone quickly pushed open a door, hurriedly put on armor, and rushed to the city wall. When he saw the scene outside, he gasped in shock. The enemy army had already set up camp outside the city. On the city wall, Li Baxian stared wide-eyed, watching the enemy troops camp outside. Damn it, there are at least 40,000 of them, he spat. Our entire garrison is only 10,000. He then slammed his fist on the table. They came so quickly, he carefully examined the map. How many did the scouts say there are? At least 40,000, plus Li Mu's 5,000 rebels. This ungrateful beast, Li Baxian punched the city wall. He should have been cut down long ago. Feng ordered loudly, send orders to close all the city gates immediately. Gather logs, stones, arrows, and oil, and bring everything to the armory for unified deployment. Li Baxian grinned. I want to see how capable that kid, Xiao Dandan, really is. Feng looked at the letter from Iron Bone in his hand, rubbing his head as he said, fighting with fewer men against more is a slim chance of victory. Moreover, Li Mu has betrayed us, taken Zhangye, and now we are like a lonely city. To hell with that. What are we afraid of? General you were once a great general. What's the big deal? Li Baxian continued. Exactly. So I am prepared for this to be a fight to the death. We must hold this place. Feng stood up and slammed the table hard. 2 days later, on the plains outside Wu Wei City, the Nanliang army surged like a tide. The defenders on the wall watched nervously as the enemy drew closer. Archers, prepare, Feng ordered loudly. No firing without my command. Li Baxian stood on the west gate tower, staring fiercely at the large banner with the character, Li, in the enemy army formation. Ungrateful dog, he shouted. At noon, the Nanliang army completed their encirclement. Xiao Dandan, surrounded by his soldiers, arrived below the city wall. Listen up, defenders on the wall. Quickly open the gates and surrender, or you will all die. A cold laugh responded. If you want to fight, then fight. No need for words. Yin Xia rode forward on his horse, pointing his spear at the city wall. Come out and die quickly, General Yin. You have a big mouth, he said loudly. If you want to take Wu Wei, you must get past me first. As the drums sounded, the Nanliang army launched their first attack. Thousands of archers shot arrows at the city, creating a rain of arrows that blocked the sky. Raise shields. The defenders quickly raised their shields, and the sound of arrows hitting the shields was like a heavy rain. Cloud Ladder Team, go! General Lien Po waved his flag. Dozens of ladders were pushed toward the wall. Just as the soldiers began climbing, hot oil suddenly poured down from the top of the wall. Fire rockets. In an instant, the area below the wall turned into a sea of fire, and screams echoed everywhere. Xiao Dandan, watching from behind, turned pale. Order, concentrate forces to attack the West Gate. Li Mu personally led the elite troops to attack the West Gate. The rebels pushed a large battering ram, protected by a rain of arrows, to hit the gate. Boom, boom. Each impact made the gate shake violently. On the tower, Li Baxian roared. Pour the boiling oil, hot, mixed with poison, poured down from the top of the wall, causing the attacking rebels to scream and retreat. Seeing this, Li Mu drew his bow and aimed an arrow. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow flew straight at Li Baxian. Be careful, General, his soldiers shouted. Li Baxian dodged sideways, but the arrow grazed his shoulder, drawing a spray of blood. Damn it, Li Baxian snapped the arrow in half. Keep defending. Don't worry about me. The fierce fighting continued until sunset. The Nanliang army suffered heavy losses but failed to breach the city. When they withdrew, Wu Wei was littered with corpses. Inside the city, the situation was equally grim. Wounded soldiers filled the makeshift hospital, arrows were running low, and there was little remaining oil. He, exhausted, was inspecting the city defenses when he suddenly received urgent news from a fast horse. He unfolded Wei Bin's order, which contained only a few words. Hold for 5 days. Reinforcements will arrive. Li Baxian, tending to his shoulder, came over. What does the Lord say? Someone handed him a command. Hold on for at least 4 more days. Li Baxian grinned, showing bloodstained teeth. That kid Xiao Dandan will be enough to handle. Outside the city, the campfires of the Nanliang army flickered endlessly. Li Mu stood alone outside the tent, gazing at the flames on Wu Wei city wall, lost in thought. Yin Xia quietly appeared behind him. Tomorrow, I will lead the attack myself, she whispered. Li Mu did not turn around. Be careful of Li Baxian. His swordsmanship is very fast. Yin Xia smiled slightly. Thanks for the warning. Under the starlight, both armies prepared for the more brutal battle tomorrow. The decisive battle that would determine Liangzhou's fate had just begun. At dawn the next day, the Nanliang army launched the second wave of attack. Fire arrows! At Yin Xia's command, a rain of arrows poured down, blocking out the sky. The defenders hurriedly raised their shields, the clashing sounds ringing out. They used the same siege method, building ladders to climb the walls. Hot oil was poured down onto the city wall, followed by volleys of fire arrows. The soldiers at the front of the Nanliang army instantly became roasted. Keep attacking. No retreat. Xiao Dandan shouted angrily from behind. Li Mu watched coldly and suddenly pointed to a corner of the west wall. That area is weakly defended. Focus your forces there to break through. By noon, the Nanliang army changed tactics and concentrated their attack on the west gate. Li Baxian personally led the defense, his eyes shining with fierce light. Come on, you little rabbits. He swung his long sword, cutting down enemy soldiers climbing the wall one by one. Just as the west gate was about to fall, Yifang arrived with reinforcements. Holding a spear, he charged into the enemy ranks like a fierce tiger, forcing the Nanliang army's attack back. As night fell, the siege paused. Inside Wu Wei city, the wounded groaned in the camp. How many casualties today? Yifang asked tiredly. The deputy general looked grim. 800 dead, over 1,000 wounded. We've used up more than half the arrows, and there's little fire oil left, Yifang sighed. Li Baxian grinned. General He, don't be discouraged. We've pushed them back twice. Haha, not 5 days. 10 days, I can hold out. The third day of the siege was even more brutal. Li Mu personally led the elite troops to attack the north gate. The defenders gradually faltered, about to be overwhelmed. Hold on for me, Yifang shouted desperately. In a critical moment, Li Baxian led the last reserve team to charge forward. He waved his long sword and fought his way through the city wall, creating a blood path. "Watch out! Be careful!" Li Baxian suddenly shouted. He turned to Hifeng, who saw an arrow flying straight toward his face. Just in time, Li Baxian pushed Hifeng aside, but he was hit in the chest. General Li, Hifeng caught his fallen comrade. Li Baxian smiled with a grin, blood spilling from his mouth. Hold the line." Hifeng was furious and then fought his way out with his spear, ordering his men to carry Li Baxian to the wounded camp for treatment. Fortunately, Li Baxian was not hit in a vital spot and needed only a month or two to recover. Hifeng once again pushed back the attack from Nanliang. On the fourth day, the situation in Wuwei City became even more difficult. The city gates were shaking and about to break. The defenders had lost more than half of their soldiers. Hifeng, exhausted, still patrolled the city wall, overseeing the battle. "General, the East Gate is in trouble. General, we've run out of arrows." Bad news kept coming. Just when Hifeng was almost hopeless, cheers suddenly erupted from the city wall. "Reinforcements! It's the flag of reinforcements." Hifeng looked in disbelief toward the distance. The Qian character flag was fluttering in the wind on the horizon. Wei Bin led a large army, like divine soldiers descending from the sky, charging toward the rear of the Nanliang army. "All troops, listen up!" Wei Bin drew his sword and shouted, "Follow me into the enemy formation. The general who defeats the enemy commander will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins." Wei Bin's reinforcements were like a sharp knife stabbing into the back of the Nanliang army. Ma Luoshan led archers who shot a barrage of arrows, suppressing the enemy's flank. The Nanliang soldiers panicked, and their formation began to collapse. "Hold steady. Stay calm," Qiao Dandan shouted nervously, protected by his personal guards. Just as the Liangzhou army was about to break through, Li Mu suddenly led a skilled force from the side to attack. "Change formation. Crane wing formation." Li Mu pointed with his sword, and the Nanliang army quickly shifted their formation, dividing and surrounding the invading Liangzhou troops. General Lien Pa also commanded archers from above, shooting down at the enemy. Fire! A rain of arrows poured down, causing the Liangzhou front line to fall into chaos. "Be careful, Your Majesty." Ma Luoshan shot an arrow to take down an enemy soldier attempting a surprise attack on Wei Bin. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Wei Bin immediately ordered, "Retreat." After withdrawing, Wei Bin instructed Ma Luoshan and Xian Zhen to set up camp nearby and warned them to be very careful. At night, Wei Bin took several dozen soldiers along a hidden path to approach Wuwei City. This secret tunnel was dug years ago by Xian Zhen for emergencies. "Lord," Hifeng greeted at the city gate, tears in his eyes. Wei Bin patted his shoulder. "Good work. How is Li Ba's injury?" "The army doctor says he needs 2 months to rest," Hifeng replied hoarsely. "But that guy still insists on fighting." Wei Bin climbed the city tower and looked at the enemy camps outside. He frowned. Li Mu truly lives up to his reputation. If he hadn't changed the formation in time today, Wuwei might have suffered great damage. During the late-night military meeting, Wei Bin listened carefully to Hifeng's report. "After 4 days of fierce fighting, our casualties are nearly half. Our arrows are almost gone, and we have little oil left. Li Ba also can't hold on." Hifeng pointed at the city defense map. "The west gate is the most damaged and could collapse at any moment." Wei Bin thought for a moment. "Tomorrow, the enemy will attack with all their strength. Send orders to concentrate all remaining oil at the west gate. Also," he pointed to some buildings inside the city. "Dismantle these houses and move the stones onto the city wall." Hifeng added, "I've ordered people to make poisoned arrows overnight. They're not as good as regular arrows, but they'll do in an emergency." "Good." Wei Bin stood up. "Tomorrow's battle must make the Southern Liang army regret coming." At dawn on the 5th day, the Southern Liang army indeed launched a full attack. Yen Xia personally donned armor and led a suicide squad straight at the collapsing west gate. "Today, we will break Wuwei," she shouted, pointing her spear as waves of Liang soldiers surged forward. On the city wall, Wei Bin supervised the defense. "Fire arrows." Remaining arrows rained down like drops, but soon they ran out. The Liang soldiers used ladders to climb the wall. Pour oil. Hot oil poured down, followed by volleys of fire arrows. Yan Xia hurriedly retreated, but dozens of soldiers were caught in the flames. Keep attacking, Li Mu commanded calmly from behind. They probably don't have much oil left. At noon, with a loud bang, the west gate finally broke open. The Liang soldiers cheered and rushed inside, only to find the streets filled with burning obstacles. Their path was blocked. They had fallen into a trap. Yan Xia immediately realized something was wrong and shouted in alarm. At that moment, archers from Liangzhou on the rooftops on both sides unleashed a barrage of arrows. The narrow street became a death trap, with incoming soldiers from Nanliang having nowhere to hide, and many falling after being hit by poisoned arrows. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Yan Xia hurriedly withdrew in a sorry state. Outside the city, Xiao Dandan saw their attack falter and was furious, jumping with rage. Useless. All useless, General Lianpu advised. My lord, calm down. Our casualties are too high. Maybe we should pause. No? We must take Wuwei today. Xiao Dandan kicked over a table. Before sunset, the Nanliang army launched their final attack. Li Mu led the elite troops, climbing the city wall through the arrow ring. Wei Bin, he recognized the enemy commander among the chaos. Prepare to die. The two engaged in a fierce duel on the wall. Amidst sword and spear flashes, Wei Bin gradually weakened. At a critical moment, a figure wrapped in bandages suddenly charged out. Li Mu. You little brat. Li Ba Xian swung his long sword into the fight. You're dealing with me now. In the chaos, Li Mu found it hard to win. Seeing the sunset, he had no choice but to order a retreat. As night fell, Wuwei City finally regained a brief calm. Wei Bin stood on the blood-stained wall, looking at the retreating Nanliang army, and took a deep breath. We held them off. Hio Fong, exhausted, leaned against the wall. Wei Bin nodded, but his eyes showed worry. Nanliang may have retreated, but their strength is not broken. They are tougher than I thought. Inside the city, doctors hurried to treat the wounded. Li Ba Xian lay on a stretcher, still cursing. Damn it, that kid got away. In the distant Nanliang camp, Xiao Dandan was furious, while Yan Xia silently wiped blood from his spear. Li Mu stood alone outside the tent, gazing at the fires on Wuwei City wall, lost in thought. This fierce battle ended temporarily with a victory for the Liangzhou army. But everyone knew the real fight was still ahead. Late at night, inside the city's command house, lights were bright. Wei Bin was writing quickly. Generals Zhun and Ma Luoshan. Tomorrow, the enemy will attack the city with full force. You can lead ambushes outside the city to surprise them. When you see the 3 rockets fired from the city, attack from the east and south sides immediately. Our troops will open the city gates and attack from both front and back, aiming to crush the enemy. Remember, destroying their supplies is the top priority, and disrupting their morale is even more important. Wei Bin wrote a secret message by hand. After finishing, he rolled up the letter, sealed it with wax, and called his trusted officer. Take this letter secretly outside the city to General Ma Luoshan. Do not let anything go wrong. If you succeed, I will reward you with 100 gold coins. The officer received the order and left quietly. Soon after, a horse quietly left through a secret passage, carrying the secret message and disappearing into the darkness. Deep in the forest, Xian Zhun and Ma Luoshan were discussing military plans. Suddenly, the officer rushed out. Ma Luoshan immediately raised his bow and aimed at him. The officer dismounted, knelt down, and handed the letter to Ma Luoshan. Sir, the letter has arrived. Ma Luoshan took the secret message, his single eye shining in the torchlight. Xian Zhun carefully read the letter, his white eyebrows gradually relaxing. Good plan. General Ma, go now and organize the cavalry. Prepare torches, sulfur, and other fire-starting materials. Ma Luoshan grinned. I've been itching to do this. This time, I will burn them completely. At dawn, the Nanliang army camp was already filled with smoke. Xiao Dandan, fully dressed, was giving instructions. Today, we will capture Wuwei. The first to enter the city and catch Wei Bin will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. Yan Xia checked her spear, glancing frequently at the city walls of Wuwei. Li Mu silently wiped his sword, frowning. Generally, do you have any doubts? Asked the veteran, Lian Pe. Li Mu shook his head. Wuwei seems unusually quiet today. Normally, Wei Bin should have already climbed the city walls by now. But he's nowhere to be seen. not even his whereabouts. Wei Bin is not the type to wait passively. Meanwhile, inside Wuwei City, Wei Bin was making final preparations. Someone will lead 3,000 elite soldiers to hide inside the west gate. When they see the signal fire, they will attack immediately. Li Baxian, who is injured, will stay on the city wall to command the archers. Li Baxian grumbled unhappily. Sir, I can still fight. Wei Bin patted his shoulder. Your task is more important. Make sure the signal fire is perfect. Li Baxian didn't say anything more. At the third watch, the Nanliang army's drums thundered. The army surged toward Wuwei like a tide. Ladders, battering rams, and arrow towers all appeared at once. Fire arrows, Li Mu commanded calmly. A rain of arrows shot toward the city walls, blocking the sky. The defenders raised their shields to protect themselves, but many still fell after being hit. Prepare the oil, Wei Bin shouted from the city wall. Hot oil poured down, followed by a barrage of fire arrows. The frontline Nanliang soldiers immediately fell into a sea of flames, screams echoing everywhere. Yan Xia rides a white horse armored in silver, leading elite troops to fiercely attack the western gate. Follow me. Just as the Nanliang army is fully attacking the city, dust suddenly rises from the southeast sides. Report, enemy troops spotted in the rear. Xiao Dandan is shocked. How is that possible? Where did they come from? They see Ma Luoshan with one eye wide open, leading 5,000 cavalry straight toward the Nanliang camp. The cavalry hold torches, burn tents on sight, and set fire to supplies. Protect the grain and supplies. Lian Pa quickly leads his troops to support. At the same time, infantry commanded by Xianzhen rush from the south. The old general waves a command flag, changing formations unpredictably, causing chaos in the Nanliang army. On the city wall of Wuwei, Wei Bin sees the enemy camp on fire and immediately orders, send the signal. 3 rockets shoot into the sky, tracing bright paths across the morning sky. Open the city gates. All troops attack. The western gate bursts open loudly, and He Fong leads 3,000 elite soldiers like fierce tigers down the mountain. The exhausted Nanliang army is caught from behind and in front, quickly falling into disarray. Don't panic. Keep your formation. Li Mu tries to maintain order, but defeat is certain. Yan Xia swings her spear, forcing back several enemies, and protects Xiao Dandan as they break through. You go quickly. Before noon, the Nanliang army has completely collapsed. The battlefield is littered with corpses and fallen banners. Ma Luoshan's cavalry chases for 10 miles, capturing countless supplies. Outside Wuwei City, the soldiers of Liangzhou cheer loudly. Wei Bin stands on the city wall, watching the fleeing enemy army with a furrowed brow. It's a pity they got away. Xianzhen strokes his beard and says, this battle greatly damaged Nanliang's morale. They won't dare to attack again soon. Li Baixian, wrapped in bandages, hops over. Commander, should we pursue? Wei Bin shakes his head. Don't chase the defeated enemy. Send orders for the troops to rest and gather intelligence on their movements. As the sun sets, soldiers cleaning the battlefield find a large flag with the character Liang trampled on the ground. Wei Bin takes the flag and softly says, Li Mu. Next time we meet, it will be a fight to the death. In this battle, Liangzhou's army used clever tactics to defeat Nanliang's 40,000 troops, killing over 10,000 and capturing countless supplies. The siege of Wuwei is lifted, but everyone knows this storm sweeping Liangzhou is far from over. After Nanliang's army retreated 30 miles, the remnants camped on a barren plain. Inside the main tent, Xiao Dandan kicks over a bronze wine jar, amber liquid splashing onto Yan Xia's combat boots. Fools! All of you are useless, he roared hysterically. 40,000 troops can't take a single lonely city. Yan Xia calmly wiped the wine stain off her boot. If you hadn't been so eager for glory and insisted on attacking recklessly, we wouldn't be in this situation. What did you say? Xiao Dandan suddenly drew his sword. The air inside the tent froze instantly. Li Mu kept his composure and held the sword's hilt. General Lian Pa quickly stepped forward to calm the situation. My lord, please stay calm. General Yin was just acting out of impatience. Report, a scout's shout broke the silence. We've spotted scouts from Liangzhou spying outside the camp. Li Mu seized the moment to change the subject. Our top priority is to restore discipline in the army, prepare for possible ambushes, and stay alert. Why are we fighting among ourselves? General Yan, have you forgotten you were once tricked by a spy? Everyone remained silent and dispersed. Late at night, Li Mu came alone to Yan Xia's tent. Under the moonlight, her silver armor shone coldly. My lord, there's no need to argue with Xiao Dandan, Li Mu said, offering a pot of hot wine. Yan Xia took the wine and sneered. You see it too. Such a useless leader isn't worth your loyalty. You're still loyal, but once Xiao Dandan attacks the city and fails, we can take his head and replace him. Li Mu looked toward Wu Wei. I just want to avenge Wei Bin. For Dong Xian, Yan Xia raised an eyebrow. Who is your true master, Li Mu? You're just blindly loyal. I was under Dong Xian's command only to help my country grow. This is just using others. Li Mu was silent for a moment. You don't understand. Then he left Yan Xia's tent. The next morning, the Nanliang army began strict reforms. Li Mu personally trained the remnants of the army, reorganizing the scattered troops. Lian Pa led people to count the remaining supplies and repair weapons. How many soldiers are left? Xiao Dandan asked with a grim face. More than 27,000, Lian Pa reported. The supplies can last for half a month. Yan Xia suggested. Our urgent task is to seek help. As far as I know, the Western region's countries haven't had much contact with Wei Bin. Since you, Xiao Dandan, have unlocked the Western region's system, your influence is greater. You can send envoys to request aid and offer benefits. Those countries will surely agree. Xiao Dandan's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of that? I've already controlled 4 countries in the Western regions. Brilliant. Immediately write 4 letters to Lulan, Jumi, Yutian, and Shache. After speaking, Xiao Dandan immediately wrote 4 letters. A team of fast horses was racing along the ancient Western region's road. The leading envoy carried a lacquer tube containing Xiao Dandan's handwritten letter. Dear kings, Wei Bin is cruel and invading our land. If you are willing to send brave soldiers, I will repay you with 1/3 of the profits from the Silk Road in Liangzhou. The envoy traveled day and night, arriving at the Lulan kingdom after 5 days. Inside the magnificent palace, the Lulan king read the letter and said to his advisors, "This Wei has helped us before. Are we really going to forget his kindness? No. Father, Liangzhou is now in chaos, and Nanliang and Qian are fighting each other. Soon, both will suffer. This is a good chance for us to take Liangzhou." The Lulan prince jumped out, knelt on one knee, and said with clasped fists, "But, Father, don't hesitate anymore. Fine, I won't agree to send troops." The Lulan king waved his hand to stop him. That night, Your Majesty, the prince, has rebelled. A soldier burst into the Lulan king's bedroom. Before he finished speaking, he was killed by someone behind him. The Lulan king was shocked. He looked up and saw the rebel leader. It was the Lulan prince. Old fool, you are too indecisive and have ruined our country. Today, I will execute you. The prince drew his sword and struck. The Lulan king quickly died. Bring the body. The prince took off the Lulan king's crown and placed it on his own head. Now, that's more like it. The next day, the Lulan prince gathered 1,500 men to support Nanliang. The other countries, having no dealings with Wei Bin, naturally lent their troops without hesitation. In total, 4 countries lent 5,000 soldiers. Inside the Nanliang camp, a military meeting was underway. Old General Lian Pa led 1,000 light cavalry to support us. Xiao Dandan pointed at the map. When passing through Zhangya and Dunhuang, you can recruit old soldiers. Yan Xia frowned. Can the garrisons in those 2 cities follow orders? Li Mu chuckled. Don't forget, those places now fly the Liang banner. I've already taken them. Lian Pa received the order and set out. 3 days later, he led 1,000 elite soldiers westward, gathering defeated soldiers along the way, and his force grew stronger. Inside the Wuwei city, Wei Bin was listening to a scout's report. Nanliang's army is not retreating further, but camping and reorganizing 30 miles away. Xianjun stroked his beard and pondered. Something strange is definitely happening. Marishan's one eye flickered. My lord, shall I lead troops to attack tonight? Wei Bin shook his head. Li Mu and others are surely prepared. Send orders to strengthen the city defenses and dispatch scouts to monitor the enemy's movements. A hurried messenger arrived. My lord, the West City Gate has been repaired, but we still lack arrows. Organize the women and children in the city to make arrows, Wei Bin ordered. Also, send someone to contact Iron Bone from Jiuquan, so he's ready to support at any moment. A lone smoke trail stretched across the desert. Outside Lulan City, 5,000 Western Region's allied soldiers prepared to march. These soldiers had high noses, deep-set eyes, carried curved swords, and rode strong horses. The Prince of Lulan personally saw them off. Go help Nanzhao defeat Wei. Be sure to make our Western Region's reputation proud. Meanwhile, Lian Pa had already arrived at Zhangya. The city's defenders, seeing an old general, quickly opened the gates to welcome him. Following General Li's orders, recruiting elite soldiers, Lian Pa showed his token and soon gathered 3,000 strong men. Dunhuang's situation was even better. Local old officials from Shiliang heard the news and came to join, adding over 2,000 men. Now, Lian Pa commanded more than 10,000 soldiers. On the city wall of Wuwei, Wei Bin looked at the rolling yellow sands to the west, feeling uneasy. Report, a scout on a swift horse came back. We found the Western Region's allied army meeting with remnants of Nanzhao. With a total force exceeding 30,000, Marishan took a deep breath. Even the barbarians from the Western Regions are joining the fun. Xianzhen's face was serious. Worse, the scout say Li Mu is practicing a new formation, possibly changing tactics. Wei Bin thought deeply, then suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Send orders for the entire army to prepare. Also, dispatch fast riders to urgently call back the Yumen Pass garrison for support. The night before the battle was especially quiet. Inside Wuwei City, craftsmen worked overnight making weapons, doctors prepared medicines, and the rising smoke carried the bitter scent of herbs. Wei Bin stood alone on the city tower, gazing at the distant flickering lights of the enemy camp. He knew that tomorrow's battle would decide the fate of Liangzhou. My lord, a quiet voice said as Feng appeared, the soldiers are asking. Can we win? Wei Bin didn't answer immediately. The night wind fluttered his cloak. Go tell the soldiers, he finally said, that tomorrow's battle is not for fame or wealth, but for our homeland. Liangzhou's children will fight to the death and never retreat. 30 miles away, in the Nanzhao camp, Li Mu was also polishing his sword, his gaze firm. At the third watch, the west gate of Wuwei quietly opened. Wei Bin, dressed in light armor, and Ma Roshan led 3,000 elite soldiers silently out of the city. The moonlight was blocked by dark clouds, with only a few flickering torches swaying on the city walls. Hide in the southeast forest as planned, Wei Bin whispered. When the main enemy forces attack the city, follow my orders and strike. Ma Luoshan, with one eye, flickered in the darkness. Rest assured, your lordship, this time we will leave no one alive. The team disappeared into the night like ghosts. On the city tower, Feng watched the dark figures retreating and clenched his spear tightly. As dawn broke in the east, the drums of the Nanliang army thundered loudly. 40,000 soldiers surged toward Wuwei City like a tide, and the Western Region's coalition's curved blades gleamed coldly in the morning light. Fire arrows, Li Mu waved his command flag. A rain of arrows blocked out the sky, pouring down on the city walls. The defenders raised their shields to block, but many still fell after being hit. Prepare the oil, Feng shouted from the wall. Hot oil was poured down, followed by a barrage of fire arrows. The frontline Western Region's soldiers immediately fell into a sea of flames, screams echoing everywhere. Yan Xia, in silver armor on a white horse, led the elite troops to attack the western gate. Today, we will break Wuwei. Just as the Nanliang army was fully attacking the city, a sudden burst of fighting erupted in the southeast forest. Wei Bin led a surprise attack like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, striking the enemy's flank. Kill! Ma Luoshan drew his bow and shot an arrow, knocking down a Nanliang flag bearer. The Liangzhou army advanced like a breaking wave, quickly disrupting the enemy formation. At this moment, Li Mu's command flag suddenly changed. Change formation. 8 gates, golden lock. The Nanliang army swiftly reformed into a large net, trapping Wei Bin's ambushed troops. Li Mu had anticipated this move and prepared a new formation to counter it. They fell into a trap. Wei Bin's long sword clashed with the incoming spear. All troops, gather around me. The battle turned sharply. Ma Luoshan's single eye reddened. and his twin blades spun like wheels. "Your lordship, I will protect you," and break out. Wei Bin shook his head. "Retreat now, or we all will be doomed." "Hold on." On the city wall, Hefang saw his lord trapped and immediately raised his spear. 500 cavalry, follow me out of the city. The rest defend the city." The western gate suddenly burst open. Hefang charged like an arrow from a bow into the enemy ranks. The 500 cavalry followed closely, stabbing into the Nanliang attacking forces like a sharp knife. "Charge!" Hefang shouted loudly. The Nanliang siege troops didn't expect him to break out, and they were thrown into chaos by the cavalry. Hefang's spear was like a dragon. In the first encounter, he knocked 3 enemy generals off their horses. The curved blades of the Western Region's coalition had not yet been raised when they were trampled by the Iron Cavalry. During the first charge, he forcefully created a gap in the Southern Liang army formation. "Stop that cavalry team," Yan Xia shouted loudly from afar. A group of archers hurriedly formed a line. Hefang waved his whip, and 500 cavalry suddenly changed direction, launching a second attack. Their target was the Southern Liang archers, and the cavalry swept past the flanks like a swift wind. "Throw spears," Hefang shouted at the cavalry, who then threw their short spears. 500 short spears shot through the air, and the archers fell like wheat cut by a sickle. The second charge broke the danger of the arrow rain from the city walls. Hefang's eyes flashed like lightning as he saw the enemy's supply wagons retreating. "Follow me." The Iron Cavalry bypassed the chaos at the center and headed straight for the grain carts. On the third charge, they directly attacked the supply units. The defending soldiers of Southern Liang hadn't reacted yet and were trampled by the horses. More than half of the grain guards were lost, and faced with the fast-moving cavalry, they had no time to respond. "Retreat." Hefang led his team away quickly, then started moving toward Wei Bin. Zhuo Dandan was shouting loudly in the middle army, "Fools! Stop them!" A team of personal guard cavalry intercepted head-on. Hefang swung his spear, which flashed with a cold light, and the enemy general's helmet flew off. With the fourth charge, they defeated the enemy army again. Ma Luoshan saw the reinforcements from afar, his single eye shining. "Lord, it's Hefang." Wei Bin's spirits lifted. "Join Hefang." 500 cavalry, like sharp knives, pierced into the encirclement. Wherever Hefang's spear pointed, the enemy soldiers avoided. At this moment, the Western Region formation moved forward to block them, so Hefang ordered the cavalry to scatter and attack from the side, breaking the Western Region formation into chaos. With this fifth charge, they defeated the Western Region reinforcements. Li Mu was commanding from a high place, changing formations when he suddenly saw a team of Iron Cavalry rushing straight toward the Central Army. "Stop them," he ordered his guards urgently. Hefang's horse sped up, and he used his spear to push off the ground, leaping over the shield wall with both man and horse. The sixth charge was heading directly for the main tent of the Central Army. Li Mu hurriedly drew his sword, unable to counterattack in time. Suddenly, Hefang reined in his horse. The warhorse reared up, its front hooves heavily stomping on Li Mu. Li Mu was kicked into the air and thrown back. Using this force, Hefang leapt forward, and his spear shot out like a shooting star. Thud! The spear tip pierced through the armor and through Li Mu, who was lying on the ground, unable to react. The famous general stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the spear in his chest. "This spear," Hefang gritted his teeth and twisted the spear, "is for the soldiers of Liangzhou who died unjustly." Blood dripped from Li Mu's mouth as he struggled to speak his last words. "Good marksmanship." Then he collapsed suddenly. The Southern Liang army was thrown into chaos when their commander died. Wei Bin seized the chance to break through the enemy lines and join Hefang. In this seventh charge, he cut down an enemy general. Trigger Hefang's skill. Imperial General Hefang gained the skill, unmatched. The general's individual combat power increases. Each time he kills an enemy unit, the troops he leads gain a 0.1% boost in combat strength, up to 5%. Wei Bin saw this and laughed loudly. "There's always a way out." "Great bravery, General." Ma Luoshan's one eye shone brightly. But Hefang simply silently drew his spear. "Stop him," Xiao Dandan shouted angrily from behind. However, Hefang fought even more fiercely. Under the unmatched bonus, his cavalry's fighting power soared. He led his troops like they were unstoppable, defeating the southern Liang forces decisively. Li Mu is dead. Those who surrender will not be harmed. The soldiers of Liangzhou shouted together. Seeing the situation turn bad, the western region allied forces began to retreat first. Yan Xia protected Qiao Dandan, and with his guards, they hurriedly withdrew. General Lian Pu, seeing the defeat was inevitable, sighed deeply and gathered the remaining troops. The southern Liang army retreated in defeat. As the sun set, corpses littered the outskirts of Wuwei City. Wei Bin stood before Li Mu's body, silent for a long time. Give him a proper burial, he finally ordered. With the respect of a general, Ma Luoshan was puzzled. Lord, this traitor, he was once a great general, Wei Bin said softly. He was just fighting for his own master. On the city wall, the Liangzhou army began counting their losses. Zhang Zhun reported the results. Over 10,000 enemies killed, 3,000 captured, countless supplies seized. He Fong, covered in blood, his spear broken, still held his head high. Lord, what's next? Wei Bin looked westward. If the western regions dare interfere in Liangzhou's affairs, they will pay the price. But right now, Nanliang is vulnerable. We will take Nanliang first, then the western regions. That night, Wuwei City was brightly lit. Soldiers bandaged their wounds and celebrated their victory. Meanwhile, far away in the western regions, the new king of Lulan was furious. Useless. 5,000 elite soldiers lost just like that. This southern Liang is truly useless. Damn it, looks good but is of no use. After the battle, the guards in Dunhuang heard that southern Liang was defeated and their strength was greatly weakened. They surrendered to Wei Bin, who retook Dunhuang. The commander at Zhangye refused to surrender and was prepared to die. Wei Bin sent troops to besiege the city. After 3 days, the Zhangye defenders killed their commander and surrendered to Wei Bin, and Zhangye was reclaimed. This battle in Liangzhou was won by Wei Bin with a narrow advantage. The setting sun was blood-red. Outside the gates of Tianshui City, the remnants of southern Liang soldiers rushed in like lost dogs. Qiao Dandan's golden armor was covered in dust. Yan Xia's silver armor was scratched all over, and Lian Po's white beard was scorched from the fire of battle. Your mom, useless. All of you are useless. Qiao Dandan kicked over a servant who came to greet him. A total of 80,000 troops. And they're gone just like that. He kicked over a table, causing bamboo scrolls to scatter everywhere. Is this all that's left of the army? Yan Xia's silver armor was still on, and the blood on her battle robe had dried. She looked coldly at the furious Qiao Dandan, lightly tapping her finger on her sword at her waist. Who are you questioning? Who am I questioning? Qiao Dandan suddenly turned around, his golden armor shining menacingly in the firelight. Of course, I'm questioning you, the commander of the 3 armies. Li Mu died in battle. The Western region's coalition is shattered, and you still have the face to stand here. All the generals in the hall fell silent. Only General Lian Po's white beard trembled slightly. Yan Xia suddenly sneered. Her laughter was like a cold blade piercing the tense air. Have you forgotten who insisted on attacking Wuwei? Answer. She took a step forward, her combat boots crushing a bamboo scroll. And who was it? Giving reckless orders on the battlefield, causing chaos in our formation. Qiao Dandan's face turned from red to pale. His right hand instinctively reached for his sword. Rude. You're shifting the blame. Shifting the blame? Yan Xia suddenly drew her long sword, stabbing it into the ground with a clang. Then tell me, why was the 3,000 elite soldiers I was sent to reinforce on the left flank suddenly ordered to attack the city? If the left flank hadn't been empty, how could Wei Bin's ambush troops break through so easily? The sword trembled, reflecting Qiao Dandan's pale face. He grabbed a wine jar from the table and smashed it against the wall. Amber wine splashed onto Yan Xia's boots. Are you accusing me? I wouldn't dare. Yan Xia bent down, calmly wiping the wine off her boots. Just reminding you, as a general, you should understand the importance of knowing yourself and your enemy. But you can't even listen to the advice of your own generals. Enough! Zhou Dandan shouted loudly, drawing his sword half a foot out of its sheath. Yan Xia, don't think that coming to surrender means you can ignore your superior. Remember, you are a defeated general. The room's temperature suddenly dropped. General Lian Po finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward. My lord, please stay calm. General Yin was just acting in a moment of panic. Old fool, shut up. Zhou Dandan turned his sword to point at Lien Pa. Don't think I don't know. You've long been colluding. Yin Xia's eyes flashed with cold light. She drew her sword from the ground. Zhou Dandan, watch your words. General Lien Pa is over 60, has fought bravely for Namliang. How can you insult him like this? Huh? Finally showing your true colors? Zhou Dandan sneered as he looked around at the generals. See? This is our Grand Master. Usually pretending to be loyal, but after losing a battle, now he dares to rebel. Yin Xia suddenly calmed down. Her calm was even more unsettling than her previous sharpness. You're right. Someone must be responsible for this defeat. She slowly sheathed her sword. But not us soldiers on the front lines, but she raised her hand and pointed at Zhou Dandan. You, this stubborn and foolish ruler. The hall was in an uproar. Zhou Dandan trembled with anger, drawing his sword completely. Someone, seize this traitor, but no one responded. The generals looked at each other, none stepping forward. Yin Xia scanned everyone and spoke clearly, like ice. You all saw? Is this the kind of ruler worth my loyalty? Even risking my life? She turned and walked out, her battle robe fluttering in the cold wind. From today, I, Yin Xia, sever all ties with Namliang. No more friendship, no more loyalty. Zhou Dandan was furious, jumping up and shouting, Stop her! Stop her now! Several guards hesitated but were pushed back by Yin Xia's gaze. She strode out of the hall, disappearing into the night. The hall was silent as death. Zhou Dandan's sword clattered to the ground. He sank down in despair, suddenly realizing General Lien Pa had also left without anyone noticing. At midnight, Yin Xia quietly arrived at Lien Pa's residence. Old General Lien, she whispered, is such a foolish ruler worth our loyalty? Lien Pa remained silent for a long time. The candlelight flickered among his wrinkles. I have fought all my life, but I have never seen such an unworthy ruler. I have contacted my old allies. Yin Xia lowered her voice. We will start tomorrow. I hope the old general will help us. Once we defeat Zhou Dandan, I promise Liangwo will flourish again. At that time, the old general closed his eyes in deep thought and finally nodded slowly. In the city of Tianshui, the underground was already stirring. Yin Xia, dressed in silver armor, led 300 loyal soldiers straight to Zhou Dandan's residence. Who are you? The guards shouted, but were silenced with a single sword. Suddenly, chaos erupted inside the residence. Zhou Dandan woke up from his sleep and saw flames rising outside the window. Master, run! The captain of the personal guards burst in. Yin Xia and Lien Pa have rebelled. What? Zhou Dandan was furious, but for now, escaping to save his life was the most important thing. He hurriedly escaped through a secret passage, taking dozens of guards and heading straight to Wudu. At noon, Yin Xia stood atop Tianshui City, lowering the flag of Nanyang and replacing it with the flag of Shiliang. System notification: the Shiliang faction has been restored. Although Dong Xin is gone, Shiliang remains. I am the true ruler of Shiliang, she declared loudly to the gathered soldiers. From today, I, Yin Xia, will be the new ruler of Shiliang. Lien Pa stood beside her, his white beard fluttering in the wind. Within 3 days, Jinsheng, Longxi, and Beatty had all switched allegiance, but Wudu was still under Zhou Dandan's control. In Wuwei City, Wei Bin received a secret report and laughed loudly to the sky. Heaven is helping me. Send orders to the army. Prepare for battle. Zhang Jun stroked his beard and asked, Master, who should we attack first? Take him while he's weak, and take his life. Wei Bin pointed westward. First destroy Zhou Dandan's remnants, then defeat Yin Xia. Ma Luoshan, with one eye, shone with determination. I am willing to be the vanguard. He frowned and asked, Sir, our army just fought a big battle. Do we need rest first? Wei Bin shook his head. Speed is key. We will march to Wudu in 3 days. At night, Yin Xia stood alone on the city tower of Tianshui, gazing toward Wuwei in the east. She knew the real test was just beginning. Report: a scout hurried over. Wei Bin has gathered a large army and will attack Wudu soon. Yin Xia's lips curled slightly. Send orders to strengthen defenses in all cities. Also, her eyes flashed with determination. Send people to contact the countries of the western regions. Meanwhile, inside Wudu, Zhou Dandan stared at a map in a daze. His once 40,000-strong army was now reduced to just 5,000 remnants. Wei Bin, Yin Xia. He gritted his teeth. I will make you pay with blood for your treachery. Before dawn, fog covers Wudu City. Wei Bin's army looks like a giant black snake, tightly surrounding the city. Below the city walls, tens of thousands of Liangzhou soldiers stand silently, only the occasional clash of armor breaking the quiet. Lord, the city siege is complete. Ma Luoshan's one eye sparkles with excitement. 20 battering rams, 100 ladders, 10 arrow towers, ready to attack at any moment. Wei Bin rides his warhorse, staring at the tattered southern Liang flag on the city wall. No rush. First, cut off their water supply. On the city wall, Xiao Dandan's golden armor is covered with morning dew, no longer shining as before. He looks at the dense enemy army outside, tapping his fingers on the wall unconsciously. Your Majesty, the food supplies inside the city will last only half a month, the deputy general reports quietly. Xiao Dandan suddenly turns around and slaps the deputy to the ground. Good for nothings. All useless, his roar echoes on the wall. Where is that scoundrel Yanxia? Has she replied? Reporting, Lord, no response from Shiliang yet. Inside the Shiliang Wangfu in Tianshui City, Yanxia is deep in thought in front of a sand table. Her silver armor has been removed, replaced with a black silk robe, making her look even colder. Message, urgent from Wudu. Xiao Dandan is asking for help again. General Lien takes the letter tube, his white eyebrows furrowing slightly. Lord, this is the third letter. Yanxia sneers coldly and throws the letter into the candle flame. Old General, do you think we should save them? Lien pauses in thought. Wei Bin is powerful. If Wudu falls, it will be us next. No, Yanxia's long finger traces the sand table. What I want is not rescue, but harvest. When the lizard and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. She suddenly stands up and slams her hand on the table. Order. Gather 20,000 elite soldiers. We march for Wudu tomorrow. On the 5th evening, the Wei army camp outside Wudu City suddenly stirs. Report. Large army spotted to the west. Wei Bin quickly steps out of his tent. In the distance, on the mountain ridge, the Shiliang flags are especially visible in the sunset. Tens of thousands of Shiliang soldiers like a black dragon wind down the mountain. First, Jin leaned on his bamboo staff and approached, saying, Commander, the Western Liang army is less than 10 miles away but has stopped. There may be something suspicious. Wei Bin squinted and replied, They are waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for us and Xiao Dandan to weaken each other. Wei Bin suddenly turned around and ordered, Open the North Gate passage and withdraw half of the encircling troops. Ma Luoshan was shocked. Commander, do as I say, Wei Bin said with a sharp look in his eyes. Also, send Hefang with 5,000 elite riders to hide in the river valley 3 miles outside the North Gate. In the middle of the night, the North Gate of Wudu quietly opened. Xiao Dandan led 3,000 remaining soldiers to break out under the moonlight. Hurry! Faster! Xiao Dandan kept urging his horse. As long as we reach the western regions, we can use their strength to fight back. Before he finished speaking, countless torches suddenly lit up ahead. In the firelight, Yanxia in silver armor on a white horse, with a spear pointed diagonally, appeared and said, Xiao Dandan, long time no see. Traitor! Xiao Dandan's eyes widened with rage. It's obviously your trap, Yanxia sneered. This is for avenging Li Mu. Suddenly, the two armies clashed fiercely. Xiao Dandan's golden armor shone brightly in the firelight, but it also made him a target. Amid the chaos, a cold arrow suddenly shot into Yanxia's right shoulder. Commander, watch out! Lien led his soldiers rushing over, but they discovered that the arrow was shot by Xiao Dandan's personal guards. In the chaos, Xiao Dandan led more than 10 riders to break through the encirclement and fled westward at full speed. Yanxia was about to pursue, but her shoulder wound made her dizzy, almost causing her to fall from her horse. At dawn, Yanxia bandaged her wound and saw Wei Bin's army already arrayed in front, surrounding her western Liang forces tightly. Yanxia, Wei Bin's voice came from afar. Xiao Dandan has escaped. Do you still want to fight like a trapped beast? Yanxia gritted her teeth and drew her sword. Wei Bin, do you really think victory is certain? She suddenly waved her banner. Change formation. The Western Liang army's formation suddenly changed, resembling Li Mu's 8 gates golden lock from before. The soldiers quickly formed 8 square formations, working together to attack and defend. Ma Luoshan gasped. Commander, this, Wei Bin was confident. Follow a different plan. The Liangzhou army quickly changed formation, adopting the spearhead formation to directly attack the enemy's core. Wei Bin personally led the iron cavalry in a charge, like a sharp blade, aiming straight at Yan Xia's formation. The two armies fought for half a day, with no clear winner. The battlefield was littered with corpses, blood turning the entire plain red. During the intense battle, suddenly dust and smoke rose in the west. Xiao Dandan led over 10,000 Western region allied troops back into the fight, heading straight for Yan Xia's back. Despicable person. Prepare to die. Xiao Dandan's face was fierce as he drew his bow and shot at Yan Xia. At a critical moment, General Lian rode forward to block Yan Xia's path. Master, run now. An arrow deeply pierced his chest. Yan Xia's silver armor was stained with blood. Watching the old general slowly fall, a flicker of panic appeared in her eyes. Retreat. All troops retreat. As the sun set, the battlefield gradually quieted. Xiao Dandan was shot with dozens of arrows and knelt on the ground. Yan Xia's armor was shattered, and she was captured alive. General Lian fought bravely and died standing. Wei Bin stood on the blood-stained battlefield, looking at Lian Po's body. He softly said, "Sai, give him a proper burial." Li Mu and Lian Po are famous generals of Zhao, but they are no longer useful to us. He turned to Yan Xia, who was being led away. And you, Yan Xia sneered, if you want to kill me, just do it. Heh, all right then. Take her away, Wei Bin said, seeing that Yan Xia didn't beg for mercy, and he simply agreed. 10 days later, with the surrender of the last city of Namliang, Wudu, the entire Liangzhou region was pacified. Wei Bin stood atop Dunhuang city, looking over the vast land, but he showed no joy. Why are you sighing, Lord? Yifeng asked. Wei Bin looked westward. Those in the western regions dare to interfere in Liangzhou's affairs. They must pay the price. He turned and walked down the city tower, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Order the army to rest and recover. Then, we march west. In the evening of the next day, on the training ground of Wuwei City, the setting sun cast long shadows. Yan Xia was chained to the execution platform. Her silver armor was already broken, but her eyes remained sharp as a blade. Yan Xia, Wei Bin sat high on the judgment platform. Do you know your crime? The soldiers and civilians of Liangzhou surrounded the training ground, the air thick with the smell of blood and sweat. Yan Xia sneered, the chains clattering. A king's victory or defeat. Why bother talking? Ma Luoshan, with one eye wide open, shouted, impudent. How dare you disrespect the master? He stepped forward. Wei Bin raised his hand to stop him, slowly stood up, and approached the execution platform. Our past grievances and enmities at the school, here we have found great satisfaction. We've fought a few fierce battles, after all. Ha. Yan Xia sneered coldly. Stop pretending. Since our two arch-enemies have already settled the score, if you want to kill me, just do it. Wei Bin remained silent. Yan Xia suddenly smiled. She lowered her voice and said, Do you think you're a hero? You're just a troublemaker taking advantage of chaos. Bandit. I've seen your kind before. You're just a lousy tree planter. You. A defeated general shouldn't bark so loudly. Ma Luoshan was furious. Wei Bin signaled him to stay calm. Yan Xia, Wei Bin stepped in front of her, with a hint of sarcasm. Even if I am a bandit, I can still make a name for myself. Just watch. After saying that, Wei Bin signaled the executioner. The executioner obeyed, drew his sword, and ended Yan Xia's game. Ding. The Western Liang Kingdom has fallen. The Southern Liang Kingdom has fallen. Mission complete. Eliminate the Western Liang Alliance. Reward. Chance to recruit a famous general. Let's see what era we're in now. Wei Bin opened the system. During his battle with Xiao Dandan and Yan Xia, the times had advanced twice. The current famous generals had entered the Han Dynasty era. Wei Bin thought, the heroes and officials of the Han Dynasty are numerous. Picking any one of them would be good. He hadn't yet recruited anyone from the earlier Qin, Chu, and Han periods, and he might even get someone from the Spring and Autumn or Warring States periods. Never mind, let's go. I'll bet on my luck. Weibin decisively clicked to draw. A blue light flashed, and a name appeared clearly in front of Weibin. Ban Yong. Ban Yong. Maybe it's divine help. I can take him to the western regions. Weibin was instantly excited. Back in reality, Xia exited the game. She slowly took off her helmet and saw her teacher and the researchers in the classroom watching their actions on the whiteboard. Xia, I didn't expect you to be the first to be out, the head teacher teased. Looks like you handed Weibin a free pass. And Xiao Dandan too. You. Before he finished, Xia stormed out of the classroom in anger. The head teacher and researchers didn't say anything, continuing to watch the game quietly. The evening wind in Wuwei City swept the yellow sand over the city walls. Weibin stood on the city tower, gazing at the distant mountains to the west. The system had summoned Ban Yong, who would arrive today. He was the son of the famous Eastern Han General Ban Chao, and no one knew the western regions better than him. Commander, scouts report that about 30 miles to the west, a group of soldiers has been spotted. Ma Luoshan's single eye sparkled with excitement. They are flying the Han flag. Weibin slightly smiled and said, "Let's go. Follow me out of the city to welcome them." Outside the city gate, a group of about 500 people slowly approached. The leader was about 40 years old, with a strong face, dressed in traditional armor, and carrying a curved sword at his waist. The most eye-catching thing was the large flag behind him, embroidered with Western Region Historian of Han, fluttering loudly in the wind. From Liangzhou, Weibin of the Qian Kingdom respectfully welcomes General Ban, the historian of the West. Weibin called out loudly with a respectful bow. Ban Yong dismounted from his horse and returned the greeting, saying, "Ban Yong has received the order and is here to serve Lord Wei." His voice was steady and strong, showing calmness from many battles. Weibin noticed that the 500 soldiers behind Ban Yong, though dressed in old clothes, had sharp eyes, clearly experienced fighters. What surprised him more was that their equipment was exactly like that of the Han army. "General Ban, who are these people?" Ban Yong smiled slightly and said, "They are descendants of my father's old troops, guarding the western region for generations. They have waited for the Han army to return for over 100 years. Weibin was deeply moved. The system had arranged such a long-standing army for Ban Yong, indicating that this journey to the western region would surely have surprises. At the same time, he opened the military system and checked Ban Yong's skills. Ban Yong, of the Han Dynasty, Skill 1. Infantry Commander. If leading an infantry corps, their attack and defense increase by 5%. Skill 2. Western Region Historian. Has a deeper understanding of the Western region. Leading troops there can increase influence among various countries. Skill 3. Western Region Protectorate. After establishing the Western Region Protectorate, Ban Yong can be appointed as the protector, increasing the number of allied soldiers that night. Wuwei City was brightly lit. Weibin gathered his generals to discuss the plan for the Western expedition with Ban Yong. According to intelligence, among the 36 kingdoms in the Western region, Lulan, Kucha, and Yutian are the strongest. Weibin pointed at the sand table. From what I know, the Lulan king has changed hands. He was once arrogant, helped the tyrant to do evil, and harmed our Qian kingdom. Now he is also involved in robbing merchant caravans. Taigu, hearing this, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "My lord, I am willing to be the vanguard and conquer Lulan." Weibin signaled him to stay calm. "General Ban, what do you think our army should do?" Ban Yong thought for a moment and said, "The countries in the western region fear strength but lack virtue. I suggest first taking Lulan to scare the other kingdoms. Lulan City is small but strong. It's not suitable for a direct attack. We should use wisdom." Ban Yong took out a scroll of map from his chest. "There is a secret passage south of Lulan City, built by the Han army years ago, leading directly to the palace. I am willing to lead loyal soldiers to sneak in and capture the bandits and the king." Weibin's eyes lit up. "That's amazing. This is great news. Let's do it that way." He looked around at the other generals. Ma Luoshan is guarding Dunhuang and ready to support at any time. Zhuai Zhun is stationed in the old territory of Nalia. Hifang and Li Ba are guarding the Hexi Corridor. I, Ban Yong, and Tiego will lead 500 elite soldiers first. Ma Luoshan, with one eye wide open, said, "My lord, 500 men are too few. Quality is more important than quantity," Ban Yong replied. Traveling in the western regions is hard because supplies are scarce. 500 elite soldiers are enough. Besides, our Han family has stories like Fu Jieji, who once single-handedly defeated Lulan. What is there to fear? Well said. Wei Bin clapped repeatedly in approval. The next morning at dawn, Wei Bin dressed in light armor, with a long sword at his waist, standing with Ban Yong and Tiego at the city gate. The 500 soldiers were ready, each equipped with 2 horses and 10 days of dry food. Remember, our goal is not to kill, but to make the western regions submit again. And, to catch Xiao Dandan, Wei Bin told the departing soldiers, "Once I give the signal, Ma Luoshan will lead the army to Yinguan to support us." Ma Luoshan knelt on one knee. "I swear to guard and obey the Lord's orders." With the sound of a horn, the small force set out westward. Ban Yong led the way, familiar with the terrain of the western regions, avoiding quicksands in the desert and choosing the fastest route. After 3 days, the army reached outside Yumen Pass. The setting sun was blood-red, shining on the mottled city walls, making them look very desolate. Beyond this pass is the western regions. Ban Yong looked at the fortress with a complex expression. 100 years of change, and finally the Han banner will fly again over the western regions. Wei Bin noticed Ban Yong touching a bronze seal at his waist when he said this. This was the seal of the Han Western Regional Governor. That night, the army camped outside the pass. Wei Bin and Ban Yong sat in a tent, studying the defense map of Lulan City by candlelight. The new Lulan king is cunning and changeable, easy to become proud and overconfident, but the Lulan palace is heavily guarded. Ban Yong pointed to several marks on the map. From the reports of my scouts over the past few days, these guards change shifts every night at midnight, with a half-quarter-hour gap. Wei Bin nodded. That's enough time for us to act. But how can we ensure the secret passage isn't discovered? The entrance to the secret passage is at the bottom of an old well, covered by a large stone. Ban Yong confidently said, "People from the western regions don't know this. They would never think there is a hidden world beneath the well." Just as he finished speaking, Tiego pushed open the tent and entered. "My lord, we caught a Lulan spy." A man dressed in Hu clothing was brought in, looking very frightened. Ban Yong suddenly questioned him in Hu language, making the man even more panicked and bow repeatedly. He said, he claims he was sent by the king of Lulan to watch over the Han army's movements. Ban Yong translated, "It seems our whereabouts have been exposed." Wei Ban frowned. "Damn, does that mean we need to change our plan?" Ban Yong smiled. "No, this is a great opportunity." He whispered a few words to Wei Ban, whose eyes gradually lit up. The next day, the troops marched boldly westward, deliberately showing Lulan spies their strength and direction. In the evening, Ban Yong secretly released the spy. He will definitely rush back to Lulan to report, Ban Yong was confident. If the Lulan king learns we have only 500 men, he will underestimate us and not strengthen defenses. After 2 more days, Lulan City finally appeared in sight. The city, built in an oasis, was not large, but its walls were tall and strong, surrounded by dense poplar trees. According to plan, Wei Ban led the main force to camp 10 miles outside the city, deliberately lighting many bonfires to create the illusion of a large army approaching. Ban Yong, with 20 elite soldiers, quietly moved toward the dry well in the south of the city under cover of night. Tiego followed behind Ban Yong, whispering, "General, does this secret passage really exist?" Ban Yong didn't answer, just signaled everyone to be silent. They arrived at a dry well half covered with yellow sand. Ban Yong felt along the bricks on the wall and suddenly pressed hard. With a soft click, the large stone at the bottom of the well slowly moved aside, revealing a dark entrance. "Follow me." Ban Yong jumped down first. The tunnel inside was cold and damp, filled with the smell of decay. They lit torches and saw faint Chinese characters carved on the walls. In a certain year, the Han army built this path. About an hour later, a stone door appeared ahead. Ban Yong gently pushed it open. "Shoo!" Ban Yong signaled everyone to be quiet. Outside is the palace cellar. Through the crack in the door, they could hear music and noise from above. Ban Yong listened carefully, then suddenly his face changed. Not good. Today is his birthday. The palace is hosting a banquet, and the guards are probably twice as many as usual. Tiego clenched his battle axe. "So what? Let's go ahead." Ban Yong held him back and said, "Don't be reckless." After thinking for a moment, he added, "Our lord should have already started a feigned attack. We will wait for the signal to act." Sure enough, soon after, loud drums and shouts of battle sounded outside the city. Ban Yong heard the guards inside the palace rushing toward the walls. Now is the time. Ban Yong pushed open the stone door. 20 loyal fighters, like ghosts, slipped into the palace. Inside the palace, the king of Lulan was drinking and celebrating with his consort, paying no attention to the battle outside. Just a few hundred Han soldiers dare to attack Lulan. He laughed and said to his ministers, "Tomorrow, I will personally go out and bring back Wei Bin's head as a gift for wine." As soon as he finished speaking, the palace door was suddenly kicked open. Ban Yong appeared at the door, holding a curved sword, like a divine being. "King of Lulan, do you recognize me?" Ban Yong, the Western region's Han envoy? "Prepare to die." Hearing this, the Lulan king was so frightened that he dropped his wine cup. "No, impossible. How did you get in?" Ban Yong did not answer. He took a quick step forward, his sword flashing, and the king's crown was cut off. Iron Bone and his men quickly took control of the officials inside the hall. The whole process took only a moment. "Send the order. The king of Lulan has surrendered," Ban Yong shouted loudly. "Open the city gates to welcome Duke Wei." When Wei Bin led his army into Lulan, it was already dawn. Ban Yong was waiting at the city gate, leading a pale-faced Utawachi. Seeing their king captured, the Lulan soldiers lowered their weapons. "General Ban is truly formidable," Wei Bin praised sincerely. Ban Yong modestly cupped his hands. "It's all thanks to Duke Wei's careful planning." He pointed at the kneeling Lulan king. "What should we do with him?" Wei Bin thought for a moment. "First, imprison him. Send a message to the people of Lulan. Our army has come only to punish traitors, not to harm innocent people." A look of admiration appeared in Ban Yong's eyes. Duke Wei is wise. The countries of the Western regions value trust and loyalty. Such treatment will surely win their hearts. Indeed, within 3 days, the neighboring country of Chiema sent envoys to surrender. Wei Bin treated them with respect, promising to protect trade routes and reduce taxes. On the city wall of Lulan, the Qian character flag fluttered again. Ban Yong stood on the city tower, looking at the vast land to the west, and said to Wei Bin, "The journey through the western regions is long. This is only the first step." Wei Bin nodded. "With General Ban's help, how can our great plan fail? What should we do next?" Ban Yong pointed northwest. "Kucha is rich and strong in troops. If we can conquer it, half of the western regions will be ours." But what? "The king of Kucha has kinship ties with the Xiongnu, so he probably won't easily surrender." Ban Yong frowned slightly and said, "Also, reports indicate that the Xiongnu have been very active in the western regions recently. They might have already noticed our movements." Wei Bin laughed loudly upon hearing this. "That's perfect. I've been wanting to meet these guys for a long time." At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Wei Bin's mind. Ding! Hidden mission received. Eliminate Kucha. Reward: 1 chance to summon a famous general. Wei Bin could already see the day when his banner with the character Qian would be flying all over the western regions. He couldn't hold back his joy. Notification: reclaim Lulan Kingdom. Influence in the western regions increased by 500. On the 7th morning after Lulan's fall, Wei Bin was inspecting the newly allied Lulan cavalry when Ban Yong hurried over, holding a scroll of letter. "Lord Wei, a scout has brought urgent news," Ban Yong said with a serious look. "It reports that remnants of the Nanzhao army have been spotted within Xiemo." Wei Bin took the letter and glanced over the messy Chinese characters. "Xiaodan? Very likely," Ban Yong nodded. The king of Xiemo expressed fear in his letter and asked our army to quickly stabilize the people. Iron Bone clenched his fists eagerly. "My lord, we must not let him escape this time." Wei Bin thought for a moment. "Xiemo is small and weak, caught between Lulan and Kucha. If chaos breaks out, it could affect the whole plan." He turned to Ban Yong. "What do you think?" Ban Yong stroked his beard. "We should first go to stabilize Xiemo. If we can catch Xiaodan there, it would be best, eliminating a future threat." "Good," Wei Bin decided decisively. "We set out for Xiemo today. Iron Bone, take 100 elite riders with you. The rest stay in Lulan." That afternoon, a lightly equipped team left Lulan heading southwest toward Xiemo. Ban Yong, familiar with the terrain of the western regions, led everyone to avoid the quicksand areas and followed the dried riverbeds. By sunset the next day, they saw an oasis in the distance, with several earthen walls hidden among poplar trees. The flags flying on the city walls had been replaced with Wei Bin's Qian banners, showing that the people of Qianma had already received news. Qianma City is here, Ban Yong pointed ahead. Though small, it's a key route to the southern border. Outside the city gates, the king of Qianma led officials and soldiers to welcome them. The 50-year-old king was thin, wearing a gold crown embedded with turquoise. Seeing Wei Bin, he immediately bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I humbly greet Lord Wei. Wei Bin dismounted and helped up the king of Qianma. Your Majesty, no need for formalities. I heard that remnants of the southern Liang forces fled here. Do you have more details? The king of Qianma looked worried. 3 days ago, over 100 riders entered our northern border and raided several villages. According to survivors, their leader wore golden armor and a red robe, very much like the southern Liang king, Xiao Dandan. That cursed man, Ban Yong asked, where are they now? Honestly, I feel ashamed. The Qianma king wiped his forehead. Those bandits are elusive. I sent troops to hunt them, but we found nothing. Iron Bone couldn't hold back. My lord, let me lead people to search. Not yet, Wei Bin waved his hand. Let's go into the city and talk first. The palace of the Qianma king wasn't grand, but it was very detailed, with unique Western-style decorations. The main hall was decorated with bright, colorful murals. The Qianma king had already prepared a feast to welcome Wei Bin and his group. After 3 rounds of wine, the ministers of Qianma came forward to toast. An old man with a white beard raised his cup. Duke Wei, your efforts to recover the western regions will be remembered for generations. I toast you. Ban Yong was about to drink for him, but Wei Bin took the cup and drank it all. Thank you. Then a young general stepped forward. I have long admired Duke Wei's reputation. Today, I am honored to meet you. It is a great fortune. He offered another cup. They kept toasting one after another. Wei Bin accepted all, drinking more than 10 cups. Ban Yong initially stayed alert, but under the Qianma king's personal encouragement, he also drank a few cups. Iron Bone was surrounded by several warriors, drinking from a large bowl and eating big bites of meat. Soon, his face turned red and his ears hot. Halfway through the feast, Wei Bin seemed to be unable to hold his liquor and started speaking unclearly. Ban Yong tried to stay alert, but found his vision blurring. He suddenly pinched himself and whispered, Duke Wei, there's poison in the wine. Before he finished, Ban Yong collapsed onto the table. Iron Bone had already lost consciousness, snoring loudly. Wei Bin swayed and stood up, pointing at the Qianma king. You. Then he also fell to the ground. The Qianma king's charming smile instantly disappeared. He coldly ordered, bind him. When Wei Bin regained consciousness, his head was pounding. He found himself tied to a stone pillar in a dark cellar. Ban Yong and Iron Bone were tied nearby, and still unconscious. The cellar door creaked open. The torchlight hurt Wei Bin's eyes. A familiar figure stepped in, shining in the firelight with gleaming golden armor. Hello, Wei Bin. It's been a while, Joden Dan sneered as he crouched down, patting Wei Bin's face. Didn't expect to see you here today. Wei Bin spat and said, You're just a stray dog. Joden Dan smiled instead of getting angry. Stray dog? Look who's tied up now. He stood up proudly and spun around. The king of Chiozi is already on my side. From the first day you entered the western regions, I knew your plans. Ban Yong slowly woke up and saw Joden Dan. His eyes shrank. Joden Dan, are you colluding with the Xiongnu? Smart. Joden Dan clapped. But it's too late now. I already contacted the Kutcha side. They're ready with a feast, just waiting for you to walk into your doom. He leaned close to Ban Yong. Oh, Ban Yong, son of Ban Chao? Not so impressive. Taigu suddenly roared angrily, pulling on his chains with a loud clatter. Joden Dan, I will kill you. Joden Dan was frightened and took 2 steps back, then became furious. You dare to die. He drew his sword to attack Taigu. Stop. A cold voice came from the cellar entrance. The king of Chiozi slowly descended the stairs. They are still useful. Joden Dan hesitated but sheathed his sword. Your Majesty, I was the one who captured them. If I handle them, it will prevent future trouble. The king of Chiozi shook his head. The Xiongnu Chanyu wants them alive. He looked at Wei Bin. Especially you, Wei Gong. The Chanyu is very interested in you. Wei Bin sneered. The mighty king of Chiozi, a Xiongnu lapdog? Was it all a trick to surrender before? The king of Chiozi remained calm. Small states in the western regions survive by playing both sides. This place has been weak for many years. The Xiongnu are the true rulers here. Ban Yong suddenly asked, what will you do with us? Tomorrow morning, we will send you to Kucha, the king of Chiozi said calmly. The Xiongnu envoy is waiting there. As for your men, he showed a cruel smile. They have already been dealt with, Jodan Dan added, including those left behind in Lulan. By now, Lulan should be back in the hands of the Lulan king. Wei Bin pretended to be angry, but was secretly a little happy. You won't succeed, Jodan Dan laughed loudly. Still talking tough before you die, he turned to the king of Chiozi. Your Majesty, why not give them a little taste of suffering first? Just then, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the cellar. A guard hurriedly ran over and said, Your Majesty, something's wrong. There is a large army outside the city. What? King Chima's face changed dramatically. Whose army is it? The Qian army. At least 5,000 soldiers. Zhuo Dandan looked at Wei Bin in shock. Impossible. You don't have that many troops in Lulan. Wei Bin slightly smiled. Are you sure? Faint sounds of shouting and hooves came from outside the cellar. King Chima didn't hesitate and quickly left with Zhuo Dandan, leaving a few guards to watch. After they left, Wei Bin quietly whispered to Ban Yong, General Ban, are you ready? Ban Yong's eyes showed no confusion, as clear as usual. Huh? What do you mean? Tai Gua chuckled. My lord, I've been waiting for this moment. Wei Bin flipped his wrist, pulling out a thin blade from his sleeve, as delicate as a cicada's wing, and quickly cut the ropes. He swiftly helped Ban Yong and Tai Guha free themselves, and the three silently took down the guards. 666. Tai Guha moved his wrist. Did you already know King Chiemo was suspicious? Wei Bin took weapons from the guards. If Zhuo Dandan can escape our encirclement, someone must be helping her. Chiemo is closest to Lulan, so he's the prime suspect, Ban Yong added. That's why we deliberately fell into their trap, to lure the snake out of its hole. Exactly. It turned out Wei Bin had secretly sent Ma Luoshan and his troops ahead to support them. Outside the city, the sounds of battle were deafening. Wei Bin and the others quietly reached a high point near the palace. They saw dust flying outside, and the Qian banners clearly visible. Chima's soldiers were retreating, and the city gates had fallen. Zhuo Dandan and King Chima were arguing in front of the palace gates. Zhuo Dandan wanted to escape, but King Chima was trying to organize resistance. It's time to close the net. Wei Bin drew his bow and aimed at Zhuo Dandan. The arrow shot like a shooting star, hitting her thigh. She screamed and fell to her knees. Seeing this, King Chima was terrified and turned to run. Tai Guha, like a fierce tiger, quickly blocked his way. Trying to run, Tai Guha grabbed King Chima by the collar. Not so fast. He punched him unconscious. In less than an hour, Chima's city was fully taken over. Ma Luoshan and his soldiers stormed into the palace. Seeing Wei Bin safe and sound, his one eye filled with joy. My lord, I arrived late. Wei Bin patted his shoulder. Just in time. How is Lulan? According to the plan, when you left, the remnants of the Lulan king's forces did indeed fight back, but I led my troops to catch them all, Ban Yong praised. The Lord had this plan all along. Wei Bin shook his head. It's all thanks to the soldiers' efforts. He looked at Xiao Dandan, who was being brought in. This time, you won't escape. Xiao Dandan's face turned pale, but he still tried to hold on to some pride. Please don't kill me. There's no rush, Wei Bin said. Calmly. First, tell me about the Xiongnu. How many soldiers do they have in Kucha? What's their plan? If you tell me, I might let you go. Xiao Dandan remained silent. Tiegu clenched his fists tightly, making a cracking sound. Lord, let me ask him, Ban Yong said. The king of Chiema probably knows more. The Chiema king was suddenly awakened by a cold splash of water. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he decided to save his life by revealing the Xiongnu's plan. It turned out that the great Chanyu of the Xiongnu had sent his left-wise king with 30,000 cavalry secretly to Kucha, planning to destroy Wei Bin's Western Expedition Army and regain control of the western regions. 30,000, Ma Luoshan gasped. Our army in the western regions only has 5,000. Wei Bin smiled. Perfect timing, so we don't have to go looking for them. Ban Yong looked thoughtful. Could the Lord have a countermeasure? Wei Bin looked toward the east where the dawn was breaking. We will use their plan against them. They want to hold a banquet in Kucha? Then we will go to the feast. 30,000 against 5,000. Ma Luoshan's single eye flickered with worry. Lord, how do we fight this? Wei Bin stood on the city wall of Chiemo, gazing northwest toward Kucha. Suddenly, he turned around, a faint smile on his face. Banyong, do you remember the story of your father and the 36 men who secured the western regions? Banyong was startled. Lord Wei Bin is about to. Exactly. Wei Bin tapped the city wall lightly. War is a game of deception. The Xiongnu think we will hide behind our walls, but we will strike first. Tiegu scratched his head. Lord, I'm not very smart. Just tell me what to do. Wei Bin laughed heartily and waved for the generals to gather around. Listen carefully. This is how we will proceed. 3 days later, outside the Kucha city, in the Xiongnu camp. The left-wise king of the Xiongnu was cleaning his curved sword in his tent when a messenger rushed in. Your Majesty, scouts have captured some Han spies, saying they have important news. The left-wise king raised his thick eyebrows. Bring them here. Soon, several ragged prisoners were brought into the big tent. Leading them was Xiao Dandan, who was covered in blood and limping as he knelt on the ground. Great King, Wei Bin has captured Kutan. I fought to escape and bring this news. King Xuexian squinted his eyes. And the king of Kutan, he was killed. Xiao Dandan's voice trembled. Wei Bin is leading a large army toward Kucha. The Xiongnu generals inside the tent were shocked. King Xuexian remained calm. How many soldiers? More than 30,000. Xiao Dandan looked up with fear in his eyes. They have recruited armies from Lulan and Kutan along the way. Their force is huge. King Xuexian suddenly laughed loudly. Wei Bin, he truly has courage. He leaned forward and stared at Xiao Dandan. Since you have come to surrender, are you willing to be my vanguard? Xiao Dandan bowed repeatedly. I am willing to serve the great king and die for him. That night, the Xiongnu camp held a feast with cattle and sheep. King Xuexian sat at the main seat, raising his cup and speaking to the generals. Tomorrow, Wei Bin's army will arrive. Everyone, enjoy yourselves and rest well to prepare. After 3 rounds of wine, suddenly urgent hoofbeats sounded outside the camp. A bloodied scout rushed in. Report, the Han vanguard is 30 miles away. King Xuexian calmly set down his cup. How many? About 5,000 cavalry, the scout replied. The generals looked at each other in surprise. King Xuexian sneered. They are probably bluffing. Send orders to strengthen defenses and prepare for battle tomorrow. In the middle of the night, a burst of fire suddenly lit up the eastern side of the camp. Shouts of fighting erupted, and faintly, a large flag with the character Qian fluttered in the flames. Han soldiers are attacking the camp. They are here, a sentry shouted in panic. King Xuexian put on his armor and stepped out of the tent. The eastern camp was in chaos. Just as he was about to send troops, loud shouts and fighting sounds came from the west, with torches lighting up the night sky like stars. Report, Han cavalry spotted in the west. Report, enemy forces are also in the south. King Xuexian's face changed slightly. How is this possible? Where did Wei Bin get so many troops? Just as the Xiongnu army was thrown into chaos, the bell on Kucha city suddenly rang urgently. An envoy riding a swift horse arrived, reporting, Great King, the main Han force is north of the city, setting up siege equipment. King Xuexian's single eye shone with sharp light. Wei Bin, he dares to divide his forces and attack from all sides. He suddenly drew his curved sword. Order the entire army to gather. First, break through the enemies on the east. If he splits his troops, we can defeat them one by one. The Xiongnu cavalry surged like a tide toward Dongying, but only found an empty camp. Torches were stuck in the ground, and branches tied to horse tails were dragged back and forth to create the illusion of a large army moving. Damn it, we've been tricked. King Xuexian was furious. Retreat to the main camp. When the Xiongnu army returned, most of the supplies had already been burned. The enemies on the west and south sides were also gone, leaving only torches and tracks on the ground. A messenger from Kucha arrived. Your Majesty, the Han army in the north suddenly withdrew. King Xuexian was so angry his hair stood on end. He shouted, Wei Bin, I will tear you into pieces. At this moment, The real Wei Bin was hiding with 500 elite riders behind sand dunes south of Kucha. Ban Yong whispered, "Duke Wei, the plan to fake the attack is working. The Xiongnu must be in chaos." Wei Bin nodded. As planned, Ma Luoshan should be taking action now. Before he finished speaking, fires suddenly erupted inside Kucha, and shouts of battle shook the city. Flags on the city walls fell, replaced by large banners with the character Qian. Taiguxing was excited, gripping his warhammer. "My lord, General Ma has succeeded." It turned out that Ma Luoshan had already led 2,000 elite soldiers disguised as merchants into Kucha. Now, they were launching a surprise attack to seize the city gates. Wei Bin turned his horse around. "Send the signal, all troops attack." 3 rockets shot into the sky, tearing through the night. The hidden Qian army emerged simultaneously, rushing straight toward the city gates. The Xiongnu soldiers were caught off guard, and their formation broke into chaos. Seeing the situation was hopeless, King Zhuxian ordered his guards urgently, "Quick, protect me as I break out." In the chaos, Xiao Dandan slipped close to King Zhuxian. "Your Majesty, I know a secret passage." Zhuxian trusted him and fled west with Xiao Dandan. They reached an abandoned wooden house, where Xiao Dandan suddenly drew his sword and stabbed Zhuxian in the back. "You!" Zhuxian barely dodged, but was stabbed in the shoulder. Xiao Dandan sneered, "Fool. I've been with Duke Wei for a long time. This surrender was just a trick to get your head. You damn traitor." Zhuxian roared and swung his sword at Xiao Dandan. They fought among the ruins, blades flashing and deadly moves everywhere. Xiao Dandan was no match for Zhuxian. He started to fall behind, when suddenly an arrow shot through the air and hit Zhuxian's throat. The king's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground. Wei Bin put away his bow and stepped out of the shadows. "Xiao Dandan, your acting was good." Zhuo Dandan knelt and bowed, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. The left-wise king of the Xiongnu is dead, and the Xiongnu people have lost their leader, Wei Bin. Zhuo Dandan might betray me today, and will betray you tomorrow." After saying this, the left-wise king passed away. At dawn, the city of Kucha was completely secured. The remaining Xiongnu soldiers scattered and fled, and the ambush army at the main road wiped them all out. The king of Kucha looked pale and knelt before Wei Bin. "Lord Wei, spare my life. I was forced by the Xiongnu." Wei Bin coldly interrupted, "You colluded with the Xiongnu, and you deserve punishment." But he looked at Ban Yong. "What do you think we should do with him, General Ban?" Ban Yong thought for a moment and said, "Kucha is a big country in the western regions. If we punish them harshly, it might make other countries angry. It's better to make them accept our authority and prove their loyalty." Wei Bin nodded. "I agree with General Ban." Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Wei Bin's mind. "Ding! You completed the task, eliminate Kucha, and received a reward. 1 chance to summon a famous general. Do you want to use it now?" Wei Bin's heart moved. "Use it." This time, the summoned general was Ma Yuan. Ma Fubo. Wei Bin was overjoyed. He was a brave general from the Eastern Han Dynasty, not one of the 28 guards of Yuntai, but he was also known for pacifying southern rebellions. As he spoke, a beam of light descended outside the city. Gigu and Ban Yong stared wide-eyed at the fluttering banner with the character Ma. Seeing Ma Yuan dressed in bronze helmet and silver armor, wearing a cloak, holding a heavy hammer, and carrying a bow on his back, Wei Bin immediately checked Ma Yuan's skills in the general system. Ma Yuan, Han Dynasty, Skill 1. Copper Pillar, boosts the morale of his troops. If Ma Yuan personally slays an enemy general, his troops' combat effectiveness increases by 10%. Skill 2, Secure Borders. If Ma Yuan garrisons a city, its defense increases by 5%, and the effects of Copper Pillar are strengthened. Enhanced Copper Pillar can set up a Copper Pillar to reduce enemy siege troops' combat power by 5%. Skill 3, Infantry Commander. If leading an infantry army, attack and defense increase by 5%. Seeing Ma Yuan's skills, Wei Bin immediately understood. He was a defensive-minded general, but his offensive abilities were also strong. Early in the morning, Wei Bin had already gathered all the generals in a temporary command tent. On the sand table, a small model of Yinqing was placed alone in the northwest corner. Scout reports that inside Yinxiu City, there are currently 3,000 elite Huns and 5,000 local defenders, Ban Yong said, planting small red flags on the map. The city wall is 4 zhang high. A direct attack might not be the best idea. The Hun's influence here is deep-rooted, so we must use clever tactics, Ma Luoshan, with one eye shining fiercely, said. My lord, let me and my brothers from the Poison Scorpion gang sneak in and kill the Hun's commander. The newly allied Ma Yuan gently stroked his long beard. I think we should follow Ban Ding Yuan's old method. Strike first, and then surprise them. Brilliant. My father's strategies are getting better, Ban Yong said with a smile. Weibin looked at the map carefully and suddenly pointed at Yinsu City. Is there no way to find a weak spot in the wall? Any unusual signs? Ban Yong brightened. You're right. There is one spot. He pointed to the northwest corner of Yinsu City. The wall here is old and damaged. It cracked during last year's earthquake. Though repaired, it remains weak. Good. Weibin clapped his hands on the table. Let's do that. General Ma Yuan, lead 2,000 men and pretend to attack the east gate loudly. Remember, don't fight. Just draw their attention. Ma Yuan nodded. I will make the Huns think our main force is at the east gate. Wei Luoshan. Weibin turned to the one-eyed general. Choose 50 skilled Poison Scorpion gang members. Under cover of night, they will climb through the crack and enter the city. We will coordinate from inside and outside. When the signal is given, you must take control of the city gate. I believe in you, Ma Luoshan grinned, showing a mouth full of white teeth. Climbing walls and sneaking in is our specialty. The Poison Scorpion gang loves doing this. Tej, anxious, asked, Sir, what about me? Weibin patted his shoulder. You and I will lead 3,000 troops to hide on the sand dunes 3 li outside the south gate. When the fire starts at the gate, rush in immediately, Ban Yong added. I will lead 1,000 archers around to the west gate to block any fleeing remnants. That way, we can wipe out the entire enemy force. The plan was set, and each group quickly moved into action. Ma Yuan ordered his soldiers to raise banners and tie branches to their horse tails, deliberately kicking up dust as they marched. From afar, this 2,000-strong force looked like a much larger army. On the city wall of Yinsu, the Hun's commander received the report and scoffed. The Han people are here to die again. They only took Guji, and now they want to expand? They must have a bear's heart and a leopard's courage. Send orders for the entire army to be on alert. Move all archers to the east gate. At midnight, Morrow Mountain led 50 elite members of the Poison Scorpion gang quietly out. These were hardened criminals with years of experience in the martial world, all quick and agile. They wore night clothes, painted their faces with black and gray, and carried poisoned short blades at their waists. They reached the northwest corner of the wall and found a nearly vertical crack. Morrow Mountain signaled, and the gang immediately threw out their flying claws. The iron hook securely caught the battlements, and 50 shadows silently climbed up like geckos. 2 Xiongnu guards on the wall were dozing against the arrow slits when suddenly they were covered by shadows. A sharp dagger lightly cut their throats, and they collapsed. Morrow Mountain and his men quickly changed into Xiongnu clothes and hid the bodies in the shadows of the arrow tower. Divide into 3 teams, Morrow Mountain whispered. 1 team with me to the city gate, 2 teams to set fires and create chaos, and the 3rd to assassinate the Xiongnu commander. Remember, when you hear 3 horns, attack. Meanwhile, Wei Bin and the Iron Bone's 3,000 elite soldiers had quietly taken their positions. The soldiers rushed forward with their weapons, and their horses wore bit guards. The entire sand dune was so silent that you could hear the grains of sand rolling. Your Majesty, General Ma has started. Iron Bone pointed to the faint glow of fire in the east. Weibin nodded. Send orders. Prepare to attack. Outside the east gate, Ma Yuan's famed attack was in full swing. The soldiers beat drums and shouted, but did not really approach the wall. Occasionally, they shot rockets onto the city walls, causing panic among the Xiongnu guards. His goal was simple: to attract the Xiongnu's attention and make it easier for Morrow Mountain to act. The Xiongnu guard on the tower paced anxiously. What are these Han doing? Why aren't they attacking? Why only shout and not attack the city? The deputy cautiously said, General, could this be a Han trick to lure us away? The Xiongnu guard suddenly realized. Oh, clever. No, wait. Quickly, send people to check the other gates. At that moment, 3 long horns sounded from the south of the city. Hearing the signal, Maro Mountain's single eye flashed with fierce light. Attack! The Poison Scorpion gang immediately launched their assault. One team attacked the guards at the city gate, slitting throats with poisoned blades. The second set fires everywhere. Granaries and stables burst into flames. The third headed straight for the general's residence, killing anyone in their way. Han people are inside the city. The general has been attacked. We're doomed. The city was in chaos, and the guards were completely at a loss. Outside the south gate, Wei Bin drew his sword and shouted, "The city gate is in chaos. All troops, attack now." 3,000 cavalry charged like a fierce wind toward Yinchi City. At this moment, the city gate was controlled by Ma Luoshan, who turned the winch with a creaking sound. The heavy gate slowly opened. "Kill them!" Iron-boned horse led the charge, swinging a war hammer into the city. The Xiongnu commander hurried to organize resistance, but was hit in the shoulder by a cold arrow. He looked up and saw Ma Luoshan on the city tower, smirking as he knocked a second arrow. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The Xiongnu commander, protected by his guards, fled awkwardly toward the west gate. Not far from the city gate, a cavalry charge burst out from an angle. The leader, dressed in white robes and silver armor, was Ban Yong. "Xiongnu traitors, surrender now." Ban Yong drew his bow like a full moon and shot an arrow directly into the Xiongnu commander's throat. At dawn, the Yinchi royal palace raised a large banner with the character Qian. Wei Bin sat solemnly on the throne, while the captured Yinchi nobles knelt all around. "From today, Yinchi will return to Chinese territory," Wei Bin's voice echoed through the hall. "Anyone who secretly communicates with the Xiongnu will be punished by the 9 clans." That night, Wei Bin and his men held a celebration feast. During the feast, a scout arrived with news. "The Xiongnu Chanyu has heard that Yinchi fell and has gathered 50,000 troops, heading west to attack." The general's faces changed at the news, but Wei Bin laughed loudly. "This is perfect. Order the 3 armies to rest for 10 days. Then, fight the Xiongnu to the death." On the city wall of Yinchi, the Chinese flag fluttered loudly. Under the starry sky of the western regions, a bigger storm was brewing. "Wei Bin, I will make you pay with blood." Distant from the scene, Xiao Dandan, who was helping Wei Bin capture Kucha, was still imprisoned. His hatred for Wei Bin was extreme. For revenge, he had to join the Xiongnu and escape. "Do you want to escape?" Suddenly, Xiao Dandan heard someone call him. He turned and saw a Xiongnu soldier looking at him. "Why are you looking? If you can escape, just shout." The soldier said nothing, only grinding a hemp rope. With a snap, the rope broke. Xiao Dandan was surprised and immediately changed his attitude, begging the soldier to help him. The Xiongnu soldier thought about how Xiao Dandan wanted to join forces with the Xiongnu to overthrow Wei Bin. He saw an opportunity and agreed. A conspiracy belonging to Xiao Dandan had begun to unfold. Before the celebration feast in Yinchi City had even ended, Wei Bin summoned his generals for an urgent meeting. Under the candlelight, his face was unusually serious. "Latest intelligence from the scout. The Xiongnu army of 50,000 has crossed the Yuli and Weishu regions, less than 5 days' march from Kucha. Among them, 30,000 are the elite royal guards led personally by the Xiongnu Chanyu. The vanguard consists of 20,000 archers led by the Hun's King Hengxi." Ban Yong pointed to the sand table. Ma Yuan stroked his beard and pondered. "Our forces in Kucha and Yinchi total only 5,000. The enemy is many, and we are few. Don't be afraid." Taigu slammed his hand on the table. "1 kills 1. 2 kill a pair. I am not afraid." Wei Bin looked over the generals. "Kucha is well fortified with deep moats, enough to defend. But if we get trapped inside, supplies will run out eventually." He pointed to a canyon on the sand table. "I plan to set an ambush here." Ma Luoshan's single eye lit up. "You mean to set the trap here? That place is so narrow, only 10 horses can pass side by side." "Exactly." Wei Bin drew his sword, pointing the tip at the canyon. "General Ban will lead 3,000 archers to hide on the cliff tops on both sides. General Ma will lead 2,000 cavalry to lure the enemy in. I will command the main force to cut off their retreat." Suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded outside the tent. A scout, covered in blood, rushed in. "Report, Jingjue Kingdom has suddenly sent 3,000 troops to attack Kucha." "What?" Ban Yong was shocked. "Jingjue King has no quarrel with us. Why would they attack us?" The scout panted. It said that Kayadanden escaped and somehow convinced the Jingjue king. Wei Bin gritted his teeth. That Kayadanden. Quickly, Luoshan, take 1,000 men back to defend Kucha. Luoshan nodded with a fist salute. I will protect Kucha. That night, Luoshan led his troops back to Kucha under cover of darkness. Meanwhile, Kayadanden was drinking heavily in the Jingjue king's tent. Your Majesty is wise. Kayadanden raised his cup in toast. Wei Bin is now surrounded on all sides and will surely be defeated. The Jingjue king, holding a golden cup, sneered coldly. I only want Kucha. You and the Xiongnu will give me Wei Bin's head. Each gets what they want. 3 days later, in the canyon, Ma Yuan, following the plan, led light cavalry to provoke the Xiongnu vanguard, pretending to retreat. The Han king Hexi fell for the trap, leading over 10,000 cavalry to pursue. Release the arrows, Ban Yong ordered. Arrows rained down on both sides of the canyon. The Xiongnu cavalry were thrown into chaos. Hexi quickly ordered a retreat, but found their escape route blocked by heavily armored infantry led by Wei Bin. Kill. Taigu swung his war hammer into the enemy ranks, fighting fiercely. After half a day of fierce fighting, over 10,000 Xiongnu vanguard soldiers were defeated. The evil king was shattered by Iron Bone's powerful strike, his head broken and his remaining parts scattering and fleeing. Just as Wei Bin prepared to pursue the enemy, a fast horse arrived quickly. Report. Urgent news from Kucha? The Jingjue army has broken through the west gate. Wei Bin's face changed suddenly. Where is Ma Luoshan? General Ma. General Ma was tricked into surrender by Chao Dandan and was poisoned with an arrow. General Ban. Wei Bin made a quick decision. You and General Ma Yuan stay here to block the main Hans. Iron Bone, come with me to help Kucha. To the west of Kucha city, the battle was fierce. Ma Luoshan, with one eye bloodshot and an arrow in his shoulder, still held the city gate. Hold on, brothers, he shouted, swinging his sword to cut down a Jingjue soldier. The Lord will return. Before he finished, a cold arrow suddenly struck his other shoulder. On the city wall, Chao Dandan sneered as he retracted his bow. Ma Luoshan, how does this taste? Do you remember how it felt back then? The Poison Scorpion gang fought desperately to protect Ma Luoshan as they retreated into the city. The Jingjue army flooded into the west city like a tide, leaving corpses everywhere in the streets. At this critical moment, Wei Bin led Iron Bone and 3,000 elite soldiers to arrive. They stormed in from the south gate and fought fiercely in the alleyways. Where is that damned Chao Dandan? Wei Bin, with his bloodstained sword, shouted sternly. The captured soldiers trembled and pointed toward the palace. He went to capture the princess. Ah, damn it. Still wanting a woman. Inside the palace, Chao Dandan was dragging the Kucha princess by her hair. You trash. Come back with me. Ha! Suddenly, the palace door collapsed with a loud bang. Wei Bin charged in with his sword, eyes full of killing intent. Chao Dandan was shocked and quickly grabbed the princess's throat. Don't come any closer, or I'll strangle her. Iron Bone burst through a side window, wielding a war hammer that whistled through the air. Chao Dandan hurriedly dodged and released the princess. Protect the princess. Wei Bin rushed forward with swift steps, his sword shining like a rainbow. Chao Dandan drew his sword to meet him, clashing with a loud clang, retreating 3 steps. He suddenly sneered. Wei Bin, you've fallen into a trap. As he spoke, he pulled a hidden rope. Suddenly, the roof collapsed, and countless arrows rained down. Iron Bone hurriedly used his cloak to shield the princess, but he was hit by several arrows himself. Wei Bin swung his sword to cut down some arrows, then looked around. Chao Dandan was gone. A loud, arrogant laugh came from afar. Wei Bin, the Hun's army is coming soon. Let's see how you fight them. That night, Wei Bin stood on the city wall of Kucha, gazing at the distant campfires of the Huns. A weak voice came from behind. Master. Lord. It was Ma Luoshan, his face dark, supported by 2 guards. Don't move. Wei Bin quickly held him. The poison isn't fully gone. Army doctor. Treat him. Ma Luoshan grinned, showing bloodstained teeth. This general requests to fight. At that moment, a messenger sent by Ban Yong arrived. Report. The main force of the Xiongnu has broken through the canyon, less than 20 miles from here. Iron Bone was also carried in, blood all over his body. Master, I can still fight. Wei Bin looked around. The walls of Gizi City were damaged. More than half of the defenders were injured or dead. The Jinju army retreated but still watched closely. 50,000 Xiongnu soldiers were about to arrive at the city. Wei Bin clenched his sword handle, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Order the whole army to defend Gizi to the death. Just then, a loud shout of battle suddenly came from outside the city. Wei Bin looked into the distance and saw a blazing fire behind the Xiongnu camp. Report, a scout ran up to the city hurriedly. A large army has appeared behind the Xiongnu. Wei Bin suddenly turned around. On the northern horizon, countless torches like a river of stars surged forward. In the sunset glow, a large flag with the character Qian was especially eye-catching. It's the reinforcements from Liangzhou. The scout's voice trembled with excitement. The Qian character flag should be the Dunhuang defenders. It turned out that Ban Yong, worried that Wei Bin and his men might not be able to handle the Xiongnu, had sent a fast horse the night before to contact the Dunhuang commander. The last rescue from Dunhuang was Ma Luoshan, who only took some of the troops. This time, the remaining forces arrived. Wei Bin's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, raised his sword high, and shouted, "Damn it! Reinforcements are here. All troops, counterattack." The city gates opened wide, and the remaining defenders surged out like a tide. The Xiongnu soldiers were caught off guard, their formations thrown into chaos. In the chaos, Wei Bin saw Qiao Dandan and the Jinju prince fleeing. "Little brat, where do you think you're running?" Wei Bin urged his horse to chase. Qiao Dandan looked back and saw Wei Bin, terrified out of his wits, and suddenly pulled the Jinju prince off his horse, mounted himself, and quickly escaped. Wei Bin cut off the Jinju prince's head with a sword. When he chased again, Qiao Dandan had already disappeared into the chaos. At sunset, the Xiongnu Chanyu led the remnants of his army in a hasty retreat north. Wei Bin stood on the battlefield strewn with corpses, watching the distant smoke and dust gradually fade away. "Clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded." His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. "Deep burial. All fallen soldiers." Taigu helped the seriously injured Ma Luoshan walk over. Ma Luoshan had already received prompt treatment, with the rotten flesh cut away and the toxins extracted. Ban Yong, supporting his arm with a sling, limped along behind. Ma Yuan's armor was pierced with 7 or 8 broken arrows, yet he still stood straight. Wei Bin looked at these battered but determined generals and slowly raised his bloodstained sword. "After this battle, I will bring peace to the western regions." The setting sun was blood red, shining on the battered Qian flag flying over the city of Kucha. No one noticed that behind the distant sand dunes, Qiao Dandan was watching all this with hatred and malice, then turned and disappeared into the vast desert. In the city of Kucha, Wei Bin stood on the city wall, looking at the mountain of corpses outside. Crows circled in the sky, cawing loudly. "Report," a soldier hurried over. "The statistics are complete. Our army lost 872 soldiers, with over 2,300 wounded." Wei Bin tapped on the bricks of the wall. "Where are the Xiongnu?" "Preliminary count shows over 15,000 bodies. We also captured more than 3,000 prisoners, including the Xiongnu General Huyinzhua." Ban Yong, leaning on his cane with a thick bandage wrapped around his left leg, came over. "Commander, what should we do with the prisoners?" Wei Bin thought for a moment. "Those with minor injuries will be treated and used as labor. The seriously wounded," he paused, "give them a quick end." Ma Yuan hurried onto the city wall, his armor still stained with blood. "Duke Wei, scouts have found Qiao Dandan's trail." "What? Where is he?" Wei Bin suddenly turned around. "To the southwest, heading towards Jinju Kingdom." Ma Yuan unfolded a map. "There are bloodstains and hoofprints along the way. He must be injured." Taigu, carrying a blood-stained war hammer, approached. "Commander, let me go after him. This time, I will cut off that traitor's head." Wei Bin shook his head. "No rush. After this defeat, the Jinju Kingdom is badly weakened. We should first stabilize our defenses." He looked at Ma Yuan. "General Ma, you lead 2,000 troops to garrison Yanqi to guard against a possible return of the Xiongnu." "Understood, General Ban." Wei Bin turned to Ban Yong. "You are responsible for rebuilding the defenses of Kucha. especially the section of the western city wall. Ban Yong cupped his fists. I will not fail your trust. Taigu, Wei Bin patted Taigu's shoulder. Take your men to count the weapons and supplies we've seized. After finishing the arrangements, Wei Bin walked down the city tower alone. On the street, soldiers were carrying bodies, and laborers were clearing debris. A child's crying caught his attention. Mother! Mother! Wake up! Wei Bin approached and saw a boy about 5 or 6 years old shaking a woman's body. He knelt down and gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Child, where is your father? The boy sobbed. Father went to fight the Xiongnu and never came back. Wei Bin was silent for a moment, then called a soldier. Take this child to the wounded soldiers' camp and find a good family to adopt him. Yes, the soldier took the child away. Wei Bin watched the child's distant figure, feeling very guilty. We must restore peace here. Inside the king's city of Jinjue, Xiao Dandan was kneeling awkwardly in the grand hall. His left shoulder was wrapped in blood-stained cloth, and his face was pale as paper. Good for nothing. The Jinjue king kicked him over. 3,000 elite soldiers, and fewer than 500 returned. And my son, you damn fool. Xiao Dandan crawled back and continued kneeling. Your Majesty, please stay calm. Wei Bin is cunning, and there are reinforcements. Shut up. The Jinjue king drew a curved sword and held it against his neck. I should cut off your head right now. Pay for my son's life. Your Majesty, wait, Xiao Dandan hurriedly said. I have a plan. Wei Bin must think we are badly wounded now. If we join forces with Shul, Yutian, and other countries, the Jinjue king sneered. Do you think other kings are as easy to deceive as I am? It's not a lie. Xiao Dandan's eyes shone with a sinister light. Wei Bin is ambitious and will eventually conquer the entire western regions. All the kings know this, but they dare not resist. The Jinjue king sheathed his sword, lost in thought. Continue. I am willing to act as a messenger, secretly contacting the other countries. Xiao Dandan lowered his voice. When the time is right, we will strike together. Wei Bin will surely be defeated. The Jinjue king stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with greed. Good. I trust you again. If you fail again. Snap. He made a gesture as if cutting his throat. Xiao Dandan bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will set out immediately. Inside the city of Kucha, Wei Bin was inspecting the newly trained cavalry. Ma Luoshan's injuries had improved significantly, and he was guiding nearby with a cane. Report. A scout on a flying horse arrived. We have found Xiao Dandan's trail. He traveled to countries like Shul and Yutian, seemingly plotting something. Wei Bin frowned and said, he really won't give up. Ma Luoshan spat and said, that traitor is definitely connecting with other countries. Lord, we should strike first. Banyong shook his head and replied, no. The western region's countries already have doubts. If we attack now, it will only confirm their fears. You're right. We should send envoys to promote friendship, repair trade routes, and gain their trust. Suddenly, a soldier ran in and reported to Wei Bin, Lord, the prisoners from Jinjue have revolted. Wei Bin paused for a moment, then suddenly punched the city wall and shouted, send orders. All city defenses are to be on alert. All Jinjue prisoners are to be displayed publicly at the west gate, at the west square of Kucha. More than 300 Jinjue prisoners were chained together, kneeling under the blazing sun. The angry Kucha people crowded around, some throwing stones at the prisoners, others crying out for their loved ones. Wei Bin climbed onto a makeshift high platform, raised his hand to signal silence, and said, fellow citizens of Kucha. His voice echoed across the square. The Jinjue people colluded with the Xiongnu and harmed our compatriots. This hatred must be avenged. The crowd roared in anger. Kill them. Revenge for our loved ones. Banyong stepped forward and whispered, Lord, if we kill them all, we might make enemies for life. Wei Bin sneered and turned to the prisoners. Listen up. We won't kill you today. We want you to carry a message back to Jinjue. He raised his voice. Tell King Jinjue and Kaidandan that within 10 days, they must come to Kucha to apologize in person. If they refuse, he suddenly drew his sword, the cold light flashing, and cut off the ear of the nearest prisoner with a sharp sound. This is what will happen to you, Wei Bin said, wiping blood off his sword. Get out of here. The prisoners, feeling spared, hurriedly helped each other and fled in panic. The villagers cheered loudly. That night, Wei Bin gathered his generals at the temporary command tent to discuss. General Ban, how is the city's defense repair going? Wei Bin asked. Ban Yong cupped his fists and replied, the damaged parts of the west gate have been temporarily reinforced with rammed earth. Rebuilding the arrow towers will take more time. Taigu, what about the supplies? Taigu scratched his head and said, we seized 20 Xiongnu carts loaded with grain, enough for half a month for the army. But the city's residents still have some food. Banyong took over and said, I've ordered the granaries to open and distribute food to ease the immediate need. But in the long run, we must restore trade routes as soon as possible. Wei Bin nodded and said, tomorrow, envoys will be sent to Yutian, Shul, and other countries to reopen trade. He turned to Ma Luoshan and asked, how are things on your side? Wei Bin was listening to reports from various sources. The merchant caravan has already set out and is expected to arrive at Yutian in 3 days. The city walls of Shimen are being rebuilt with bricks and stones and will be finished in about 20 days. The 50 newly recruited guards have begun training. 7 days later, outside the west gate of Kucha, a new monument stood in the center of the square, engraved with the names of all fallen soldiers. Wei Bin led the entire city's soldiers and civilians in a memorial ceremony. Their blood will not be spilled in vain. Wei Bin poured a cup of wine in front of the monument. From today, Kucha will become the strongest fortress in the western regions. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ma Yuan took the opportunity to announce, starting today, Kucha's people are exempt from taxes for 3 years. Families of fallen soldiers will receive a monthly relief grain of 1 shur. The cheers grew louder. As the sun set, the new flag on Kucha's city wall fluttered in the wind. Inside the city, craftsmen were rebuilding houses. At the market, vendors were setting up their stalls again. On this land that had once suffered from war, a new life was beginning. But even stronger enemies still awaited them. In Kucha City, early in the morning, Wei Bin was ready to set out with 36 elite soldiers. Ma Yuan spoke to Wei Bin, Duke Wei, going to Yutian is extremely dangerous. It's fine. If I don't visit in person, how can I gain their trust? Tai Gu brought a horse forward. Master, let me go with you. Wei Bin shook his head. You stay in Kucha to guard against Xiongnu raids. He mounted his horse, looked around at everyone, and said, this trip only involves 36 riders, but we must show the strength of 1,000 armies. Ma Luoshan's one eye flashed fiercely. Rest assured, brothers from the Poison Scorpion gang have already infiltrated Yutian City. In the morning light, this small team galloped southeastward. Their hooves kicked up clouds of yellow dust, like a moving golden dragon. 3 days later, outside the Yutian royal city, Wei Bin ordered a simple camp to be set up and raised a large, Qian, character flag. He strode confidently toward the city gate with 2 personal guards. Stop! Guards with halberds blocked the way. Who are you? Wei Bin held his head high. I am Wei Bin of the Qian kingdom of Liangzhou. I have come to visit the king of Yutian. The guards looked surprised and hurried to report. Soon, an official hurried over and said, Duke Wei has come from afar. We are sorry for not welcoming him properly. But he looked uncomfortable. Recently, the palace has important guests. Wei Bin's eyes flashed with sharpness. Could it be the envoy from Jingjue? The official sweat on his forehead. Well, we can't meet with you right now. The king asked me to tell you to rest at the inn for the night. Wei Bin understood immediately. The king of Yutian must be meeting with Qiao Dandan's envoy. If they don't act now, the king of Yutian might surrender to Qiao Dandan. All right, let's go to the inn first. Wei Bin nodded. Late at night, the inn in Yutian was brightly lit. Wei Bin looked serious. Suddenly, Ban Yong pushed aside the tent flap and hurried in, whispering, Master, the scout reports that Qiao Dandan's envoy is still secretly talking with the king. How many people are there? The scout says there are over 50 guards with them, but their small team has 500 people. The rest are outside. The leader is a general from Jingjue, a close confidant of the Jingjue king. Ban Yong handed over a rolled cloth. This is a map of the palace drawn by the Poison Scorpion gang. Wei Bin unfolded the map and focused on the western side. Attack here, he said. Then he looked up. What's the attitude of the Yutian king? Ban Yong shook his head. He's uncertain. During the banquet, he kept pouring wine for the Jingjue envoy. Send for Ma Luoshan. Soon, the one-eyed general slipped in quietly. Wei Bin handed him the map. Take 10 good men and hide behind the west side of the palace. Remember, I want him alive. Ma Luoshan grinned. Don't worry, Lord. After Ma Luoshan left, Wei Bin turned to Ban Yong. Ban General, what did your father do in Shanshan? Ban Yong's eyes flashed. He led a night attack on the Xiongnu envoy, setting their camp on fire. Good. Wei Bin stood up sharply. Tonight, we follow Ban's story. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? As dawn approached, in the west side of the Yutian palace, the Jingjua general was drinking happily with the king. Suddenly, a night owl's cry came from outside the window. The general tensed and grabbed his sword. What's that sound? The Yutian king, still drunk, said sleepy. Don't worry, general, it's just. Before he finished, the palace doors suddenly collapsed with a loud crash. Wei Bin, dressed in white robes and silver armor, burst in with a long spear. You damned fool. Did Xiao Dandan send you here to die? The great general of the western regions overturned the wine case and drew his sword, shouting angrily. Wei Bin, how dare you? Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot through his wrist. Ma Luoshan leapt down from the beam, pressing a poisoned dagger against the general's throat. Don't move. At almost the same time, flames shot up from the inn. Ban Yong led his men to set fire to the western region's envoy's residence, and screams tore through the night sky. Meanwhile, a commotion suddenly erupted inside the city. A team of cavalry rushed out quickly. Leading them was another western region's officer. Wei Bin, the officer stopped his horse 3 zhang away, sneering. You have such courage, daring to break into Yutian alone. And you even dare to attack our people. Wei Bin stood with his hands behind his back, unmoving. What's the matter? Xiao Dandan doesn't dare to come personally? Your general has already been captured by me. So what are you barking at, you dog? The western region's officer was furious, drawing his curved sword. The king of Yutian has agreed to ally with us. Today is your death day. He waved his hand. Kill him. 500 western cavalry charged out of the city gate, surrounding Wei Bin and his 2 companions. Wei Bin's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly blew a sharp whistle. In an instant, 33 hidden iron riders appeared like ghosts. Each carried a repeating crossbow, and their first volley knocked down dozens of enemies. Form the circle formation, Wei Bin shouted loudly, taking a spear from his guard. 36 men formed a tight back-to-back battle array, as strong as a wall of bronze and iron. The western region's officer roared in anger and led his troops to attack. Wei Bin's spear like a dragon, piercing 3 enemies at once. Blood stained his fine robes, but it only made him look more powerful. Wei Bin, the officer charged straight at Wei Bin on horseback. Die. As their horses clashed and blades flashed, the officer's head suddenly flew into the air. The decapitated body still charged forward for a few more steps before collapsing with a loud crash. Anyone else? Wei Bin pointed his blood-stained spear at the enemy army, his voice thunderous. The 500 western cavalry were so intimidated by his aura that they retreated. Someone shouted, "Run!" and the enemy forces quickly broke apart. Wei Bin did not chase them. Instead, he ordered his men to hold the enemy officer's head on the spear tip and strode toward the palace. The western region's general was shocked. How is this possible? My officer, too. Before he finished speaking, the palace doors suddenly burst open. Wei Bin, covered in blood and holding a bloody head, strode in. Is that how the western regions are supposed to be? The brave general of Jeshua was so frightened he dared not say much. Wei. Lord Wei, please stay calm. This is all the work of Xiao Dandan. The king of Yutian, dressed in disarray, immediately knelt down and shouted loudly, Lord Wei. This is. Wei Bin stepped on the struggling general of Jeshua and said loudly, back in the day, Ban Xiao killed the Xiongnu envoy overnight. Today, I am just following the example of the wise ancestors. He pointed his sword at the Yutian king and asked, do you want to be friends or enemies? The Yutian king looked pale and suddenly knelt and bowed. Yutian is willing to serve forever. Ma Luoshan dragged the general of Jeshua outside the palace to an open space. Wei Bin held a torch high, illuminating the terrified face of the prisoner. Send a message to Xiao Dandan. He swung his sword, and the general of Jeshua's left ear was cut off. Next time we meet, I will take his head. The next morning, at the gates of Yutian city, Wei Bin was inspecting the newly allied Yutian cavalry when suddenly a rider sped past. Ma Luoshan, with one eye bloodshot, shouted hoarsely. Master, Shul reports urgently. Xiao Dandan has colluded with the Shul king and is gathering a large army. Ban Yong unfurled the military report. At least 20,000 soldiers, arriving at Yinshi in 3 days. Wei Bin sneered. Order the entire army to prepare for battle. He turned to the Yutian king and asked, Would you like to send troops to help? The Yutian king gritted his teeth and said, I will personally lead 5,000 elite riders to join Lord Wei in the campaign. Personal expedition is not necessary. Just lend me your soldiers. Ha ha ha. That night, Wei Bin looked out from the city wall of Yutian. Suddenly, a smoke signal rose on the distant horizon, an alert from Yinshi. Send orders. Wei Bin drew his sword, pointing it straight east. All troops, prepare to march and meet Xiao Dandan. Taigu, holding a war hammer, grinned. Master, this time we will smash that traitor's head. Under the moonlight, 36 riders set out again. Their cloaks fluttered in the wind, like a flock of soaring eagles. Ban Yong urged his horse to catch up with Wei Bin. Master, heading to Yinshi. Victory is certain. Wei Bin's eyes were firm. Speed is key. First, secure Yinshi. Then we will go to Shul. Before dawn, Yinshi city was shrouded in tense silence. Wei Bin stood on the city wall, watching the rising dust on the distant horizon, an alert from the Shul cavalry coming to attack Wei Bin. Ban Yong quickly climbed the wall and found Wei Bin. Master, scouts report that the Shul vanguard is less than 20 miles from the city. Ban Yong spread out a map. Judging by the situation, at least 20,000 troops. Wei Bin gently tapped the battlement with his finger and asked, How is Ma Yuan doing over there? General Ma has set an ambush in the eastern valley as planned. Ban Yong pointed to a narrow pass on the map. Once the Shul army is repelled in their attack, we will cut off their retreat, making escape impossible. Taigu, carrying a war hammer, strode forward confidently. My lord, the city walls are reinforced. I've ordered stones and rolling logs to be piled behind the battlements. At this moment, Ma Luoshan came up the city ladder, his one eye flashing with fierce light. My lord, the brothers of the Poison Scorpion gang are already waiting outside the city, ready to trap those dogs. Wei Bin nodded and turned to the Tuotan cavalry below the city wall. Brave warriors of Tuotan. If we win this battle, you will be exempt from taxes for 3 years. 5,000 Tuotan cavalry shouted in unison, their swords drawn with a thunderous roar. At noon, the Shul army pressed forward like a dark cloud. Outside the city, a Shul general rode out on horseback. Wei Bin, surrender now, and I will spare your life. Wei Bin sneered, took a strong 3-stone bow from his personal guards, and handed it to Ma Luoshan. The bowstring twanged, and a sharp arrow shot through the air, accurately striking the general's helmet. Good, good. The soldiers of the Qian kingdom cheered at the accuracy, while the Shul general felt ashamed and quickly retreated. Soldiers of Shul, Wei Bin's voice was like a loud bell. You are deceived by Xiao Dandan and have invaded our territory. Surrender now, and I will forgive your past offenses. A commotion broke out among the Shul troops. Suddenly, a familiar figure parted the ranks and slowly rode out. It was Xiao Dandan. Wei Bin. Xiao Dandan sneered as he raised a blood-stained cloth bag. Do you recognize this? He opened the bag, revealing a blood-stained Poison Scorpion gang uniform inside. Wei Bin's pupils shrank slightly, but he quickly calmed himself. Xiao Dandan, your petty tricks. You think you can fool us? You underestimate me too much? Ha ha. Xiao Dandan laughed wildly. I've killed many of your Poison Scorpion gang members. He waved his hand. Attack the city. The drums thundered, and tens of thousands of Shul soldiers surged like a tide. Rain of arrows darkened the sky, and defenders on the wall were struck down one after another. Fire arrows, Ban Yong ordered. 1,000 crossbows behind the battlements shot simultaneously. The frontline Shul soldiers fell like wheat being cut, but the following troops continued to charge over their fallen comrades. Scaling ladders quickly reached the walls, and a fierce melee broke out between the defenders and the attackers. Wei Bin wielded a long spear, fighting back and forth on the city wall. With each strike, an enemy soldier would scream and fall. Blood soaked his armor, pooling on the ground. Lord, Shiman is in danger. A soldier ran over, covered in blood. Wei Bin didn't hesitate. He led his loyal guards, including Tai Gu, toward Shimen. The city wall here had already been cracked by siege engines, and dozens of elite Shul soldiers were rushing through the gap. "Follow me," Taigu shouted angrily as he charged into the enemy crowd, swinging his war hammer and sending flesh flying. Wei Bin's spear, like a dragon, quickly knocked down 3 enemy generals. Just as he was about to pursue, he heard cheers from below. The Shul army had brought out a 3-Zhonghai siege tower. "Prepare the oil," Wei Bin shouted sharply. At that moment, chaos suddenly broke out among the Shul soldiers near the siege tower. Dozens of Shul soldiers suddenly turned against their own, attacking the soldiers operating the tower from inside. "It's Morrow Mountain," Taigu shouted excitedly. It turned out that Morrow Mountain had just led elite troops from the Poison Scorpion gang, sneaking into the Shul army through another city gate. While the Shul soldiers focused on attacking the city, they ignored the rear. They quickly set fire to the siege tower and took the opportunity to assassinate several Shul generals. "Well done," Wei Bin laughed loudly. "All troops, counterattack." The defenders' morale soared. They pushed back the enemy soldiers climbing the walls. The battle lasted from noon until sunset. The ground was covered with corpses, and the land was stained red. The Shul army's assault gradually weakened. "Lord, the time has come," Ban Yong pointed at the retreating enemy forces. Wei Bin wiped the blood from his face and blew his bronze horn. With the sound, a sudden roar of battle erupted from the East Canyon. Mao Yuan's ambush had finally struck. The Shul army was caught off guard from both sides, their formation in chaos. Xiao Dandan, protected by his guards, fled in panic but was stopped by a group of cavalry. Xiao Dandan, Morrow Mountain, with the Poison Scorpion gang, charged forward, his one eye burning with revenge. "I will avenge my brothers." Xiao Dandan's face turned pale. Suddenly, he pulled out a fire starter from his pocket. "Then let's all die together," he shouted as he ignited the fuse under a nearby grain cart. "Hey, damn it! Where did this gunpowder come from?" "Run, Ma Dongjia!" Wei Bin shouted. A loud explosion followed. Using the smoke as cover, Xiao Dandan galloped into the chaos. Wei Bin was about to pursue, but saw a squad of Shul cavalry charging desperately toward him, so he had to deal with them first. After finishing with the cavalry, Xiao Dandan was already gone. On the battlefield, the Shul army was either dead or surrendering. The fight finally came to an end. As night falls, the city of Yinshi is brightly lit. Wei Bin stands on the city wall, personally bandaging the wound of Ma Luoshan. "That damn guy, Xiao Dandan." Ma Luoshan spits out blood. "He got away." Wei Bin pats his shoulder. "Don't worry, he won't go far." He turns to the captured Shul general. "Tell me, where did Xiao Dandan go?" The prisoner trembles and answers. "He headed towards Jinjue." Ma Yuan brings in a man dressed in fine clothes. "My lord, we caught the king of Shul." The Shul king kneels and begs for mercy. "Wei Gong, spare my life." "It was all Xiao Dandan's fault." Wei Bin coldly interrupts. "General Ban, according to your customs in the western regions, what should we do if someone betrays their alliance?" Ban Yong replies firmly. "Execute him publicly and set up a new king." The Shul king collapses to the ground in despair. Wei Bin shakes his head. "No, give him a chance." He looks down at the king. "I want you to lead the troops and join me in attacking Jinjue." The Shul king, feeling saved, kneels repeatedly. "Thank you, Wei Gong, for sparing me. I will be the vanguard." After the battle, they count the losses. Over 10,000 enemies killed, 6,000 captured. Wei Bin orders a grand funeral for the fallen soldiers, especially honoring the brothers from the Poison Scorpion gang. This hatred must be avenged, Ma Luoshan vows at his brothers' graves. "I will personally cut down Xiao Dandan." After the funeral, a scout reports, "There's been a coup in Jinjue. Xiao Dandan has taken the Jinjue king hostage." 666. "That's interesting." Ban Yong frowns. "My lord, Xiao Dandan is resisting stubbornly." Wei Bin looks westward, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Order the army to rest for 3 days." Then, he draws his sword, pointing toward Jinjue. "We will end this trouble once and for all." On the city wall of Yinshi, a new banner with the character Qian flutters in the night wind. Inside Jinjue to the west, Xiao Dandan, having taken the king hostage, is frantically gathering remaining soldiers for a final fight. Before dawn, the desert is shrouded in eerie silence. only the sound of wind and sand brushing over rocks. Wei Bin halts his horse on a sand dune, the outline of Jingjue faintly visible in the morning fog. The western fortress is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with gray-brown walls rising 4 zhang high, gleaming coldly in the morning light. Report: Ma Luoshan suddenly appeared from the shadows, his single eye flashing with a fierce light. My lord, the dog thief Qiao Dandan has tied the king of Jingjue to the central arrow tower. We have doubled the guards at all 4 gates. Ban Yong spread out a map, pointing at it as he spoke. Jingjue City is built on the mountains. Only the west gate is flat, but Qiao Dandan will surely have heavy troops there. Tai Gu, carrying a war hammer, spoke loudly. My lord, let me lead people to charge directly at the city gate. I can smash stones with this hammer. Wei Bin stared at the city wall and suddenly pointed to a steep cliff on the east side. Look over there. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw faint cracks on the nearly vertical cliff face. Taigu nodded. Bring 500 elite men. Climb up from there tonight. Wei Bin drew an arc on the map. Ma Yuan will lead the Yutian cavalry to feint attack the west gate, drawing the enemy's attention. Ma Luoshan licked his lips. My lord, I will have my brothers from the Poison Scorpion gang sneak into the city. I'm very experienced at climbing walls and sneaking in. Wei Bin nodded and looked at the generals. Remember, our main goal is to rescue the Jingjue king. Killing Qiao Dandan is secondary. Late at night, Taigu held a short knife in his mouth, clinging to the steep rock face like a gecko. Behind him, 500 strong men with ropes around their waists looked like a winding black snake under the moonlight. Be careful of your footing, Taigu whispered. The 3rd stone is loose. Suddenly, a piece of rock fell from the cliff, making a clear sound in the silent night. Who's there? A sentry on the wall called out alertly. Taigu held his breath, pressed against the shadow. Another sentry yawned. It's just the wind. Why get so tense? Before he finished, Taigu suddenly leapt onto the wall, covering the sentry's mouth with his hand. His short knife sliced across his throat. Another sentry was about to shout, but a flying dagger had already embedded in his forehead. Open the gates, Taigu whispered urgently, signaling downward. At the same time, a burst of fire erupted from the west gate. Ma Yuan led the Yutian cavalry, beating drums and shouting. Arrows rained down like a storm on the city wall. The defenders hurriedly gathered their troops, and the sound of drums and horns filled the sky. Quick! Taigu led the charge down from the wall. The gatekeeper hadn't reacted yet and was struck down by the warhammer. The heavy gate slowly opened with a creak. Wei Bin led his main forces through the east gate, their spears shining under the torchlight. He shouted, follow the plan. Save the king of Jingjue at Ma Luo Mountain, control the city tower, and follow me. Iron Bone. Suddenly, fighting broke out inside the city. Ma Luo Mountain, with 20 Poison Scorpion gang members, moved quickly through the alleys like shadows. They chose dark, narrow paths and soon reached the central arrow tower. The king of Jingjue was chained at the top, with 2 steel knives on his neck. His face was pale, lips cracked, clearly dehydrated for days. Don't move, a guard shouted sharply. If you go any further, I'll kill him. Ma Luo Mountain's one-eyed leader flashed with fierce anger and suddenly threw 3 poison darts. 2 guards fell instantly, but the 3rd was blocked by a man with a sword. Trying to die, the last guard shouted, swinging his sword. Ma Luo Mountain dodged sideways. His poisoned short blade, like a snake's tongue, sliced across the guard's throat. The guard's eyes widened. A choking sound came from his throat, and he slowly collapsed. Thank you, General, the king of Jingjue weakly said. Meanwhile, Wei Bin and Iron Bone had reached the palace gates. Suddenly, countless torches lit up on the palace walls. Qiao Dandan, in golden armor and a red robe, looked down and laughed loudly. Wei Bin, you've really come. He waved his hand, and hundreds of archers rushed out from both sides of the gate. Fire! Arrows rained down. Wei Bin quickly raised his shield to block. Iron Bone roared and threw his war hammer, knocking down 3 archers. Charge in, Wei Bin shouted, swinging his sword. His soldiers pushed forward through the arrow rain. At that moment, a fire suddenly erupted behind the palace. Ma Luo Mountain and the Poison Scorpion gang had sneaked in through a secret passage and set fire in the kitchen. Flames burst out of the windows, and thick smoke billowed. Seeing the danger, Xiao Dandan turned to run. Wei Bin reacted quickly, grabbing a spear from the ground and throwing it with all his strength. The spear pierced Xiao Dandan's thigh, pinning him to the palace wall. "Capture him," Wei Bin shouted. At dawn, the square in front of the Jinjua palace was crowded with people. Xiao Dandan was chained to a torture post, covered in blood. The local people surrounded him, angrily cursing the man responsible for chaos in the western regions. Wei Bin, holding the golden sword offered by the Jinjua king, slowly approached Xiao Dandan. "Do you have anything to say?" Xiao Dandan looked up, sneering. "King or not, if you want to kill me, just do it." "Good." Wei Bin raised the golden sword. "This strike is for the brothers who died at Ma Luo Mountain." A flash of sword light, and Xiao Dandan's left arm was cut off at the shoulder. Blood splattered onto the execution platform. "Ah!" Xiao Dandan let out a sharp scream, but still gritted her teeth and held on. "Wei Bin, you will not have a good death. This sword is for the innocent people of Guzi who died unjustly." Wei Bin swung his sword down, and his right arm was severed. Xiao Dandan could no longer speak, only glaring at Wei Bin with a look full of hatred and resentment. One last strike. Wei Bin's eyes shone coldly. For peace in the western regions, the golden sword sliced through the air, and Xiao Dandan's head rolled onto the ground. The hero who caused chaos in the western regions was finally defeated. Ding! The ruler of Nanliang has died, and Nanliang is completely destroyed. The king of Jinju trembled as he stepped forward, presenting the royal seal with both hands. "Duke Wei. Jinjua wishes to serve forever." Wei Bin took the royal seal, then turned to the people of the western regions and loudly declared, "From today, Jinjua belongs to us." It's like returning to Han territory. Trade routes will reopen, and peace will last forever. The cheers were deafening. Banyong quietly wiped tears from his eyes, as if he saw his father's glory from the past. Ma Luoshan came to Wei Bin's side and whispered, "Master, just received news that the Xiongnu chieftain personally led 100,000 troops south across the Tianshan Mountains." Wei Bin looked north, his gaze sharp as a torch. "Order the 3 armies to rest for 10 days. Open the Jinjua granaries and reward the troops. Bury the fallen soldiers with respect and comfort their families." He then turned to the king of Jinjua. "Immediately repair the city walls and prepare to fight the Xiongnu." The king of Jinjua bowed and replied, "I will obey Duke Wei's orders." That night, Wei Bin held a military meeting at the Jinjua palace. Ma Yuan suggested, "The Xiongnu cavalry excel at open field battles. We should defend the city and hold our ground." Ban Yong disagreed. "No, the western region cities are scattered. If we are attacked separately," Wei Bin slammed his hand on the table. "No, we must strike first." He pointed to a canyon on the map. "Set an ambush here and take out the Xiongnu vanguard first." At dawn, on the walls of Jinjua City, the large banner with the character Qian fluttered in the morning wind. Wei Bin looked at the distant mountains to the north, where a bigger storm was brewing. Taigu carried a newly forged war hammer and came over. "Master, look at this. The new weapons made from western region steel are really beautiful." Ma Luoshan was training new recruits from the Poison Scorpion gang, his single eye burning with the fire of revenge. Ban Yong held a bamboo scroll and said, "Master, this is the current list of western region countries that have pledged allegiance to us." Wei Bin took the bamboo slip and said in a deep voice, "Order the army to set out in 10 days. This time, we must make the Xiongnu remember forever. Those who invade our land, no matter how far, will be punished." Ding. You have now gained control over Lulan, Yutian, Shul, Kucha, Yinshi, Jiaohe, and Shima in the western regions. Your influence in the western regions increases by 5,000. You can now establish the western regions protectorate. That's not enough. Wei Bin thought, "I want to control the entire western regions." But further north, dark clouds of war are gathering. On this ancient land, a new legend is about to be written. The celebration feast in Jinjua City lasted for 3 days and nights. On the morning of the 4th day, as the first sunlight broke through the clouds, Wei Bin was already standing on the city wall, looking north. His silk robe still carried the scent of wine from last night's celebration, but his eyes had regained their sharpness. Report. A ragged scout rushed onto the city wall, kneeling heavily on the stone slab. The Xiongnu army, led by 30,000 vanguard troops, has reached the city's outskirts. Another 70,000 main forces are crossing the Dead Desert, expected to arrive within 10 days. Wei Bin took a slight pause as he received the military report. The marked distribution of Xiongnu forces on the paper, highlighted with cinnabar, looked like a blood-stained curved blade across the northern map. 5 days earlier than expected, Wei Bin's voice was soft, but the generals on the city wall held their breath. He turned to the rear. Ma Yuan, how is our cavalry training? Ma Yuan stepped forward with a fist salute, reporting to the Lord. The newly formed Western Region's coalition army has about 20,000 troops, including 5,000 light cavalry from Yutian, 3,000 heavy armor from Kucha, and a total of 12,000 from other tribes. However, he hesitated. The new soldiers haven't experienced real battles yet. Taigu, carrying his newly forged warhammer with a lion-shaped emblem on the head, said, "My lord, let me lead some men to the outskirts of the city and fight to our heart's content." Ban Yong gently stroked his sword at his waist. That's not wise. The Xiongnu excel at guerrilla warfare, and we should. General Ban is right. Wei Bin suddenly interrupted, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers practicing below. Order the entire army to prepare for battle. Also, he turned to Ma Luoshan. Send a messenger to Juemi Kingdom. Ma Luoshan's single eye brightened. My lord, are you planning to? Juemi Kingdom may be small, but it is strategically important. Wei Bin gently pointed on the map. If we form an alliance, we can cut off the Xiongnu's arm, and their eastern route leads to the Chong Kingdom and Chong lands, which is very important. 3 days later, a special envoy team left the city of Jingjue. Wei Bin took off his armor and changed into a white armor, bringing only Ban Yong and 20 guards. Ma Luoshan led 30 elite scorpions secretly to follow, while Tiego was ordered to stay behind in Jingjue. The journey through the desert was very difficult. On the 5th day at noon, when the envoy crossed the last sand dune, everyone held their breath at the sight before them. Jumi City looked like a white pearl set in a green oasis. The sunlight reflected brightly off the white stone walls. "Oh my, what is that white thing? It's so dazzling," Ban Yong exclaimed. As soon as they reached the city gates, the heavy gates slowly opened. A team of colorful guards lined up, followed by 16 strong men carrying a golden-topped sedan. King Jumi personally greeted them on the sedan. "Lord Wei has come from afar. I am sorry for not welcoming you properly," said King Jumi gently. But Wei Bin noticed that the 40-something king's face was full of deep worry, with fine lines around his eyes that didn't match his age, as if he was troubled greatly. The procession entered the city, passing through busy streets filled with curious people. Wei Bin saw many shops had white banners hanging outside, and there were few children on the streets. The faces of the people looked sad. That night, the palace banquet was very luxurious, with gold dishes and beautiful music and dance. After 3 rounds of wine, King Jumi suddenly clapped his hands to dismiss his attendants and knelt deeply before Wei Bin. "Wei Gong, you finally arrived. I have something to ask of you." Wei Bin quickly helped him up. "Your Majesty, please rise and speak." King Jumi's eyes suddenly turned red. That winter 3 years ago, his voice trembled. The right-wise king of the Xiongnu led 5,000 cavalry to attack Jumi. They. King Jumi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. They built a fortress in front of the palace. My queen, my 3 princes, and the little princess just a month old. A tear fell onto the carpet. The right-wise king, in front of me, used a knife. One cut after another. To torment us. Ban Yong stood up quickly, drawing his sword with a clear sound. Wei Bin held his arm firmly and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this right-wise king is too cruel." "Where is he now?" King Jumi raised his tearful eyes and reported. "Messenger has come to inform us that he is following the Xiongnu army heading south, serving as the deputy commander of the right virtuous king." Suddenly, King Jumi knelt and bowed his head. "If Duke Wei can avenge this blood feud for me, I am willing to surrender the entire nation and serve forever." The candle flames in the hall flickered, swaying like Wei Bin's uncertain mood. After a moment, Wei Bin slowly stood up and helped King Jumi to his feet. "I will help you avenge this grudge. Please wait for our good news, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Duke Wei." Wei Bin then led Ban Yong and others back to Jingju to plan the ambush at the mountain pass outside the city. 5 days later, outside Jingju City. This was a narrow canyon about 5 miles long, with steep cliffs on both sides, like blades and axes. At noon, a group of Xiongnu cavalry was moving through the valley, led by the right virtuous king. He rode a white horse with a golden sword, wearing a wolf fur cloak, and had a fierce scar running from his brow to his mouth. Report: we have found Zhu Mi's caravan ahead. About 30 camels loaded with goods. The right virtuous king licked his lips. Excellent. Men, as usual, kill all the men, take the women. The Xiongnu cavalry roared into the canyon, only to find that the so-called caravan was just a few empty carts, with hay tied to the camels. His face suddenly changed. This is a trap. A loud boom sounded as huge rocks rolled down and blocked the rear entrance of the valley. At almost the same time, countless flags appeared on the cliffs on both sides, and arrows rained down like storms. Wei Bin, dressed in white robes and silver armor, stood on the highest cliff. You Xiongnu scoundrels, today is your death day. The Xiongnu cavalry in the canyon panicked. Their horses collided in the narrow space, and arrows shot from all directions. The right virtuous king desperately waved his great sword, shouting to organize a breakout, but it was too late. Set fire with oil, Wei Bin ordered. Dozens of clay jars filled with oil were thrown from the cliff top, followed by a barrage of fire rockets. The valley instantly turned into a sea of flames, and the screams of the Xiongnu soldiers echoed through the sky. The fierce battle lasted about half an hour. In the narrow canyon, the advantage of the Xiongnu cavalry was gone. Finally, the right virtuous king was struck down from his horse with a heavy blow and was tied up like a dumpling. At sunset, on the open ground at the canyon entrance, the right virtuous king was forced to kneel on the ground, still shouting. A mere small country ruler dares to challenge the Xiongnu chieftain? I, the Kunyu army, smack. Ma Luo-shan slapped him across the face, breaking 2 bloody teeth. King Zhu Mi walks forward, holding his ancestral curved sword. The gem-encrusted sword feels very heavy in his trembling hand. The old king's eyes are filled with tears. After 3 years of nightmare, his revenge is about to be complete. Suddenly, King Yuxian sneers. Old man, do you remember how your young daughter, a flash of sword light, and King Yuxian's head falls to the ground, his fierce expression frozen forever. King Zhu Mi kneels and cries loudly. The 3 years of humiliation and pain are finally released with this one strike. That night, when they returned to Zhu Mi city, 300 torches were lit in front of the palace square. King Zhu Mi took off his crown and personally offered the royal seal and sword. He said, "From today, Zhu Mi will forever serve Wei Gong. Anyone who disobeys will face divine punishment." Wei Bin solemnly accepted, then gave his sword to Wei Qi-chang. From now on, Zhu Mi's affairs are my affairs. Late at night, in a secret chamber deep inside the palace, Wei Bin and his generals are studying a sand table. The Xiongnu main force will arrive in 7 days. General Ban Yong points to the north part of the sand table, where a small enemy flag is planted. Our current troops are. Wei Bin suddenly raises his hand to stop him. No, we must attack first. He points to a depression north of Baishan. This is where the Xiongnu army will be buried. Ma Luo-shan's one eye shines brightly. Master, you mean, set fire. Wei Bin's finger moves across the sand table. It's the dry season, and the north wind is strong. You know what to do. Taigu clenches his fists, muscles bulging. I'll go prepare the fire oil right now. At dawn, as the first sunlight hits the Qian character flag on Zhu Mi city's wall, soldiers quietly set out. Before dawn, on the northern foothills of Baishan, dry reeds rustle in the wind. Wei Bin hides behind a mound, gently moving aside the dry grass with his finger. In the distance, the Xiongnu camp stretches for miles, like a sleeping giant. Master, the wind has shifted, General Ban Yong whispers. The compass needle trembles slightly. North wind, moderate speed. Wei Bin nods and turns to Ma Luo-shan. Is the poison scorpion gang ready? Ma Luo-shan's one eye flickers with excitement. 30 brothers with fire oil jars, just waiting for the signal. Taigu grips his war hammer tightly, veins bulging on his strong arms. Master, let me lead the charge. Not yet. Wei Bin pulled out a bronze tiger talisman from his bosom. Ma Yuan's cavalry ambushed at the northwest valley entrance, while Ban Yong's archers occupied the high ground on the east side. When the fire started, at noon, the Xiongnu camp rose with curling smoke. In front of the chieftain's golden tent, a shaman was performing a strange dance, praying for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, urgent hoofbeats came from the northwest. A group of light cavalry rushed in, shooting arrows like rain toward the camp's outskirts. Enemy attack. The Xiongnu sentry blew the horn. The chieftain lifted the tent flap, his golden armor shining in the sun. Just a small disturbance. Ignore it, he said dismissively, waving his hand. Send 2,000 troops to disperse them. As the Xiongnu cavalry charged out, 30 dark figures quietly slipped into the camp's edge. Ma Luoshan made a gesture, and the poison scorpion gang dispersed, placing oil jars secretly among the grain piles, stables, and tents. Fire arrows, Ban Yong ordered from the high ground. Hundreds of rockets shot across the sky like falling stars. Boom! The oil caught fire instantly, forming dozens of fiery snakes. The north wind fueled the flames, which rapidly engulfed the entire camp. Help! Fire! Save the fire! The chieftain panicked, but it was too late. His warhorses reared and broke free, running wild. Soldiers scrambled chaotically, trampling each other. Now, Wei Bin drew his long sword, pointing straight at the sky. Ma Yuan's heavy cavalry, hidden at the northwest valley, immediately launched a charge. Their iron hooves thundered, spears like forests, tearing through the hurriedly formed defenses of the Xiongnu. Leading the charge was a brave horseman, swinging a war hammer, blood flying everywhere. You Xiongnu dogs, take this hammer from your grandfather. The chieftain, protected by his guards, hurriedly retreated, but a special force blocked his way, an elite unit led by Wei Bin himself. The two armies fought fiercely at the edge of the fire. Wei Bin, the chieftain roared, raising his golden sword. I will tear you to pieces. Wei Bin sneered and charged directly at the chieftain. Their swords clashed, sparks flying. The chieftain, incredibly strong, swung each blow with mountain-shaking force. Wei Bin used clever techniques, attacking from unexpected angles. Crack! Wei Bin's sword sliced through the chieftain's golden helmet, splitting it in two. The chieftain, disheveled and wild-eyed, roared, You dare die! Suddenly, a cold arrow shot from the side, hitting the chieftain's shoulder. He cried out in pain, turning to see Ma Luoshan standing atop a burning tent, coldly smiling as he knocked a second arrow. Protect the Chanyu. The Xiongnu guards fought bravely, using their bodies to form a human wall. At sunset, the battle was nearly over. The Xiongnu army was defeated, with bodies scattered everywhere. The Chanyu, protected by the remaining troops, fled hurriedly toward the northern Gobi Desert. Wei Bin ordered a stop to the pursuit, send orders to treat the wounded and count the spoils of war. Ban Yong carried the captured Chanyu's gold seal and approached. My lord, in this battle we defeated over 40,000 enemies and captured 8,000. We also seized many horses and supplies. Ma Yuan pointed north. Although the Chanyu escaped, he won't be able to attack the western regions again for 10 years. Taigu, holding a blood-stained war hammer, grinned and said, My lord, now we can rest easy and focus on farming. Wei Bin, however, showed no sign of happiness. He looked into the distance at the fading dust and smoke, speaking in a deep voice. No, this is just the beginning. Send orders for the army to rest and recover. Once ready, we will continue marching to other countries. He looked into the distance, a complex light in his eyes. Once the western regions are secure, then, he raised his wine cup and drank it all. We will plan to conquer the central plains. Late at night, in the council hall of Jingjua City, a map of the western regions was spread out on the long table. Wei Bin tapped the map lightly with his finger, his gaze shifting between the different countries. Everyone, look here. Wei Bin pointed at Shul. Our current territory forms a shape like the character Gong, Jingjua, Kucha, Yinshi to the east, Shul, and Yutian to the west. The trade route in the middle, about 800 miles long, is like a thin neck hanging over a pot. It's blocked. Ban Yong picked up a black flag and placed it near Gomo. This is a key strategic point. Gomo, Weitu, and Wusun haven't allied with us yet. They could cut off our eastern and western connections at any time. Plus, we don't know their attitude toward us. or if they've been bought by the Xiongnu. Ma Yuan stroked his beard and pondered. Actually, last month I checked the merchant routes. Gumo's customs station was forcibly collecting a third of the tolls. Traders are unhappy, and some caravans have started taking the northern route, which increases travel time and costs. 666. Taigu slammed his hand on the table. That damn place refuses to submit to us. I'll lead the troops to smash that broken checkpoint. Wei Bin raised his hand to stop him, then pointed at the mountains between Kucha and Shul. The more difficult problem is the Weitu country. Within this territory, Eagle Gorge is a necessary passage. The cliffs on both sides are as sharp as blades. If an ambush were set here, he suddenly pushed the teacup across the canyon, splashing tea onto the trade route. As you can imagine, our trade route could be raided at any time, Ma Luoshang, with one eye half closed, said. My poison scorpion gang has learned that King Wei Tu is secretly communicating with remnants of the Xiongnu. Last month, Xiongnu messengers entered the palace at night and have not come out since. Banyong quickly arranged the strategy on the map with counting tokens. If we take Gumo, we can ensure safe passage west of Kucha. Then moving south to Wusun will open the route east of Shul. Finally, surrounding Wei Tu will be like catching a turtle in a jar. That's not good. Wei Bin suddenly placed 3 black flags on Gumo. First, take Wusun. Its king is weak and has factions willing to surrender. After capturing Wusun, Gumo will naturally be afraid. He then placed a black flag on Wei Tu. As for this place, Ma Luoshang, have your men disguise as merchants and burn their granaries first. Ma Yuan suddenly drew his sword sheath across the ground. My lord, take note. But the troops at Shul should not be moved lightly. It's better to let Yu Tian pretend to attack Shache, distracting the western countries. This is also not good, Ma Yuan interrupted. Shache is strong, and its ruler is very suspicious. If we send troops to pretend to attack, he will definitely think we want to invade him, and he will respond with real troops. Everyone continued their discussion. Outside the window, dusk gradually faded. Wei Bin stood with his hands behind his back in the shadow of the lantern, suddenly smiling softly. I have already decided. Within 10 days, I want to see the envoy from Wusun kneeling before Jingjua City. 1 month's deadline. Let Gumo's king come personally to pay the customs duties. As for Wei Tu, he blew out the flickering lantern at the far west. When the harvest is over, that will be our moment to seize this place. The generals looked at each other and smiled, their shadows cast on the wall by the lantern light. In the morning mist, Wusun's city walls appeared faintly. Wei Bin, dressed in plain robes, stood at the city gate, accompanied only by Ban Yong and 2 guards. The city soldiers lazily watched the visitor until they saw the official seal on the document and hurried to salute. King Wei Bin of Liangzhou, here to visit King Wusun. The main hall of Wusun's palace was simpler than expected. The nearly 60-year-old Wusun king sat on a faded throne, frowning deeply. Lord Wei's good intentions are understood by this king, the old king said, stroking the worn carvings on the armrest. But Wusun has always maintained neutrality, and I fear. Suddenly, a child's laughter came from the corner of the hall. A boy about 7 or 8 years old peeked out from behind the curtain, but was quickly pulled back by a maid. Wei Bin's eyes flickered slightly. Who is this? This is my son, Adile. Wei Bin knelt down and took out a delicate wooden carved horse from his sleeve. Does the little prince like horses? Yes. Adile reached out to grab it. The king of Wusun's expression softened for a moment. Then he quickly put on a stern face. Hey, Adile, don't touch it. Adile looked frightened and hurried back to the king of Wusun's chair. The king seemed a bit upset. You, Central Plains person, we haven't established any relationship, and you're worried that this wooden horse might hide something. Then the king of Wusun immediately ordered Wei Bin and his men to leave the palace and sent someone to escort them to the inn. Damn it, just sending a toy to your son, and you have to be so cautious. Are you crazy? Wei Bin cursed loudly. Late at night, I found out everything, Ma Luoshan whispered from the shadows of the inn. He was born late, and the princess died giving birth. That little boy wants the stars, but not the moon. I see, master. The city wall of Wusun is only about 2 zhang high, and the garrison is less than 1,000 soldiers, Ban Yong whispered. A strong attack could take it in half a day. Wei Bin shook his head slightly. No, what I want is people's hearts. His eyes swept over the numb-looking common people in the street. Look at these people. They have no spirit. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ban Yong's eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to? Wei Bin toyed with the wooden carving in his hand. Prepare some toys from the Central Plains tomorrow. Ma Luoshan, check the defenses of the palace. At 3 in the morning, Wei Bin and Ban Yong climbed over the palace wall like two shadows. Ma Luoshan had already mapped out the route. The two easily avoided patrols and reached the prince's bedroom. Who's there? The young prince's voice, still half asleep, was cut off as Ban Yong covered his mouth. Shoo! Wei Bin revealed the wooden carving from earlier. Do you remember me? Adile blinked his big eyes and suddenly nodded excitedly. Over the next 2 hours, Wei Bin performed magic tricks, pulling out all kinds of new and interesting toys. A wooden monkey that could do flips, a ceramic whistle that could produce bird sounds, and a picture book depicting Central Plains scenery. Ban Yong used a dagger to carve wood, quickly shaping a lively little dog. Uncle Wei, the young prince completely let down his guard. Are there really fire-breathing dragons in the Central Plains? Wei Bin smiled and shook his head. That's just a legend. But, he lowered his voice mysteriously, I've seen more elephants bigger than houses. If you want to see one, Uncle Wei can make it happen. On the third evening, King Wensu suddenly summoned Wei Bin to the palace. Why are you joking with me, Wei Gong? King Wensu's face was pale, while Adile tightly hugged the cloth tiger Wei Bin left yesterday. Wei Bin sat calmly. Does the king know what the Xiongnu Chanyu said when he retreated? He answered himself. He said, the kings of the western regions are just mice. The old king suddenly slammed the table but then sank into despair. Wensu is a small country. How can we resist? Father, Adile suddenly ran to his father's knees. Uncle Wei said there's a saying in the Central Plains, better to be broken jade than intact pottery. What does that mean? The hall suddenly fell silent. King Wensu gently stroked his son's head, tears streaming down his face. Go outside. King Wensu patted his son's head and waved at Wei Bin and others, signaling them to leave the palace. Wei Bin and the others understood and left the palace. Your Highness, this trick seems to work a little. If we can win the prince's favor, King Wensu might be in a good mood and agree to our plan, Ma Luoshan said with a smile. Haha, then shall we wait here tonight? Play the waiting game? Wei Bin chuckled. At the third watch, Wei Bin was alone in the inn courtyard, setting up a chess game. Suddenly, he heard rustling on the wall. The young prince climbed over the servant's shoulder to sneak in. You're here. Wei Bin waved and smiled at the prince. Uncle Wei, father won't let me see you anymore. But playing with Uncle Wei is really fun. The prince looked down, a bit discouraged. It's okay. Look, you came to find Uncle Wei yourself, right? From now on, Uncle Wei can come to see you too. Deal? Wei Bin patted the prince's head and smiled. Come, let's play chess. Is this? Go. Adile stared at the chess on Wei Bin's table. No, this is a rare game from the western regions. These are our Chinese chess pieces. Wei Bin moved a wooden horse. Like this, it moves in an L shape. At the fifth watch, King Wensu and his guards rushed into the inn, only to see Wei Bin teaching the boy to write the character, Eternal, with a brush. The old king's anger froze on his face. Father, Adile held a crooked calligraphy scroll, and Uncle Wei said a famous saying from Central Plains. People are the most important, then the state, and the ruler is the least. Wei Bin responded sharply, with a determined look, Your Majesty, the Xiongnu cavalry do not care about neutrality. Hesitation appeared on the king of Wusun's face. Your Majesty, do you know the saying, those who understand the times are the heroes? Although the Xiongnu have been heavily defeated by us, they can still come back. If that happens, Wusun might be in deep trouble, Ban Yong continued. Exactly. I may not understand all the big principles, but I know that Lord Wei is here to help everyone. Lord Wei's goal is to unify the western regions and reopen the trade routes, Ma Luoshan said proudly. I understand now. The king of Wusun tremblingly took the brush handed by his son and stamped the submission document heavily. As the sun's rays pierced through the clouds, the large flag with the character, Qian, was raised on the city wall. Wei Bin crouched down and adjusted the tiger head hat on the Wusun prince's head. Next time, I'll teach you to ride a real horse. The next morning, the gates of Wusun opened wide. Wei Bin led the Wusun prince by the hand at the front, followed by the king holding the imperial seal. The townspeople looked on in surprise as their prince held a strange flag, the black background with golden, qian, characters, shining brightly in the morning sun. Give the order, Wei Bin said to Ma Yuan, who hurried over. Deploy 1,000 elite soldiers to guard Wusun and repair the trade route checkpoints. He then crouched down and smiled at the prince. Next time, I'll bring you a moving wooden horse. Ma Luoshan watched the joyful Wusun people, a hint of doubt flashing in his single eye. Lord, is this really the end? Wei Bin smiled but did not answer. Ban Yong softly said, people's hearts are sometimes more powerful than swords. Don't believe it? Just listen. Great. The trade routes are reopened, and we can sell our goods again. Finally, we can earn money to support our families. The Wusun residents celebrated wildly. The reopening of the trade routes would bring huge changes to their lives. Next stop, Gomo. At dawn, Wei Bin's army reached 10 miles outside Gomo City. In the distance, the outline of Gomo gradually became clear in the morning sun, with tall walls more majestic than Wusun. Ma Luoshan rode closer to Wei Bin, a wary glint in his single eye. Your Majesty, the scouts report that Gomo's king has recently strengthened the city defenses. They might have already learned about Wusun's submission. Maluo Mountain whispered. The archers on the city wall seem to be twice as many as in Wensu. Wei Bin squinted and said, it looks like this Gomo king is harder to deal with than the Wensu ruler. He turned to Ban Yong and asked, what do you think we should do? Ban Yong thought for a moment and said, Gomo is at a strategic point, a key route between Shul and Kucha. It would be best if we could make peace. If not, his words trailed off, but a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Wei Bin laughed loudly. Good. First show respect, then use force. Let's go see what kind of person this Gomo king is. The gates of Gomo City were tightly closed, and the guards were ready. Wei Bin only took Ban Yong and 2 guards forward, holding a pass high. On the wall, a middle-aged man who looked like a general looked down coldly. King Wei Bin of Liangzhou, here to visit the Gomo king, Wei Bin announced loudly, his voice echoing between the walls. After a long wait, a small opening opened in the gate. Wei Bin and his men were led inside. People on the streets hurried to avoid them, their eyes full of caution and curiosity. The Gomo king's palace was grander than Wensu's, but had a stern, intimidating air. The Gomo king sat on his throne, about 40 years old, with a strong face and sharp eyes like an eagle. He wore a wolf fur cloak and a curved sword with gemstones at his waist. King Wei has come from afar. What is your purpose? The Gomo king asked directly, his tone cold. Wei Bin bowed and said, Your Majesty, please see clearly. The western regions have suffered from the Huns' bullying. Now that the Huns are retreating, it is time to restore peace. I am willing to unite the countries to open trade routes and enjoy peace together. The Gomo king sneered. King Wei's good intentions are noted. But since Gomo became independent, we have never bowed to anyone. He patted his curved sword. We have enough swords to protect ourselves. Ban Yong stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, do you know that although the Huns are defeated, they could return at any time? Before leaving, the chieftain said he would destroy all cities that do not submit. Ha ha ha. The Gomo king laughed loudly, pointing outside. General Ban, are you threatening me? Gomo's walls are 3 zhang high, with 5,000 soldiers and plenty of supplies. If the Huns come, they will never leave. Wei Bin noticed that when the Gomo king spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his sword handle, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Wei Bin secretly rejoiced. This seemingly tough king was not entirely unshaken inside. He had made his move. The negotiations reached a deadlock. After leaving the palace, Wei Bin decided to stay in the city for a few days to learn more about Gomo. Master, this king of Gomo is stubborn and won't listen to reason. Maybe we should. Ma Luoshan made a gesture of beheading. Wei Bin shook his head. A direct attack would cause too many casualties. We need the whole Gomo city, not just ruins. He looked out the window at the busy market. Let's gather more information first. Over the next 3 days, Wei Bin disguised himself as a merchant and, with Ban Yong, visited various parts of Gomo. He found that the people lived hard lives with heavy taxes, but they were surprisingly loyal to the Gomo king. The soldiers were well-trained and disciplined, showing the king managed his army well. On the evening of the 3rd day, Wei Bin met a drunken officer in a tavern. After a few drinks, the officer started complaining loudly. The king drinks alone in the garden every night until late. His guards won't let anyone get close. The officer slurred. Ever since the princess died, he's changed. Wei Bin's eyes flashed with determination. Another heartbreak. That night, he conspired with Ban Yong and Ma Luoshan until late at night. Outside the west wall of the palace, there's an old tree whose branches reach into the palace. Ma Luoshan pointed at a rough map. We can sneak in here and reach the back garden, Ban Yong added. The guards change shifts every 2 hours, and there's a half-hour gap between midnight and the hour of the ox. Wei Bin nodded. We'll act tonight. Ma Luoshan, create chaos at the east gate to distract the guards. Ban Yong, hide outside the palace to support us. I will meet the Gumo king myself. That night, under a dark sky, Wei Bin dressed in night clothes and climbed over the palace wall. He carried a fine bottle of wine he bought from the tavern, said to be the king's favorite. In the garden, the Gumo king sat alone in a pavilion with a wine jar in front of him. Wei Bin quietly approached and deliberately stepped on a branch 10 steps away. Who's there? The king suddenly turned around, hands on his sword. Wei Bin calmly stepped out of the shadows. Your Majesty, enjoying a drink alone under the moon? Isn't it lonely? The Gumo king's pupils shrank. Wei Bin, how bold of you! He was about to shout for his guards, but saw Wei Bin wave the wine jar. This is the best grape wine from the western regions, from ancient vines in Jiuzi. I came to share it with you. The king sneered. You think this can buy me? Not at all. Wei Bin sat down casually, poured 2 cups of wine, and said, I'm just curious. A wine lover like you, why live such a painful life? This sentence seemed to touch King Gumo. He paused silently, then suddenly took the wine cup and drank it all. What do you know? King Gumo's voice was deep. 10 years ago, when the Xiongnu attacked, I watched my beloved wife die under a shower of arrows. Since that day, I vowed to make Gumo strong enough that no one dares to invade. Wei Bin sighed. Your Majesty cares deeply for your people, which is admirable. But building everything behind closed doors is not a long-term plan. The Western region's countries must unite to truly resist outside threats. Your way is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. King Gumo shook his head. Union? That's just a pretty way of saying submission. At that moment, loud noises and bright flames suddenly came from the east gate. King Gumo stood up quickly. What's going on? Wei Bin remained seated, sipping his drink. Your Majesty, no need to panic. It's just a small riot. King Gumo suddenly realized something and glared at Wei Bin. You're scheming. He drew his curved sword. But do you think that will be enough to take Gumo? Wei Bin slowly stood up, holding a short sword that he had somehow already drawn. I don't want bloodshed. As long as your Majesty hands over the military token, the soldiers and civilians of Gumo can be safe. No way. King Gumo swung his sword. In the narrow pavilion, the two fought a few moves amid flashes of sword and blade. King Gumo's swordsmanship was fierce, but Wei Bin was quick and kept narrowly avoiding attacks. Suddenly, Wei Bin deliberately showed a flaw. King Gumo took the bait and swung his sword, missing. Wei Bin seized the moment, stepped close, and pressed his short sword against King Gumo's throat. Where is the military token? Wei Bin's voice was cold. King Gumo clenched his teeth, but said nothing. Wei Bin's sword tip moved slightly, and a drop of blood ran down King Gumo's neck. It's in the inner room. In a hidden compartment, King Gumo finally spoke. Just as Wei Bin relaxed slightly, King Gumo suddenly fought back, punching Wei Bin in the stomach. They wrestled, knocking over a stone table, and the wine jar shattered. Your Majesty, why insist on stubbornness? Wei Bin gasped. Look at the people of Gumo, heavy taxes and hard lives. Join us, reopen trade routes, and everyone can become wealthy. King Gumo hesitated slightly. Wei Bin seized the chance, flipped himself over, and pressed King Gumo down, again holding his short sword at his throat. At that moment, Ban Yong and several soldiers rushed into the garden. Master, Ma Luo Mountain has taken control of the east gate. King Gumo's face turned pale, and he finally gave up resisting. Wei Bin stood up, reached out, and helped King Gumo to his feet. My apologies, Your Majesty. Now, please take us to get the military token. After obtaining the military token inside the chamber, Wei Bin immediately ordered to stop the chaos in the city. At dawn, the Gumu guards saw the token as if it were the king's command and put down their weapons. On the city tower, Wei Bin stood shoulder to shoulder with the Gumu king, watching the city slowly wake up. How will you deal with me? The Gumu King asked in a deep voice. Wei Bin smiled. You are still the Gumu King, but from now on, you must listen to Liangzhou's orders. I promise that Gumu's taxes will be halved, and 3/10 of trade profits will go to the royal family. The Gumu King was silent for a long time, then suddenly knelt on one knee. Wei Gong's heart is broad. No, Your Majesty, I surrender. Wei Bin helped him up. No need for that. From now on, we will work together to keep the western region peaceful. At noon, the Qian character flag was raised over Gumu City. The people were surprised to see the city gates open and trade caravans freely entering and leaving. Even more surprising, the Gumu King personally announced tax reductions and promised that everyone would share the benefits once trade reopened. Ma Luoshan stroked his chin, watching the lively crowd. Master, is it going back to how it was? Ban Yong smiled. No bloodshed. Master is clever. Wei Bin shook his head. It's not that I am clever, but that the Gumu King truly cares for the people. He was just blinded by stubbornness. He looked westward. Next stop is Yutu. That's a region under strong Xiongnu control. At dawn, Wei Bin's army reached 10 miles outside Yutu City. Unlike Gumu, the city walls flew the wolf banners of the Xiongnu, and the guards wore leather armor, wielding curved swords with fierce eyes. Master, Yutu King is a puppet supported by the Xiongnu. There are 300 Xiongnu cavalry inside, along with other infantry, Ma Luoshan whispered. Spies report that after hearing about Gumu's surrender, Yutu King immediately ordered the city gates closed and refused any foreign envoys. Ban Yong narrowed his eyes. It seems this Yutu King is determined to be a dog of the Xiongnu. The soldiers on the city walls were dressed in Xiongnu clothing. TSK, being a dog for the Xiongnu is different. Look at how many soldiers there are, and their defenses are even tighter. Ma Luoshan pointed at the soldiers on the city wall. Wei Bin sneered. No problem. First show respect, then fight. If he doesn't appreciate it, don't blame us for being rude. He led Ban Yong and Ma Luoshan, along with 10 personal guards, to the city gate. The guards on the wall immediately drew their bows and aimed at them, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. King Wei Bin of Liangzhou has come to visit the Lord of the Guard, Wei Bin shouted loudly. On the city wall, a Xiongnu general stuck his head out and sneered. Oh, so it's Wei Bin, whose fame has spread across the western regions. The Lord of the Guard doesn't receive visitors. Hurry back to Liangzhou. Be careful, or we might make you all regret it. Ban Yong glared angrily. How dare they? Lord Wei is here in person, and the Lord of the Guard dares to shut the gates. The Xiongnu general laughed loudly. This is the Lord of the Guard's territory, and it's our land, not yours in central China. You central Chinese are nothing. If you don't leave soon, we'll shoot you with arrows. Before he finished speaking, an arrow shot swiftly toward Wei Bin's horse, full of provocation. Wei Bin's eyes turned cold. He slowly raised his hand, signaling everyone to step back. Sir, what should we do? Ma Luoshan asked quietly. Wei Bin slightly smiled. Since the Lord of the Guard won't open the gate, we'll go in ourselves. By the way, Wei, let me show you something. The Xiongnu guard suddenly shouted. He threw a round bag down. Wei Bin opened it and saw it was a human head. This is our scout. I recognize him, Ban Yong shouted, his face twisted with anger. Wei Bin was furious. Seeing the smiling Xiongnu guard on the wall, his anger flared. He ordered a retreat, knowing that rushing in now would only cause heavy losses. Back at the camp, Wei Bin immediately summoned Ma Yuan for a meeting. The city wall of the Lord of the Guard is tall, but the defenders are few, and the Xiongnu cavalry are not good at defending the city, Ban Yong analyzed. If we attack strongly, we could break through in half a day, but the casualties will be heavy. He pointed to the map and intelligence about the city. Wei Bin nodded. So, we need a different plan. He looked at Ma Yuan. General Ma, lead the main force to feint attack the east gate. Make a big show to attract the defenders' attention. Remember, don't rush in like before. Ma Yuan clasped his fists. I obey your command. Ban Yong, Ma Luoshan, you two pick 20 elite members of the Poison Scorpion Gang. Under cover of night, climb over the wall and head straight for the palace. Ma Luoshan grinned. Rest assured, my lord. The Poison Scorpion Gang brothers are best at sneaking and assassinating at night. That night, under a dark sky with strong wind and approaching rain, Ma Yuan led his troops to drum and shout at the east gate. The flames shot into the sky, arrows rained down, and the defenders were indeed drawn away. "Quick, assemble! The enemy is attacking the city," shouted the Xiongnu soldiers as they all ran toward Ma Yuan. At the same time, Wei Bin, Ban Yong, and Ma Luoshan, along with 20 elite members of the Poison Scorpion Gang, quietly approached the northwest corner of the city wall. The guards here were few, making it easier to enter. "Go," Wei Bin whispered sharply. Everyone threw out hooks and climbed over the wall silently, slipping inside without making a sound. The palace of the Lord of the Guard was more secure than Gumo. Xiongnu guards patrolled back and forth, swords in hand. Wei Bin and the others hid in the shadows, watching for a moment. Ban Yong then whispered, "The main hall is brightly lit. The Lord of the Guard should still be in the council." Ma Luoshan licked his lips. "Leader, should we rush in directly?" Wei Bin shook his head. "First, understand the layout. Capture the king first. Never act rashly." They moved quietly along the shadows, avoiding patrols, and soon reached the back of the main hall. Through a crack in the window, Wei Bin saw the Lord of the Guard drinking and celebrating with several Xiongnu generals, with roasted lamb and fine wine on the table. The Lord of the Guard was a fat man with a face full of flesh, wearing a golden wolf talisman given by the Xiongnu, showing his loyalty. "Ha! Wei Bin dares to come to the Lord of the Guard." The Lord of the Guard laughed loudly. "Tomorrow, the Xiongnu cavalry will crush his camp." A cold light flashed in Wei Bin's eyes. He whispered, "Attack now." Whoosh! Ma Luoshan shot an arrow, hitting a Xiongnu general in the throat. "Damn it! Enemy attack! Help!" The hall immediately fell into chaos. Wei Bin kicked open the hall door. Ban Yong and the Poison Scorpion brothers charged in like fierce tigers, blades flashing and blood splattering. The Xiongnu guards hurried to fight back, but they were no match for these elites. In a short time, all the guards inside the hall had fallen. The Lord of the Guard backed away in terror, drawing his curved sword. "How did you get in?" Wei Bin sneered. "Lord of the Guard, are you willing to talk with me now? The outsider who should go back to where he came from." The Lord of the Guard's face turned pale, but a cruel look still flickered in his eyes. "Wei Bin, you won't make me surrender. The Xiongnu army will arrive soon, and all of you will die." Ban Yong stepped forward, sword pointed at his throat. "Lord of the Guard, you colluded with the Xiongnu, oppressed the people. You deserve to die. Surrender now, and I might spare your life. I could even let you stand here as the Lord of the Guard." The Lord of the Guard sneered. "You're dreaming." Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve and stabbed at Wei Bin. "Master, be careful," Ma Luoshan shouted angrily, swinging his short sword. Poof! Blood splattered, and the head of the commander rolled onto the ground. His eyes were still wide open, as if he couldn't believe he was dead. Wei Bin looked coldly at the body. That damn guy didn't know how to adapt. Stubborn and foolish, he deserved to die. He picked up the golden wolf talisman of the commander and rushed out of the palace, raising it high. "The commander has been defeated. Those who surrender will not be harmed." With the commander dead, the defenders' morale collapsed. Ma Yuan took the opportunity to break through the east gate, and the army flooded into the city. The Xiongnu cavalry saw the situation was hopeless and fled in panic. The next morning, a large flag with the character Qian was raised on the city wall of Yutu. Wei Bin stood on the tower, looking down at the city, and loudly announced, "From today, Yutu is part of Liangzhou. Trade routes are reopened, and taxes are halved." At first, the people were worried, but when they heard about tax cuts and reopened trade, they cheered happily. Ma Luoshan grinned and said, "Master, another city has fallen." Ban Yong frowned. "Although the commander is dead, the Xiongnu will not give up easily." Wei Bin's eyes were deep. "Yes, but the real tough fight is coming. Don't worry too much. The Xiongnu have fought many battles with us, and anyone would be exhausted. Their army probably won't be more than 100,000. He looked north, toward the Xiongnu grasslands. "Order the army to rest for 3 days, then continue forward." Outside Shache City in the morning, the Qian flag fluttered in the desert wind. Wei Bin pulled on the reins, gazing at this southern city of the western regions, Shache, which was taller than Yutu's walls. Bright banners fluttered in the morning sun, and the defenses looked even more formidable. "Master, the king of Shache has sent envoys." Ban Yong pointed toward the city gate. A group of knights in brocade robes was riding quickly toward them. The leader, an envoy, wore a peacock feather crown, and a golden belt shimmered in the sunlight. The king of Liangzhou has come from afar. Our great king is already holding a feast in the golden tent. The envoy bowed and saluted, but kept watching Wei Bin's armored riders behind him. Mr. Wei, your visit coincides with Shash's annual martial arts tournament. The king invites Lord Wei to watch together. This martial arts tournament? Why is it held? Wei Bin asked the envoy, puzzled. The messenger whispered, Sir, don't worry. Our martial arts tournament is a competition to select generals in Shache. You can safely enter. Wei Bin chuckled softly. Oh, I see. Well, this is a good chance for Shache to see our skills. The golden tent in the Shache royal palace was more luxurious than the one in the Gumu palace. Inside, Persian carpets covered the ground, and gold and jade utensils filled a long table. The king of Shache sat on a white tiger skin throne, about 40 years old, with a thick beard like a spear and fierce tiger eyes that commanded respect without anger. Master Wei's reputation is like thunder across the sky. The Shache king boomed. Bring the wine. Let's treat this famous Wei to a good feast. Thank you, your majesty. However, I am here to persuade you. We hope you will cooperate with us. For the great cause of the western regions, we need your help, Shache. Ah, this is a good matter. I've heard that Master Wei took a city in our western regions and opened a trade route. I have no objection to that. But the king glanced at Wei Bin and smiled again. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. Today is our martial arts tournament. Why not send a few generals to join the fun? If your brave warriors can beat our Shache soldiers, I am willing to discuss big matters with Wei. Wei Bin understood that the king was testing their strength. Suddenly, the tent was filled with noise. Wei Bin noticed a scarred general sitting on the right side, glaring coldly at him. This was Shash's top warrior, Ma Tianxiong. Wei Bin agreed to the king's request to participate in the tournament. The fighting arena was outside the palace, on a training ground decorated with colorful flags. The people of Shache packed the area tightly. The first match was horseback archery. I volunteer, Ma Luoshan bowed and offered to fight. He took off his armor, wearing only a tight-fitting shirt, showing strong arms and a slim waist. Shache sent out a big, red-faced man with a carved bow on his back and 2 jars of arrows hanging by his saddle. Young warrior, I will fight you. Please, sir, give me some advice, he said in awkward Chinese, with a look of disdain. The rules were simple. Stand 10 targets at 100 paces, and the first to hit the bullseye wins. The horn sounded, and 2 riders shot out like arrows from a bow. Ma Luoshan drew his bow on horseback, almost without aiming, and fired 3 quick shots, each hitting the target center. Good, Wei Bin clapped and laughed loudly. But when he turned, he saw the king of Shache with a calm face, just gently waving his hand. During the 4th round, the young warrior from Shache suddenly changed tactics. He squeezed his legs tightly around the horse's belly and hung upside down from its side, shooting 2 arrows in quick succession from beneath the horse's belly. This clever move, hiding behind the horse, drew cheers from the crowd. Ma Luoshan only sneered coldly and suddenly leapt into the air, standing on the galloping horse's back and drawing his bow. This skill, shooting the eagle from horseback, even made Ma Tianxiong look surprised. In the end, Ma Luoshan won with 9 arrows hitting the target. The young warrior from Shache looked pale and suddenly drew a dagger from his waist, throwing it at Ban Yang's horse. A flash of silver light shot through the air, and Ma Luoshan's flying knife accurately knocked the dagger away. Is that all the Shache fighters have? He said with a cold glare in his single eye. The second match was about swordsmanship. Ma Tianxiong personally stepped into the arena, wielding a 9-ring great sword, with 9 copper rings jingling on the back of the blade. I request to fight again. Ma Luoshan asked Wei Bin for permission, which was granted. He used a pair of dark short knives, with blue glowing blades, clearly coated with poison. The 2 horses clashed, and their blades flashed like snow. Ma Tianxiong struck with great force, each blow like splitting mountains and cracking stones. Ma Luoshan moved swiftly like a ghost, aiming his short knives at vital points. With a loud clang, Ma Tianxiong's great sword split Ma Luoshan's left sword in 2. The soldiers of Shache cheered loudly. At that moment, Ma Luoshan suddenly leapt from his horse, his right knife aiming straight at Ma Tianxiong's throat. Ma Tianxiong hurriedly leaned back, and the tip of the knife scraped his armor, leaving a black scorch mark. His knife was indeed poisoned. Despicable. Using poison, Ma Tianxiong roared angrily. Ma Luoshan, however, used the momentum to land back on his horse, his single eye shining with a cunning light. On the battlefield, life and death are all that matter. Where's the treachery? Seeing the tension between the two, the king of Shache immediately stood up and shouted, "Stop! This round is a draw." The third match was wrestling. Shache sent out a strong man who was 9 feet tall, with arms thicker than a man's thighs, each step causing the ground to tremble. Weibin looked around hesitantly, unsure of whom to send, when he suddenly heard a deep voice behind him. "I'll go." Everyone turned around to see a tall, sturdy man step out from the royal guards. This was Tai Gu, a trusted general under Weibin. They wrestled in the arena. The Shache wrestler tried several times to lift Tai Gu with brute strength, but it was like trying to move a mountain. Tai Gu suddenly changed tactics, performing a move called Overlord lifting the cauldron, lifting his opponent high into the air. He spun around 3 times before throwing him out. Boom. The Shache wrestler was thrown 3 zhang, about 10 meters, away and struggled to get up afterward. The king of Shache finally looked worried. He stared at Iron Bone for a long time, then suddenly laughed loudly. What a mighty strength! At sunset, the king of Shache personally handed the golden sword of the martial arts tournament champion to Wei Bin. "Your talent is truly abundant, Lord Wei," he said meaningfully. "I am willing to join you in this great effort." That night, the palace was brightly lit. Hellion Iron Tree, in front of all officials and soldiers, solemnly handed over the Shache military token to Wei Bin. "From today, 50,000 cavalry of Shache obey your commands." Ma Luoshan watched the kneeling Shache generals with excitement shining in his single eye. "Master, now we..." But Wei Bin looked westward to the broader world. "Very good. Send orders to the army. Rest for 10 days. He clenched his golden sword and the military token tightly. Outside the camp, Ma Tianxiong was eavesdropping and then left angrily. Since Shache submitted to Wei Bin, many small neighboring countries, which were not very strong, also expressed their willingness to join Wei Bin. "Master, recently, nearby countries like Pishan, Xia, Puli, Zai, and Enao have all pledged loyalty to us. We took 5 cities without bloodshed." Ban Yong handed over a report. Wei Bin looked at it and laughed loudly. "Excellent. Very good. Reopen the trade routes here and strengthen connections between the cities. Then, Master, where should we go next?" Wei Bin opened a map. "I plan to split our forces in 2. First, as you see, between Yutian and Enao, there is a country called Wuhao that hasn't surrendered yet. We will send Ma Luoshan and Iron Bone to attack it, and the 2 of us." Ban Yong pointed to another country on the map, Wulei. "Are we going to deal with that?" "Yes. Our scouts report that Wuhao is weak, and Ma Luoshan and Iron Bone can easily conquer it. But Wulei is not so simple." Wei Bin leaned close to Ban Yong's ear. "There are Xiongnu." Before dawn, the palace of Shache was shrouded in strange silence. Ma Tianxiong, gripping his sword handle, paced back and forth in the shadows of the corridor. His heavy boots made dull sounds on the carpet. "General, the scout has returned." A personal guard quietly approached with a thin man. The man took out a scroll of map, clearly showing Wei Bin's marching route. "Good old Wei Bin." Ma Tianxiong sneered, crumpling the map. "Dividing troops in 2 directions? That's quite interesting." He suddenly grabbed the scout's collar and asked, "How many soldiers did the one-eyed dragon take to Ahau?" Replying to the general, 20 elite members of the Poison Scorpion Gang, and Iron Bone led 500 light cavalry. A sinister glint flashed in Ma Tianxiong's one eye. He turned and walked toward the palace deep inside, his wolf fur cloak billowing in the morning wind like a flag. The king of Shache was cutting roasted lamb with a knife. Seeing Ma Tianxiong rush in, he frowned slightly and asked, "What is the matter so urgent, my lord?" "Your Majesty." Ma Tianxiong knelt on one knee, his armor clanking. "Wei Bin has sent troops to attack Ahau and Wulei. Right now, Wei Bin's army is weak. We should rebel against Wei Bin. We are strong enough to stand on our own, so this is the time." "Stop talking." The king of Shache threw his golden sword onto the table with a sharp sound. Since I have pledged allegiance, how can I commit such treachery? Ma Tianxiong suddenly burst out, holding a 9-ring great sword in his hand. Then I can only ask your majesty to abdicate. Clang. The golden sword suddenly stuck into the table, the hilt still trembling. The king of Shache slowly looked up, his eyes shining brightly, seeming 20 years younger. General Ma, do you know why all the previous kings of Shache could stand firm amid wolves and tigers? Before he finished, he grabbed a honeydew melon from the table and threw it at the copper mirror in the tent corner. The golden flesh exploded on the mirror's surface, and the juice flowed down the inscription of the words, loyalty and righteousness. Because the people of Shache value loyalty most, Ma Tianxiong suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice making the golden bells on the tent roof ring. Loyalty and righteousness. He suddenly tore open his armor, revealing a fierce wolf head tattoo on his chest. 10 years ago, when the Xiongnu broke through the city, it was this old servant who crawled out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood with the king. The 9-ring great sword was in his hand again, the cold reflection of the copper ring on the back of the blade shining on the surprised face of the king of Shache. Those trade taxes, 70% went into Wei Bin's pocket. He treats the people of Shache like watchdogs. He raised the blood-stained map with the tip of his sword. This map marks the weak points of the palace defenses. The pupils of the king of Shache suddenly shrank. The edges of the map indeed showed secret passages leading to the palace, routes he had personally taken Wei Bin to see just 3 days ago. Now, your majesty still think. Ma Tianxiong's sword tip suddenly turned toward the window. What is that? Just as the king of Shache turned his head, the 9-ring great sword transformed into a silver rainbow. The blade flashed, and all 12 copper lamps inside the golden tent went out at once, leaving only the golden sword trembling slightly on the white tiger fur. When the guards rushed into the inner tent, they saw King Shache lying back on his throne, with a jade dagger symbolizing the oath stabbed into his chest. Ma Tianxiong knelt in a pool of blood, wiping blood from his sword with the king's robe. Order the troops. Wei Bin is plotting to kill the king. The whole city is on high alert. He picked up the fallen golden crown and suddenly found a piece of silk hidden inside. When he unfolded it, he saw King Shash's handwriting. If my son sees these words, he will know that Duke Wei is trustworthy. The rest of the writing was soaked in blood. Ma Tianxiong threw the silk into the candle flame. As the flames flared up, they lit up his twisted face. Then wait for him in the afterlife. All the candles inside the golden tent went out at once. When the guards arrived after hearing the noise, they saw King Shache lying on a white tiger skin, with the golden sword symbolizing royal power stabbed into his chest. At noon, the scorching sun roasted the desert. Wei Bin suddenly stopped his horse and raised his hand to signal the army to halt. Lord? Ban Yong asked in confusion. Wei Bin frowned tightly. Something's wrong. Reinforcements from Shache should arrive by this hour. He checked the system for the time. It's been 2 hours. Before he finished speaking, a rider suddenly appeared from behind a sand dune in the distance, carrying a blood-stained person on his horse. Ban Yong urged his horse forward, and when he saw the person's face clearly, he gasped in shock. It's one of King Shash's personal guards, Wei Gong. The guard's chest was pierced by 3 arrows, blood soaking half of his armor. Ma Tianxiong betrayed us. The king is already dead. Wei Bin's face suddenly changed, and he snapped his whip in half with a loud crack. On the distant horizon, a cloud of dust suddenly rose, fire signals from Shache. At the border of Wuhao Kingdom, Ma Luoshan was crouched on a sand dune, wiping his short sword. Men from the Poison Scorpion gang were scattered around on alert, while Tai Gu led cavalry to water their horses at the oasis. In the palace of King Shache at the 3rd watch of the night, the incense in the bronze beast furnace had already burned out. Ma Tianxiong touched the scar running from his brow to his jaw, pacing back and forth in the shadow of the corridor. His iron boots crushed a pomegranate blossom drifting from the garden, its crimson juice soaking into the carpet, looking like a dried bloodstain. General, the person has been brought, the guard reported in a hushed voice, followed by a thin man in hemp clothing. This man was a spy who had infiltrated Wei's cook camp 3 days ago. Ma Tianxiong grabbed the map and slammed the handle of his 9-ring broadsword against the silver candlestick on the table, making a loud clatter. As the candle flame flickered, the map showed 2 routes marked with cinnabar, one heading southwest toward Wuhao, and the other northwest directly toward Wulei. Good job, Wei Bin. Ma Tianxiong's single eye gleamed with fierce light. His scar twisted on his face like a centipede. Do you really think Sha Che's men, are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered? He suddenly grabbed the spy by the collar, the leather bracer scraping the other's cheek, causing blood. How many men does that one-eyed thief still have? Reporting to the general, the spy's teeth trembled. 20 from the poison scorpion gang, 500 light cavalry, and, before he finished, an owl's cry suddenly sounded outside the window. Ma Tianxiong's face changed instantly. He threw the man to the ground, and the map fell onto a puddle of pomegranate juice. All right, attack. At dawn, sunlight pierced through the clouds. A flock of carrier pigeons took flight from the palace tower heading northwest. Each pigeon's leg ring contained a secret message written in Sha Che's blood. Leader, a gang member suddenly pointed to the sky. Pigeons, Ma Luo-shan unfurled a silk scroll, his single eye narrowing sharply. On the paper were only 8 bloody characters. Wang Yun, return quickly, beware of ambush. He suddenly stood up, drawing his short sword. Taigu, gather the brothers. Before he finished, countless archers rose from behind the dunes, their arrows gleaming in the bright sun. Ma Luo-shan, a familiar figure appeared on the dune top. Ma Tianxiong's 9-ring great sword shone brightly in the sunlight. I've been waiting for you. Meanwhile, Wei Bin faced an even more serious situation. 30 miles outside Wulei City, 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry had formed a battle line. Worse, scouts reported that Ma Tianxiong had sealed all roads from Shache to Wulei. Master, we're in a tight spot, Ban Yong said nervously. The Xiongnu are in front, and there are rebels behind. Wei Bin suddenly sneered. No, this is a gift from heaven. He pointed to the map. Ma Tianxiong came to intercept Ma Luo-shan, so Sha Che must be empty. He took out a military token and threw it to Ban Yong. You and the light cavalry will attack Sha Che tonight. But, Lord, I have my own way to deal with these Xiongnu, Wei Bin said, looking toward the Xiongnu camp in the distance with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Order everyone to change into Xiongnu clothing. At midnight, the Xiongnu camp suddenly stirred. A group of Xiongnu cavalry dragged a bound Han general into the central tent. Report, Wei Bin has been captured. The leading, 1,000-headed captain shouted in fluent Xiongnu. King Zuxian was overjoyed and ready to go forward to check. Suddenly, the chained Wei Bin erupted violently, and the chains like venomous snakes wrapped around King Zuxian's neck. At almost the same moment, shouts of battle rang out outside the tent. True Wei soldiers had entered the camp from 3 directions. It turned out that the person tied up was a loyal soldier under Ban Yong, and the one disguised as a captain was actually Wei Bin himself. 3 days later, when Ma Luo-shan led the remnants of his troops through a difficult escape to Shache, the city walls were already flying the large Qian flag again. Ban Yong held the head of Ma Tianxiong at the city gate, with the defeated rebels kneeling all around him. Where is the Lord? Ma Luo-shan, with his bloodshot single eye, asked. Ban Yong pointed westward. He went after the remaining Xiongnu troops again. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before leaving, he said, Say what? He said to let you take down the Yuhao kingdom first, then go find him. Ma Luo-shan spat blood and spun his short knife in his palm, creating a beautiful pattern of sparks. Brothers, did you hear that? The Lord is waiting for us. The setting sun was blood red, and 2 iron streams parted ways along the Silk Road. The sand dunes on the Yuhao border steamed under the blazing sun. Ma Luo-shan's scar on his single eye throbbed faintly. He felt this was a sign of an approaching sandstorm. He licked his cracked lips, and his short knife spun a cold, shining arc between his fingers. Boss, the Yuhao OASIS is just ahead, said Lao Lu of the Poison Scorpion gang, crouching on the sand dune. His one arm pointed toward a distant patch of green. Spies say the defenders are all hiding inside the city, not even sending scouts. Ma Luo-shan squinted. It was too quiet. Ahau was a small country, but as an important water station in this region, it shouldn't be so defenseless. Suddenly, he grabbed Lao Lu's shoulder. Tell the brothers to bury all the water skins here. Only bring weapons. Boss? In this terrible weather. Is that okay? If you want to stay alive, do as I say. Ma Tianxiong is dead, but his dogs have probably already reached Dahao. The Yuhao Palace was eerily silent. When Ma Luoshan and 20 Poison Scorpion gang members climbed over the city wall, they didn't hear a single sound. Under the moonlight, the grape trellises on both sides of the street cast faint shadows, like countless open animal traps. Something's wrong, said Tai Gu in a low voice. The big man barely breathed. The guards at the city gate feel like scarecrows. Ma Luoshan suddenly caught a whiff of blood. The moment his short knife was drawn, a dozen corpses fell from the eaves, dressed as Ahau defenders, their throats slit, blood already drained. Damn it, we've been tricked. Everyone scatter, shouted Ma Luoshan loudly. At almost the same time, countless torches lit up on the rooftops around, and a rain of arrows poured down. 3 arrows stuck into the earthen wall behind Ma Luoshan, their trembling feathers brushing past his ears. Lao Lu covered his severed arm and screamed, "It's the Shache bowmen, the remnants of Ma Tianxiong's troops." Before he finished speaking, heavy mechanical noises came from the direction of the palace. Ma Luoshan's pupils shrank suddenly. Those were the drawstring sounds of siege crossbows. Get into the wine cellar. He rolled and crashed through the wooden door of a nearby tavern. The last iron-boned man pushed his back against the door, with 3 crossbow bolts, thud, 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 nailed into it, their tips shining coldly half a foot out. The cellar was filled with the sour smell of fermented grapes. Ma Luoshan grabbed a torch from the wall. As he struck the flint, 20 pale faces appeared from the darkness. These were all Yuhao civilians, chained to the wall, their mouths bloodied and swollen from hemp ropes. Animals. Iron Bone punched the wall, causing the mud bricks to crumble and fall. Suddenly, Ma Luoshan drew a short knife and cut the rope of an old man. "Where are Ma Tianxiong's men?" The old man tremblingly pointed toward the depths of the cellar. There, hundreds of wine barrels were stacked, with the front row's lids trembling slightly, seeping dark red liquid. Bang! The central wine barrel suddenly exploded. A bloodied Yuhao general lunged out, shouting, "Run! The barrels behind me are all." A spear pierced through his chest, pinning him to the wall. The wine barrels burst one after another, and 2 Shache dagger wielders jumped out of each. These elites were covered in fireproof mud, their double knives glowing blue in the firelight, poison blades. Back to back, Ma Luoshan swung his short knife, cutting down the first charging Shache dagger wielder, who gurgled purple-black blood. Iron Bone lifted a stone mill from the cellar and smashed 3 enemies' heads, splattering brains everywhere. The Poison Scorpion gang formed a circle, throwing knives and poison darts simultaneously. But there were too many enemies. Brothers kept falling. Lao Lu was stabbed through the abdomen with double knives and, before dying, detonated the gunpowder pouch at his waist. Boom. The cellar ceiling was blown open, and moonlight mixed with dust poured in. Ma Luoshan seized the opportunity to leap out, only to see the entire Yuhao city engulfed in flames. On the streets, Iron Bone's 500 light cavalry were fighting fiercely against several times their number of Shache riders. At dawn, Ma Luoshan, dragging Iron Bone, reached the steps of the palace. Only about 30 of the 500 light cavalry remained, all wounded. The palace gates suddenly opened, and King Wu Hao was chained to a chariot. Behind him stood a one-armed man dressed in armor. "Who are you?" Maro Shan, with a bloodshot eye, asked. "I am Tuoba Lai," the man shouted. He was the deputy general of Ma Tianxiong. His arm had been cut off years ago in Gumo. Tuoba Lai sneered and raised a torch. "Maro Shan, do you know what's in these barrels?" He suddenly threw the torch at the chariot. "They're filled with oil." Flames instantly engulfed King Wuao. Maro Shan charged forward, his short sword clashing with Tuoba Lai's curved blade, sparks flying. They rolled from the steps into the square, leaving a trail of blood on the yellow sand. "Do you think only you can use poison?" Tuoba Lai suddenly grinned, his teeth glowing with a strange green color. Maro Shan felt numb in his right arm. There was poison on the blade. At the last moment, a grinding wheel thrown by Tiegu struck Tuoba Lai, smashing him into a bloody mess. Maro Shan gritted his teeth, cut off a poisoned piece of flesh from his right arm, and tightly bandaged the bleeding wound with cloth to prevent the poison from spreading. Brothers, wipe out the Shao Carthage dogs. 3 days later, when Banu's reinforcements arrived, the wolf flag on Wuhao City's wall had been burned to a charred pole. Maro Shan, with one arm, sat on the palace steps, his feet resting on the heads of 300 Shao Carthage soldiers. Your servant. He struggled to stand but was held down by Banu. Banu quickly took off his cloak and draped it over Maro Shan's shoulders. He turned to the clerk and said, Record. Wuhao victory, 5,000 enemies killed. General Maro Shan personally beheaded the enemy General Tuobo Lai. Lord, Maro Shan raised a bronze box with his left hand. In Tuobo Lai's body. We found this. Inside the box was a silk cloth with a treaty between Ma Tianxiong and the Xiongnu king Dunhuang, with a fingerprinted blood handprint at the signature. Wei Bin arrived at Wuhao shortly after, reorganized the army, and checked their condition. Wei Bin looked west, toward the vast Gobi Desert between Shache and Wulei. Order the whole army to rest for 3 days. He helped Maro Shan up. Then, it's time to settle accounts with King Dunhuang. The scorched earth on Wuhao's wall had not yet cooled. Wei Bin set up a sand table in the palace cellar. The bronze box flickered with a strange blue glow under the candlelight. When Maro Shan pushed open the lid, a wisp of black smoke suddenly burst out, forming a wolf's head in the air. What kind of evil magic is this? Banu swung his sword, but the wolf smoke emitted a sharp, piercing laugh and dissipated. On the bottom of the box, the sheepskin map shows 36 bloodlines winding through the western regions, finally converging in the dead valley outside Wulei. Iron Bones suddenly groaned and pointed at the bandaged area on Maro Mountain. Black blood seeping out was etching the same pattern as on the bronze box. Wei Bin dipped his sword tip in the blood. The blood beads on the blade shimmered but did not fall. This isn't poison. What is it? The captain of the personal guards suddenly staggered in, shouting, My lord! Beneath the cellar. Below there is. Before he finished, the entire palace trembled violently. When everyone rushed into the backyard, they saw the deep pit where wine barrels had been buried collapse into a huge hole, and several bronze-armored figures slowly rising from underground. Is this? Ban Yang's sword trembled slightly. The armor inside was empty, but the eye sockets of the masks flickered with ghostly blue flames. The foremost armor suddenly raised its hand, pointing its rusted sword toward the west, toward the dead valley. Wei Bin suddenly drew his sword, slicing his palm. Blood dripped onto the chest of the leading armor. The gilded cloud pattern instantly lit up, revealing the ancient seal of Ancient Divine Weapon. Ancient Divine Weapon. Wei Bin's voice tightened. What is this? Maro Mountain suddenly erupted, stabbing his short blade into the air. Amid the clash of metal, a transparent figure staggered into view. An assassin formed from the smoke just now. Under the assassin's black cloak, shamanic bone ornaments could be seen. As Maro Mountain nailed him to the wall, the assassin still roared, when the blood moon rises. The spirits of Dead Valley will become. Wei Bin cut off his head with a sword. Turning around, the dark armor was already ready for battle. He picked up the map and saw a new blood-red crescent moon mark appear on the back. Order the entire army to march immediately. The sword pointed northwest, to Dead Valley. Let's see what lies ahead. The cliffs of Dead Valley glowed with a rusty red under the setting sun. Wei Bin halted his horse, gazing at the towering cliffs on both sides. Those jagged rocks looked too uniform, as if carved by some giant weapon. My lord, the bronze box is reacting, Ban Yong suddenly whispered. The box held by Maro Mountain was trembling violently, and a strange blue light seeped from the crack in its lid. Iron Bones suddenly groaned and knelt down. The wound on his arm had turned dark blue, with veins bulging and writhing like worms. They are calling. The giant's eyes turned red, and he began to roar in Xiongnu language. Wei Bin sliced his sword across Iron Bone's arm. The black blood splattered on the ground, corroding into white smoke. At this moment, the bronze box suddenly clicked open, and a sheepskin map floated up. 36 bloodlines pointed to an altar deep in the valley. In the center of the altar, a half-broken giant bronze sword was stuck, its blade covered with web-like cracks. When Wei Bin's hand touched the hilt, the entire Death Valley suddenly shook violently. Retreat, Ma Luoshan, with one arm, threw a rope to entangle Wei Bin around the waist. Just as Wei Bin was pulled back, the altar exploded with a loud bang. 12 sets of bronze armor burst out of the ground. These were the empty armor from the Black Cauldron, now filled with bodies made of black fog. The most terrifying was the giant sword. It floated up by itself, and thick black blood spurted from the cracks in the blade, forming a faceless giant 3 zhang tall in the air, with a still-beating bronze heart embedded in its chest. "Fire arrows," Ban Yong ordered loudly. An arrow rain poured down, but all pierced through the black fog. The giant raised its hand and waved, instantly turning 30 guards into white bones. "Retreat. Head towards Wu Lei." Wei Bin turned his horse around, as the bronze giant led an armored army in pursuit. Even more frightening, the sand where they passed suddenly sprouted countless bronze spikes, piercing the lagging horses. Ma Luoshan, with one arm, threw a poison dart, but it passed through the black fog and turned back to shoot at him. Ban Yong's sword slashed at the giant's waist, but the blade was stuck as if cutting into thick tar, difficult to pull out. "Master, are they afraid of water?" Taigu suddenly shouted. The strong man, who had somehow regained his senses, pointed at a small puddle the giant was bypassing. "Then let's try." Outside Wulei City, the Xiongnu camp was brightly lit. King Xiu was drinking with a captured Western region beauty when suddenly, a deafening roar like a mountain collapsing came from outside the tent. "Report, the Han people are here, and they've brought a bronze monster." The sentry's shout was cut off as a bronze spike pierced through him. King Xiu rushed out of the tent and saw the 3 zhang tall, faceless giant break through the gate. Wherever it went, Xiongnu warriors turned into white bones. "Fire arrows! Fire!" King Xiu's golden sword struck the giant's leg, but was entangled by black fog. He watched in horror as his flesh and blood began to melt from his fingertips. In his final moments, he saw Wei Bin and others on the distant hill. "Han dog, how dare you!" Before he could curse, the bronze giant sword split him in half. The fog-formed giant roared in victory, its bronze heart pounding more fiercely. A sandstorm outside Wu Lei blocked the sky, and Wei Bin's army fought while retreating. The giant made of bronze left burning footprints on the sandy ground with every step. 12 bronze-armored figures moved like evil spirits through the sandstorm, tearing apart the lagging warhorses and their riders. Enter Wu Lei City. Wei Bin swung his sword to cut through an incoming black mist, but the blade felt like it was hitting sticky tar. Ma Luoshan, with one arm, threw a special smoke bomb made by the Scorpion Gang, and the purple poison fog temporarily blinded the giant. The Huns guarding Wu Lei City had already seen this strange group. As the city gates suddenly closed, the bronze giant's fist smashed into the iron-covered door, shaking off dust and debris. "Move all the water jars to the city wall." Wei Bin tore off his blood-stained cloak. Ban Yong was directing soldiers to block the door with soaked blankets. They found that black mist would retreat slightly when it touched water vapor. Loud impacts shook the outside of the city. Stones and bricks on the wall fell down as the guards watched in horror. The bronze giant was smashing the city gate with its body, and 12 armored figures were climbing up the wall vertically. "Pour fire oil." Ma Luoshan, with one arm, waved his flag. Hot oil poured down, covering the climbing bronze armor. When rockets fired simultaneously, the entire city wall turned into a wall of fire, and 3 armored figures fell, emitting black smoke. But something even more terrifying happened. The remaining 9 suits of armor absorbed the flames, and the ghostly blue fire in their eye sockets turned red. They spat out flames from their palms, causing screams to rise from the city wall. Wei Bin grabbed his giant bronze sword to block, and the sword suddenly shone with blinding blue light. The approaching flames split in two, leaving black scorch marks on both sides of the wall. "Be careful, Lord." Ban Yong suddenly lunged forward. The bronze giant had somehow broken through the city gate and formed a giant hand from the black mist, smashing 2 arrow towers. Wei Bin was blown back by the shockwave and hit the bell tower hard behind him. The bronze bell in the bell tower rang loudly as it was struck. Wei Bin coughed up blood and got up, noticing that his bronze sword was resonating with the bell. Cracks in the sword's black blood suddenly flowed backward, revealing ancient inscriptions. "This is Wei Bin's pupils shrank. The inscriptions recorded how the champion marquis sealed the In soldiers, crafted by the Xiongnu shaman here. The last line of small characters suddenly lit up. Use blood as a guide. When the bell rings, it will break. A deafening roar came from outside the city. The bronze giant's chest heart pounded wildly, and it flipped the entire southern city wall of Wulei City. Thud, the sound waves spread like a solid object. The giant bronze figure suddenly froze, with cracks like spider webs appearing on its chest. 12 armored figures simultaneously shattered, and black mist retreated like a tide back into the giant's sword. When the last trace of black mist disappeared, the bronze sword beneath the clock tower returned to its original form, inscribed with the words, Ancient God, on the hilt, and densely carved with the mountain and river terrains of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. Wei Bin pulled out the lightweight ancient sword and saw that outside the city of Wulei, the Hun's army led by King Shadow was being shaken and thrown into disarray by the sound waves. The remaining Huns hiding inside Wulei City were also shocked by this event. Seeing Wei Bin dispel the bronze giant, they admired him, and the remaining Hun soldiers decided to surrender to Wei Bin. Ding! The system has detected that you completed a hidden mission, Ancient God's Power. Congratulations! You have earned the right to use the Ancient God weapon. So, I've basically tamed these incredible things. Wei Bin was very surprised. With these monsters, he felt that conquering the world was just around the corner. He then opened the system to learn more about the secrets of this ancient divine weapon. Ancient God Weapon, Special Unit, composed of 12 undead giants wearing bronze armor, with extremely strong attack and defense abilities. The only weakness is a fear of water, can be summoned 3 times in total. After reading its brief description, Wei Bin realized that such a powerful divine weapon could only be used 3 times. Well, since it has almost no weaknesses and its stats are 5 times higher than normal soldiers, if I could use it unlimited times, I'd probably wipe out everything. Morning light pierced through the smoke over Wulei City, casting a black hue over the broken city walls. Wei Bin stood on the newly repaired wall, his fingertips brushing the still damp mud between the bricks. Below the city tower, Hun surrenderers lined up in a winding line, tossing their curved knives into the furnace. Red-hot iron flowed into molds, gradually solidifying into plow shapes. Master, this is the new candidate for Wulei King. Ban Yong presented a bamboo slip, on which the names of 3 Hun nobles were written, with comments in small characters beside them, such as, good at riding and shooting, and skilled in trade routes. Wei Bin's gaze crossed the bamboo slips and fell on a hunched figure at the foot of the city wall. An old man was distributing the last handful of millet to orphaned Xiongnu children. Ma Luoshan rubbed his newly acquired armor with his arm. The armor shone brightly, made from fragments of ancient divine weapons. At this moment, it seemed to glow faintly with the distant sound of camel bells outside the city. The caravan has reopened, but along the 100-mile route, he pointed with his incomplete left arm toward the outside window. The bones on the Gobi Desert twisted and distorted in the heat, like a withered poplar forest. Do you still want to do the same old job? Wei Bin took off his water bag from his waist, released the system, and took a small sapling. He planted it in the soil and sprinkled the last few drops of water into the cracks of the wall. A tender green cactus peeked out between the bricks, with dew still clinging to its fine hairs. Give the order. He gently flicked the trembling sprout with his fingers. Anyone who plants 10 successful sand willows will be exempt from taxes for a month. Those who can bring water for irrigation will be awarded a copper seal and ribbon. I will supply the saplings. After supporting a new King Wulei, Wei Bin explained the precautions, arranged the trade routes and the people, and then they set off for the next destination, the Peach Locust Kingdom. The suspended palace of the Peach Locust Kingdom looked like a red eagle spreading its wings in the sunset. A 1,000-step staircase descended from the cliff, each step embedded with colorful glass. The young king of Peach Locust, barefoot, stood in the vineyard, dirt smudged between his toes. The ruby on his crown was stained blood red by the sunset. Report to the king, outside the city gate. A Han Chinese requests to see you. Please, bring him in quickly. The guards led Wei Bin and the others to the vineyard where the Peach Locust King was. Wei Bin stepped forward and bowed to the king. I am King Wei Bin of Liangzhou. here to discuss matters with King Peach Locust. Oh, so it is Mr. Wei. Your name has become well known in the western regions lately. The king immediately helped Wei Bin up and knelt on one knee. My apologies, I didn't realize it was Mr. Wei. Are you here to have me submit to you? I am willing. Please, rise quickly, your majesty. No need for such formality. Wei Bin helped the king up and they talked for a while. Lord Wei, please take a look. He lifted a jade-green vine leaf, revealing an underground network of clay pipes. The thin brown clay pipes, no thicker than a thumb, were covered with tiny honeycomb holes, precisely delivering precious water to each grapefruit. This was made using the secret method of Lulan by our ancestors. Wei Bin looked up and saw the terraced fields on the hillside, layered with purple grapes, golden wheat waves, and green alfalfa, like a spilled palette of colors. 3 days later, King Tao Huai personally tied the irrigation map roll to Wei Bin's saddle. The sheepskin scroll was embroidered with 365 water measurement points using gold thread, and the border was inscribed with the phrase, "Water veins are like human veins, flowing endlessly," in Chinese calligraphy. Behind them, artisans from Tao Huai were loading clay jar molds onto camels, and the hollow bronze molds shimmered with strange light under the sun. This is our Tao Huai's gift. Ma Luoshan pressed his armor, which was starting to feel warm, and whispered. These craftsmen seemed distracted, perhaps. Before he finished, the oldest craftsman suddenly knelt down and pulled out a bronze key from his clothes. This was brought out from the ancient city of Jinjue by the former king, now offered to the true god. The handle of the key was engraved with cloud and thunder patterns. Hurry up, old master. Wei Bin immediately dismounted to help the old craftsman. Once we succeed, we will return to Jinjue to investigate. Tao Huai pledged allegiance, and they headed to the next country, Dandu. In the center of the Salt Lake, the city of Dandu looked like a glass palace under the moonlight, with walls built entirely from transparent salt bricks. When Wei Bin's envoy arrived, a rope ladder suddenly descended from the closed city gate, and a clear child's voice came from the wall. To enter the city, first solve a riddle. Ban Yong looked up and saw a child about 7 or 8 years old sitting on the battlements, wearing a large crown made of hemp rope. Ma Luoshan, with one arm on his sword hilt, sneered, "A child is not enough." When my father was poisoned and killed by the Xiongnu, the boy suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a dark handprint on his chest. It was with a poisoned wine mixed with blue algae from the Salt Lake. He grabbed a handful of salt and sprinkled it into the night sky. My riddle is, what gets dirtier the more you wash it? Wei Bin suddenly felt a strange movement within himself. He quickly opened a bronze box, which transformed into a bronze sword, and the sword flew into the Salt Lake by itself. As the sword touched the water, the green Salt Lake suddenly surged with silver waves, and countless salt crystals condensed into a star map of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions. He gazed at the bright moon reflected in the Yuan position and softly said, "It is water." The city gate roared open. As the young king ran down, his jade pendant and silver bell jingled. He tiptoed to touch the damp patterns on the sword sheath, then suddenly handed a clay whistle to Wei Bin. "This was left by my father. It can awaken the underground palace." Before he finished, the chancellor pulled him back into the escort team. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air came from the woods. An arrow brushed past Wei Bin's hair and embedded itself into a poplar tree behind him. At that moment, the sheepskin scroll at the arrow's tail automatically unfurled. The scroll contains blood-written words about King Xiusun's trade with the Xiongnu. 10 carts of saltpeter in exchange for Wei Bin's head. A cold laugh echoes from the treetops. King Xiusun's golden carriage slowly departs, and as the curtain is lifted, this renowned king of kindness is held at sword point by a Xiongnu captain's curved blade against his throat. Throw the sword over. The Xiongnu's blade has already drawn blood. When Wei Bin unfastens his sword sheath, his bronze sword suddenly spins in his hand, and its blue-tipped point sharply stabs the Xiongnu captain's forehead. The captain falls, and King Xiusun is saved. He is very grateful to Wei Bin for saving his life and has long heard of Wei Bin's fame. He decides to submit to Wei Bin. Wei Bin and others immediately go to investigate and enter it. Maluo Mountain's one-armed man raises a torch. Inside is a tomb, with many murals on the walls. As the torchlight flickers, The murals gradually appear. 12 bronze figures surround a giant bronze tree at the center, with the treetop hanging with drip irrigation devices for peaches and Sephora, salt crystals from Wandu, and herbs from Shiosun. Buried at the roots is a key. Ding! You have obtained the second key to the ancient city of Jinjue. Total progress, 2 out of 3. With all 3 keys, the city can be opened. Let's put aside the key for now, Weibin thinks. He raises a finger and points north. Rest for 3 days, then head to Dayuan. 3 days later, Weibin and his group arrive at the kingdom of Dayuan. The city walls shimmer with a faint gold in the morning light. Weibin reins his horse and stops, gazing at this land famous for its swift horses in the western regions. The banners flying above the walls are embroidered with images of galloping steeds, fluttering loudly in the wind. Master, it is said that Dayuan's blood horse can travel 1,000 miles a day, blood like beads of sweat, Ban Yong says as he rides forward, eyes shining with anticipation. Ma Luo Mountain strokes his armor, which feels slightly warm. This place is strange. My armor seems to sense something. The city gate slowly opens, and a group of envoys dressed in splendid clothes come out. The leading official bowed deeply and said, Lord King Weibin of Liangzhou, our king has been waiting for you for a long time. As they passed through the busy streets, Weibin noticed that the architecture of the Dayuan country was very different from that of the other western regions. The domed houses were decorated with beautiful mosaic patterns, and the water channels along the streets were crystal clear, showing the wealth of this country. The king of Dayuan personally greeted them in front of his palace. He was tall, with a thick beard decorated with gold rings, and his eyes shone brightly. I have heard of Lord King Wei's great reputation. Today I see you in person, and you truly live up to it. Ashik's voice was loud like a bell. Weibin bowed and replied, You flatter me, Your Majesty. I came here to discuss plans for stabilizing the western regions with you. The king of Dayuan laughed heartily. No rush. Since you are in Dayuan, you must see our famous horses first. He clapped his hands, and attendants immediately led out a pure white horse with black hooves. This is Snow Chase Wind, one of our best breeding horses, the king proudly introduced. Its descendants are spread across the western regions. Weibin approached to look closely. The horse's eyes were sharp, and its muscles were smooth and elegant. It was truly extraordinary. He gently stroked its neck, and surprisingly, the white horse lowered its head and nuzzled his hand gently. It seems the horse likes you, Lord Wei, the king said with a smile. Shall we go to the horse farm? There's a small race today. Would you like to join? Weibin happily agreed. They went outside the city to a large horse track. On the lush green plains, dozens of fine horses of various colors were grazing, while herders rode back and forth. Ban Yong watched intently. Sir, these horses are much taller than those in Liangzhou, and their legs are longer. The king of Dayuan proudly stroked his beard. We have been breeding horses here for hundreds of years. Not only are these horses fast, but they also have incredible endurance. He pointed to a group of horses drinking water in the distance. Look at those sweat-blood horses. When they run, their sweat turns a faint red, like blood beads. Ma Luoshan suddenly whispered, Sir, I feel the armor getting hotter. There might be something buried underground in the horse track. Weibin was a bit surprised and nodded slightly, immediately noting this information. In the afternoon, the horse race began. Weibin chose a bright red horse, Ban Yong picked a black one, and Ma Luoshan selected a mixed-color horse. The others watched from the side. As the horn sounded, over 10 riders shot out from the starting point like arrows from a bow. Weibin was lying on his horse, feeling the wind rush past his ears. The great horse from Dayuan truly lived up to its reputation, steady, strong, and incredibly fast. In the end, Weibin won the race by a narrow margin. King Wei is a skilled rider. The king of Dayuan personally handed him a golden cup filled with wine. Tonight, I host a banquet to welcome everyone. Please do come. As night fell, the palace hall was brightly lit. Musicians played exotic music, and dancers moved gracefully to the rhythm. Weibin noticed that the walls of the hall were decorated with various horse gear, many inlaid with gems, clearly worth a lot. After 3 rounds of wine, Weibin put down his cup and said seriously, Your Majesty, I must be honest. My main reason for coming is to invite Dayuan to join our alliance. If the 36 states of the western regions unite, we can resist the Xiongnu invasions and enjoy peace together. The smile on the Dunhuang king's face faded. He stroked his cup and was silent for a moment before saying, "Your kindness is appreciated, King Wei. I understand. But Dunhuang is small and weak, so..." Before he finished, a guard hurried into the hall, looking panicked. "Report. The Utsin army has attacked our eastern border and has already taken 2 watchtowers." The hall suddenly became noisy. The Dunhuang king stood up sharply, his face pale. "What? They're coming. Damn it. I knew they wouldn't miss this chance." Wei Bin immediately stood up. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I am willing to lead my men to help Dunhuang." The king hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Then I entrust this to King Wei." With the situation urgent, Wei Bin quickly gathered Ban Yong and Ma Luoshan to discuss strategies. Utsin's attack must be because they know the ruler is in Dunhuang, aiming for a double win, Ban Yong analyzed. "How strong are their forces?" The general of Dunhuang replied. "Scout reports say about 5,000 cavalry, led personally by the Utsin prince." Ma Luoshan sneered. "Just 5,000? They dare to attack? Ruler, why not let me lead a small force to sneak into their camp at night?" Wei Bin shook his head. "Utsin cavalry are brave and skilled. Their spearmen are ready and are a deadly weapon. Facing them directly would cause heavy losses, even if we win." He turned to the king. "Your Majesty, is there any terrain nearby suitable for setting an ambush?" The king's eyes lit up. "Yes. On the east side of the training ground, there's a canyon shaped like a funnel, narrow at the entrance, but wide inside." Ban Yong clapped his hands in excitement. "Brilliant." The enemy army was lured into the canyon. Then, he made a trapping gesture. The plan was set. Wei Bin immediately arranged the troops. He asked the king of Dunhuang to send small groups to lure the enemy, while he led the main force to hide on both sides of the canyon. Ma Luoshang suggested using the Dunhuang horses to create a fire horse formation, and Wei Bin happily agreed. At dawn, the Utsin army was indeed drawn into the canyon. Once the front troops fully entered, Wei Bin gave the order, and the hidden archers shot their arrows all at once. Meanwhile, hundreds of horses with lit tails charged into the enemy lines from the canyon entrance, causing chaos and confusion. Ma Luoshang waved his long sword with one arm, charging into the enemy ranks like a fierce tiger. His armor shone with a bright blue glow, and wherever he fought, enemies fell to the ground. Ban Yong directed the archers to shoot precisely, aiming mainly at the enemy generals. Seeing the situation was bad, the Utsin prince quickly ordered a retreat, but it was too late. Wei Bin led elite cavalry from the side to attack the middle of the enemy formation. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the Utsin army was defeated, leaving over 1,000 dead and fleeing in panic. After the battle, the king of Dunhuang personally poured wine for Wei Bin in the palace. King Wei is brave and saved Dunhuang from danger. We will never forget this kindness. Wei Bin helped the Dunhuang king up. Your Majesty speaks too highly. The countries of the western regions should stand together to resist outside enemies. The Dunhuang king took a deep breath, seeming to make a big decision. King Wei, we are willing to submit to you. Not only that, I will also offer 10 of our most precious horses, the famous blood sweat horses, and the secret techniques for breeding fine horses. Wei Bin was overjoyed. Your Majesty is wise and noble. I am very grateful. Just then, Ma Luoshang hurried over and whispered, Lord, I found this while cleaning the battlefield. He handed over a piece of bronze, faintly showing the words, Ancient God. Wei Bin was shocked. This is a clue to the third key. The Dunhuang king saw the bronze fragment and was surprised. Isn't this from the royal tomb's underground palace? How could it be? Wei Bin and Ma Luoshang exchanged glances. It seemed the last key of the ancient city was hidden inside the Dunhuang royal tomb. Then please, take us there quickly. Then please, take us there quickly. Wei Bin's voice echoed in the palace, his hand unconsciously touching the bronze sword at his waist. Since entering the Great Warden Kingdom, the sword has begun to feel a faint warmth, similar to the armor of Mount Maro, trembling gently like a living creature. These are fragments of ancient divine weapons, made of bronze, that fell long ago. The king of the Warden Kingdom frowned deeply, a gold ring jingling among his beard. The royal tomb is the resting place of my ancestors. According to the law, it cannot be opened except on a day of sacrifice. His gaze swept over the bronze fragment in Mount Morrow's hand. Suddenly, he shivered and said, "Wait, these patterns." The old king's trembling finger touched the cloud and thunder pattern on the edge of the fragment. His eyes flashed with fear and awe. "This is an ancient divine mark." He suddenly looked up sharply, the gold ring on his beard clashing loudly. "Follow me." Night fell like ink. A group of people carried torches and moved through a secret passage behind the palace. Mount Morrow's armor emitted a faint blue glow, like ghostly fire guiding the way in the darkness. Banyong lowered his voice. "Master, the murals on the secret passage walls." Weibin looked toward the torchlight and saw the faded murals depicting 12 bronze figures surrounding a giant tree, just like those seen in the Donation Underground Palace. But here, there was an additional figure, a king wearing a golden crown, kneeling before the bronze giant tree. "That is the founding monarch of the Warden Kingdom," the king of the Warden Kingdom explained without turning around. His voice echoed strangely in the narrow passage. Legend says he received the divine gift of horse breeding from the ancient gods, which made Warden famous for its fine horses. At the end of the passage was a large bronze door, carved with 9 galloping horses, their eyes set with rubies. Ash took out a golden key shaped like a whip from his pocket and inserted it into the central lock. With a heavy mechanical sound, the door slowly opened, stirring up dust from thousands of years. "Since the burial of our ancestors, this underground palace has only been opened 3 times, the king suddenly said solemnly. Each generation's ruler was told where the key was only before their death. A cold underground air hit them, making Weibin shiver. The bronze sword suddenly unsheathed itself 3 inches, humming like a dragon. Mount Morrow's armor shone with an intense blue light, illuminating the entire underground palace. 12 bronze figures stood in a circle. In the center was a stone platform with a bronze box wrapped in chains, decorated with rune-inscribed copper coins hanging from the chains. Most astonishingly, each bronze figure held a different object, a drip irrigation device, salt crystals, herbs, all shaped like the secret treasures they had collected along the way. This is impossible." Banyong took a half-step back. "Are all the steps we've taken part of some plan?" Weibin remained calm and walked toward the central stone platform. As he approached, the chains on the bronze box suddenly fell off by themselves, and the copper coins scattered everywhere. The lid slowly opened, and a beam of gold light shot straight up to the ceiling, illuminating the entire underground palace like daytime. "Be careful, Lord." Ma Luoshan quickly stepped forward, blocking Weibin. At that moment, the blue glow on his armor suddenly turned gold, intertwining with the gold light from the box. It suddenly flew up, and the bronze sword at Weibin's waist fully unsheathed, floating in midair. 3 beams of light twisted and spun like living creatures, causing the underground palace to shake violently. The 12 bronze figures all turned their heads at the same time, their hollow eye sockets fixed on the center. The king of Dayin knelt on the ground, muttering prayers. "They are merging," Banyong exclaimed. He saw the bronze sword, armor, and the gold light from the box gather into a point, the metal flowing like mercury and reshaping itself. The objects held by the bronze figures flew toward the light, like rivers flowing into the sea. In the dazzling light, a strange-shaped key gradually took form. The handle looked like a crown, with tiny drip irrigation devices and salt crystals hanging from its branches. The body was inscribed with dense, ancient god, small seal characters, which seemed to move and change as if alive. Weibin couldn't help but reach out his hand. The moment his fingertips touched the key, all the light suddenly contracted. The key landed steadily in his palm, feeling cold but pulsing with strange energy, as if holding a beating heart. The underground palace returned to darkness, with only the flickering of torches. The 12 bronze figures returned to their original form, but their objects had disappeared. Ash trembled as he got up, the firelight illuminating his pale face. The prophecy of the ancient gods. When the 3 sacred objects unite. Prophecy? Weibin tightly gripped the key, feeling the immense power contained within. The old king took a deep breath. Ancestors said that when the bronze sword, divine armor, and royal tomb box come together, The one who holds the key will open the ancient city of Jingjue and gain the power to change the fate of the western regions. He suddenly knelt down. King Wei, you are truly destined by heaven. Ma Luoshan checked his left arm. My armor has disappeared, but strangely, a faint golden glow shimmered around his arm. Ban Yong suddenly pointed at the ceiling. Everyone looked up and saw that the ordinary stone top now displayed a complete map of the western regions. The 36 kingdoms were connected by golden lines, all converging at a point deep in the desert, the location of the ancient city Jingjue. The key in Wei Bin's hand felt slightly warm. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from that spot, forming a glowing arrow on the ground pointing southeast. It's guiding us to Jingjue, Wei Bin muttered, feeling dizzy. The pulse from the key matched his heartbeat, and countless unfamiliar images flashed through his mind. A giant bronze tree, a desert city, 12 bronze figures coming to life. Master, Ban Yong worriedly supported him. Your face looks bad. Wei Bin shook his head and carefully stored the key in his inner silk pouch. It's nothing. We should leave now. He turned to the king of Dayuan. Thank you for your help. This matter concerns the people of the western regions, so please keep it secret. The old king nodded seriously and suddenly took out a white jade pendant from his bosom. This is a protective charm carved from Kunlun mountain jade. It can ward off evil spirits. Jingjue. Some things are better buried forever. He hesitated but finally bowed deeply. As they left the underground palace, Wei Bin noticed an inscription on the base of the first bronze figure. Water veins are like human veins, flowing endlessly. This was written on the drip irrigation scroll given to him by King Taowai. All clues were connected, as if guided by some divine will. By dawn, they returned to the surface. In the morning light, Wei Bin took out the key and examined it again. It no longer glowed, but the intricate patterns seemed to have liquid flowing inside. Ma Luoshan suddenly said, Master, I can feel the presence of the key in my arm. Sure enough, when Wei Bin brought the key close to Ma Luoshan's left arm, the golden light from the severed limb resonated with the key. Ban Yong pondered. It seems that General Ma's armor isn't gone, but has become part of the key. Ashk ordered his men to bring 10 purebred horses, the most striking being the chasing wind and snow. When the white horse saw Wei Bin, it nuzzled his shoulder affectionately. The old king smiled. It's never been so close to anyone before. Looks like even the horses recognize you as their master. Wei Bin gently stroked the horse's mane and suddenly noticed a hidden diamond-shaped mark on the horse's forehead, identical to the patterns on the handle of the key. His heart trembled, sensing a connection between this horse and Jingjue. Report. A guard hurried over. The remnants of Usan and the Xiongnu are gathering at the border. Ashk's face changed dramatically. Kucha and the Xiongnu have never gotten along. How could this happen? Wei Bin turned his horse around, the key in his chest radiating warmth. Because they are afraid, he said sharply. Afraid that the countries of the western regions will unite. Shueli Zhue Feng seemed to sense his master's fighting spirit, raising his front hooves high. Ma Luoshan held the reins, golden light spreading from his arms to his whole body. My lord, let me lead the charge this time. Ban Yong spread out a map. The Xiongnu army must pass through the Tali River. We can wait upstream. The king of Dayuan looked at these foreigners and suddenly felt brave. Dayuan is small, but I am willing to send all our soldiers to join King Wei's campaign. He turned and shouted at his attendants. Beat the drums. Prepare the soldiers. At dawn, Wei Bin raised a bronze sword. The reflected light from the sword and the golden glow of the key in his chest intertwined. The long scroll of the fate of the western regions was slowly unfolding on this ancient land. The gates of the ancient city of Jeshua were about to open for the true destined person. The reeds by the Tali River swayed in the wind. Wei Bin crouched behind a sand dune, his fingertips lightly touching the key in his chest. The metal's pulse was in sync with his heartbeat, reminding him that the time was near. 10 miles southeast, the Yuutsin allied camp with the Xiongnu stretched like clouds, and the distant neighing of warhorses could be heard. Master, the scout reports that the Xiongnu Chanyu personally leads 8,000 cavalry, plus 3,000 remnants of the Yuutsin, totaling 11,000 men, Ban Yong whispered, moving his finger on the map. They plan to cross the river at dawn tomorrow and head straight for the Dayuan royal city. Ma Luoshan's single eye flickered with a fierce light. looking especially sinister in the moonlight. Let me lead light cavalry to attack at night. To first disrupt their morale, Wei Bin shook his head, grabbing a handful of sand and letting it slip through his fingers. The wind isn't right. He pointed to a dense poplar forest near the river bend. The Xiongnu will surely send scouts to investigate here. We will go against the flow, hiding in the river. Ban Yong's eyes lit up. Exactly, Wei Bin said, taking off his water pouch, breaking a few reed stalks, and grabbing dozens of reed tubes. Let the soldiers skilled in water carry the tubes in their mouths and hide among the reeds on the riverbank. When the enemy half crosses, he made a gesture of encirclement. The 3,000 Yuuzhan cavalry brought by the Dunhuang king had already ambushed on the high ground on the west bank. Wei Bin deliberately had the soldiers put cloth covers on their horses' hooves and used damp sand to hide the shine of their armor. Shueli Jue Feng seemed to understand human feelings, quietly standing beside Wei Bin, occasionally nudging his shoulder with his nose. At noon, torches lit up across the river. The Yuuzhan people led hundreds of cattle and sheep across first, a common trick used by the Xiongnu, letting animals wade through the water to test for ambushes. Stay calm, Wei Bin said, holding the trembling wrist of a young soldier beside him. A male bull almost stepped on a hidden reed pipe, and murky river water made a faint bubbling sound inside. The Xiongnu scouts turned their heads alertly, about to investigate, but the Yuuzhan prince impatiently urged his army to move forward. When the main enemy force reached the middle of the river, a southeast wind suddenly blew. Wei Bin blew a bone whistle, and archers hidden in the poplar forest shot flaming arrows. The arrows, wrapped in oiled cloth, caught fire in the wind and accurately struck the rear of the Xiongnu army. Enemy attack! As the Xiongnu turned to fight the fire, hundreds of water splashes suddenly erupted from the river. Wei Bin led elite soldiers from the reeds, stabbing long spears into the horses' bellies. Startled horses threw the Xiongnu cavalry into the swift current, and their armor became a death omen. Ma Luo Mountain's one-eyed, red-eyed warrior charged into the enemy ranks with a sword in each hand. His arms shimmered with golden light, and each strike seemed to summon thunder. A Xiongnu captain raised his shield to meet him, but the iron shield was split in two along with the man and horse. Such incredible strength! The Yuuzhan prince shouted in fear, turning his horse to flee. The Xiongnu chieftain shouted angrily, "Don't retreat." Before he finished, archers led by Ban Yong rained arrows from the high ground, aiming specifically at the leader's feathers. Shueli chased the wind, riding Wei Bin like a white lightning bolt into battle. Wherever his bronze sword passed, the Xiongnu's curved blade snapped. Strangely, the wounds of fallen enemies showed no blood. Instead, they had green patches like rusted bronze. Magic! The Xiongnu soldiers panicked. They weren't afraid of brave warriors, but terrified of supernatural powers. The defeated soldiers flooded toward the north bank, scattering the rear troops. The king of Dunhuang led his cavalry to attack, turning the Darim River water dark red. During the chase, Wei Bin felt a key in his pocket grow extremely hot. Following his instincts, he saw the Yuuzhan prince being surrounded by guards, fleeing into a canyon. Ban Yong, continue chasing the remaining Xiongnu, Wei Bin ordered, turning his horse. General Ma, come with me. At the end of the canyon was a sheer cliff. The Yuuzhan prince desperately looked back and saw Wei Bin approaching alone. He drew a gem-studded dagger and pressed it against his throat, shouting, "I would rather die than be humiliated. Stop right there." Wei Bin threw a bronze sword, the hilt striking the prince's wrist precisely. At this moment, the key suddenly flew out of the silk bag and floated in the air, projecting an illusion. A young king of Wusun being poisoned by Huns, with a dark handprint on his chest. "Your father was harmed by the Huns," Wei Bin said as he dismounted and picked up a dagger. He cut the rope around the prince's waist. "And now you're risking your life for the enemy." The prince slumped on the ground, his golden crown falling off. "The Huns took my mother and younger sister as hostages. Let's go back and fight," Wei Bin said, reaching out. "Save your family and restore Wusun." A real man doesn't give up. As the sunset dyed the white stone walls of Wusun's capital blood red, Wei Bin's army surrounded the city. The guards on the wall saw the prince being led forward and were shocked. "Open the gates," the prince shouted according to Wei Bin's plan. The Huns want to destroy the city. It turned out that Ban Yong had deliberately let some defeated Huns escape to report back. Now, rumors spread inside the city that the Huns want to vent their anger on Wusun. When a small gap opened in the city gate, Ma Luoshan led his loyal fighters to rush in. His one eye shone fiercely as he swung his twin blades, cutting down more than 10 Huns in a row. The people inside the city saw the prince return and grabbed farming tools to fight the Huns. By the time the remnants of the Hun leader arrived, the city gate was flying the Wusun flag. Inside the palace, the Wusun queen hugged the little princess and curled up in a corner. When Wei Bin untied their shackles, the queen suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" A Hun's warrior pretending to be dead suddenly attacked, stabbing a poisoned dagger straight at Wei Bin's chest. In a flash, Ma Luoshan leapt forward to block the attack. The dagger pierced his shining left arm, making a metallic clang. The Hun's warrior was about to be surprised when a golden light from the key shot through his forehead. "General Ma." Wei Bin helped the staggering deputy commander. "It's fine," Ma Luoshan said, pulling up his sleeve to reveal his left arm shining with a metallic sheen. "This armor comes from the same source as the key." Seeing this, the Wusun prince was finally convinced. He personally took the pearl from his crown and offered it to Wei Bin. Wusun will follow the Liangzhou king forever. 3 days later, in the main hall of the Wusun palace, the old Wusun king, who had been held captive by the Huns, weakly sat on his throne. He handed the military token to Wei Bin himself. "Long ago, our former king fought against De Yuan to seize the famous horse, causing 100 years of resentment between our nations. Now we see that our brothers in the western regions should stand united." Wei Bin returned the military token. "Your Majesty only needs to lend me 3,000 cavalry to chase the remaining Huns. Wusun will still be governed by Wusun people." He pointed to the soldiers outside the hall distributing grain. "The most urgent task now is to help the people rebuild their homes." The old king's cloudy eyes shimmered with tears. Then suddenly, he began to cough violently. Prince Wusun hurried forward, but saw the father take out a rolled sheepskin scroll from his bosom. "This is a map of the outer city of Jinjua ancient city." Blood seeped from the old man's mouth. "Back then, the Xiongnu forced me to lead the way in search of treasure. I left a mark at the water source." Wei Bin carefully took the map and found that the marked locations with blood dots matched the directions indicated by the key. The old king, with his last strength, grasped Wei Bin's and the prince's hands. "Form an alliance. Never betray." Before he finished, he passed away. At the funeral, the Uxin shaman danced an ancient war dance, offering the old king's favorite horse as a sacrifice. When Wei Bin sprinkled a handful of dirt into the grave, the key suddenly resonated with the bronze ritual vessel buried with the king. The surface of these vessels displayed cloud and thunder patterns similar to those on the base of the 12 bronze figures. "It seems Uxin also has a connection to the ancient divine weapons," Ban Yong whispered. Ma Luoshan was wiping his twin blades when he suddenly turned his sword and pointed southeast. "Master, the key is trembling." Sure enough, the key in Wei Bin's arms was beating like a living thing. Following the sensing, Wei Bin saw a snow-chasing wind using its hooves to dig the ground, with a diamond-shaped mark on its forehead flashing faint light. More strangely, beneath the disturbed soil, half of a bronze pillar appeared, engraved with the same ancient god inscriptions as the key. "Report." A messenger rushed over. "The Xiongnu Chanyu has gathered 30,000 troops and has defeated the Carriage Master Kingdom." The new king of Uxin immediately stood up. "I will gather the entire army." Wei Bin held his shoulder. "No need." He looked southeast, as if his gaze pierced through thousands of miles of yellow sands. "Inside Jinjua ancient city, there is a key to ending this war." That night, Wei Bin spread out all the clues in his tent. The drip irrigation map of Peach and Sephora, the salt crystal map of Donation, and the outer city map given by the dying Uxin king. When the 3 maps overlapped, the light cast by the key formed a winding route ending at a bronze giant tree relief. "Tomorrow, we split into 2 routes," Wei Bin told the generals. "Ban Yong will lead the allied forces to hold back the main Xiongnu army, while Ma Dongjia and I will take the elite troops to Jinjua." Snow-chasing wind was restless outside the tent, neighing anxiously. Wei Bin stepped out and stroked its mane, noticing that the horse's eyes reflected the scene of 12 bronze figures surrounding a giant tree. As he tried to look closer, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the southeastern night sky and fell into the deep desert. Ma Luoshan, with one eye half closed, said, "That's not a star. It's the ancient divine weapon calling us." Before dawn on the desert, Ban Yong hid behind a sand dune, gently moving aside the cactus thorns in front of him. "My lord only asked me to delay, but from what I see, the Chanyu can't wait any longer. I'm afraid I can't hold him off much longer," Ban Yong thought. "In that case, why not take the initiative and strike first?" 10 miles away, the Xiongnu campfire flickered like scattered stars. He squinted, counting the messengers rushing in and out of the king's tent. One every half hour, all riding quickly, but no one came out. "He's fallen for it." A slight smile appeared on Ban Yong's face. He took out a special bone fragment from peach hawthorn state, used to measure wind. The tiny holes in the bone made faint whistling sounds in the breeze, indicating the southeast wind was growing stronger. Satisfied, he nodded and whispered to his soldiers nearby, "Send orders to all units. Prepare according to the third plan." 3 days ago, the Xiongnu Chanyu personally led 30,000 cavalry to the border of the Carriage Master Kingdom, threatening to use Wei Bin's skull to fill a wine cup. Inside Ban Yong's camp, there was heated debate. Some wanted to fight directly, while others preferred to retreat to the Yuan. Only Ban Yong kept his eyes fixed on a map, on a rugged area called Ghost Cry Gorge, his eyes shining with determination. "The Chanyu is as fierce as a blazing fire and hates being called cowardly," Ban Yong analyzed while pointing at the map. "We might as well give him the nickname Mouse-Hearted and pretend our supplies are running low." At this moment, on the cliffs on both sides of Ghost Cry Gorge, 2,000 archers wrapped their arrows in soaked felt blankets. This was a trick Ban Yong learned from the Donk Nation. Wet arrows make no sound when shot, perfect for night attacks. Even better, at the entrance of the canyon, newly piled sand dunes looked natural but secretly hid 300 barrels of black fire oil supplied by the Wusun. At dawn, a group of Ban Yong soldiers disguised as merchants appeared at the canyon's mouth. They deliberately left messy hoofprints from their pack animals and scattered a few bags of millet in plain sight. The lead merchant even accidentally dropped a rolled sheepskin, which depicted the coalition army's retreat route. Report: a Xiongnu scout galloped back to the camp. "We found traces of Wei Bin's remnants." The Chanyu rushed out of his tent, the wolf head decorations on his armor jingling. He grabbed the scout by the collar. "Is that true?" "Absolutely." The scout handed over the sheepskin scroll. They also left this behind. The scroll not only marked what Ban Yong called their retreat route, but also hastily scrawled at the edge, "If the Chanyu dares to pursue, he will be seeking his own death." This line of writing is in Hunnic script, but the handwriting is crooked, clearly written in haste. "Huh?" The Chanyu, furious, suddenly laughs. His iron glove creaks as he clenches it. "Order the whole army to pursue. I will personally skin Wei Bin." The deputy quickly tries to stop him. "Great Chanyu, it might be a trap." The terrain of Ghost Cry Gorge. "Shut up." The Chanyu kicks the deputy over. "That cowardly brat dares to call me timid, and you dare to stop me." He turns his horse around, and 30,000 cavalry charge forward, raising dust that blocks the sky. At noon, the vanguard of the Huns reaches deep into the canyon. Suddenly, the sound of frightened horses neighing is heard ahead. Narrow paths are littered with abandoned banners and a few broken supply wagons on the roadside. A wounded soldier, seeing the pursuers, drops his gong and runs in fear. "Chase!" The Chanyu's face turns red with excitement. They are right in front. When the last group of Hun cavalry rushes into the canyon, countless burning logs suddenly roll down from the cliff top. Almost at the same time, a strong southeast wind blows, turning the fire into a blazing wall. The Chanyu is about to order a breakout, but the cliffs on both sides erupt with deafening shouts of battle. Arrows rain down like a storm, aimed at the horses' legs. "Protect the Chanyu." The personal guards raise their shields, but suddenly the ground shakes violently. Oil drums buried underground explode one after another, and shockwaves send people and horses flying several meters high. The Chanyu's horse rears in fright, throwing him onto a pile of rocks. Amid the chaos, the fleeing wounded soldier, somehow reaches near the Chanyu. He takes off his blood-stained headscarf, revealing Ban Yong's scholarly face. Chanyu, Ban Yong bows politely, holding a crossbow steady. Your head is worth 3,000 gold to me. The Chanyu draws his sword in anger, but amidst the flames, countless soldiers of the allied army appear. Even more terrifying, each holds a torch, and in the smoke, they seem like 100,000 troops. On the distant cliff, Ban Yong's banner flutters in the wind. You. The Chanyu's beard trembles uncontrollably. How is this possible? Ban Yong smiles. Haven't you noticed? We've been chasing all day and haven't seen the main force of the allied army. He points to the sky. We already got your intelligence, so I sent the main force to attack your old base. The Chanyu's face turns pale. At this moment, he finally realizes that those retreat traces are all bait, and the so-called calling him timid was a carefully planned taunt. Currently, 30,000 iron cavalry are trapped in the canyon, while the Royal Guard has fewer than 5,000 soldiers. Tie him up! Ban Yong waved his hand, and the soldiers rushed forward. The Chanyu still wanted to resist, but suddenly felt a cold sensation on his neck. Ban Yong had already placed his sword against it. At dusk, when the Chanyu was brought before the central camp, the once proud ruler of the grasslands finally bowed his head. Kill or mutilate me if you want, the Chanyu shouted stubbornly, but don't humiliate me. However, Ban Yong personally untied his ropes. I won't kill you. Just promise to retreat to the north of the desert and never trouble the western regions again. The Chanyu looked up in disbelief. Why? There's no particular reason. I just want peace with you, Ban Yong said. Then he untied the Chanyu and let him go. Now that the Chanyu has been driven away, what should I do? Should I go help the Lord? Ban Yong looked into the distance, thinking, yes, I am the Western region's chief historian of the Han, and I want to help expand our territory openly. In a moment of impulse, Ban Yong decided to make a decision that went against Wei Bin. He would personally go on a mission to the nearby Siemi. Siemi Kingdom, located in the southern part of the Western regions, backed by the Qiongling mountain range, bordered Shul to the east and Dunhuang to the west. Though a small country, it was strategically important for controlling trade routes, making it a key battleground for military powers. Ban Yong only took 10 personal guards, traveled lightly, and arrived outside the capital of Siemi. From afar, the city walls looked tall, the gates were closed, and the guards on the city walls were alert. Clearly, Siemi had already heard of Wei Bin's reputation for sweeping through western regions and was feeling uneasy. Ban Yong smiled slightly and ordered his men to raise Wei Bin's diplomatic banner as they slowly approached. The city gates gradually opened, and a group of Siemi warriors came out in formation. The leading general looked at Ban Yong from head to toe and asked in a deep voice, Han Envoy, what is your purpose here? Ban Yong clasped his hands in a bow and said, I am Ban Yong, a strategist under King Wei Bin of Liangzhou. I have come to meet the king of Siemi to discuss peace and stability in the western regions. The general frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside and said, if so, follow me. Passing through the bustling marketplace, Ban Yong noticed that although the people of Siemi dressed simply, the market was lively with merchants and goods from all over, showing that this small country was quite wealthy due to its trade routes. Entering the royal palace, the hall flickered with candlelight. The king of Siemi sat on his throne, about 50 years old, with a stern face and sharp eyes. Several ministers stood beside him, each with different expressions, some wary, some curious, and others showing disdain. Ban Yong stepped forward and bowed deeply. Greetings, King of Xie, sent by Wei Bin. The king nodded slightly. No need for formalities. The name of Wei Wang has been heard throughout the western regions recently. I wonder what advice you bring today. Ban Yong remained respectful and confident, speaking loudly. Wei Wang unites the western regions to fight against the Xiongnu. Now, Usan, De Yuan, and Zhu Du have all pledged allegiance. Trade routes are reopened, and the people live peacefully. Xie is a key location. If it joins the alliance, we can all share in peace and prosperity. Before he finished, a minister sneered. Nice words. Wei Bin has conquered several countries, and now he comes to persuade us to join. Who knows if he just wants to take over Xie? Ban Yong looked at the man and smiled. What you say is not correct. The countries Wei Wang defeated were those colluding with the Xiongnu and harming the people. Xie has always been neutral. Wei Wang respects the wisdom of your king, so he sent me to discuss, not to threaten with armies. Another minister frowned. Even without fighting, if we join Wei Bin, won't we be controlled by others? Banyong shook his head. Not at all. Wei Wang only asks for unity among the western regions to resist the Xiongnu. He does not want to take away your independence. In fact, if Xie joins, taxes could be reduced by 30%, and Wei Wang is willing to send craftsmen to help build water systems and improve farming. The king's eye showed some interest. Really? Banyong said seriously. Absolutely. After Usan joined, Wei Wang sent Chinese craftsmen to help dig water channels, and Usan's farmland increased production by 30%. If you don't believe it, you can send envoys to Usan to verify. The king pondered silently, tapping lightly on the throne armrest. Banyong continued, Your Majesty, beware of the Xiongnu. If the western regions remain divided, they will be defeated one by one. Now, Wei Wang has united most of the western regions. If Xie hesitates, it may be in danger. He paused intentionally. The king frowned. In danger of what? Banyong sighed. After the Xiongnu Chanyu was defeated, he fled west of the Zhongling Mountains and is gathering remnants. If Xie remains isolated, the Xiongnu will attack first to intimidate the western regions. The hall fell silent. The ministers looked at each other. The king's expression was serious. He said slowly, What Mr. Banyong says is reasonable, but whether to join is a matter of national fate. We must consider carefully. Prince Ban smiled slightly. If the king still has doubts, perhaps he should first sign a trade agreement with King Wei, without involving military power for now. Once mutual trust deepens, the alliance can be discussed. The king's eye sparkled. Excellent. Mr. Ban is truly thoughtful. In that case, our Western and Mi kingdoms are willing to submit to King Wei and fight against the Xiongnu together. Prince Ban bowed deeply. Your Majesty is wise. King Wei will not fail your trust. That night, the king of Western and Mi hosted a banquet to thank Prince Ban, and everyone enjoyed themselves. The next day, the king personally saw Prince Ban out of the city and sent messengers with official letters and gifts to formally express submission to Wei. Prince Ban rode his horse, looking back at the city of Western and Mi, with a slight smile on his face. Another small kingdom is now in our hands. Prince Ban had just ridden 3 miles out of Western and Mi's city gates when suddenly he heard the urgent sound of hooves behind him. He turned to see the trusted ministers of the Western and Mi king rushing over with several guards, holding a scroll wrapped with red silk. Lord Ban, please wait. The trusted minister stopped his horse, beads of sweat on his forehead. My king has an important matter to entrust to you. Prince Ban frowned slightly and signaled his followers to stop. What is so urgent? The trusted minister dismounted and respectfully presented the scroll. This is a history of Western and Mi, written by my king himself. Please take a look. Prince Ban unrolled the scroll, which was neatly written in Chinese characters, recording the rise and fall of the ancient kingdom of Western and Mi. The trusted minister explained, 60 years ago, Western and Mi was a unified kingdom, rich in resources, with constant trade. Later, the Xiongnu used divide-and-conquer tactics, supporting my uncle to establish himself as king in the east. His voice grew quieter. Over the years, our brother kingdoms have fought each other, and the people have been displaced. Now that Western and Mi has submitted to King Wei, I cannot sleep at night, fearing that Eastern and Mi will continue to be controlled by the Xiongnu and become a threat. Prince Ban noticed a pomegranate tree drawn at the end of the scroll, with 2 crowns side by side beneath it. The trusted minister pointed to the pattern. This is the sacred tree of Western and Mi. My king says that if you can persuade the king of Eastern and Mi, he is willing to use this tree as a symbol to reunite the 2 kingdoms. This is not easy, Prince Ban pondered. Eastern and Mi has been under Xiongnu control for many years. Exactly why it must be Lord Ban. The trusted minister suddenly knelt. My king is willing to pledge his life. If you can make this happen, the entire Eastern and Mi tribe will swear loyalty to King Wei forever. While speaking, he took out a key from his bosom. This is the key to the Siemi treasure house, which hides secret letters exchanged between the Xiongnu and Dong Chemi long ago. Banyong took the key and felt its cold weight in his hand. He looked toward the distant mountains in the east and finally nodded. All right, I will go on this trip. 3 days later, Ban Yong disguised himself as a merchant and brought secret letters provided by trusted officials to the capital of Dongqiemi. At the city gate, the Xiongnu guards checked carefully. Ban Yong calmly handed over a bag of gold coins. I am here to sell grapes. Inside the city, the scene made Ban Yong feel worried. The streets were full of Xiongnu cavalry. The market was filled with weapons and armor. More disturbing was that the common people avoided outsiders. Some children were very thin, looking like skin and bones, rummaging through trash for food. It was clear this was the result of war. Using secret contacts, Ban Yong managed to sneak into the palace late at night. The king of Dongqiemi was a young man in his early 30s, but his hair was already gray. He dismissed his guards and looked at Ban Yong for a long time, then suddenly smiled bitterly. That old guy from the west sent you. Ban Yong remained calm. I was sent by the king of Shiqiemi to save you. Save? The Dongqiemi king suddenly stood up, his sword clanging at his waist. It was him who sent me here as a hostage. Ban Yong was steady. He took out the key. Do you still remember this, your majesty? The Dongqiemi king's pupils shrank. Ban Yong continued. The third compartment of the treasure house contains the wooden horse from when you were 10. Your father said before he died, stop talking. The king trembled all over, lowering his voice. How do you know this? Ban Yong opened a scroll of history and pointed to a pomegranate tree pattern. Your father never admitted the division. This pattern was drawn by him himself. The king of Dongqiemi sank back onto his throne, his fingers stroking the pattern, tears welling in his eyes. Ban Yong seized the moment. The Xiongnu Chanyu has just been defeated. Now is the chance. It's too late, the king said, shaking his head. In 3 days, the Xiongnu's left general will arrive to station troops. At that time, Ban Yong interrupted him. Then we strike tomorrow. In a secret chamber flickering with candlelight, Ban Yong and the king of Dongqiemi planned until dawn, studying the map. There are our people in the palace guard. The king pointed to several marks. But the Xiongnu have 2,000 elite soldiers in the city. Ban Yong thought for a moment. We need to lure the tiger out of the mountain. Your majesty can pretend to discover some unusual activity in the western border and send Xiongnu soldiers to investigate. Not enough, said the king of Dongqiemi, shaking his head. The left general is too suspicious. At most, send half the troops. Ban Yong's eyes sparkled. Then let's add more fire. He took out a seal and said, this is the order from the king of Wusun. We can fake a surprise attack by Wusun. The king of Dongqiemi looked at Ban Yong in surprise. You were prepared? Ban Yong smiled, but said nothing. That night, a few loyal soldiers left the city with forged military reports. Meanwhile, the king secretly summoned the commander of the imperial guards, his foster son, who was very trustworthy. At dawn the next day, a loud horn broke the silence. The sentry hurried to report. The Wusun army is attacking the border. The left general of the Xiongnu was indeed tricked and led the main force out of the city. At 3 in the afternoon, the palace suddenly rang with bells. The king of Dongqiemi declared in the court, the Xiongnu have repeatedly oppressed our people, causing our division. Today, we will seek justice. The imperial guards quickly took control of the main hall, and Ban Yong led people to the armory. However, an unexpected turn occurred. The Xiongnu left general, who was supposed to leave the city, suddenly returned with his guards, shouting, I knew you were suspicious. He had sensed something was wrong and turned back for a counterattack. Ban Yong acted quickly, setting fire to the oil he had prepared earlier. Amid the blazing flames, he protected the king of Dongqiemi and retreated to his secret room. Used the secret passage, the king pushed aside a bookshelf, revealing a narrow tunnel. Ban Yong shook his head. Your Majesty, go first. I will hold off the pursuers. No. The king firmly held him back. If you die, who will unify Qiemi? Ban Yong took out a pomegranate tree-shaped token. With this, Qiemi can be restored. After saying that, he pushed the king into the secret passage and turned to face the enemies. In the courtyard, Ban Yong was surrounded by dozens of Xiongnu soldiers. He leaned against an old well, holding a long sword, his clothes stained with blood. The left general sneered and approached. Han dog, today I will. Before he finished, the palace doors suddenly burst open. The king of Dongqiemi led his elite soldiers to arrive. It turned out Ban Yong had arranged for messenger pigeons to send signals. and the king of Siemi responded immediately with troops. In the chaos, Banyong shot an arrow through the left general's throat. The soldiers of Dongxiami and Siemi fought side by side in the palace, working together surprisingly well. By sunset, the last Xiongnu soldier was defeated under the pomegranate tree. 7 days later, under the pomegranate tree at the border of the two Chiemi kingdoms, the two kings finally met. King Shi and King Mi wept openly, trembling as they gently touched the scars on King Mi's face. "I'm sorry, brother, for what I have done." King Mi knelt and cried loudly, offering a broken jade disc left by their father years ago. The two halves of the jade fit perfectly together, seamless. Banyong stood nearby, watching as the two kings planted a pomegranate tree together. King Mi announced loudly, "From today, Chiemi is united again." Thousands of people cheered and threw pomegranate seeds into the air. The two kingdoms merged, and the two kings decided to appoint a new king. The young new king bowed deeply to Banyong. "Please tell Lord Ban that Chiemi wishes to serve forever." He presented a silk box. "This is a secret letter exchange between the Xiongnu and various tribes. It might be useful to King Wei." Banyong carefully took the box. At sunset, Banyong mounted his horse. Behind him, the people of Chiemi sang a song of unity, a song long lost. He knew that the effort to unify the western regions was making great progress. On the sandy Gobi Desert, Weibin stopped his horse and looked toward the distant city walls. Ma Luo Shan, with one eye, squinted. "Master, that's Weisu country ahead. It's one of the Xiongnu bases and has fought us before." Taigua took out a crumpled sheepskin map from his pocket, pointing to a route marked with cinnabar. "According to the traders, Weisu City has 3 walls, and 5,000 elite soldiers are stationed in the innermost city." Weibin gently touched the faintly warm bronze key in his pocket and said in a deep voice, "Order the army to rest at the oasis 10 miles away and send scouts to check the situation." That night, Weibin studied a secret letter sent by Banyong in his tent. "Good job, Banyong. Brave and clever." Weibin looked at the secret letter, very pleased with Banyong's achievement. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the tent. Ma Luo Shan brought in a bloodstained young man from Weisu. "Master, this person risked his life to break into the camp, saying he has important news." The young man knelt down with a thud and spat out a bloodstained jade seal. I am a guard of Weisu. The king." Before he finished, he fainted. Weibin picked up the jade seal. The bottom was engraved with 4 seal characters. Weisu King's seal. Ironbone hurriedly gave water to Weisu Wang's personal guards to help him. After a while, the young man slowly woke up and said, 3 days ago, the king secretly contacted various tribes, preparing to open the city to welcome King Wei. But unexpectedly, the Xiongnu somehow got wind of it. He coughed violently and spat out some blood. Last night, the king was hanged at the city gate. The 17 tribal leaders involved in the conspiracy were all buried alive. As he spoke, he took out a blood-stained cloth from his chest. "This is the king's final blood letter." Weibin unfolded the cloth, which had words written in blood. "The people of Weisu have suffered from the Xiongnu for a long time. I hope to use the entire city as a pledge. Please, King, do not hold past grudges. We will dedicate our lives to help King Wei defeat the enemy. If we fail, please avenge us." King Wei's final words. The tent was silent. Suddenly, Ma Luoshan felt he heard something, and his face changed drastically. "Not good. There's an ambush." Almost at the same time, shouts of battle came from outside the camp. A group of Xiongnu cavalry launched a surprise attack under the cover of night, and a rain of arrows instantly covered the entire camp. Weibin drew his sword and pushed aside the tent curtain. He saw the camp in flames. Ironbone roared and swung his iron hammer, smashing 3 charging Xiongnu cavalry along with their horses into meat. Ma Luoshan, using the ancient divine power in his left arm, struck with a palm and suddenly killed an enemy General Tenjiang away in midair. Formed the circle formation, Weibin leapt onto snow-chasing wind, his bronze sword flashing with a blue light. "Protect the wounded." In the chaos, Weisu Wang's personal guards suddenly pointed into the distance. That is, the beacon fire of Weisu City. 3 fire torches on the city wall traced specific paths, signaling the agreed signal from Weisu Wang. Weibin made a quick decision. "General Ma, lead the light cavalry to feign an attack on the east gate. Iron Bone, hold the main road with the infantry. I will go to the west gate myself. Snow-chasing wind shot across the battlefield like lightning, with Wei Bin and 300 loyal soldiers behind him. When they approached the west gate, it suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Hundreds of ragged Wei Su civilians, holding farming tools, were fighting the guards. King Wei is here, an old man with white hair shouted, but was immediately pierced through the chest by a Xiongnu soldier. Wei Bin's eyes filled with rage. His bronze sword emitted a dazzling blue glow, and wherever he went, enemy soldiers fell to the ground, their wounds turning rusty with bronze corrosion. The fierce battle at the city gate lasted until dawn. When Ma Luoshan led his troops to break through the east gate and joined Wei Bin, the Xiongnu defenders inside the city had been wiped out. On the streets, the people of Wei Su knelt and cried bitter tears. In front of them were 17 mutilated bodies. These were the tribal leaders involved in the conspiracy. Inside the palace hall, Wei Bin personally untied the hanging beam from the body of the king of Worry Mustache. The corpse had hands pierced with iron hooks and a wolf head mark burned into the chest. The loyal guards knelt and cried loudly, the king said before he died. To wait for King Wei, Wei Bin took off his cloak and covered the king's body. He turned to the surviving elders and said, King Worry Mustache showed his resolve with his death. We must avenge this hatred. The most urgent task now is to crown a new king and calm the people. One elderly man with one arm tremblingly brought out a bronze box. According to tradition, we should crown the bloodline of the former king. But the little prince is only 8 years old. 8 years old is enough. Wei Bin took the bronze box, took out the crown inside, and placed it on a small boy's head. Send orders to the whole city. Starting today, reduce taxes for 3 years and open the granaries. Suddenly, there was noise outside the palace. It turned out that the defeated Huns had allied with nearby Yuli soldiers and were returning. Ma Luoshan, with one eye shining fiercely, said, Master, I will go meet them with my men. Wei Bin held him back. Hold on, he turned to the young king. Your Majesty, would you like to go to the city wall yourself? As the enemy approached the city walls, a small figure wearing a crown suddenly appeared on the ramparts. The people of Worry Mustache saw this and quickly grabbed their weapons, rushing to the top of the wall. An old man with white hair shouted, Protect our king. Immediately, arrows rained down. Even more astonishing, Wei Bin ordered his men to place the body of King Worry Mustache on a war chariot, dressed in armor and holding a sword, just like in life. When this king's chariot charged out of the city gate, the Huns were so frightened they fled in terror, shouting, Ghost. Ghost King is here. They retreated without fighting. Dead king scares the living, just like Zhuge Liang scaring Chao Ji. Wei Bin looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. 3 days later, the new king was crowned in Worry Mustache City. Wei Bin distributed all the captured Hunnish spoils to the people and ordered the damaged marketplace to be rebuilt. Iron Bone and the craftsmen improved the city gates, and Ma Luoshan trained a new city defense army. Master, the trade routes are open. Iron Bone pointed to the endless caravan of camels outside the city. Merchants from Shul and Kucha have arrived. Very good. Then there's no time to lose. We must leave now. Wei Bin quickly organized the army and set off without delay toward the next target, Yuli Kingdom. Before dawn, the desert was shrouded in fog. Wei Bin stopped his snow-white horse, Shueli Jue Feng, and raised his right fist to signal the army to stop. Ma Luoshan's one eye flickered with alertness. He sensed something was wrong ahead. Master, there might be an ambush. Iron Bone crouched down, listening carefully with his ear close to the ground. He whispered, Hiss. I think it's about 3 or 4 miles away, but I don't know the exact direction. Wei Bin opened a sheepskin map, his finger tracing the dangerous area marked Wolf Throat Gorge, the only way to reach the Yuli Kingdom. He slightly smiled and said, There might be an ambush. The Yuli King is good at choosing tricky places. Inside the camp, Wei Bin explained his plan calmly. Since the Yuli King is setting an ambush at Wolf Throat Gorge, the country must be empty. He drew an arc on the map. We will go around the deadly valley and cross the salt marshes. Iron Bone took a deep breath. Salt marshes? That place can swallow even camels. Exactly, so the enemy won't be prepared. Men, go. Wei Bin waved his hand. and a thin young man stepped out from the soldiers. I heard. You're familiar with the area near the salt marsh lake. Can you lead the way? If we succeed, you'll be rewarded handsomely, the man agreed. Ma Luo Mountain stroked his left arm. He and I will lead the vanguard. That night, a strange team set out quietly. Each soldier was tied together with ropes at the waist, and their horses wore special bridles to prevent neighing, linked in a chain. The salt marsh was eerily silent, with only occasional bubbles bursting with a gurgle. One horse accidentally stepped wrong and sank up to its neck, but was saved by the ropes, so it didn't drown. By dawn, when the team finally crossed the marsh, everyone was covered in salt frost, looking like walking snowmen. The city wall of Yuli was close. The guards on the wall were sparse. Clearly the main forces had been sent to set the trap. Weibin wiped the salt from his face and sneered, "Let's give the Yuli king a big gift." At noon, just as the guards were dozing off, a loud shout of battle suddenly came from the east gate. Ma Luo Mountain led 300 loyal fighters disguised as merchants, using camels filled with oil to crash through the city gate. Almost simultaneously, Wei Bin and Iron Bone attacked from the west and north gates, trapping the city from 3 sides. Inside, chaos erupted. The Yuli prime minister was sleeping when his guards woke him. He thought he was dreaming. What? Wei Bin descended from the sky. He ran barefoot into the street and saw the Yuli king's flag on the palace pole cut down, replaced by a large banner embroidered with the character Qian. In less than 2 hours, Yuli city changed hands. Wei Bin sat on the throne, playing with the Yuli king's golden seal, and smiled at the officials kneeling in the hall. "Send someone to tell your king that I have taken his stronghold." When the messenger hurriedly arrived at Wolf Throat Gorge, King Yuli was already impatient. 3 days have passed. Why hasn't Wei Bin come yet? Your Majesty, the messenger dismounted hurriedly. Wei Bin. King Yuli read the message, his face turning from red to blue, and finally, in anger, he tore the letter into pieces. The message contained only a few words. Wise King Yuli, your trap was well set, but the journey was too long. We have entered the city first, preparing wine and lamb to welcome you. Wei Bin, damn it, my family has been robbed. All troops, retreat. King Yuli shouted furiously as he mounted his horse. I will tear Wei Bin to pieces. When the Yuli army hurried back to the capital, the city gates were wide open, and the streets were empty. Suspicious, King Yuli sent scouts to investigate. They reported that Wei Bin was hosting a feast at the palace. Arrogant fool, Yuli led his troops straight in, but as they crossed the central square, his horse suddenly slipped. Unknown to when, the ground was covered with yellow soybeans. At the same time, archers appeared on rooftops all around, and the city gates were sealed with iron bars. Wei Bin stood on the palace steps, raising his cup in a distant toast. King Yuli, welcome back from your journey. Please, have a drink. A rain of arrows fell. Yuli's army was thrown into chaos. Their horses slipped on the soybeans, and the cavalry tumbled to the ground. Elite soldiers led by Ma Luoshan emerged from the sides, unstoppable. Armored infantry led by Tai Gu pressed forward relentlessly. In less than an hour, Yuli's army was completely defeated. Cornered against the wall, King Yuli wildly waved his curved sword. Wei Bin, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Wei Bin took off his bronze sword and handed it to his guard, then stepped forward empty-handed. Come on, do you have the courage? Just 3 moves. After 3 moves, King Yuli lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Wei Bin stepped on his back and loudly declared to the watching Yuli villagers, from today, his younger brother will be appointed as the new king of Yuli. A thin young man stepped out from the crowd. His own brother, long imprisoned by King Yuli. The people cheered loudly. They had long suffered under the tyrant's rule. Wei Bin distributed all the captured Xiongnu supplies to the poor and ordered the reopening of the Silk Road trade route. When the caravan camels' bells rang through Yuli streets again, Wei Bin smiled. All right, no more delays. We must reach the ancient city of Jinjua as soon as possible. That night, snow-chasing wind suddenly became restless, kicking down the stable. As Wei Bin comforted his horse, he noticed the diamond-shaped mark on its forehead turning blood red. Stranger still, the bronze key in his arms had grown fine red lines, like blood vessels gently pulsing. Wei Bin saw this and became anxious. He turned his horse around and ordered, Send orders to the army. Set out immediately. He took one last look at Yuli City, where the new king, Ashina, stood on the city wall, holding a torch that traced blessings in the air. Wei Bin and his team traveled quickly and took 5 days to reach the kingdom of Jinjue. Inside the grand hall of the Jinjue king's palace, candle flames flickered, making the flying fairy murals look vivid. Wei Bin and his companions sat around a low table decorated with Hetian jade. Servants brought grapes and roasted lamb on golden plates. The old Jinjue king, white-haired but sharp-eyed, clapped his hands softly, and musicians played a distant hujia tune. King Wei has come from afar. Please enjoy a glass of our special Jinjue wine, the king said, raising a luminous cup. The deep red wine shimmered like blood in the candlelight. This wine is made from grapes grown near the ancient city ruins, with a unique flavor. Wei Bin took a small sip, feeling a strange bitterness in his throat. He put down his cup and got straight to the point. Your Majesty, have you heard of the ancient city of Jinjue? The Jinjue king's fingers suddenly trembled, and his cup rolled half a turn on the table. The music in the hall stopped abruptly, and the servants quietly left. This story, the king took a deep breath, his cloudy eyes shining with a strange light. It begins 300 years ago. Jinjue was not always a small country, he said, drawing a circle on the baked flatbread with a silver knife. Our territory covered the entire Great Oasis. The capital was built on a huge oasis, surrounded by clear springs and shaded fruit trees. He pointed southwest outside the hall. In the deep desert now called the Devil's City, there once stood a white wall 12 zhang high. Inside, the streets were crisscrossed. Merchants gathered from everywhere. Silk from central China and glass from Persia shone brightly in the markets. Maro Mountain's left arm suddenly hummed faintly. The Jinjue king looked at him meaningfully. Back then, the people worshipped a bronze divine tree brought from central China. Every new moon and full moon, they held sacrifices under the tree, thanking it for giving the oasis endless, unfailing springs. The turning point came with a king named Yukin. The king's voice grew low. He reigned for 10 years, and a wandering shaman from Dunhuang claimed to hold the secret of eternal life. The old king stood up and walked to the wall niche, taking out a cracked clay jar. The jar was decorated with strange patterns, a crowned man kneeling before a twisted shadow, surrounded by 7 headless bodies. King Wuzhen gradually became obsessed with eternal life. First, he sacrificed white camels. Then he even used living people for sacrifices, the king of Zhu explained, his finger tracing the cracks on the jar. At his craziest, he ordered the branches of the bronze divine tree to be cut off and melted into an alchemy furnace. The bronze key in Wei Bin's hand suddenly grew hot. He clenched his teeth against the burning pain and asked, and then? The king of Zhu suddenly recited an ancient spell in the old Zhu language. The candles in the hall flickered and turned a strange green. His hoarse voice sounded as if coming from far away. One moonless night, the bronze divine tree suddenly collapsed on its own. According to survivors, black spring water burst from the roots, turning everything nearby into stone. King Wuzhen and his sorcerers hid in the underground palace and used the blood of 300 boys and girls to activate some kind of formation. The old king suddenly coughed violently. His attendants hurried to give him medicinal soup. After catching his breath, he pointed to the ground of the palace. Right beneath our feet, there may be the ruins of an ancient city. Sometimes, late at night, you can hear the sound of bronze bells underground. Some say King Wuzhen is still refining elixirs, others say the divine tree is crying. Outside the hall, a fierce wind suddenly rose, and sand hit the windows like a storm. The king of Zhu signaled his attendants to bring a bronze box. When opened, it revealed a half-dried human hand, with a bronze ring inscribed with the words, Ancient God, on the fingertip. 5 years ago, a shepherd found a crack in the desert and brought this back, the king of Zhu said, trembling. That night, his tent was surrounded by 12 bronze giants. The next day, only a mummified body was found, with a tree-shaped mark on its chest. Wei Bin and Ma Luoshan exchanged glances. The mark was exactly the same as the one on Ma Luoshan's left arm. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed outside the hall, and the key in Wei Bin's hand floated into the air, projecting a map. It was the layout of the ancient city's underground palace, with a bronze tree symbol at the center. Seeing this, the king of Jews suddenly knelt down and touched his forehead to the ground. "So you are the prophesied key-bearer." He trembled and pointed southwest. "Tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, when the blood moon rises to the sky, the desert will crack open a path to the ancient city. But be careful. King Wu Zhen might still be alive in the underground palace." Before he finished speaking, screams came from outside the hall. When everyone rushed out, they saw a guard nailed to the palace wall, with half a bronze branch stuck in his chest, and the wound visibly turning to stone. On the distant sand dunes, 12 pairs of glowing red eyes flickered like the eyes of a giant beast. At the dunes, 12 bronze giants slowly raised their heads, glowing red in their eye sockets. The characters, ancient divine weapon, on their bodies shimmered with a blood-red glow under the moonlight. Each heavy step they took caused the sand to shake and fall. "Form a line," Wei Bin shouted sharply, but the soldiers' arrows hit the bronze figures and only sparked a few flashes before bouncing off. Ironbone swung a war hammer at the frontmost bronze giant, but was knocked back, his hand bleeding. The bronze giant swung back, knocking him several meters away. Suddenly, Ma Luoshan's left arm raised uncontrollably, resonating with the bronze giant. He knelt painfully on one knee. "Master, they are summoning the fragments of the ancient divine weapon inside me." Shueli chasing wind suddenly bit Wei Bin's collar and dragged him northeast. Wei Bin suddenly remembered what had happened before. Oasis. They fear water. He turned his horse around. All troops retreat to the northeast oasis. The bronze giants moved with mechanical precision, relentlessly chasing. The most terrifying part was that wherever they passed, the sand quickly turned into a hard, bronze-colored surface. A soldier falling behind accidentally tripped and was instantly swallowed by the spreading bronze ground, turning into a struggling statue. Scatter and run. Wei Bin divided his troops into 3 groups. The bronze giants split accordingly. 4 chased Ma Luoshan, 4 chased Ironbone, and the remaining 4 held Wei Bin tightly. Shueli chasing wind ran so fast that his hooves almost left the ground, but the bronze giants kept a fixed distance behind. When the oasis's water shimmer appeared on the horizon, Wei Bin suddenly reined in his horse and turned around. He pulled out a bronze key from his pocket and held it high. "Come on, isn't this what you want?" The 4 bronze giants stopped simultaneously and then sped up to charge. Wei Bin rode his horse along the edge of the oasis, leaving deep footprints in the soft ground. When they fully entered the swampy area, Wei Bin blew a whistle loudly. "Release the water." Soldiers hiding in the reeds cut the water gate rope, causing the stored lake water to rush out violently. The bronze figures struggled to retreat, but the swamp had turned into a swallowing mud pit. The inscriptions on their bodies, ancient divine weapon, began to melt, and bright red flashes flickered intensely. Finally, amid a harsh metallic twisting sound, they sank into the water. The battle near Morrow Mountain was even more brutal. His left arm had completely lost control and spontaneously disassembled into a large bronze sword. When 4 bronze figures surrounded him, the sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, freezing the bronze figures in place. "Steelheart." "Now," Morrow Mountain shouted. The soldiers and Steelheart, hidden in the water, quickly pulled up the iron chain. The 4 bronze figures staggered and fell into the deep pool. The water surface instantly boiled, with countless bubbles and fragments of bronze rising to the top. The last group of bronze figures, seeing the situation was bad, began to merge into a giant 3-headed, 6-armed bronze statue. Wei Bin quickly thought of a plan and ordered the soldiers to pour all the black fire oil offered by the Uyghurs onto the oasis. When the bronze giant stepped onto the oil surface, a rocket shot through the night sky. Boom! Amidst the blazing fire, the bronze statue twisted and deformed like melting wax. The inscriptions of "Ancient Divine Weapon" turned into blood and seeped into the sand. In the end, only a pool of bronze-colored slime remained. As the last bronze figure fell, the water surface of the oasis suddenly dropped rapidly, revealing a huge bronze door. The door had 12 grooves, matching the shape of the key Wei Bin held. Morrow Mountain stared at his restored left arm and said, "They are guiding us." Inside, Steelheart, bandaging his bleeding arm, said, "It could also be a trap." Suddenly, Wei Bin heard the warning neigh of Shui Li Shufeng. On the distant sand dunes, the wolf banner of the Xiongnu appeared, unknown when the remnants of the Chanyu's forces had followed closely. There's no time to hesitate, Wei Bin said, inserting the key into the central lock. General Ma, follow me into the underground palace. Steelheart, lead the soldiers to stop the Xiongnu. As the key turned, the bronze door slowly opened, and a breeze carrying ancient sandalwood scent blew in. Inside was endless darkness, with 12 steps descending downward, each engraved with the same ancient divine weapon inscription as on the bronze figures. When Wei Bin's boots stepped onto the first step, a huge bronze bell suddenly rang throughout the desert. In the distant city of Jingjue, all bronze artifacts shattered simultaneously. Farther away, in the countries of Yuli and Weishu, people saw a bronze-colored beam of light rising in the southwest. The heavy bronze door behind them slowly closed, cutting off the last bit of outside light. Wei Bin and Ma Luoshan stood in a dark, winding corridor, surrounded by silence. Snow-chasing wind nervously sniffed, and the sound of hooves echoed on the bronze floor. Master, this place, Ma Luoshan lowered his voice. His left arm showed fine lines that resonated with the bronze carvings on the wall. My arm is absorbing energy here. Wei Bin clenched his bronze sword. The words, Ancient God, on the blade oozed dark red liquid, glowing strangely in the dim light. He noticed that along both sides of the corridor, every 10 steps, there were bronze lamps. The lamps were turned off, but carved faces with different expressions of pain were on their bodies. Suddenly, a clear bell sound came from deep in the corridor, along with the drip of liquid. Wei Bin and Ma Luoshan exchanged a look and moved toward the sound. Snow-chasing wind suddenly bit Wei Bin's sleeve, and Ma's eyes flickered with caution. Did you feel it too? Wei Bin gently stroked the horse's mane. He saw the diamond-shaped mark on Snow-chasing wind's forehead was hot. He took out a bronze key from his pocket and saw the surface had the same pattern as the mark on the horse's forehead. At the end of the corridor was a large bronze door. It was carved with a lush bronze tree, with 12 thick branches stretching outward. Each branch was wrapped with a lifelike bronze snake. The most frightening part was that the snake's eyes were set with rubies, shining with a blood-red glow in the darkness. This pattern, Ma Luoshan's voice trembled slightly. It's exactly the same as in my dream. Wei Bin took a deep breath and inserted the bronze key into the lock. The key turned 3 times by itself, and the heavy bronze door creaked open slowly. A strange wind, mixed with the scent of sandalwood and decay, blew in, making both of them step back instinctively. What they saw inside shocked them, an well-preserved underground palace. The walls hung with bronze star maps, and the dome was embedded with countless luminous pearls, creating a vast starry sky. In the center of the palace stands a 3-zhang-high bronze alchemy furnace. Its body is covered with ancient spells carved densely all over. Blue flames burn inside, casting a ghostly glow over the entire space. What is most frightening is a strange figure sitting cross-legged on a mat in front of the furnace. The person wears rusty bronze armor, with long hair hanging like dry grass. When hearing the door open, they slowly lift their head. 300 years. The voice is hoarse, like metal scraping. The face, covered with bronze patterns, looks even more terrifying under the blue fire. Finally, someone with a key has come. Wei Bin's pupils suddenly shrink. Is this the legendary Wu Chan Nawang? His right side of the face is completely bronze, with a large turquoise embedded in the eye socket. The left side still looks human, but the skin is pale and sickly. More strange is that 12 bronze needles are inserted into his chest, connected by bronze chains extending from the furnace, making faint, clicking sounds with each breath. I mean no offense, Wei Bin bows respectfully, secretly observing his surroundings. Just here to uncover the mystery of the ancient city. Give me the key. Wu Chan Na suddenly erupts, chains clattering loudly. His movements are faster than a human's. His bronze right hand reaches for Wei Bin's throat. Ma Luoshan reacts quickly, blocking with a sword. A loud clang rings out as sparks fly from the collision. Wu Chan Na's strength is astonishing, knocking Ma Luoshan back 3 steps, leaving deep scratches on the ground. Shui Li Juefeng neighs loudly, raising his front hooves, but suddenly, Bronze wires shoot out from Wu Chon-na's left sleeve, entangling his front legs. The thin metal threads shimmer coldly, wrapping tighter upon contact. Be careful of those wires. Wei Bin swings his sword to cut the bronze threads around the horse's legs, but finds the blade has been corroded into jagged notches. Wu Chon-na sneers and swings his arms, shooting more bronze wires from his sleeves, weaving a dense, airtight net in the air. Ma Luoshan suddenly pulls off his cloak, wrapping it around his left arm, then stabs the ground. "Master, lend me your sword." Wei Bin understands and throws him the bronze sword. An incredible scene unfolds. The left arm of Ma Luoshan writhes as if alive, drawing the bronze sword into it. The entire arm transforms and reorganizes into a large bronze crossbow engraved with ancient runes. Bang! A bronze arrow shoots out swiftly, precisely breaking the main chain connecting the furnace. Wu Chon-na let out a piercing scream that didn't sound like a human voice. The bronze needle in his chest began to ooze thick black liquid. He frantically lunged toward the alchemy furnace, but was stopped by Wei Bin. "Your immortality technique depends on this furnace, right?" Wei Bin waved the bronze key in his hand. "Unfortunately, the key is in my possession." Wu Chon-na's single eye flashed with fear, then he sneered coldly. "You think that's the end?" He suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing his chest. There, embedded was a bronze plate made of the same material as Morrow Mountain's left arm, inscribed with 3 twisted characters meaning, "Ancient Divine Weapon." The entire palace started to shake violently. The bronze patterns on the walls pulsed like blood vessels. 12 small bronze figures emerged from hidden compartments. Each was only as big as a person but emitted a more dangerous aura than the outside bronze statues. Their joints moved as flexibly as real humans, and the words, "Ancient Divine Weapon," on their foreheads flickered with blood-red light. "General Ma, hold back the bronze figures." Wei Bin leapt toward the alchemy furnace. "I'll handle the source." Morrow Mountain fired his giant crossbow repeatedly, each arrow precisely hitting the characters on the bronze figures' foreheads. But these bronze figures seemed more intelligent. They dodged the arrows skillfully, and 3 of them were closing in, forming a circle. Suddenly, Shueli Zhue Feng charged into the battle, a diamond-shaped mark on its forehead shining with blinding gold light. It reared up and stomped heavily, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground. 2 bronze figures fell into the cracks, and Morrow Mountain took the opportunity to shoot an arrow through their cores. Elsewhere, Wei Bin and Wu Chon-na fought fiercely beside the furnace. Wu Chon-na's bronze right hand swung with a shrill tearing sound each time, forcing Wei Bin to dodge swiftly. One dodge was not quick enough, and his left shoulder was grazed, bleeding heavily. More terrifying, the wound's edges began to show signs of turning bronze. "Join us. Join this eternal life. Join this glorious evolution." Wu Chon-na's voice suddenly became seductive, infused with 3 centuries of accumulated dark magic. "Use the key to open the divine tree, and we will share eternal life." Wei Bin endured the sharp pain in his left shoulder and suddenly threw the key into the furnace. This unexpected move shocked Wu Chon-na, who desperately lunged to catch the key. At that moment, Wei Bin drew a backup dagger from his waist and stabbed it fiercely into the bronze plate on Wu Chon-na's chest. Crack! A sharp, teeth-grinding sound of shattering echoed through the hall. Wu Chon-na let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body began to disintegrate, with bronze parts melting like wax drops. Even more astonishing, the 12 bronze figures also froze in place, and the inscriptions on their "Ancient Divine Weapon" quickly faded. The blue flames in the alchemy furnace suddenly surged, swallowing the key in the air. The bronze tree relief on the furnace wall began to twist and deform, eventually transforming into a small door. Wei Bin, enduring severe pain in his left shoulder, opened the door. Inside was a 3-foot-high bronze sapling, with its roots wrapped around a glowing jade scroll. Ma Luoshan picked up the jade scroll, which was inscribed with ancient seal script reading, "Ancient Divine Weapon Forging Technique." When he turned to the first page, his left arm suddenly trembled violently, resonating strongly with the scroll. Countless bronze particles gathered from the air, forming a 3-dimensional map, showing the locations of the 12 ancient divine weapon parts scattered across the western regions. I see now. Wei Bin looked at his shoulder wound and realized the bronze transformation had stopped. Wu Chan used dark magic to merge people with the divine weapons, trying to gain eternal life. Suddenly, the entire underground palace began to collapse violently. The two hurriedly escaped with the sapling and the jade scroll. Snow Chase Wind was already waiting outside the door. The mark on his forehead and the bronze sapling reflected each other, guiding them through the darkness towards safety. As they emerged from the underground palace, the bronze door slammed shut behind them, sealing Wu Chan and his twisted immortality magic forever underground. Over the desert, the blood moon gradually lost its red hue, and the eastern horizon began to turn white. Iron Bone, covered in blood, rushed forward. "Master, the Xiongnu are already." His words suddenly stopped, and he stared in shock at the bronze sapling in Wei Bin's hand. On the seemingly metallic branches, tender green buds were visibly sprouting at an incredible speed. The bronze tree not only can grant eternal life, but also revive the western regions. Wei Bin watched the bronze tree grow rapidly in his hand. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation, and Ma Luoshan also sensed it. Wei Bin's left shoulder was healing at an extremely fast rate, and the bronze transformation dissipated. Then, Ma Luoshan's left arm was healed as well. The strength in his left arm disappeared, and he returned to normal. The morning light spilled like gold dust over the vast desert, revealing the scars of last night's fierce battle under the sun. Wei Bin held the still-growing bronze sapling in both hands, feeling a strange pulse transmitted through his palms, an unusual sensation between cold metal and warm life. The roots of the sapling had automatically curled into a bowl shape, filled with clear dew that reflected rainbow colors in the morning light. Each drop of water seems to reflect scenes from a distant western land. The dried-up riverbeds of Kucha, the barren deserts of Uxin, the withered vineyards of Dayuan. "Master, your injury," Ma Luoshan's surprised voice rang out. Wei Bin turned his head and saw the one-eyed general repeatedly moving his restored left arm. The arm, once corrupted by ancient divine weapons, now had smooth skin, and his fingers moved freely without the feeling of metal stiffness. Only a faint bronze pattern remained around his wrist, like an eternal mark. The Iron Bone general strode over, wiping blood from his face, and pointed toward the distant sand dunes. The Xiongnu saw the bronze pillar of light rising from the tomb entrance and were so frightened they ran away. The Chanyu even abandoned his royal banner and fled north with his remaining troops. "Last night, our scouts chased them 30 miles, and along the way, they left behind discarded armor and weapons. It's truly hilarious." Wei Bin thoughtfully opened a scroll titled Ancient Divine Weapon Forging Techniques. The old sheepskin pages rustled in the desert morning breeze, emitting a faint sandalwood scent. When his finger touched the last page, a line of small vermilion characters suddenly appeared, written with sharp strokes like a sword. "Bronze divine tree, if not eternal, then the western regions will flourish." Suddenly, the snow wolf, chasing wind, came over, its warm breath brushing the pages. The diamond-shaped mark on its forehead resonated with the bronze sapling, projecting flowing images, oases expanding like emeralds in the desert, dried riverbeds springing back to life with clear springs, caravans passing through once dangerous lands, and the people of the 36 kingdoms of the western regions singing and dancing on fertile land. The main hall of the Jingjua Palace was redecorated into a solemn altar. Envoys from the 36 kingdoms gathered, their clothing diverse, but all gazing intently at the white jade altar in the center. Wei Bin gently placed the bronze sapling into a carved groove on the altar. Instantly, the sapling sprouted branches and grew to 7 feet tall. The bronze-colored branches, with jade-like leaves, unfurled rapidly, each vein shimmering with faint light. "Everyone," Wei Bin's voice echoed through the hall. The branches of the bronze tree swayed gently as he spoke. "Today, I will publicly end this 300-year-old cycle of cause and effect." The Jingjue king tremblingly brought forth a purple sandalwood box. When he opened it, a gasp of amazement filled the hall. Inside was a short sword inlaid with 12 gemstones, engraved with ancient runes, and the blade shimmered with flowing water-like patterns. "This is the sacrificial knife of the first-generation king of the Spiritless Kingdom." The old king's voice trembled with excitement. It is said to cut off the connection between the divine tree and evil magic. Morrow Mountain suddenly knelt on one knee, his single eye shining with complex light. My lord, think carefully. The ancient forging technique clearly states that merging with the divine tree can grant eternal life. If you give up this chance, eternal life? Weibin chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the bustling market outside the hall. There, merchants of various races traded freely, and children played and chased each other in the streets. He pointed toward the distant water canal under construction, where the workers' shouts could be faintly heard. Compared to living 1,000 years alone, I prefer to see thousands of common people live peacefully for 100 years. The ceremony officially began. Envoys from the country Weibin had subdued stepped forward one by one, pouring their sacred water around the roots of the bronze tree. When the last drop seeped into the soil, the entire bronze tree suddenly shook violently. Its branches grew at an astonishing speed, piercing through the palace roof in the blink of an eye. Thick roots plunged deep underground, producing thunderous roars. Even more wondrously, 12 different-shaped fruits condensed on the crown of the tree. Some resembled the famous horses of Dunhuang, others looked like wolf totems from Wusun, and some were identical to the musical dance figurines of Kucha. Each fruit emitted a gentle golden glow, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. In my name, I sacrifice to the divine tree. Weibin raised the sacrificial knife high, its blade cutting a dazzling arc in the sunlight. When the blade touched the trunk, the entire bronze tree transformed into countless golden points of light, like millions of fireflies soaring into the sky. These lights passed through the walls and flew toward the western regions, leaving brilliant trails in the blue sky. Outside the hall, the people gasped in shock. Weibin quickly stepped out and saw a breathtaking scene. Wherever the lights reached, cracked land sprouted tender green shoots. Dead poplars grew new branches, and even the air was filled with fresh water vapor. Miracles spread like ripples in the days that followed. In Kucha, the dried-up Bizart River suddenly gushed with clear spring water, and flowers bloomed along both banks where the water flowed. In Wusun, the barren Gobi Desert suddenly sprouted lush grass overnight, and herders joyfully discovered dewdrops hanging on the grass blades. Even at the edge of the Sea of Death, new oases appeared, with 12 clear ponds naturally forming around the springs, perfectly matching the 12 months of the western regions. The most miraculous change happened to Snow Wind Chaser. The diamond-shaped mark on his forehead turned into a real ruby that could guide water sources within 100 miles. The herders began calling it the water-seeking divine steed, as springs would appear wherever it went. So Weibin decided to leave it in the western regions to help the local people. Ma Luoshan, though he lost his extraordinary strength in his left arm, gained the complete, ancient divine weapon forging technique during 7 nights of dreams. When he woke up, he shared this knowledge freely with craftsmen from different countries, teaching them how to improve farming tools, find mineral deposits, and cure plagues. 3 months later, Weibin visited Shul. This border town, once burned down by the Xiongnu, had completely changed. The new city walls were built with improved rammed earth techniques, as strong as giant stones. Drought-resistant fruit trees lined the streets. Children recited poetry loudly in the new schoolhouses, and at the market, Han merchants and shopkeepers bargained happily using the newly promoted common language. In the center of the city, there was a 3-Shanghai bronze stele. It was engraved with the same phrase in 36 different scripts. Everlasting prosperity of the western regions. At the base of the stele, a strange little sapling grew quietly, completely green like jade, with veins that shimmered faintly with a bronze glow. The local elders said this sapling sprouted on the day the bronze divine tree vanished. During full moons, its leaves emitted a faint golden light. That night, Weibin stood on the terrace of the Shul King's palace, gazing into the distance. Under the starlight, the land of the western regions was lit with bonfires, like scattered stars. The night breeze carried the sound of music, as people from different nations celebrated the festival of new beginnings. Suddenly, a familiar system notification sounded in Weibin's mind. Western region's influence has reached max. Achievement unlocked. Master of the Western regions. Do you wish to continue conquering the western regions and subjugate the remaining states? Of course. There are still countries controlled by the Xiongnu in the north. I will save them from fire and water. Ma Luoshan, holding a glass of newly brewed wine, approached. Under the moonlight, his single eye shone with calmness. Lord, what are you looking at? Wei Bin took the gem-encrusted golden cup and let the night wind blow through his hair. I'm looking at a western regions that no longer needs Wei Bin. The wine in the cup reflected the brilliant stars. A small bronze leaf drifted from somewhere and gently landed on the wine's surface, causing tiny ripples. In the distant east, the first light of dawn pierced the darkness, gilding the silk road with a golden edge. The morning bell in the city of Jeshua just rang 3 times. Wei Bin was already standing in front of the military map. This large model, built by craftsmen from 36 states, carefully shows the mountains and rivers of the western regions. Sunlight shone through carved windows, casting dappled shadows on the map. Notify Banyong, Wei Bin said, drawing a circle on the northern part of the map with his finger. Yutanzi Li has recently had 3 times more tribute demanded by the Xiongnu. This is the key point. Ma Lushan's single eye showed a hint of doubt. Lord, Yutanzi Li is small, but he has kinship ties with the Xiongnu. That's why General Ban needs to go. Wei Bin picked up a young sprout from the edge of the map. This was a seedling from the bronze god tree. Everyone in the western regions knows about the miracle of the divine tree sacrifice. King Yutanzi Li isn't foolish. A messenger rode quickly to deliver Wei Bin's letter to Banyong. Banyong nodded slightly, gently touching the leather sheath of his sword at his waist. Since the power of the bronze had faded, this young general had become even sharper. He replied, "It seems we need to borrow a guide from Kucha. He knows the northern trade routes well." Approved, Wei Bin said, turning to Ma Lushan and Taiku. "We will go south to take Chu Lu and Ronglu. Taiku, you're responsible for training the newly surrendered Yuli heavy infantry. General Ma, the scout team is yours." Taiku scratched his newly shaved head. "Lord, Ronglu is full of cliffs and steep mountains. That's why we'll use this." Wei Bin took out a yellowed sheepskin scroll from his pocket and unrolled it, revealing a detailed route map. This is a secret salt road map of Ronglu, drawn by Kucha merchants. Controlling their salt route means controlling their lifeline. Ma Lushan moved his left arm, which was returning to normal, and a flicker of worry appeared in his single eye. Ronglu people are good at mountain warfare. Our cavalry, that's why we won't bring cavalry this time. Wei Bin pointed to a valley on the map. We'll set an ambush here. Taiku's heavy infantry will face the enemy head-on, while you, Ma, take archers to occupy the high ground on both sides. 7 days later, outside the oasis of the king Yutanzi Li. While Banyong's army was setting up camp, urgent horns suddenly sounded on the city walls. The city gates slowly opened, and a parade of officials in colorful robes stepped out. Leading them was King Yutanzi Li himself. The weathered king removed his gem-encrusted sword and presented it with both hands. Wei Wang's sacrifice of the divine tree is being praised, even by the most remote nomadic tribes in the desert. His voice trembled with excitement. I have endured shame and hardship for many years, and at last, today is the day. Inside the grand palace hall, Wu Tanjili Wang, a burly man with a full beard, personally poured wine for Banyong. The deeds of King Wei defeating the Copper Man and offering the divine tree are known even in the desert. He pounded his chest, jingling with gold earrings. I have long wanted to break free from the Hun's control. Today, I meet a wise ruler. During the feast, Banyong noticed a few people dressed like Huns standing in the corner, staring at them. Wu Tanjili Wang looked over and suddenly laughed. Those are Huns sent to watch us. He clapped his hands, and guards immediately brought in 3 tied Huns. Is this enough to show our loyalty? Wu Tanjili Wang returned to his country. Without much rest, Banyong hurried to the next country, Shanhuan. At dawn the next day, near Shanhuan's border, the old King Shanhuan, supported by his ministers, personally came to the border stone to welcome him. Suddenly, his staff, embedded with a fragment of the ancient divine weapon, broke apart. Fate has spoken. The old king threw the broken staff to the ground. This shameful gift from the Huns should have been destroyed long ago. Trembling, he took out a bamboo scroll from his robe. This is a secret treaty between the Huns and the Chang people. Please deliver it to King Wei. Your country is in the northern western regions. Why don't you have secret messages from the southern Chang and Huns? Are you trapped? Ban Yong asked suspiciously. No, General Ban. This is a message we intercepted from the Chang. We kept it safe, hoping you would come. This is our token of loyalty. Thank you. Send this secret message to Duke Wei. Ban Yong called a messenger and ordered him to rush to Wei Bin. In the southern desert, Wei Bin's army faced a strange storm. Instead of sand, a foul-smelling smoke mixed with sulfur powder was swept up by the fierce wind. It's the trick of the Rong Lu people. Ma Luo Shan covered his mouth and nose with a wet cloth. They set fire to sulfur mines upwind. The tough infantry had to remove their armor quickly. Sulfur erodes metal very fast. Wei Bin acted immediately. Change course to Blackstone Gorge. I remember someone said there was an underground river there. In the narrow passages of Blackstone Gorge, soldiers struggled to move forward with torches. Water droplets on the rocks became their lifeline. Suddenly, the front line shouted in alarm. At the end of the canyon stood a watchtower in Hun style. It's a Rong Lu border post. Ma Luo Shan squinted with one eye. Looks like they were prepared. Wei Bin smiled and said, exactly what I wanted. He turned to Tai Gu and asked, do you remember the tactics we practiced at Yuli? That night, a disguised convoy of soldiers tricked the watchtower guards and opened the gate. Tai Gu and his heavy infantry seized control. From the watchtower's warehouse, they found secret letters proving that the Ronglu and the Xiongnu were working together. 3 miles outside Tsula City, on a hill, Wei Bin looked at the city called Iron Wall. The city walls were built along the mountain and looked cold and gray in the sunlight. As the Kutcha merchant said, Wei Bin pointed to some small, unremarkable houses outside the city. Those are their water stations, drawing water from underground rivers into the city. A scout from Maluo Mountain brought back shocking news. My lord, we found this upstream. It was a detailed bronze water gate, an ancient water system long gone in the western regions. Destroy it, Wei Bin ordered firmly. 3 days later, chaos erupted inside Tsula City. All the wells dried up at the same time. When the defenders grew thirsty, Wei Bin ordered his men to use a catapult to throw water-filled animal skins into the city, each tied with a cloth saying, "Drink for those who surrender." The defenders had to send soldiers out to fetch water, falling into Wei Bin's trap. After the 5th group was wiped out, a rebellion broke out inside the city. Wei Bin quickly took control of Tsula Kingdom, stopped the rebellion, settled the people, and then returned to Jingjue. At the celebration in the Jingjue Palace, there was singing and dancing. Treasures from all over the world shone brightly in the hall. Hetian jade, horses and saddles from Dayin, wolf pelts from Wusan. Suddenly, the palace door was forcefully opened. A dusty messenger rushed in, stumbling. Urgent news from Liangzhou. The Xiongnu and Chang have allied and attacked. Dunhuang city is besieged. Wei Bin's ceramic cup fell to the ground and shattered. The hall fell silent instantly. He looked east, as if he saw the beacon fires of Dunhuang. Send orders to the army. Set out at dawn to aid Liangzhou. It's urgent, sir. What about the rest of our western regions? Wei Bin sighed. We can only leave it to General Ban. A bigger storm was coming. Before dawn on the Gobi Desert, a light cavalry sped east like arrows. Wei Bin's cloak fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot from days of travel, but his burning anger was clear. Report. Dunhuang City has held out for 7 days. The scout's voice was hoarse in the wind and sand. The Xiongnu general led 30,000 cavalry, while the Chang people sent 5,000 mountain infantry. One-eyed Ma Luo Shan squinted and said, Lord, the Dunhuang garrison has fewer than 3,000 soldiers, mostly old and weak. Wei Bin suddenly pulled on the reins, causing his warhorse to stand upright. He looked toward the gradually brightening sky in the east, where faint smoke from signal fires could be seen. Order the entire army to unload all supplies. Only take 3 days' worth of food. Iron Bone wiped the dust from his face and asked, Lord, we are approaching the old route of Yumen Pass. Should we send someone to contact the Liangzhou garrison first? It's too late. Wei Bin took out a secret letter sent by Ban Yong from his pocket. The Xiongnu are prepared this time. All the key fortresses in Liangzhou are being held back. He suddenly whipped his horse. Advance at full speed. Meanwhile, at the northern border of the western regions, near Beilu Ho country. Ban Yong looked at Wei Bin's secret order in his hand, the parchment still smelling of smoke from the Dunhuang signal fires. He turned to the guide beside him. Tell me about these two countries. The guide stroked his white beard. Beilu Ho was once a great western region kingdom. 20 years ago, the Xiongnu used a divide-and-conquer tactic, causing brothers to turn against each other and split into north and south countries. He pointed to two distant walled cities facing each other. Over the years, they fought each other, and the people suffered greatly. Ban Yong's eyes sparkled. Prepare the horses. I want to see both kings at the same time. At dawn, inside the tent of the Beilu Ho king, the flickering light of a bronze lamp cast Ban Yong's shadow on a felt carpet embroidered with scenes of war. The old king leaned on his tiger-skin throne, his thin fingers stroking a golden-laid wine cup, the wine inside shining with a blood-red glow. Do the Han envoys know? The old king suddenly threw his wine cup at a tent pole, shattering the glass into fragments. Last month, when my son's head was hung at the city gate of Beilu Ho, my brother still tied a poem to his arrow. He trembled as he pulled out a blood-stained silk scroll from his bosom. It was written in Chinese. Brothers turn against each other, defending against outside insults. Ban Yong calmly took the silk scroll, his fingertips lightly touching the 8 characters. The candle flames inside the tent suddenly flickered violently, stretching his shadow long. Your Majesty, have you ever thought about who this writing resembles? The old king suddenly sat upright. Ban Yong had already taken out 2 broken jade pendants from his pouch, the cloud patterns on the jade seeming to move in the firelight. 20 years ago, the messenger from the Xiongnu brought a notice of death, and the handwriting was exactly like this poem. Suddenly, outside the tent, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A bolt struck an ancient tree near the sacred spring. The old king's wine cup slipped from the servant's hand, and the goat milk wine left a tear-stain-like stain on the felt carpet. At the sacred spring at noon, the 2 kings stood 100 steps apart. Ban Yong ordered a wooden platform 3 feet high to be built beside the spring, with a bronze water drip from the exquisite belt placed on it. When the sand in the drip ran out, the envoy of Beilu Kingdom finally appeared on the horizon. Brother King, are you well? King Beilu sneered, stroking his sword at his waist, which was decorated with 7 wolf teeth from the Xiongnu. Suddenly, Ban Yong clapped 3 times. 12 musicians from Kucha played the ancient Brothers tune. As the melody sounded, 2 jade pendants on the table automatically joined together. Even more astonishing, the bronze water drip suddenly reversed, and the falling sand formed Xiongnu characters, a fragment of the old message of deception. Magic. King Beilu drew his sword. No, Ban Yong took out a secret box given to him by Wei Bin. This is the sand script restored by scholars from Dunhuang. He pointed to the characters formed by the sand. The Xiongnu envoy, who delivered the message, was actually a traitor disguised as a Kucha rebel. At dusk, the sacred spring shimmered with golden ripples. Ban Yong took 2 bronze cups and dipped the joined jade pendants into the spring. When he poured the water into the cups for the 2 kings, a scene from 20 years ago suddenly appeared in the water. Young princes swore vows by the spring, unaware of the mad medicine cast into its depths by the Xiongnu. That evening, after the banquet, the brothers drew their swords against each other. This spring, the crown prince of Beilu suddenly coughed violently, spitting out black blood. I have been drinking this spring water every day for years. Ban Yong immediately took out herbs offered by Taohui Kingdom. Your Majesty, the poison you have been affected by is the same as that of the late king. He turned to the other king. Have you been experiencing unexplained headaches in your palace? The 2 old kings exchanged glances, both seeing shock and regret in each other's eyes. The spring suddenly boiled, and sand burst out from the water drip, forming new characters in the air. Brothers united. Their strength can cut through metal. Under the bright moonlight, 300 oil torches burned around the sacred spring. Ban Yong personally melted the 2 kings' battle swords into plows, then dipped the plow tips into the spring water. When the steaming plow was removed, the inscription of the first Beilu king appeared clearly. Farming instead of war, the nation's longevity. At this time tomorrow, Ban Yong raised the newly cast royal seal high. The 2 of you will exchange hostages here. King Beilu, tears streaming down his face, pushed his most beloved young son to the spring's edge. After the king, he summoned Wang's son, who was skilled in Chinese studies. While the two young princes washed their hands in the spring, Ban Yong suddenly cut his finger and let the blood drip into the holy spring, saying, "Let this blood be the proof of our oath. If we break it," the spring suddenly turned bright red, frightening the nearby guards who quickly stepped back. This unexpected scene made the nobles, who had been hesitant, fully submit. 3 days later, when Ban Yong's envoy left, a bronze statue of the two kings sitting together was erected by the holy spring. The base of the statue was engraved with the oath written in 3 different scripts. It was just a small trick taught by Mr. Wei. Ban Yong silently thought. Outside Dunhuang City, the Han siege tower had reached the city wall. Wei Bin's reinforcements arrived like divine soldiers, attacking the Hunnic camp from the side. Ma Luoshan, with one eye and a red face, led the charge with twin blades. "Young men, let's go back to our homeland." Inside the city, the defenders saw the large banner with the character Qian, and their spirits lifted. Zhao Ponu, the Dunhuang officer in his 60s, led wounded soldiers out of the city gates, forming a pincer with the reinforcements. General Wei, the old general guarding Dunhuang, covered in blood, pointed at the northwest corner. "King Xian is there." Wei Bin rode into the enemy formation, causing the Hunnic cavalry to fall from their horses wherever he went. When he finally reached the command tent, he saw King Xian holding a familiar figure, an official from Dunhuang. "Retreat." The Hunnic leader pressed his curved sword against Cheng Yu's neck, "or I will." Before he finished, an arrow shot through the air and hit the Hunnic leader's right eye. Wei Bin looked back and saw the old general on the wall still aiming his bow, then slowly collapsed. 3 days later, Dunhuang City began clearing the ruins. The official held a list of the fallen. The old general said before he died. He waited 3 months for the great king, and finally, the day the Han army returned, Wei Bin stood on the broken city wall, looking west. There, a swift horse was galloping toward him in the sunset glow. It was a messenger sent by Ban Yong. Report: the lands of Balu and Lu have been reunified, and the entire western regions are restored. The messenger presented a treaty stamped with the seals of 36 states. General Ban requests instructions for the next step. Wei Bin unfurled a sheepskin map, pointing north of the Yin Mountains. Send orders to Ban Yong to strengthen the defenses of the western regions. His eyes shone like fire. "And we must meet the Xiongnu Chanyu. Come, inform Ban Yong. Strengthen the western regions and prepare to defeat the Xiongnu together." The messenger rode swiftly to Beilu. Report: Dunhuang has achieved a great victory. King Wei has repelled the Huns. Class Yong opened the military report, a slight smile on his face. Inside Jiuquan City, Li Baxian was wiping his spear. The tip of the spear gleamed in the sunlight, reflecting a scar that ran from his brow to his chin. Hearing the sound of hooves, he suddenly looked up, his single eye shining with sharpness. "Mr. Wei," Li Baxian knelt on one knee, armor clanking, "my wounds are healed. I've been waiting for this day." Wei Bin dismounted his horse and helped up the healed general. "Are your 5,000 light cavalry still ready?" "They're hiding at the northern border of the desert," Li Baxian grinned. "According to your secret orders, we change camp every 3 days, so the Xiongnu spies can't figure out our plans." Ma Luoshan squatted on the ground, drawing a simple map with a dagger. "From Jiuquan to the Xiongnu royal court, we need to cross at least 800 miles of desert. Our water supplies might not last. There are 36 bags of Fire Island ice here." Li Baxian kicked aside a grass mat, revealing a buried leather pouch. "Kucha merchants say this stuff won't melt even after 3 months in the sand." "Wow, where did that come from? I didn't see this when I visited Kucha." Wei Bin was surprised. "Hehe. Recently, some Western region merchants came by. When asked, they said they were from Kucha. We traded some of our things for this." "What did you trade?" "Trees, beef." In the military tent late at night, a sheepskin map covered the entire table. Wei Bin marked 2 arrows with a cinnabar pen. Class Yong leads the Western Region Allied Army along the Carriage Master Road, making a big show to attract the main force of the Xiongnu. He then drew a curved route in the northern desert. "Our 5,000 light cavalry will go through Wild Horse Valley and head straight for the royal court." Tego touched his bald head. "Lord, isn't there a quicksand trap in Wild Horse Valley? That's why we need this." Wei Bin took out a roll of sheepskin paper, its intricate patterns still clear. This is an ancient map of Wild Horse Valley, a gift from King Jingjue before he died. Li Baxian suddenly lowered his voice. I heard scouts say that the Chanyu is performing some ritual called Heaven Wolf Devours the Sun at the altar. Ma Luoshan squinted his single eye. On the first day of each month, he stays at the altar all night. That night, the guards are the most relaxed. Good, Weibin nodded decisively. Next new moon is the perfect time for a surprise attack. Send the class Yong troops. Make sure to launch a feigned attack 3 days before the new moon. At the border of the kingdom of Chushi, Ban Yong stood on a makeshift platform 10 zhang high. Behind him, a coalition army from 36 states waved banners that blocked the sky. Gizi's heavy crossbows are in front. Ban Yong pointed at the sand table. Uphill Yusin cavalry will harass the sides, and the infantry will dig trenches, making them think we plan a long siege. The guide looked worried. General, are we really going to attack Chushi? That place is guarded by heavy Huns. Who said we're attacking the city? Ban Yong suddenly displayed a huge mural. This is a copy of The Sky Wolf Devours the Sun, painting from the ancient city of Jingjue. Order the army to perform a ritual dance at sunset every day, and let the drumbeats reach the Huns' camp. 3 days later, the Huns' left-wise king was tricked. He sent 5,000 main troops to support Chushi. When the scouts reported, Ban Yong was boiling tea. Tell King Wei, the fish has taken the bait. The night wind from the northern desert was sharp as a knife. Wei Bin's 5,000 light cavalry wrapped their horses' hooves with wool and silently moved under the moonlight. Stop! Ma Luoshan suddenly raised his hand. His one ear twitched. 3 miles ahead, there's a Huns patrol. Li Baxian made a hand signal, and 30 scouts dispersed like ghosts. After a moment, distant owl calls signaled success. Tai Gu, wiping blood from his hammer, said, That's the 17th patrol. If we keep killing like this, tomorrow we reach Wild Horse Valley. Weibin looked at the stars for guidance. Send orders. Everyone must tie themselves with ropes, one after another. By sunrise, the army was on the other side of the canyon. Strangely, on the sandy ground inside the valley, over 100 bodies of Hun scouts were neatly arranged, each throat cut by their own curved blades. Such quick knives, Li Baxian gasped as he examined the wounds. Weibin looked north. That's Ban Yong's vanguard. It seems he anticipated our early arrival. On the night of the new moon, 12 bonfires blazed at the Huns' altar. The chieftain, wearing a wolf skull mask, threw a live sheep into the flames. Suddenly, 3 signals appeared in the southern sky, messages from Chushi. Ha ha ha. The chieftain tore off his mask. The Han are fooled. Left-wise king should already be alert. A bloody guard rushed onto the altar. Han troops are appearing on the west side of the palace. Wei Bin's cavalry surged like a tide. Ma Luoshan led the charge, swinging twin blades that shimmered like silver wheels. The armored infantry followed closely, their shields forming a moving wall. Li Baxian led his archers and cavalry around the outskirts, shooting arrows that covered every attempt by the Xiongnu cavalry to support their allies. The most frightening was Wei Bin himself. He held a simple-looking iron sword, but wherever he went, no one could stop him. The Chanyu saw with his own eyes that his golden sword was easily cut in half by that iron sword. That's not ordinary iron. The Chanyu was shocked. Could it be forged from Western steel? Seeing the situation was bad, the Chanyu immediately fled. At dawn, the golden wolf flag of the Xiongnu court had been burned. The surviving nobles knelt before the altar, watching Wei Bin throw the Chanyu's golden crown into the fire. Send the order, Ban Yong. Wei Bin wiped the blood off his sword. We can start to close the net. Outside the city of Keshi, Ban Yong was playing chess when he received a message via pigeon. He gently placed a black piece on the board. Checkmate. The king of Zhuxian looked pale. Suddenly, drums thundered outside the city. What was once a retreating Western army was now surrounding from 3 sides. You think we're attacking the city? Wrong. We're turning the tables. Ban Yong opened his palm to reveal a delicate hourglass. The tunnels we dug over 10 days are enough to hide the entire Xiongnu camp. That night, the gates of Keshi opened wide. The head of Zhuxian was sent to Liangzhou on a fast horse, while the Western army's songs echoed through the sky. During Qin and Han times, the moon and passes stood firm, yet the long march still continues. May the Dragon City's flying general defend us, so the Huns cannot cross Yin Mountain. The night sky over Dunhuang was lit up like daytime by countless torches. Wei Bin sat at the main tent's center, dressed in a new brocade robe. His sword, sheathed at his waist, still radiated a cold aura. Outside, cheers rose one after another, and the flags of the 36 kingdoms fluttered in the night wind. "Bring the wine," Iron Bone shouted loudly, his bald head shining red in the firelight. "Tonight, we drink until we drop." Servants carried in 36 gold-inlaid wine jars, each engraved with a different nation's emblem. Ma Luoshan squinted his single eye and suddenly stopped the Kazakh wine from being opened. "Hold on." He took a silver needle from his pocket and gently scratched the surface of the wine. According to Western customs, the host must test the poison first. Ha ha! After 3 rounds of wine, drums and music suddenly sounded outside the tent. A dance girl from Dayuan stepped in, her bells jingling with her dance. The gold bells on her wrists chimed with her movements. "Wonderful!" Li Bashian clapped his legs and laughed loudly. He suddenly drew his sword and leapt into the tent. "I'll also show my clumsy dance." Class Young stood up at the right moment and unfurled a 3-foot-long sheepskin scroll. "Please everyone, sign the new alliance agreement." The ink on the scroll was still wet, and it bore the words, "Trade and commerce shall be mutual, never to offend each other." The king of Wusan was the first to cut his finger and press his seal. "Our tribe is willing to offer 100,000 fine horses as a pledge." The prime minister of Kucha quickly stamped his seal. "Our country is willing to dig a new canal to connect the north and south trade routes." Even the recently allied Tashar nobles trembled as they pressed their seals. Tashar wishes to protect the Silk Road. Suddenly, Wei Bin drew his sword and cut his palm, blood dripping into a bronze wine vessel. "With this blood as a vow, if I break this promise." He looked up and drank the blood wine, then heavily smashed the vessel onto the ground. The sun had just risen above the horizon, casting golden light over the endless desert. Wei Bin led 5,000 light cavalry along the ancient road map, heading deep into the Xiongnu king's territory. Their goal was to destroy the Xiongnu's supply lines and weaken their fighting strength. "Mr. Wei, the Xiongnu supply camp is just ahead." Li Bashian rode up to Wei Bin and softly said. His voice was full of anticipation, as if he could already see the upcoming battle. "Yes, I will lead the troops to attack." Wei Bin nodded slightly, thinking about the best way to approach. Ahead were low sand dunes surrounding the supply camp, with many Xiongnu guards standing around. Wei Bin quietly gave his orders. "Everyone, dismount and approach on foot. Do not make any noise." The 5,000 cavalry quickly dismounted, tied their horses to nearby bushes, and carefully moved forward toward the supply camp. Wei Bin led the way, holding a mysterious iron sword. Its power in battle gave him confidence about the upcoming fight. Step by step, they moved toward the edge of the camp, each step cautious to avoid making any sound. The lone ear of Mount Maluo was alert to the surroundings, and Iron Bone carried a heavy iron hammer, ready to strike at any moment. Finally, they reached the edge of the supply camp. Wei Bin hid behind a large rock, secretly observing the camp. He saw that in the middle of the camp, there were many supplies, food, weapons, horses, and even a small furnace. Clearly, this was a place where the Xiongnu repaired their weapons. "This is not just a supply camp, but also the Xiongnu's logistics base," Wei Bin whispered. "If we destroy it, their fighting ability will be greatly reduced." Li Ba first nodded, a fierce look in his eyes. "Let's attack." Wei Bin suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "First, let's see if there are any other situations." He took out a small bronze mirror from his pocket and reflected sunlight into the camp. Through the reflected light, he saw some incredible things. In the corner of the camp, there was a small warehouse made of sandbags. 2 Xiongnu soldiers stood guard at the door, looking very alert. "What's inside there?" Wei Bin thought. "I don't know." Ma Luoshan shook his head, but it seemed important. "First, we take out the guards outside, then see what's inside," Wei Bin quietly ordered. The light cavalry quickly dispersed, using the terrain for cover, and quietly approached the Xiongnu guards. Li Ba first led a few scouts from the west side of the camp. Their movements were fast and agile, like ghosts moving between the sand dunes. Wei Bin whispered a reminder. Li Ba first nodded, leading a few scouts to silently approach the guards. Using night powder as cover, the scouts easily got close. They drew their daggers, cut the guards' throats, and dragged the bodies aside. "Well done," Wei Bin praised softly. "Let's go inside and take a look." The light cavalry quickly entered the camp. Under the cover of terrain and night powder, they quietly approached the mysterious warehouse. Wei Bin stood at the door, carefully examining the surroundings. Two Xiongnu soldiers were chatting, unaware of the danger approaching. "I'll handle them," Taigu whispered, gripping his iron hammer tightly. Wei Bin nodded. Iron Bone, like a fierce tiger, charged forward. Two Xiongnu soldiers had no chance to resist and were knocked down. Wei Bin quickly rushed ahead and kicked open the warehouse door. Inside, the warehouse was full of treasures, gold, jade, silk, and a large map made of sheepskin. The map was drawn with different colors showing the terrain of the western regions. "These look like Xiongnu treasures. They could make us rich for a lifetime," Wei Bin said. "These aren't things we can take back. Our mission is to destroy the Xiongnu supply lines, not to steal their wealth." "Bringing these back would only cause trouble," replied Iron Bone. "Then burn them," Iron Bone said firmly. "Burn these treasures and let the Xiongnu taste what it's like to have nothing." Wei Bin nodded. "All right, let's do that. But before we leave, we must take this map with us. It's priceless to us." The scouts quickly gathered the treasures and poured oil over them. Wei Bin carefully rolled up the sheepskin map and kept it close. "Light the fire," Wei Bin ordered softly. Flames burst out, engulfing the warehouse in a fierce blaze. The scouts hurriedly retreated and disappeared into the desert. Wei Bin looked back, thinking, this map might change our fate. Wei Bin sat on his horse, alert and scanning the surroundings. He held a mysterious iron sword tightly, its blade reflecting cold light in the sun. "Mr. Wei, we've been traveling for 2 days. If we go on like this, the horses won't last much longer," Li Baxian said as he rode up, sounding worried. Wei Bin nodded. He knew that 2 days of fast riding had exhausted the horses, but they had no choice. The pursuing Xiongnu could arrive at any moment, and they had to get back to Dunhuang City quickly. "Hold on for one more day," Wei Bin whispered. "If we can survive tonight, we'll reach Dunhuang safely." Eagle Eye from Mount Ma Luo squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant sand dunes. "Mr. Wei, I think something's wrong. This desert is too quiet. No wind at all," he said. Wei Bin's heart tightened. He immediately understood Eagle Eye's concern. In the desert, there should be the sound of wind and sand, but now it is unusually quiet. This can only mean one thing: enemies are nearby. All units, dismount and hide behind the sand dunes. Prepare for battle. The light cavalry quickly dismounted, hiding their horses behind the dunes, then drew their weapons and watched carefully around them. Wei Bin stood on top of a dune, gripping his iron sword tightly, with sharp eyes like a hawk. He knew deep down that this fight was unavoidable. "They are coming," said Ma Luoshan in a deep, strong voice. Wei Bin looked at the distant dunes and saw a group of Xiongnu cavalry slowly emerging from behind them. They rode tall horses, wielded curved swords, and wore fierce smiles. Wei Bin counted about 300 men. Though not many, their presence was very intimidating. "They are definitely elite Xiongnu riders," Wei Bin whispered. "It looks like they came specifically to ambush us." Li Ba's one eye flashed with a killing intent. "Then let's show them a little lesson." Wei Bin nodded, already having a plan in mind. "We can't fight them head-on. Their horses are better than ours. Ma Luoshan, take half of the men and go around from the left to cut off their retreat. Tej, take the other half from the right to flank them. We'll attack from front and back." Ma Luoshan and Tej quickly nodded and split up with their troops. Wei Bin took the remaining men and hid behind the dunes, waiting for the best moment. The Xiongnu cavalry drew closer, their faces showing contempt, clearly not taking Wei Bin and his men seriously. Wei Bin sneered inwardly. These Xiongnu underestimated them too much. "Fire!" Wei Bin ordered. The light cavalry shot their bows like rain, arrows flying toward the Xiongnu. The enemy was caught off guard, many falling from their horses. They quickly reacted and started to counterattack. But Wei Bin's team had already taken a good position, blocking the Xiongnu charge again and again. "Charge!" Ma Luoshan and Tej flanked from both sides, surrounding the Xiongnu cavalry in the middle. The enemy soldiers fell into chaos, split into parts by Wei Bin's light cavalry, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Wei Bin wielded his iron sword and charged into the enemy ranks, unstoppable. His sword sparkled in the sunlight, each swing claiming the life of a Xiongnu rider. A Xiongnu general waved a curved sword and charged at Wei Bin. Wei Bin sneered, and his iron sword struck like a venomous snake, piercing through the general's chest. He pulled out his sword and coldly watched the general fall to the ground, blood staining the desert red. "Surrender. You have no way out now," Wei Bin shouted loudly. The Xiongnu cavalry looked at each other, knowing they were trapped. In the end, they put down their weapons and knelt down to surrender. "Bind them all and take them back to Dunhuang City," Wei Bin ordered. The light cavalry quickly moved to tie up the Xiongnu soldiers and then continued their march. Wei Bin stood on a sand dune, looking toward Dunhuang City in the distance. Dunhuang City's evening was dyed red with blood. The flags on the city walls fluttered loudly. Wei Bin's light cavalry finally returned, their horses' hooves pounding like thunder, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. At the city gate, Xian Zhen and Ma Yuan had been waiting. Seeing Wei Bin return safely, they went to meet him. "King Wei," Xian Zhen greeted with a firm voice. "The scouts report that the remnants of the Xiongnu chieftain's forces have noticed our movements and are gathering their best troops for a final fight." Wei Bin dismounted, patted his wet horse's neck, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was perfect. No need to seek them out. They would come to us. He then looked at Li Baxian, Ma Luoshan, and the others. "Everyone, gather and prepare for battle." Inside the military tents in Dunhuang City, all the generals gathered. Wei Bin spread out a sheepskin map taken from the Xiongnu logistics camp on the table, pointing to the location of the Xiongnu royal court. The main Xiongnu cavalry, about 30,000 strong, are stationed around the ruins of the royal court, Wei Bin said grimly. "Direct attack has little chance of success." Banyong crossed his arms and looked sharp. "Why not use the old trick again and set up a false army?" "No, that fool has already suffered losses. He won't fall for it this time." Ma Yuan shook his head and drew a curved line on the map. "Why not take the initiative and lure them out?" Wei Bin's eye sparkled. "What's the plan to lure the enemy?" Ma Yuan smiled slightly. "Let me ask you, who do you think the Xiongnu chieftain hates the most?" Everyone was stunned, then smiled at each other, and in unison said, "King Wei." Ma Yuan nodded. "If King Wei personally provokes them, the chieftain will chase after him in anger. Using personal feelings to fight is a big mistake in warfare." Wei Bin thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, let's do it." He pointed to a valley on the map and said, "This is Broken Soul Valley. Both sides are cliffs, and once you go in, there's no way out. Moro Mountain and Xianzhen, you two lead your troops to set up an ambush there. Once the main force of the Chanyu enters, block their escape route, Ban Yong and Ma Yuan. You two lead the Western region's allied army to pretend to attack outside the Xiongnu king's court, creating the illusion that our main force is besieging the court. Make sure to lure the enemy out, and if possible, scold them a bit to make them angry and reckless. Li Baixian and Taiku, follow me with light cavalry to directly attack the Chanyu's camp, provoke him, and lure him into the valley." The generals all agreed loudly, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. They were determined to win this battle and defeat the Xiongnu today. At dawn the next day, Wei Bin led 3,000 light cavalry rushing like a storm straight toward the Chanyu's camp. The Xiongnu sentries saw the Han banners from afar and blew their horns, causing the entire royal court to erupt in chaos. The Xiongnu Chanyu, dressed in armor and holding a sword, glared angrily at Wei Bin. "You dare come to die again?" Wei Bin sneered and waved his sword, pointing at the Chanyu. "Old Chanyu, do you dare to fight me?" The Chanyu was furious and immediately ordered the army to pursue. Seeing this, Wei Bin quickly turned his horse around, leading the light cavalry to pretend to retreat, rushing toward Broken Soul Valley. The Xiongnu cavalry chased relentlessly. The Chanyu personally led the elite wolf guards to charge, determined to kill Wei Bin at all costs. Just as they entered the valley, countless huge stones suddenly rolled down from both sides of the cliffs, blocking their retreat. "Damn, I've fallen into a trap." The Chanyu's face changed dramatically, but it was too late. On both sides of the valley, the ambushes led by Moro Mountain and Xianzhen had been waiting. Arrows rained down like locusts, and stones pounded like thunder. The Xiongnu cavalry was thrown into chaos. The Chanyu shouted for them to charge out, but the narrow valley made it impossible for the cavalry to break through. Xianzhen led heavily armored infantry to attack from the valley entrance, forming a wall of shields and spears like a forest, trapping the Xiongnu cavalry in a desperate situation. Moro Mountain commanded archers from above, shooting arrows like rain, killing the Xiongnu generals. One by one, the wolf guards around the Chanyu fell, blood flowing like a river. While the main force of the Xiongnu was trapped in Broken Soul Valley, Wei Bin and Taiku had already taken the elite cavalry around the back and were heading straight for the Xiongnu king's court. The remaining guards there were no match for the Han army. The army moved like it was entering an uninhabited land and quickly captured the court. Burn all the supplies, Wei Bin ordered. Leave nothing behind. The Xiongnu king's court was reduced to ashes in the fierce flames. Wei Bin stood in front of the Chanyu's tent, sneering, "It's time to end this." Wei Bin and Ironbone led their cavalry back to the Broken Soul Valley. Inside, the ground was covered with corpses. The Chanyu had only a few hundred guards left, still fighting stubbornly. "Chanyu," Wei Bin charged into the battle line on horseback, sword aimed at his throat. "You're surrounded and out of options. Surrender is your only way to survive." The Chanyu sneered and swung his curved sword. "Wei Bin, today we will decide life or death." Their horses clashed, swords struck, sparks flying. The Chanyu was skilled, swinging his sword like the wind, but Wei Bin's iron sword was sharper. After 3 exchanges, Wei Bin cut through the Chanyu's curved sword with one strike. "Impossible," the Chanyu shouted, eyes wide with anger, but Wei Bin's sword tip was already at his throat. "It's over," Wei Bin said coldly. The Chanyu howled to the sky, then was struck down by Ironbone's hammer, smashing his head. After the Chanyu died, the remaining Xiongnu surrendered. Wei Bin stood on a high place in Broken Soul Valley, watching the Xiongnu banners on the ground being trampled by the Han army. He finally felt relieved. "Send orders to the western region's countries," Wei Bin announced loudly. "The Xiongnu are defeated. From today, the western regions are part of our great Qin territory." The soldiers cheered. The drums thundered. Ban Yong, Ma Yuan, Li Baxian, Ma Luoshan, Xianzhen, Iron Bone, and others gathered around Wei Bin, all smiling with victory. As the sun set, the blood in Broken Soul Valley turned golden. Wei Bin looked into the distance and whispered, "This battle is finally over." Ding! The special faction Xiongnu has been destroyed. The system notification appeared, broadcasting across the game. Wow! Is it really necessary to wipe out the Xiongnu? There was no such thing with Xiao Dandan before. Xiongnu is a special faction in the game, not controlled by any player. There are 4 such factions. To the north, the Xiongnu. East of them, the Xianbei. Further east, the Turks, and 2 in the south, called Shanyue and Nanman. Destroying these factions grants special bonuses. Now that I've wiped out the Xiongnu, where are my rewards? Wei Bin suddenly realized he hadn't received any reward for destroying the Xiongnu and asked the system. "Congratulations. You have obtained a rare troop type, Mingdi Cavalry. This is a special Xiongnu unit, like your previous ancient divine soldiers, and it has limited uses." "Then what the heck? How many times can I use it?" "Don't worry, there's also a reward. Congratulations on completing the task, Seal Wolf Ju Su. The task is to go to Wolf Ju Su Mountain to pay homage, which will grant your country a powerful boost." After cleaning up the remaining Xiongnu forces, everyone packed up the spoils and returned victorious. The celebration in Dunhuang lasted 3 days. After several rounds of wine, Wei Bin returned alone to his tent, using the light of an oil lamp to examine the spoils captured from the Xiongnu royal court. His fingers brushed over the wolf emblem on the Khan's golden crown. Suddenly, the sheepskin map Wei Bin had obtained earlier felt slightly warm against his body. Frowning, Wei Bin spread the map on the table. The rough ink lines seemed to come alive, flowing like water, redrawing the mountain and river outlines. Eventually, a solitary peak appeared in the north, with 2 ancient seal characters engraved beside it. "Wolf Ju Su." "What is this?" he whispered. Notification. Seal Wolf Ju Su. Task activated. Objective. Go to Wolf Ju Su Mountain to perform a heaven offering ritual. Footsteps came from outside the tent. Ma Yuan pushed aside the curtain and entered. King Wei, scouts report that a small group of Xiongnu remnants was spotted 300 miles to the north. Wei Bin folded the map. Ignore it. Send orders to Taigu and Li Baxian to follow me north tomorrow. North? Where to? Ma Yuan asked, surprised. To Wolf Ju Su Mountain. At dawn the next day, a light cavalry silently left the city. Wei Bin only took 20 elite riders, each with 2 horses, carrying offerings and dry provisions. The wind from beyond the border whipped sand into their faces. Ma Yuan squinted at the swirling clouds in the distance. A storm is coming. On the 3rd day at noon, they arrived at White Dragon Mount. It was as if the sky and earth had been torn apart here. The endless sand dunes looked like the backs of giant dragons, and the swirling sandstorms formed brownish curtains in the air. This place is cursed, Taigu spat. The sand stuck to his beard instantly. Last year, a trading caravan was wiped out here, and no bodies were ever found. Wei Bin unfolded the sheepskin map and noticed the previously still route was glowing faintly. Following the light, he adjusted their direction. Go west. As the team entered a dried-up riverbed, a muffled, thunderous roar sounded behind them. They turned around and saw that the ground where they had just stood was swallowed by quicksand, which moved like a living creature. Li Baxian's horse suddenly reared up, its front hooves sinking into the soft sand. Wei Bin grabbed the reins tightly. The glow on the map suddenly intensified, revealing a winding, luminous path on the sand. Follow the light, Wei Bin shouted loudly. Everyone galloped wildly, the quicksand behind them never giving up. When the last rider burst out of the riverbed, the dry riverbed had turned into a rolling sea of sand. On the 7th day, the outline of Wolf Mountain finally appeared on the distant horizon. It was a single red peak, with snow on the top shining coldly in the sunlight. As they got closer, the air grew colder. This season shouldn't have snow, Ma Yuan said, his breath turning to frost on his beard. Suddenly, he pulled his horse up. There's something ahead. They found a frozen Hun scout's body leaning against a rock, curled up. Iron Bone used his axe to clear the snow and saw an arrow stuck in the chest of the corpse. It's one of ours. Li Baxian checked the feathers of the arrow. Shot 3 days ago, Wei Bin unfolded the map, and new marks appeared on the sheepskin paper, a winding mountain trail labeled Huitzubing's Old Path. He looked up at the snowy mountain road. Go from here. The mountain trail was more dangerous than expected. Some parts required dismounting and leading the horses, as sharp rocks cut through their boots. The snowstorm grew stronger, visibility less than 10 meters. King Wei, Iron Bone suddenly shouted. A strong wind blew off his leather hat, and he disappeared into the snowstorm. Wei Bin clutched the map tightly. The route on the sheepskin paper shone with a bright golden light. The glow pierced through the snowstorm, casting clear spots of light on the rocky wall. Follow the mountain wall. Wei Bin's voice was drowned out by the howling wind. He decided to dismount, holding the reins in one hand and raising the map high with the other. The golden light guided their way like a lighthouse. When they finally crossed the last ridge, the snowstorm stopped suddenly. The top of the mountain was flat like a platform, with a bronze altar in the center. The 9 steps leading up to it were covered with thin ice. The pillar in the middle of the altar was engraved with 12 large characters in clerical script. Han Cavalry General Hua Tsubing's Wolf Mountain Encampment. Sure enough, it's the work of General Hua. Ma Yuan brushed off the snow on the pillar, revealing the faded inscription underneath. Wei Bin took out the golden crown of the Xiongnu and placed it on the altar. He then cut his palm, letting blood drip onto the top of the pillar. The blood flowed along the inscription, gradually filling in every stroke. Suddenly, the sheepskin map floated in the air without wind. A golden light shot up into the sky, forming a huge wolf-shaped shadow in the dusk, visible within 100 miles. Then, the map disappeared. Mission of encircling the wolf completed. The entire army's morale permanently increased by 5%, and the deterrence against nomadic tribes increased by 10%. The value of mosquito legs. The shadow persisted for about half an hour before gradually fading away. Wei Bin put away the map and noticed that the Hun's totem on the back had turned into a golden wolf head pattern. Let's go down the mountain, he ordered briefly. Back to Dunhuang. The return trip was much smoother than coming. On the evening of the 13th day, the walls of Dunhuang appeared on the horizon. Soldiers on the city wall saw the approaching troops from afar and immediately blew their horns. The city gates opened wide, and Ban Yong and his guards came out to greet them. Is it done? Ban Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's a yes. Wei Bin patted his chest and said, the great king has also achieved the great deeds of General Hua, rebuilding the glory of the Han. Ma Yuan stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, clasping his fists in congratulations. Wei Bin then dismounted and helped Ma Yuan up. General Ma, there's no need for such formality. You, Commander Fubo, are no less than me. General has returned. An old voice came from behind Wei Bin. He turned around and saw Xianzhen. Xianzhen, you're here. Wei Bin was pleased. He waved his hand to signal Ma Luo Shan and others to lead the troops back for rest. General, I have important news to report, Xianzhen said seriously, his beard fluttering in the wind. What is it? Speak quickly, Wei Bin said, pulling Xianzhen aside. They returned to the main tent of Dunhuang's central army and immediately called a meeting with everyone. While the general was away, a rebellion broke out among the small western regions near Dunhuang, among the Ruochang and Chang tribes. The unrest then spread to Liangzhou. The Chang are always brave and fierce in battle, so I want to say, take this opportunity to conquer the Ruochang and Chang tribes, Wei Bin said with bright eyes, finishing Xianzhen's words. Yes, the Chang are brave and fierce. Attacking them directly will cause heavy losses. But now they are in chaos, their rear is empty, and the people are panicked. This is a gift from heaven, Xianzhen said confidently, clenched fist in hand. So, we should take advantage of their weakness now, quell the chaos among the Chang, win their people's hearts, and bring them under our control, Wei Bin said with a smile. This is a good plan and worth doing. If we get the Chang's help, conquering the world in the future will be much easier. Everyone agreed with this plan. All soldiers listened to the order. Wei Bin stood up, cleared his throat, and shouted, Ban Yong, you return to the western regions to continue managing there. Do not let anything go wrong. Ban Yong, listen to the order. Zhang Zhen and Ma Yuan, listen. You two stay behind to guard Liangzhou. With you two veteran generals, I can rest assured. We accept the order. The other generals, listen. Follow me to organize the army. We will set out tomorrow to pacify the Chang people. Yes, Li Baixian, Teak, Ma Luoshan, and Hufang all responded in unison. Dunhuang's dawn arrived especially early. Just as the eastern horizon turned pale, Wei Bin was already dressed and standing on the training ground. The morning dew on his armor sparkled in the sunlight like a layer of pearls. Report, a scout rushed in, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust with his horse's hooves. We have learned that the main force of the Chang has been attacking the city of Ruochang for 3 days. Their camp behind the city is only guarded by the old and weak. Wei Bin's eyes flashed with determination. He turned to his assembled troops and loudly said, This is a gift from heaven. Send orders to the entire army. Light loads, quick march, straight to the Chang's stronghold. Teak, carrying a large hammer, strode forward. The hammer gleamed coldly in the morning light. King Wei, what should we do about Ruochang? First cut off their roots, then break the siege. Wei Bin mounted his horse, lightly tapping his sword hilt. After this battle, I want the countries of the western regions to know that those who follow me will prosper. The sound of hooves thundered as 3,000 elite riders kicked up a cloud of yellow dust. Just as the army left the Yangwan Pass, 5 riders suddenly burst out from behind the sand dunes ahead. The leader was a battered Ruochang warrior, with half a broken arrow still stuck in his shoulder, blood already darkened into a brownish hue. General, save me. The man dismounted hurriedly, his forehead hitting the sand and stones heavily, blood flowing freely. The Chang are crazy. They burned our city walls and didn't spare women or children. Wei Bin reined in his horse, looked up, and saw a faint red glow on the southwestern horizon. That was the fire from Ruochang burning. Tell me everything in detail, Wei Bin said in a deep voice. The messenger, tears streaming down his face, said, The Chang chief Erden has united 12 tribes and plans to kill all us Han dogs. This morning, they used a siege hammer to break through the outer city wall. Now they are fighting inside the city streets. Before he finished, Teak shouted fiercely, Damn it! I will smash that Erden to bits. Wei Bin raised his hand to stop him and turned to look in a different direction. Once a general in the imperial court, He had some understanding of the Chang people. Now he was staring at the scattered footprints on the sandy ground. Suddenly, he knelt down and used his finger to measure the depth of a horse hoof print. "Sir, look at the spacing between these hoof prints," he said. His eyes sparkled with insight. "The Chang cavalry are coming fast with light equipment, which shows their rear is weak." Ma Luoshan stroked his long beard and added, "The Ruochang city is only 30 miles from here. If we change our route." Wei Bin suddenly drew his sword and pointed northwest. Li Baxian leads 500 riders to flank and burn their supplies. Ma Luoshan takes 1,000 men to set an ambush at Beilonggu. "The rest of you, follow me straight to Ruochang city." The military order was firm. In a flash, the army dispersed like a flowing river into the Gobi Desert. Wei Bin led the central force over a sand ridge, and in the distance, the city walls became clear. Thick smoke curled around the towers like a giant serpent, and the sound of shouting and fighting drifted with the wind, mixed with the smell of burning. Taiagudo said, "King Wei, let me lead the charge." "Not yet." Wei Bin squinted at the battlefield. The Chang people had indeed come out in full force. Soldiers climbed the siege ladders like ants, and the battering rams at the city gate rhythmically struck the broken door. Suddenly, he pointed to the back of the enemy formation. "Look at that golden wolf banner." Everyone looked and saw a tall, broad man waving a curved sword to command the troops. He wore a wolf-head iron helmet, and his chest was covered with bone chains. Every shout he made caused dozens of Chang soldiers to rush toward the city wall. Erden, the Ruochang envoy, trembled. "He personally killed our 3 princes and princesses." Wei Bin sneered, took a wine pouch from his waist, and drank it all. The wine dripped down his beard, making dark spots on the sand. "Taiagudo, dare you to go with me and take that man's head? Just wait for your command." Taiagudo grinned widely. "Hexiang." Wei Bin turned to Hexiang. "Bring 300 light cavalry and focus on attacking their supply wagons." Hexiang nodded and quickly gathered his men, riding to flank the enemy. The bugle sounded sharply. Wei Bin and Taiagudo led 800 iron cavalry like arrows shooting into the enemy rear. Their horses galloped at full speed, and Wei Bin's cloak fluttered behind him. The Chang soldiers clearly didn't expect to be attacked from behind. By the time they realized it, Wei Bin's iron sword had already cut down the first Chang soldier, blood splattering everywhere. Han people are here." Amid the shouts in Chang language, Taiagudo swung his axe to cut the bridling ropes. The 800 riders charged into the camp, trampling tents and stirring a wave of blood with their blades. A Chang captain raised his horn to sound the alarm, but was cut in half by Wei Bin's sword, along with the horn. Alton finally realized what was happening. He roared and turned his horse around, leading his elite troops to attack. At the moment when 2 waves collided on the sandy ground, Wei Bin suddenly pulled his horse sharply to the side, and the 800 riders split apart like oars in water. Fire arrows. Archers hidden behind the sand dunes on both sides appeared at the same time, showering the Chang cavalry with arrows. Alton swung his curved sword to block, and the arrows bounced off with clinking sounds, but his guards around him kept falling from their horses. Wei Bin seized the chance, charging alone, his sword slicing through the air toward Alton. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was so loud it hurt the surrounding soldiers' ears. Alton and his horse retreated 3 steps, staring in shock at the notch on his sword. Wei Bin didn't give him a moment to breathe. His second strike came swiftly, forcing the Chang leader to stumble and fall. "Wow, this guy is so sneaky," Alton cursed in Chang language. He suddenly blew a bone whistle, and Chang soldiers surged like a tide from all around. Ironbone saw this and spun his war hammer like a whirlwind. "King Wei, go ahead." He stayed to guard the main path, and the fallen soldiers piled up like mountains beneath his hammer. A brave Chang warrior rushed forward but was flattened by Ironbone's hammer, blood splattering onto nearby soldiers' faces. Wei Bin laughed loudly 3 times, then suddenly took out a red flag from his saddle and waved it. From a distance, a series of gunfire sounded. This was the signal that someone had succeeded. Smoke billowed from the Chang rear camp, and the siege ladders of the attacking troops exploded one after another. Burning Chang soldiers screamed as they fell from high places. Alton's face turned pale. Just as he was about to order a retreat, the sound of fighting came from the northwest. Li Baxian's surprise attack team had arrived to encircle them. The Chang army was caught from both front and back, and their formation was in chaos. Retreat eastward. Ulton turned his horse around. The remaining troops just reached Baishui Valley when countless banners suddenly rose behind the sand dunes on both sides. Ambushes on Mount Maluo unleashed a barrage of arrows, turning the valley into a battlefield. The sounds of arrows flying, screams, and horses neighing filled the air. At sunset, the battle ended. Weibin walked through the blood-soaked ground toward the city gate of Ruachang, his guards holding up Ulton's head behind him. The fierce head was still bleeding, and the wolf-headed iron helmet was deformed. The defenders on the city wall stood in silence for a moment before suddenly erupting into thunderous cheers. "Open the city gates. Welcome the king's army." The Ruachang king personally came out to greet them. The old man, with white hair, held a burnt branch of the sacred tree and knelt deeply in front of Wei Bin's horse. "Great general, Ruachang's people cannot repay your kindness. From today, our tribe is willing to serve as guards at this western border forever." Wei Bin dismounted and helped him up. "Your Majesty, please rise. From now on, we are one family, united against external enemies." During the celebration that night, Ironbone held a wine jar and muttered, "It's a pity that half of the Chang bandits escaped. They ran well." Hefeng squinted and smiled lightly. "They will spread the divine power of our Lord," Ma Luoshan responded. "But Yuerton's brother, Yuren, is still here. One kills one. Two kill a pair." Li Baxian suddenly stood up, but Wei Bin pressed him back into his seat. "Tomorrow, send messengers to see the Chang elders." Wei Bin raised his wine cup. "Tell them, those who follow me will share the benefits of the Silk Road. Those who oppose me," he glanced at the heads hanging outside the tent, "will serve as examples." Outside the tent, the bonfire blazed brightly, and the captured soldiers were being led away to clear the battlefield. Wei Bin stepped out of the big tent, gazing at the sparkling starry sky in the western regions. A cool breeze brushed his face, taking away the day's bloodiness. In the distance, the surviving Ruachang villagers had already begun rebuilding their homes, with children's cries and laughter blending together. Ironbone came out and handed him a bowl of mare's milk wine. "King Wei, next. Rest for 3 days." Wei Bin drank it all. "Then we will march out. I want to pacify the Chang people. The countries of the western regions should recognize our authority again." Under the firelight, the scars on his armor were clearly visible, each one bearing witness to today's fierce fighting. But what drew more attention were his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, deep as the starry sky, as if he had already seen a farther journey. Ma Luo Mountain cleared his throat and said, "Our army in Liangzhou has 80,000 soldiers, including 20,000 light cavalry. Dunhuang garrison has 3,000 troops, half of whom are archers. Recently recruited Chang cavalry number 2,000. He suddenly coughed again, saliva splattering onto the sand table. "Totaling 85,000, cough. If we include the civilians, don't count the civilians," Wei Bin interrupted, drawing a circle on the west side of the sand table. "How long can the food last?" Hefeng immediately responded, "The stored grain can last 3 months. Also, we seized 2,000 cattle and sheep from the Chang, which have been allocated to each camp for feeding, as ordered by the Lord." He pushed 3 black stones onto the sand table. Erden's brothers, Yuren, fled west for 300 miles, but, suddenly, urgent footsteps interrupted the report. A blood-covered Chang man was dragged in, followed by hurried soldiers. "Report. Scouts have captured a Chang messenger." Ironbone raised his hammer to strike, but Wei Bin raised his hand to stop him. Their armors clanged with a crisp sound. "Let him go." When the ropes hit the ground, the Chang man suddenly pulled a blood-stained letter from his bosom and threw it on the ground. The rolled sheepskin scroll was unrolled, revealing Chang script carved with a bone knife. The dark red ink emitted a foul smell. This was a battle letter written in the blood of the fallen. Ironbone's eyes immediately filled with bloodshot veins. He struck the ground with his heavy hammer, causing the earth to crack instantly. "My clan's chieftain said, if the Han dogs dare, they will see the true strength of the hushy grasslands in 10 days. Wei Bin picked up the blood-stained letter and held it close to the candle flame. The flame licked the sheepskin with a sizzling sound, and a foul smell filled the air. "Calmly," he said. "Tell Yuren that at noon tomorrow, I will send an envoy with gifts to his camp. The messenger's eyes widened, clearly surprised by this response. After he was taken away, Hifeng hurriedly asked, "Is the Lord really going to negotiate?" Erden's head is still hanging on the city gate. "Courtesy first, then force," Wei Bin said, scattering ashes into the sand table. "Prepare 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of silk, and select 20 Chong women." Ma Luo Mountain frowned. Send 3 more scout teams." Wei Bin pointed to 3 key routes on the sand table. "Monitor the Chong's movements day and night." The next day at noon, the envoy team set out under the blazing sun. The leader was a captain fluent in Chong language, wearing a jade pendant given by Wei Bin, followed by 30 elite riders. 5 days later, at noon, the sun hung like a glowing red disk over the Gobi. Suddenly, urgent horse hooves sounded from the west gate of Dunhuang, and more than 20 riders charged into the city like arrows. The leader's officer fell from his horse, with blood soaking the cloth wrapped around his left ear. Urine broke the golden arrow. He cried loudly in front of Wei Bin's boots, blood seeping from his injured ear. They laid silk on the ground for the horses to trample. The Chong women were all. The guards lifted the felt blanket from his back, revealing crisscrossed whip marks, with white bones visible in the deepest wounds. Wei Bin slammed his hand on the table, causing the wooden desk to crack in two. The inkstone shattered on the ground, ink spilling like a fierce ghost face. The soldiers practicing on the training ground heard the news and smashed a stone mill in half with a hammer, causing flying stones that startled the nearby horses. "Hey, damn it, Yurin really has no shame." He extended an olive branch and still broke it. On the training ground, Ironbone was practicing with a hammer. When he heard the news, he smashed a millstone to pieces. "It's about time." The flying stones made the new soldiers step back in fear. "Someone, report immediately to Li Baxian, Hifeng, and Ironbone to come to the main camp." Wei Bin gritted his teeth. That night, the military council hall was brightly lit by candles. When the scout knelt down to report, sweat streamed down his armor. Yurin gathered 12 tribes, with 10,000 elite riders, and has crossed the White Dragon Pile. The pressure is really intense. Wei Bin looked at the exhausted scout and immediately told him to step back. "We don't see scenes like this often." The sand table was quickly adjusted, with 12 black flags forming a crescent-shaped formation. Hifeng pointed at a part of the sand table with an iron ruler, casting a long shadow on the mountain model. "The Chong will go through here," Sandao Ko. 2 mountains flank a valley, and I am willing to lead archers to set up an ambush." He slid 3 copper coins out of his sleeve, arranging them into an arrow shape on the table. "Old he, don't rush," Ma Luoshan sneered, drawing a line of fire on the sand table. "I heard that the Chong have a special formation. It's called the Bull Formation. It's said to be very effective against mountain ambushes, like thunder." Then Ma Luoshan took some millet from his pocket and scattered it on the sand table to form a surrounding formation. Wei Bin suddenly planted a red flag on a mountain ridge. On the miniature plane of the sand table, this gentle slope was covered with small twigs representing bushes. Li Baxian will lead 2,000 riders to block their retreat. He moved 3 blue flags to the valley entrance. Ma Luoshan will lead 3,000 infantry to guard the left flank, and all the crossbows will be moved over. Ironbone was anxious, rubbing his hands. "What about me? Where are my heavy armor troops?" "You will lead 800 heavy armor soldiers in the center." Wei Bin suddenly drew his sword. The cold light flashed, and the tip of the sword stabbed into the center of the sand table at the wolf-head flag. "I personally lead light cavalry straight to Yurhan." As the sword trembled, it reflected everyone's surprised faces. "Lord Wei, this wild ox needle is not an ordinary thing. It's not a game. Are you sure you can take Yurhan's head among 10,000 troops?" Ma Luoshan stopped Wei Bin. "In my opinion, since this wild ox formation is unreasonable, we might as well follow his logic and see what he's up to." "Oh, tell me more, Lord Wei." "This wild ox formation likes to charge forward. So, let's let him go ahead. Let him cross the valley directly? Is that okay?" "Don't worry, listen to me." Ma Luoshan picked up 3 copper coins placed by Hifeng and threw them at the valley entrance. Like this. Are you sure? It's worth a try. You're so damn clever." Under the blazing sun, 30 miles west of Dunhuang, in Eagle Beak Gorge, Yurhan's Chang army was slowly writhing like a giant snake. The noonday sun heated the soldiers' armor until it was hot, and the rising heat made the distant cliffs look twisted. Stop! Yurhan suddenly raised his gilded whip. His black-maned steed beneath him snorted nervously. The Chang chief squinted, carefully observing the steep cliffs on both sides. He noticed some fresh, disturbed soil on the cliffs, clearly signs of digging. The Chang deputy commander stepped forward and lowered his voice. Great chief, there's new soil on the cliffs. It's likely the Han people have dug a trap. Ha! Yurhan suddenly burst into loud laughter, startling his guards nearby. He sharply swung his whip, which cracked loudly in the air. Wei Bin, you little brat, you think you can fool me with these tricks? Send orders. Change the formation to the wild ox. With the sound of a horn, the Chang army quickly reformed. The frontline soldiers suddenly spread out to the sides, revealing 300 armored yaks behind them. These specially trained war machines snorted white steam from their nostrils. Their horns were fitted with sharp, curved knives, and they carried bundles of grass soaked in oil on their backs. Shield soldiers, guard the wings. Archers, prepare rockets, the deputy commander shouted. The disciplined Chang soldiers immediately formed a solid wall, with large leather shields layered together, shining with a dull gleam in the sunlight. Yurhan proudly stroked his beard and turned to Gesang. Did you see that? The Han people wanted to set an ambush in the valley, so I used the ancestral wild bull formation to break their trap. Light the fire. As the torch touched the grass, 300 fireballs instantly turned into moving fireballs. The frightened herd roared loudly and rushed deep into the valley. Their iron hooves caused the ground to tremble slightly. Sure enough, as Yuren expected, the ground suddenly collapsed ahead. But the rushing fire bulls, relying on their momentum, jumped over most of the pits, with only a few falling in. The sharp spikes at the bottom of the pits were crushed by the heavy bodies of the herd, causing no real harm. Yuren laughed loudly. Is that all you've got, Wei Bin? Forward, everyone! But just as the Chang army relaxed, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, hundreds of round balls wrapped in dry leaves fell from both sides of the valley. These balls exploded in midair, releasing a lot of yellow dry leaves and dry dirt. The deputy general was caught off guard, and his vision became blurry. Coughing violently, he realized the powder was not toxic, just strange dirt that irritated the eyes. Even more frightening, the powder was specially made, very sticky, and stuck to the bowstrings, making it impossible for archers to draw their bows. Don't panic. Raise your shields for defense, Yuren shouted, but then he heard urgent hoofbeats from behind. A bloodied messenger stumbled in, saying, Great Chief, bad news. The main Han army has appeared at the valley entrance and is attacking our cavalry. What? Yuren's face changed drastically. Wasn't Wei Bin in Dunhuang? Before he finished speaking, a series of rhythmic banging sounds came from above the valley. Then, thousands of Han soldiers appeared from hidden spots on the cliff. They didn't charge, but kept pushing burning bundles of grass down the cliff. Boom! The already dry valley instantly turned into a sea of fire. Even more terrifying, the burning bundles were mixed with strong medicinal herbs, and the pungent smoke made it hard for the Chang soldiers to breathe. Damn it! We've been tricked. Yuren finally realized. Retreat. Fall back to the valley entrance, but it was too late. At the valley entrance, the 3,000 elite riders led by Hifeng had already broken through the Chang rearguard. Each Han cavalryman had 2 leather pouches hanging from their saddles, filled with specially made iron spines. They did not fight with the Chang soldiers, but quickly rushed across the battlefield, dropping these deadly small objects along the way. My horse! A Chang cavalryman shouted as he fell from his horse. His warhorse stepped on a metal caltrop and reared in pain. The fallen rider hadn't gotten up before his comrades, charging behind him, trampled him into meat. Meanwhile, the 2,000 heavily armored infantry led by Wei Bin had already flanked from the side. These elite soldiers held long spears and formed a tight spear wall, slowly advancing like a moving iron barrier. Behind them, 300 archers kept shooting special loud arrows, their sharp whistles increasing the chaos among the Chang army. Stay calm. Form a circular shield wall for defense. Yurahan shouted desperately, but no one could hear him through the thick smoke. He watched helplessly as his most elite guards were surrounded and cut off by the Han army. The well-trained warriors couldn't fight effectively in the narrow mountain valley, and one by one fell. At this critical moment, Gesang suddenly pointed at the east cliff and shouted, "Great chief, look, there's a small path." Urahan looked carefully and indeed saw a mountain trail hidden by bushes. Overjoyed at their narrow escape, he didn't hesitate and quickly gathered the remaining troops to break through along that small path. Weibin, today's shame will be repaid 100 times someday. Urahan swore through gritted teeth, leading fewer than 10,000 defeated soldiers to flee in panic. On the cliff, Manhwa Mountain stroked his beard and smiled. "Duke Wei, how about that? Clever strategy, isn't it?" Weibin sneered and took out a sheepskin map from his bosom, pointing gently at a spot. 30 miles ahead is the Liashahu River. It's the flood season now. Ironbone couldn't wait to speak up. "Lord, should I lead some men to pursue? I promised to bring back Urahan's head." "Not necessary." Weibin shook his head. "A cornered beast still fights, and Urahan is a fierce one. Issue orders for the whole army to return to Dunhuang for rest." But Ironbone wanted to argue further, but was stopped by a look from Hefong. Manhwa Mountain said meaningfully, "General Tai, stay calm. Sometimes, making the enemy think they've escaped alive is more effective than killing them directly." As the sun set, the Han army began to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Soldiers moved in pairs, carrying wounded on makeshift stretchers. The joy of victory eased their fatigue, and some even hummed local tunes. Weibin walked at the end of the group, suddenly stopping to pick up a broken spear. The spear shaft was carved with an ancient totem, symbolizing the war god worshipped by the Chang people. "Yurin, do you think this is the end?" he whispered softly, slowly closing his fingers. No, this is just the beginning." On the distant mountain road, Yurin's remaining troops were fleeing like lost dogs. As night fell, in the reeds by the flowing sand river, a few waterbirds were startled by the sudden sound of hooves and flew towards the blood-red setting sun. Yurin stopped his horse, the front hooves of his black-maned horse digging deep trenches into the soft riverbank. He wiped the blood from his face and looked back. Originally, there were 10,000 elite cavalry and other soldiers totaling 20,000, but now fewer than 8,000 wounded and exhausted soldiers remained, all with grim faces and armor covered in soot and burn marks. "Chief, the flowing sand river is just ahead," said the Chang deputy general hoarsely. "After crossing the river, we have 20 more miles to our territory." The river was much wider than usual, its muddy waters rushing down with broken branches and debris. Yurin squinted and suddenly noticed a dozen simple wooden rafts tied to the shore, gently swaying with the waves. "Help from heaven," the deputy general shouted excitedly. The Han people definitely didn't expect there to be fairies here. Yurin's knuckles whitened as he clenched the hilt of his sword. The disaster at Eaglebeak Gorge still burned in his mind. Those explosive dry leaf balls, the pungent smoke, the elusive Han cavalry. "This feels suspicious." He suddenly raised his hand to stop a soldier from moving forward to investigate. Where did these fishing boats come from? And the fish caught. Suddenly, the river wind grew fierce, and rustling sounds came from the reeds. Yurin's pupils shrank sharply. He saw a faint metallic gleam on the ropes tying the boats. "Something's wrong. Fall back quickly. It's a trap." Before he finished speaking, a rocket whistled from behind the scattered rocks on the opposite bank, accurately hitting the outermost raft. With a loud explosion, the hidden oil beneath the boat ignited instantly, and the towering flames lit up the entire riverbank. The ropes tying the boats were soaked in oil, and the flames spread rapidly along the ropes. In an instant, all the rafts turned into floating fires. "Form a formation. Defend," Yurin shouted, drowned out by the screams of the Chang soldiers. On the opposite bank, suddenly dozens of Han banners were raised among the scattered rocks, and arrows like locusts flew toward us. Even more frightening, torches lit up on the hills behind them. At some point, the light cavalry of the Qian army had cut off the retreat. The deputy general suddenly pointed upstream and shouted, "Water! A flood is coming." In the distance, a white line was rapidly approaching on the river's surface. It was the flood peak typical of the rainy season, with waves 2 zhang high carrying mud, sand, and broken wood, like a raging beast rushing toward us. Erhan finally understood Wei Bin's full plan. Yingzue Gorge was just a warm-up. The Shuangsha River was the real slaughter ground. Go up the mountain. Quickly, go up the mountain, he shouted hoarsely, but it was too late. The flood arrived in an instant, and the muddy waves easily swallowed the soldiers on the riverbank. The Chang people who knew how to swim just surfaced and were hit by floating logs, breaking bones and tearing muscles. Those who couldn't swim fared even worse. Heavy armor made them sink like stones to the bottom of the river. Erhan's black-maned horse struggled fiercely in the rushing water. He tightly held onto the mane, watching his personal guards being swallowed one by the flood. A floating log as thick as a house beam crashed toward him. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block. With a cracking sound, his curved sword, which had fought with him for 10 years, broke in two. The heavy log hit his breastplate hard, and blood immediately gushed from his mouth and nose. In the haze, he felt someone grabbing his cloak. At Dunhuang city walls, Weibin looked at the darkening sky in the west. Behind him, the sound of iron boots pounding the ground reached his ears. He didn't need to look back to know it was Taigu. Lord, Scout reports that the water level in the Shuangsha River has risen 3 zhang. At least 5,000 Chang armor pieces have floated downstream. Taigu's loud voice was full of restrained excitement. Let me lead light cavalry to finish off the remaining enemies. Weibin turned around and saw that not only Taigu, but Hefang and Ma Luoshan were also standing below the steps. Hefang's leather armor still bore fresh bloodstains, clearly just back from the front line. Ma Luoshan was shaking his long-used bow. General Tai, calm down. Weibin took a water pouch from his guards and slowly took a sip. If Erhan was so easy to kill, he would have died in the canyon. Taigu was anxious, stomping his feet. But, report, a messenger ran up to the city. Great victory at the ambush in the Shuangsha River. The remnants of the Chang have scattered, but the soldier hesitated, glancing at Weibin. Erhan was rescued by his personal guards and headed northwest into the Gobi Desert. Taigu's face instantly turned red. Lord, look, I said it should be steadfast. Weibin's simple words instantly made the fierce general fall silent and shiver with fear. The sudden quiet on the city wall was so still that you could hear the banners fluttering in the wind. Weibin walked to the arrow stand and pointed toward the faint outline of snow-capped mountains in the evening light. Do you know why I let Yulin go? Iron Bone opened his mouth, but finally shook his head honestly. Because 300 miles west of the Northwest Desert is the territory of the Yu people, Ma Luoshan added. I heard that last year. Yulin took the daughter of the Yu Khan as a concubine. Weibin's lips curled into a cold smile. A wounded beast is the most dangerous and the most foolish. Do you think Yulin, cornered and desperate, might go to visit his father-in-law? Suddenly, Hefang knelt on one knee. I am willing to lead light cavalry to follow and ensure Yulin reaches the Yu court safely. Not yet. Weibin helped Hefang up. Let the brothers rest for 3 days. Also, he took out a bamboo scroll from his bosom. Copy these records of Yulin kidnapping Yu merchant caravans 100 times and distribute them among Western region traders. Ma Luoshan clapped his hands and laughed softly. Brilliant. The Yukon has been looking for an excuse to go to war. Iron Bone scratched the back of his head and suddenly widened his eyes. I understand. The Lord is planning to borrow a knife. Urgent news. Military emergency. Another messenger rushed onto the city wall. The guard at Yumen Pass sent a pigeon message, and the Western Region Protectorate Envoy Ban Yong has sent a special messenger, saying he needs to see you. Weibin's brow furrowed slightly. At this moment, sending someone must mean something big. Ma Luoshan suddenly lowered his voice. Duke Wei, could it be about that matter? I'll go meet the envoy. Weibin strode toward the steps, then suddenly paused and looked back. Ironbone, aren't you eager to stretch your muscles? Take some men to repair the traps in Eagle Beak Gorge. Ironbone was stunned. But Yulin already. Fool. Ma Luoshan knocked his helmet. Do you think the Chang tribe only has Yulin? In the study of the Dunhuang general's office, the Western Region Protectorate envoy was a thin, middle-aged man with deep-set eyes and a high nose. His speech carried a strange accent. General Wei, the Protectorate Lord asked me to deliver this. He took out a map from his leather pouch and placed it on the table. What does it mean? The envoy's Adam's apple moved. 3 months ago, Chezi Kingdom's border discovered Chang riders. The prisoners we captured said. They are looking for an ancient trail. Marishan suddenly interrupted. But what about the legendary hidden path of Yangwan? The envoy looked at him in surprise and nodded slowly. The prisoner said before he died that Yurin obtained an ancient map showing a trade route that bypasses human pass. The protector suspects. He lowered his voice. The Chang tribe wants to team up with others. The candle flame suddenly flickered out with a pop. Weibin suddenly laughed. Tell the protector to leave it to me. As for the Chang tribe, he picked up the tiger talisman and weighed it in his palm. They are just a bunch of lost dogs. They can't cause much trouble. After the envoy left, Marishan immediately leaned in. Lord Wei, if the hidden path of Yangwan is really controlled by the Chang tribe, it's probably fake. Weibin took out an old yellowed sheepskin scroll from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf. This is a map left by Ban Chao. It shows 12 secret passages, but only 3 are still usable. He pointed to a mountain symbol on the map. Yurin probably got this. Guicho Gorge. During flood season, it's a dead end. In dry season, it's a hopeless route. Marishan sighed in relief and suddenly remembered something. But if a third party pressures from the north, the Yu people might. Alert! A soldier shouted outside the door. Scouts found a Chang messenger 30 miles away and intercepted this. They presented a copper tube filled with blood-stained sheepskin paper. Weibin opened it and suddenly burst into loud laughter. Marishan took a look and also started laughing. On the paper was written in Chang script, Yuesher and Qian have formed an alliance. The royal court must not go. Hurry to Guicho Gorge to meet. Ironbone scratched his head. What's so funny about that? Weibin wiped away tears of laughter. I'm laughing at Yurin's cleverness. Send orders. Starting tomorrow, the whole city is on high alert. Without my command, not even a mouse is allowed to leave Dunhuang. Is the Lord planning to? Wait. Weibin blew out the candle. His voice in the darkness was cold as ice. Waiting for our Yurin chieftain to walk right into the trap. From afar, the bell of the night watch sounded. It was the third watch. Outside Dunhuang City, on the Gobi Desert, a vulture circled in the sky, its shadow passing over a dried camel carcass. Further west, behind a sand dune, Yurin, wrapped in bandages, stared at the eastern starry sky, his eyes burning with hatred. Before dawn, on the city wall of Dunhuang. It's the third night, Marishan said softly. Yurin can endure longer than we expected. Weibin gently touched the city wall and said, the hungrier the wolf, the fiercer it bites. Suddenly, he turned around and asked, how is the situation over at Tiego? Ma Luoshan smiled mysteriously and replied, following your orders, we sent out a merchant team this morning. He added, this time, we specifically chose some Uyghur traders, and their wine bags are filled with aged grape wine. Just then, urgent horse hooves sounded from below the city wall. A dusty figure rushed up the steps, still stained with fresh blood on his armor. He reported, General, the scouts near Guicho Gorge have lost contact. Weibin's eyes sharpened. When did this happen? 3 watch periods ago, the messenger said, removing his helmet and showing a fresh scratch on his forehead. I personally went to investigate and found that 3 sentries had been taken out by the Chang tribe's curved blades. Ma Luoshan suddenly tapped his palm with a fan and said, that's not right. If Yulin really discovered the ambush at Guicho Gorge, why didn't he? Because he's feigning a retreat to lure us into a trap, Weibin sneered. Order immediately to strengthen the granary defenses and send a team of archers to the West Gate Tower. The messenger hesitated but finally nodded and left. After he walked away, Ma Luoshan whispered, is Lord Wei being too cautious? Exactly because of that. We must make our act convincing. Weibin took out a bronze token from his pocket. Just found on the corpse of a Yuezhi spy this morning. Yulin wants to sow discord between us, so I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. From afar, the sound of a night watchman's gong echoed. It's the third watch of the night. At noon on the Gobi Desert, Tiego's 200 light cavalry, led by Tiego, were slowly escorting a merchant convoy westward. The hay disguised as silk swayed on the camels' backs, and a few well-dressed soldiers kept sneaking glances at the leader, Tiego. The general was wearing an ill-fitting brocade robe, his strong arms stretching the cuffs tight. Boss, isn't our disguise too obvious? The deputy whispered. This is the third time. Tiego glared at him. Wei Gong said Yulin is very suspicious. The more obvious the trap, the more likely he'll fall for it. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking the air interrupted him. Diego instinctively turned his head, and an arrow brushed past his ear, pinning his robe to the camel's hump. Almost simultaneously, thunderous shouts erupted from the surrounding sand dunes. Hundreds of Chang cavalry appeared like ghosts, charging fiercely. "Form the circle formation," Diego roared, tearing his robe to reveal his armor underneath. He grabbed a hammer hanging from his saddle and struck down the nearest enemy rider. Blood splattered on the sand, quickly absorbed by the thirsty gobi. The battle reached a fierce climax. Iron Bones fought and retreated, leading the Chang people toward the Ghost Sai ravine as planned. When all the enemies entered the valley, he suddenly blew his copper whistle around his neck. With a loud bang, several sand columns erupted at the edge of the valley. Hidden Han archers jumped out of their camouflage pits, raining arrows down. More deadly was the hidden tripwire buried in the sand, oiled brown ropes almost invisible in the dust, causing the charging Chang cavalry to stumble repeatedly. "Ha! They've fallen for it." Iron Bones laughed loudly and charged forward, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. Although these Chang soldiers wore Chang clothing, they used the sword techniques of Western mercenaries. His momentum slowed, and he was immediately struck hard from behind, splitting his armor open. "Damn, they're not the main forces of Uru Khan." Iron Bones spat blood and foam. "Brothers, capture them alive." At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled strangely. On the distant sand dunes, the real Chang elite cavalry appeared like a dark cloud pressing down. The leader, a one-eyed man with a beard, was none other than Uru Khan. This old fox hadn't entered the encirclement, but took advantage of the Han army's distraction to lead the main force straight toward the eastern gate of Dunhuang. "General Iron, retreat quickly," the deputy shouted just as he was shot off his horse. Iron Bones realized he had been tricked and hurriedly led the remaining troops to break out southwest. Uru Khan didn't pursue, but merely sneered and waved his hand. The Chang archers all released their arrows, but they weren't aimed at the Han army. They were aimed at their retreat route. Each arrow's tail was tied to an oiled hemp rope, which instantly ignited into a wall of fire. Not good. Iron Bones suddenly understood. They want to trap us. Their main force is probably attacking Dunhuang. At the eastern gate of Dunhuang, the city guards suddenly saw dust rising in the distance. The commanding officer hurried up the arrow tower to look. He saw a cavalry unit from the Qian army approaching across the desert, led by General Hefong. "Open the city gates. Urgent military news." Hefong raised a bloodstained flag. Behind him, the Han soldiers all wore crooked helmets and mismatched armor, as if they had just fought a fierce battle. The officer hesitated and said, "General, according to orders, no one is allowed to." "You fool," Hefong shouted angrily. "Uru Khan's main force is attacking the granary. Can you afford to delay the military plans?" As soon as the city gates opened a crack, the wounded soldiers suddenly rose up in rebellion. The officer finally saw clearly. They had high noses and deep eyes, clearly Chang elite soldiers disguised as Han troops. But it was too late. Poisoned short blades had already pierced his throat. "Seize the gate." Disguised as a Chang tribe leader, he tore off fake facial hair, and suddenly, a large group of Chang cavalry emerged from behind the sand dunes outside the city. They seemed well prepared and quickly took control of the eastern city gate. Meanwhile, the real Hefong was hiding outside the granary. When he saw the smoke rising from the east gate, he angrily struck the city wall. "Damn it, they really lured us out." "Brothers, follow the plan." Inside the general's residence, Ma Luoshan hurried in. "Duke Wei, the east gate is lost. Yurin has led the main force inside." Wei Bin calmly wiped his iron sword. "What's the rush? The real show is just beginning." He suddenly pointed his sword outside. "Don't you agree?" Yurin the chieftain. The city gate suddenly collapsed, and Yurin, surrounded by his guards, strode in. His one eye swept over the empty hall. Then he suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Wei Bin, you think that letting a civilian pretend to be you can fool me?" Ma Luoshan calmly took off his disguise. Turns out he was just an ordinary soldier pretending to be someone else. Yurin's face changed drastically. He quickly turned around. "We've been tricked. Retreat." Before he finished, the ground of Dunhuang City suddenly shook violently. A distant thunderous roar sounded. The water dam upstream had been blown up. At the same time, thick smoke billowed from all over the city. Wei Bin had set fire to oil bags in advance, and rockets ignited them, trapping the approaching Chang cavalry in a sea of flames. Now, Wei Bin's voice came from all directions. Turns out, there was a communication tube built underground in the general's residence. "Welcome to the real ghostly ravine, Yuren." Yuren's one eye turned bloodshot and bulged. He suddenly realized that Dunhuang's layout had been secretly changed. Every street was now a deadly trap, every building hiding danger. The fleeing civilians were now pouring hot gold from rooftops. "Protect the chieftain." The guard captain raised his shield, but was shot through the throat by an arrow from an unknown direction. Yuren shouted loudly, swinging his battle axe at the communication tube, but triggered a trap. Suddenly, the ceiling released a large net, covered with hooks and bells. Ding ding ding. Before the bells stopped ringing, archers hidden outside had already shot arrows in response. Yuren desperately rolled away, but was still hit in the thigh. He clenched his teeth and broke the arrow shaft, then suddenly noticed the water on the ground. Drainage channels were backflowing. An attack by water. Yuren's face turned pale with fear. At this moment, he finally understood Wei Bin's full plan. From the fake merchant convoy to false intelligence, from abandoning the East Gate to burning the granary, everything was just a trick to lure him into the city. The real deadly move was turning Dunhuang City into a giant version of ghostly Worry Ravine. One by one, the personal guards fell, but Yuren suddenly calmed down. He noticed something strange about the water flow. The drain in the southwest corner was actually flowing outward. This was not typical of Wei Bin's style, unless has an insider sabotaged the mechanism early, Yuren thought, dragging his injured leg as he broke through toward the southwest corner. Sure enough, the guards there were noticeably fewer than in other directions, and, his eyes lit up, he saw that the guards were wearing US-style boots. Amidst a rain of arrows, Yuren suddenly tore off his battle robe to reveal Han military clothing underneath. He shouted in clear, proper Chinese, "General, he has ordered. Fire arrows." The guards instinctively looked back, giving Yuren the chance to rush into the drainage ditch. In the murky water, he grabbed a pre-tied rope and disappeared instantly into the complex underground channels. Inside Ghostly Worry Ravine, the real battle had just begun. The reinforcements led by Iron Bone joined forces with He's troops, trapping the Chang vanguard army that had entered the trap. While Yuren's main force was screaming inside Dunhuang City, his vanguard was enduring a double assault of fire and flood at the bottom of the ravine. "General, your strategy is brilliant." Ironbone looked at the terrible scene at the bottom of the ravine and sighed. But, did General he really? Rest assured, he was already standing behind him, holding the head of the Chang chief who had pretended to be him. "I may not be talented, but I'm not so easily fooled by this kind of treachery." Ironbone laughed loudly and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, where is the Lord?" He went to cut off Yuren's retreat. He looked toward the southwest, where the entrance to the Yangwan secret passage was. The Lord said this hunt has only just begun. As dusk fell, a team of cavalry quietly left Dunhuang. Leading them, Wei Bin suddenly reined in his horse and looked back. The torches on the city wall formed an arrow shape, pointing straight into the deep southwest Gobi. He slightly smiled, gently pressed his horse's belly, and disappeared into the growing night. 30 miles ahead, behind the sand dunes, Yuren, soaked through, was twisting the water out of his robe. The desert night wind carried fine sand, beating against Wei Bin's armor with a clanging sound. He stopped his horse and signaled 50 light cavalry behind him to halt. Under the moonlight, the winding bloodstains on the sand looked like a small red snake, pointing directly southwest. "General, the bloodstains end here." The captain of the personal guards turned off his horse, pinching the blood scab on the sand. Less than half an hour, Wei Bin looked around at the rising sand dunes and suddenly sneered. What a Yulin, pretending to be dead and choosing such a good place. He pointed his whip at a seemingly natural sand nest about 3 zhang away. Dig! As the soldiers scraped away the top layer of loose sand, they revealed a blood-soaked Chang outfit, exactly the one Yulin wore during the day. The captain gasped. A clever escape. Towards the you people, Wei Bin tugged on the reins. His horse became restless and stamped its hooves. He dares to escape alone into the enemy territory. He must have a helper. As he spoke, Ma Luoshan suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow toward the shadow on the sand dune Tenjong away. With a muffled poof, a scout in a sand-colored cloak staggered out of the shadow, an arrow in his chest. Instead of fleeing, he blew a bone whistle with his last strength. The sharp sound had barely faded when the sand around exploded, and more than 10 warriors burst out. "Form a circle!" The captain of the personal guard shouted just as the warriors' curved blades swung toward them. Wei Bin, however, calmly drew a strange spear from his saddlebag, its tip connected to soaked hemp rope. The first 3 warriors lunged at his horse, but he suddenly swung the spear, and its tip spat out 3-foot-long flames. Amid screams, Wei Bin urged his horse out of the battle circle. He didn't look back at the chaos behind him and headed straight southwest at full speed. Ma Luoshan understood and left 20 riders to deal with the ambush, while he led the remaining troops to follow the commander. 30 miles away, Yulin was coughing blood while lying on a scout's horse. His arrow wound was in his thigh, but the real danger was the dirty water in the drainage ditch. His wound was already hot, and his vision was beginning to blur. Faster, faster, he gritted his teeth chattering. Only when I see the king can I stop. Suddenly, the scout reined in his horse. Ahead, in the sand valley, over 100 cavalry appeared like ghosts. Leading them was Ashirna Tailu, one of the 3 great tribal leaders, wearing a wolf-tooth crown. "Hey, isn't that the Yulin chief, who once struck fear into the Chong?" Ashirna lifted Yulin's chin with his knife tip. "You're so ragged, like a stray dog." Yulin, with one eye bloodshot, grinned. "If I am a dog, then here you are." Ants at the feet of the Han. Suddenly, he lunged, bloodied hand grabbing Ashirna's wrist armor. "Don't rejoice too soon. Wei Bin is next, and he will destroy the Yu." Erhin took the opportunity to pull out a rolled sheepskin, an escape map of the city defenses he had stolen from the Dunhuang drainage canal, clearly marked with the plan for the Qian army to attack the USE Oasis. "Fake." Ashina said this, but his hand clenched tightly around the sheepskin scroll. "Truth or lie? You send scouts. It's obvious at a glance." Erhin finally couldn't hold on and collapsed onto his horse. "Give me 3,000 riders. I will eliminate Wei Bin for you. Or else," he coughed up blood. "Next year on this day will be your sacrifice day." The USE cavalry became restless. Ashina stared at the fine ink lines on the sheepskin. Indeed, it was drawn in the style of the Qian army's maps. Suddenly, he sneered. "Good. But first, you must drink our USE's unity wine." When the poison-strong liquor was poured down his throat, Erhin's single eye flashed with a hint of sarcasm. He had already known the USE people would do this. He had taken an antidote pill in Dunhuang. But this act had to be played out completely. "Now, we are brothers." Ashina patted Erhin's back as he vomited, then turned and shouted sharply, "Order! Gather all warriors. The blood debt owed by the Han traders must be paid." At noon 3 days later, at the eastern entrance of the Yangwan secret path, Wei Bin crouched on the remains of a beacon tower, holding a bronze mirror that reflected sunlight. In the distance, a line of black cavalry was slowly advancing over the sand dunes. USE's leopard tail flags mixed with the remnants of the Chong tribe's wolf head banners, numbering no less than 5,000. General's prediction was right, Teek said. Erhin really convinced the USE people. Wei Bin suddenly squinted. A rider in a red cloak was galloping back and forth in front of the enemy formation, definitely not the injured Erhin. "Suspicious soldier," he sneered and stood up. "Send orders, follow the plan." As the copper bell rang, 20 red flags suddenly rose on the beacon tower. Almost simultaneously, the front USE army charged into the sand valley, and dozens of sandbags exploded loudly. It wasn't an ambush, but thousands of scorpions frightened by the gunpowder, scattering in all directions and crawling over the soldiers instantly. Tricks of a petty craftsman, the rider in the red cloak shouted in USE language. "All troops, charge. Crush the Han." The words suddenly stopped. A 3-pronged arrow pierced through his throat from an incredible angle. This was the work of Malu Mountain, hidden in a sandpit 300 steps away. During the chaos of the USE army, the sand suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit over 10 feet. Even worse, the The bottom of the pit was lined with rusty iron nails soaked in feces water. Amid screams, someone from the side led 200 elite riders to charge out. They each dragged branches behind their saddles, and the rising dust created the illusion of a vast army. When the central army of the U people hurried to turn, they stepped into a hidden trap. This wooden device would emit a loud, shrieking sound when triggered, causing the warhorses to panic. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Ashina waved his curved sword, but Ugin had already charged to the front, one eye blood red. We can't retreat. This is Wei Bin's tired soldier tactic. The whole army, follow me through the sand valley. Ahead is, boom. The rock wall at the mouth of the sand valley suddenly collapsed, and hundreds of burning logs rolled down. Ugin quickly turned his horse, but was still swept over by the heat wave. As he got up from the ground, he finally saw Wei Bin standing on a high rocky platform. The two looked at each other across the fire. Ugin suddenly burst into wild laughter and shouted in Chinese, "General Wei, clever move." But unfortunately, he suddenly tore open his armor, revealing a bronze tube tied around his waist. "Do you know what this is?" Wei Bin's pupils shrank. "It's gunpowder." "Ugin actually has gunpowder." "Fire arrows," Iron Bone shouted urgently. As the arrow rain rained down on Ugin, the old fox suddenly rolled into the flames. Seeing this, the U soldiers roared in anger and charged recklessly through the firewall. "Fall back to the second line of defense." Wei Bin's voice was calm, but he crushed the handle of a bronze mirror. He underestimated Ugin. That madman had used self-harm to ignite the blood of the U soldiers. In the dark night, Wei Bin was alone in front of the sand table, planning. Suddenly, the special 3 long 2 short signals from Ma Luoshan outside the tent sounded. Confirmed, a scout took off his cloak. Ugin showed the U people a so-called siege plan, but it's actually a backup plan you abandoned last year. Wei Bin raised an eyebrow. How badly is he hurt? His left leg is rotting to the bone, but the U shaman used poison. Ma Luoshan lowered his voice. More trouble is, he sent assassins around to Lulan, truly contacting the Chang royal court. Just then, a faint tremor came from the ground. Wei Bin's eyebrows furrowed sharply, and he quickly stepped out of the tent. To the northeast, a strange red glow lit up the horizon. It's the warning fire from Dunhuang's beacon towers. That Ugin is clever. Wei Bin smiled. He pretends to build a path openly while secretly crossing the chasm. Ma Luoshan unfolded the newly received pigeon message, his face changing drastically. The Chang army of 30,000 has already broken through Yumen Pass. Order Iron Bone to activate Plan B. Wei Bin took off his sword and threw it to his guard. Prepare the horses. I will personally meet this old friend. When Wei Bin led 800 loyal soldiers to the most dangerous part of the secret passage at Yangwan, the vanguard army of Yuren was already waiting there. Surprisingly, the Chang army did not attack aggressively, but instead built a simple altar at the mouth of the canyon. At the center of the altar, Yuren knelt on one leg and was about to insert a gem-encrusted dagger into his left eye socket. What's going on? Is he offering a sacrifice? Ma Luoshan's voice trembled. Could the Chang have some secret method to exchange their injuries for divine power? Wei Bin noticed that Yuren's little finger on his right hand was unnaturally raised. A captured Chang soldier pointed out that this was a secret signal meaning trap. Sure enough, when Yuren let out a pained scream, several ropes suddenly fell from the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Climb up, Wei Bin shouted. The 800 soldiers immediately split into 2 groups. One continued a feigned attack, and the other climbed lightly. Their reaction was faster than Yuren expected. Before the hidden Yu bowmen on the cliffs could get into position, Li Ba and his men had already caught their necks. In the chaos, Wei Bin finally fought Yuren face to face. They fought on a narrow ledge that only one person could stand on. Amidst the clash of swords, Yuren suddenly lowered his voice. General Wei, don't you want to know where I got this gunpowder? Tell me, Wei Bin sneered. He tore off Yuren's bandage, revealing a foul-smelling wound. This was given to me by your general from your side. Last month, he used the same plans to exchange for Turkic horses with blood. Wei Bin sneered, a scheme to sow discord. Yuren roared and swung his sword, but missed. Wei Bin deliberately made a mistake to lure him into attacking. His injured leg couldn't hold, and he fell from the ledge. At the last moment, the old fox grabbed a branch of poplar growing in the crack of the rock and used it to swing toward the opposite cliff. Wei Bin, Yuan shouted from midair. Do you think you've won? Look to the north. In the distance, a sandstorm revealed a vast army of black cavalry. Truchong forces had arrived. Even more frightening, they were driving hundreds of Han civilians in front of them. Now, put down your weapons, Yuan sneered. Or these people will be your funeral. Wei Bin paused silently, then suddenly blew a jade whistle. Something terrifying happened. The civilians suddenly pulled out powerful crossbows from under their robes and shot down the front Chong soldiers instantly. Meanwhile, a sandstorm suddenly revealed a group of heavy cavalry led by Ma Yuan. Their horsetails were tied with sand willow branches, disguising them as part of the storm. Erhan finally showed a look of panic. You don't need to ask, Wei Bin said with a sword flourish. Oh, by the way, the antidote in the unity wine you drank was replaced by a stronger version of the poison. Hearing this, Erhan suddenly burst into loud laughter and loosened his grip. Just as he was about to fall off a cliff, a team of you soldiers miraculously charged into the canyon. The lead soldier threw a lasso, accurately catching Erhan around the waist. There's always a next time, General Wei. As for where, believe it or not, Erhan's roar echoed through the canyon. The Yu soldiers dropped smoke bombs and disappeared in an instant. Ma Luoshan was about to pursue, but Wei Bin stopped him. No need. He won't live more than 7 days. He then took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. Inside, a blood-red poison insect was writhing. The real killer move is only now taking effect. 7 days later, the Chong army indeed retreated. It is said that Erhan vomited 3 liters of blood upon returning to the royal tent, and the last words he spoke before losing consciousness were, Wei Bin. Such a deadly plan. At dawn, the dust on Dunhuang city gradually settled. Wei Bin stood on the city wall, rubbing a bronze gunpowder tube in his hand, his expression cold. This was taken from Erhan's remnants last night, and the bottom of the tube bore a faint, character. General, the gunpowder warehouse has been checked. Ma Luoshan hurried over and whispered. Indeed, 30 gene of gunpowder are missing, all from the resources you gathered last month. Wei Bin's finger joints tightened slightly, and the bronze tube made a faint rubbing sound in his palm. He was silent for a moment before asking, who was on duty last night? Taigu. Ma Luoshan paused, but the key to the armory was held by General He. Wei Bin's gaze darkened. Erhan's words before fleeing echoed in his ears. Wei Bin, do you think you've won? Do you know who gave me the gunpowder? It was your General He. He had initially doubted, but now the evidence was in front of him. Better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Send orders, Wei Bin said coldly. At noon today, the entire army will gather at the training ground. At the training ground, thousands of soldiers stood solemnly. Wei Bin sat high on the command platform, his gaze sweeping over the officers, finally settling on Hefang. Last night, our gunpowder was stolen. He spoke slowly, his voice quiet but sharp as a knife. 30 pounds of gunpowder is enough to destroy half of Dunhuang City. Who is so cruel to do this? The soldiers were shocked. Iron-blooded and furious, they widened their eyes. Who dares steal our military supplies? Wei Bin did not answer. Instead, he threw a bronze tube onto the table and said coldly, Do you recognize this? One person stiffened. He immediately recognized the shape of the bronze tube. It was the second batch of gunpowder containers he personally supervised. The character stamped on the bottom was his own design. It is my fault. He knelt on one knee, speaking softly. Please punish me, General. Wei Bin looked at him carefully and said slowly, Faulty? Or working for the enemy? Suddenly, the room went silent. Hefang looked up sharply, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. General, what do you mean? Wei Bin sneered. Your Yukon himself said before fleeing that you gave him the gunpowder. Hefang's face changed instantly. His fists clenched. I have never. Enough, Wei Bin interrupted him. Tonight, you are on duty guarding the armory. If there is another mistake, come to see me with your head. Hefang gritted his teeth and bowed heavily. I obey, sir. That night, Wei Bin changed into night clothes and quietly sneaked near the armory. He wanted to see if Hefang was truly loyal or secretly working for the enemy. Through a crack in the window, he saw Hefang standing stiffly in front of the gunpowder shelf, sword unsheathed, eyes burning with focus. Wei Bin squinted. According to military rules, The night guard must keep his sword in hand. Why was Fong so relaxed? While he was thinking, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded from afar. Catch the assassin! Almost at the same time, a shadow leapt down from the beam, rushing straight toward the gunpowder shelf. Fong reacted quickly, drawing his sword to block. The assassin smirked strangely, flicking 3 poison darts at him. Fong's sword flashed, slicing a perfect arc in midair, knocking all 3 darts away. Wei Bin's pupils shrank. What a skillful sword technique. General, Ma Luoshan appeared behind him quietly, whispering, "How did the test go?" Wei Bin was silent for a long moment, then said slowly, "Tomorrow at the celebration banquet, we will try again." 3 days later, at the banquet, drinks flowed freely. Wei Bin sat at the main table and suddenly raised his cup. "This toast is for General Fong. If he hadn't uncovered Uru Khan's plot at Eagle Beak Gorge, we would all have been buried in the desert." The soldiers cheered in agreement. Someone's face slightly changed. He hadn't discussed with Wei Bin that day. So how could he have seen through anything? Wei Bin continued, "General He's sword skills are excellent. That move from the night before was truly impressive." He held his wine cup, slightly trembling. He had never shown that move in front of others. How could the general know? Unless the assassin that night was actually a test arranged by Wei Bin. "I am frightened." He suddenly knelt down and said, "This sword technique is passed down in my family, but I have no connection with the enemy army." The room fell silent. Wei Bin's eyes flashed coldly. When did I ever mention the enemy army? He looked pale. He had been tricked. If he wasn't guilty, why would he bring it up himself? Report. A messenger suddenly burst in. Urgent news from Human Pass. Urahan's remnants attacked the caravan, using our weapons and gunpowder. Everyone was shocked. Iron Bone slammed his hand on the table. There must be a traitor. Wei Bin stared coldly at Fong. What else do you have to say? Fong slowly looked up, tears flickering in his eyes. He suddenly drew his sword and aimed it at his own left arm. "I am willing to prove my loyalty with my blood." Clang. Wei Bin's sword struck first, knocking Fong's sword away. He quickly supported him and said in a deep voice, "No need." Everyone was stunned. Wei Bin looked around at the officers and said loudly, "Urahan is cunning. This is a ploy to sow discord. General He is loyal, and heaven and earth can witness that." Then he took out a secret letter from his pocket. The real traitor is someone else. It turned out Wei Bin had secretly investigated the records of gunpowder entering and leaving. He found that the missing gunpowder was stolen during a certain captain's watch. The captain's new piece of mutton fat jade was actually a token of the Yu tribe noble. "No way!" the captain shouted angrily. "I have a deadly enemy in Chong territory," Ma Luo Mountain sneered. "Then explain, where did this jade come from?" The captain's face changed drastically. Suddenly, he overturned the wine table and ran away. He was about to chase, but Wei Bin raised his hand to stop him. "No rush. I already put a 3-step fall into his wine." Sure enough, as soon as the captain ran out of the hall, he collapsed to the ground. Soldiers found secret letters exchanged with Urahan and half a tiger talisman, proof of mobilizing the Yangwan garrison. Damn, this guy really deserves a beating. He dared to betray the country. Iron Bone jumped up, trying to grab the captain and wake him up, but Ma Luo Mountain and Li Baixian stopped him. Deep into the night, Wei Bin stood alone on the city wall, gazing at the distant Gobi Desert. Footsteps approached from behind. Who was coming dressed in armor? The figure knelt on one knee and said, "General, I beg for forgiveness." Wei Bin turned around and helped him up. "I was too suspicious." The person shook his head. "The general is cautious, which is proper." Wei Bin paused in silence, then suddenly said, "Yuran won't give up easily. He will definitely send spies again." The man's eyes sharpened. "I have a plan. Tell me, if Yuran wants to sow discord between us, we can use his plan against him," he whispered. "I can pretend to be demoted and lure the enemy out." Wei Bin's eyes flashed with determination. He nodded slowly. "Good." 3 days later, news spread in the army. This man, suspected of treason, was demoted and sent to the frontier. Meanwhile, a mysterious caravan quietly left Dunhuang. Among the camels, several specially made bronze tubes filled with gunpowder gleamed coldly. The scorching sun beat down on the Gobi as a caravan moved slowly through the heat. The sound of camel bells was carried away by the dry wind. The leader, wrapped in a heavy scarf, only revealed sharp eyes. This was the demoted man, Hifang. "General, we are near Yurin's camp," the deputy whispered, tapping a signal on the saddle. "The scout reports that Yurin is seriously ill and won't survive more than 5 days." Hifang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bronze tubes in the middle of the caravan. These tubes had been tampered with by Ma Lu Mountain. Any strong impact would cause them to explode early. "Tell the brothers to follow the plan," he said quietly. "Once Yurin's men check the goods, we will retreat immediately." Inside Yurin's large tent, his one eye was bloodshot, and black blood streaked his face. He roughly pushed away the medic, changing his medicine, and roared, "Get out! I won't die." His guards trembled as they entered. "Chief, the caravan has arrived with the gunpowder you requested." Yurin's single eye lit up. He suddenly sat up straight. "Bring them in." When Hifang, disguised as the caravan leader, was brought into the tent, Yurin's eye fixed tightly on the bronze tubes. Suddenly, he drew a curved dagger and pressed it against Hifang's throat. "So, my plan to sow discord worked? Looks like the spy wasn't caught after all. Did Weibin send you to die? He's truly out of tricks." Hifang remained calm. "The chief is joking. Weibin dismissed Hifang from his position, and we traders must find new ways to survive." Yurin burst into loud laughter, drawing a bloodstain on Hifang's neck with his sword tip. "Good. Tomorrow at noon, I will use these explosives to send Weibin on his way. Just watch." The next day, dust swirled outside Dunhuang City. Yurin, limping on his injured left leg, personally led the last of the Chong cavalry into formation. He raised a bronze tube of gunpowder and shouted at the city wall, "Weibin, come out and face death." On the wall, Weibin looked down coldly. Ma Luoshan whispered, "General, he's holding the device we tampered with." Seeing Weibin not coming out to fight, Yurin, furious, suddenly threw the explosive device at the wall. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing Yurin's guards in a wave of fire. His horse reared in fright, throwing him heavily to the ground. His injured left leg shattered again, blood soaking his bandages. Kill! Disguised as a merchant caravan, Hifang and others suddenly drew their weapons and charged from behind the Chong army formation. At the same time, the gates of Dunhuang opened, and Weibin led a cavalry charge, attacking from both sides. They fell into a trap. Yurin, struggling to get up, had madness in his single eye. "Break out! Break westward!" The remaining Chong cavalry fought desperately to protect Yurin and escape. After 10 miles, Yurin suddenly fell from his horse. His guards hurried to check and found his face pale and lifeless, poisoned by a curse beyond saving. "Great Chief is dead." The Chong soldiers looked at each other in shock, their morale collapsing instantly. 3 days later, at the Dunhuang general's office. "Report." A messenger rushed in. "The Yu people have crossed the Shul River and are heading toward the Chong homeland." Weibin and Ma Luoshan exchanged a knowing look, smiling secretly. "The Yu are indeed getting restless," Ma Luoshan said, stroking his beard. Weibin approached the map, pointing to the Chong heartland. "Order Tiegu to lead 3,000 light cavalry immediately. We must reach the Chilean mountain passes before the Yu do." "And what about the Yu? Let them fight the remnants of the Chong first," Weibin sneered. "When they weaken each other, we will clean up the mess." Ma Luoshan hesitated. "If the Yu grow stronger, it doesn't matter." Weibin's eyes sparkled. "The Yu king is greedy and lustful. I have my ways to deal with him." Deep into the night, Weibin stood alone on the city wall. Ma Luoshan quietly appeared. "General, I just received news that the Turkic envoy has gone to the Yuezhi royal court." "Sure enough, they can't sit still," Weibin sneered. "Tell Taiku to double the troops at the Chilean mountain pass." Ma Luoshan whispered. "One more thing, Uyghur's young son and some remnants fled to Tianshan." "Perhaps that's not a concern." Weibin looked westward. "Order Hifang to lead a small elite cavalry team disguised as merchants into Yuezhi territory." "Are you planning to?" "Recently, hasn't the Yuezhi king become obsessed with Chinese glassware?" Weibin said meaningfully. "Let's send him a big gift." The next morning, Weibin gathered his generals for a meeting. "Everyone," Weibin looked around. "Uyghur's death has not eased the situation in the western regions. Yuezhi and Turkic tribes are watching closely. We must prepare early." Taigwa clasped his fists. "General, I am willing to lead the troops to guard the Chilean mountain pass and prevent the UASI from crossing the border. Weibin nodded. Good. But remember, do not provoke them first. Just hold the key routes. Hifang stepped forward. General, I have prepared the merchant convoy and can depart at any time. Weibin took out a sheepskin map. This is the terrain map of the UASI royal court. Be sure to memorize it. Your task is to gather intelligence, not to act rashly. Ma Luoshan gently shook his feather fan. General, should we contact the Turkic tribes? No need, Weibin sneered. The Turkic tribes are unpredictable. Instead of allying with them, let them suspect each other and UASI. 3 days later, a merchant convoy loaded with goods set out from Dunhuang's west gate. Hifang, disguised as Ma Sanyi, led 20 carefully selected elite soldiers mixed among the merchants. Master Ma, a soldier dressed as a shopkeeper, whispered, "We are approaching the UASI border." Hifang nodded slightly. "Tell everyone, from now on, forget your identities. We are real merchants, understand?" The convoy slowly entered UASI territory. The guards at the checkpoints were very cautious of this Dunhuang merchant group, but once they saw genuine silk and porcelain, their attitude gradually softened. 10 days later, the convoy reached the UASI royal court. King UASI, Ashina Tiela, heard about the arrival of the Dunhuang merchants and immediately summoned them. "Rumor has it you bring treasures from the Central Plains?" Ashina Tiela's eyes sparkled with greed. He respectfully bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I have fine glassware, silk, and, he lowered his voice, a few special gifts." Ashina Tiela was very happy. "Bring them quickly." When beautiful glassware and shining jewelry appeared before him, the Yu people's king was amazed. He eagerly played with these treasures, not noticing the glint in Hifang's eyes. That night, Hifang secretly met with a spy in the guest room of the Yu king's palace. "General," the spy whispered, "I found important news. Yesterday, the Turk envoy secretly met with the Yu prince, and it seems they want to work together against us." Hifang frowned. "Do they have a clear plan?" "Not yet. But," the spy hesitated, "I heard that Ertan's young son has arrived in Turk territory and is gathering his old troops." A cold look appeared in Hifang's eyes. "Keep investigating. Find out their plans." Just as Hifang was about to leave the Yu king's palace, he received unexpected news. The Yu king planned to hold a grand banquet in 3 days and invite all the leaders. "This is a good chance," Hifang said to his assistant. "We can learn more at the banquet." However, on the night before the banquet, a familiar figure appeared at the palace, an officer from Taigu's forces, secretly talking with a Yu general. Not good, Hifang's heart sank. Could Taigu also? Late at night, Hifang stood alone in the courtyard, looking up at the stars. He knew he had to send this message back to Dunhuang quickly, but leaving now might raise suspicion. The general said, "Adapt to the situation." Hifang clenched his fists. "It seems I have to take a risk." The next morning, the trading caravan suddenly announced they would leave early. The Yu king was reluctant to part with the treasures, but did not stop them. Just as the caravan was about to leave the palace, a group of Yu cavalry suddenly chased after them. In the Gobi Desert, early morning, Hifang's caravan was packing up tents, preparing to leave when suddenly, the sound of urgent horse hooves came from afar. He looked up and saw a cloud of dust rising on the horizon. Hundreds of Yu cavalry swept over like a storm, quickly surrounding the caravan. The leading general held a curved sword, his face scarred and fierce. He rode forward quickly, sneering, "Hey, Lord Ma, are you in such a hurry to leave? Our prince still wants to share a drink with you." He deliberately stretched his voice, his eyes flashing with danger. He remained calm, politely bowing while secretly observing the soldiers around him. "Forgive me, General, I have urgent family matters. My mother is seriously ill. Stop talking nonsense." The general suddenly changed his expression, drawing his curved sword. "Someone saw you meeting with suspicious people last night. Search him." At his command, soldiers pounced on the caravan like wolves. The jingling of camel bells sounded as soldiers roughly searched the goods. Silk was torn, porcelain shattered. Just as they were about to find the secret message hidden inside a blue and white porcelain layer, sweat beads appeared on his forehead. He quietly pressed his hand on his short dagger at his waist, gently pushing the hilt to draw the blade. Behind him, 20 assistants, tensed, waiting for the signal. "Report." A cavalryman rushed over, voice trembling with fear. "The royal court has been attacked. The Turkic people have betrayed us. At this moment, the Yu Kingdom's court was engulfed in flames. Just last night, Turkic envoys arrived for a banquet with a peace treaty. Ashina Tiela sat high on the throne, drinking happily. Who would have thought that after 3 rounds of wine, the Turkic envoy suddenly smashed his cup as a signal, and the hidden Turkic cavalry surged in like a tide. Even more terrifying, the Yu King's personal guard captain suddenly turned against him, stabbing a dagger into Ashina Tiela's chest. The Yu King stared with wide eyes at the jeweled dagger, an exquisite treasure presented by Lord Ma just yesterday. Blood seeped from his mouth as his trembling finger pointed at the Turkic envoy. You, ha ha ha. The Turkic envoy laughed wildly, standing on the corpse of the Yu King, the flames reflecting his fierce face. From now on, the western regions are under Turkic rule. Amid the chaos, Yu Khan's young son, Arslan, led 300 loyal soldiers into the royal tent. This 18-year-old Chang prince raised his blood-stained sword, eyes burning with revenge. Where are Wei Bin's dogs? I want to avenge my father. His voice echoed through the court, but no one responded. Meanwhile, the Yu cavalry, hearing of the court's chaos, panicked and scrambled to turn their horses around, ready to retreat. A flash of cold light appeared in Hefang's eyes. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he gave the command, attack. 20 elite soldiers disguised as servants suddenly sprang into action. They drew hidden short blades from broken porcelain, poured poison darts from tea caddies, and quickly took down half of the enemy forces. Hefang took a quick step forward, stabbing his short sword like a venomous snake into the general's throat. Blood splattered on his disguised beard. The general stared in disbelief, eyes wide, then slowly collapsed. Retreat. Head east. Hefang grabbed a horse, tore off his blood-stained disguise, and said, "We must send this message back to Dunhuang." He knew how important this secret letter was. It detailed the hidden alliances between the Turks and the western region's tribes. A chase across the Gobi Desert lasted 3 days and nights. The Turks sent their best, Songlong riders, to pursue the caravan. These warriors, raised on horseback, could hit targets at 100 paces while galloping. Hefang's team kept losing members. By the 7th day, only 8 remained. Their lips were cracked from thirst, and their eyes were bloodshot. "General, we're approaching the demon city," the deputy gasped, pointing at the distant Yadan landforms. "If we go in there, we might shake off the pursuers." Hefang looked at the rocky forest and clenched his teeth. "Let's go." He knew it was a life-or-death choice, but there was no other way. The demon city was full of jagged rocks, like a maze. The wind howled between stone pillars, like the wails of ghosts. Just when they thought they had escaped the pursuers, a group of riders suddenly appeared ahead, led by Arslan, the remnants of the Chang tribe. The young leader's face still bore tears, and hatred burned in his eyes. "Finally found you, dog of Wei Bin." Arslan's voice trembled with anger. "I will use your head to honor my father." With obstacles ahead and enemies behind, Hefang took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. "Little prince, do you know how your father died?" "Shut up!" Arslan roared, his long sword pointing at Hefang's throat. "He was poisoned by the Yuezhi in his wine." Hefang continued calmly, frighteningly so. "Before he died," he said, "the Yuezhi are more hateful than the Han." Arslan's sword trembled slightly. "You're lying. I saw my father shot with a Han arrow." At that moment, the sound of a Turkic horn blew from behind. A Chang warrior suddenly pointed into the distance. "Young lord, look. That is the banner of Khan, the great chief." In the Turkic army, the wolf-head banner of Khan was clearly flying. It turned out they had dug up the old chief's body, skinned it, and made it into a battle flag to scare the Chang people. "Animals!" Arslan's eyes nearly burst with rage. He suddenly turned his horse around. "Chang warriors, follow me and kill these Turkic dogs." During the chaos, Hefang and the remaining troops quietly withdrew. When they finally escaped from the Devil City, loud shouts and battle cries echoed behind them. The deputy general, holding his shoulder where an arrow had struck, blood seeping through his fingers, asked, "General, what should we do now?" Hefang looked toward Dunhuang, pulling out a blood-stained secret letter from his chest. "We must get back before the Turks do," his voice hoarse but firm. "The Yuezhi are already destroyed. Next is Dunhuang." 7 days later, battered and exhausted, Hefeng staggered into Dunhuang city gates. Wei Bin was inspecting the new soldiers on the training ground. General, Hefeng, voice hoarse, knelt on the ground. Turks, Yuezhi, Alliance. He fainted before finishing. Wei Bin quickly helped Hefeng to his feet and shouted to those nearby, "Send for the doctor." He personally untied Hefeng's blood-stained armor and found 7 arrow wounds on his back, with a deep sword wound on his right shoulder showing bone. 3 days later, Hefeng, lying on his sickbed, gave a detailed report about the drastic changes among the Yuezhi. Wei Bin immediately summoned the generals for a meeting. In front of the sand table, he said in a deep voice, "The Turks want to seize the western regions in chaos. But it won't be so easy." Ma Luoshan suggested, "General, why not spread the word that the Yuezhi king was poisoned by the Turks?" "Not enough?" Wei Bin sneered. He pointed at the sand table. "Li Bashian, take 5,000 elite soldiers and disguise them as Yuezhi remnants to attack the Turkic supply routes. Hefeng, once you're recovered, spread the message that Arslan wants revenge for his father." 10 days later, at the Turkic camp, the Khan was furious about the repeated thefts of supplies. Then he received news that the remnants of the Chang were gathering. Worse still, rumors began to spread that the Yuezhi king was poisoned by the Turks. Some surrendered Yuezhi soldiers started to stir unrest. At night, 3 Yuezhi soldiers attempted to assassinate Turkic officers. "Damn it," the Khan slammed his desk. "Send orders to deal with those surrendered Yuezhi soldiers first." This order was like adding fuel to the fire. The surrendering soldiers of the Chang tribe started to resist, and the entire camp fell into chaos. On the city wall of Dunhuang, Wei Bin looked at the dust rising in the west. He spoke to Hefeng, who had just recovered from his injuries. "The time has come. The Turks are disorganized now. It's our chance to act." Ma Luoshan hurried over and said, "General, I just received news. Arslan led 800 loyal soldiers to attack the Turk camp. He reportedly personally beheaded the Turk envoy." "Good." Wei Bin stood up sharply. "All troops, attack now." He personally donned his armor, which gleamed coldly in the sunlight. When the Dunhuang cavalry appeared on the horizon, the Turks were already struggling against the remnants of the Chang tribe. Wei Bin led the heavy cavalry straight into the enemy's core, while the Iron Bones unit flanked from the side. The battle lasted until sunset, leaving the Gobi Desert littered with corpses. When the last Turk cavalryman fell, Arslan, covered in blood, walked over to Wei Bin. "General Wei," the young Chang leader knelt on one knee. His voice was no longer filled with hatred, only deep exhaustion. "I am willing to surrender my troops, just to keep the bloodline of the Chang." Wei Bin was silent for a long time, his gaze sweeping over the battered Chang soldiers. He nodded. "All right, but from now on, the Chang must follow Han laws." 3 months later, a grand celebration was held in Dunhuang. Envoys from the 36 Western region states gathered and presented their submissions to Wei Bin. During the banquet, Ma Luoshan whispered, "General, why did you let Arslan go?" "He is." Wei Bin looked at the young Chang leader, who was toasting to the envoys, and softly said, "Hatred only breeds new hatred. Give him a chance. Maybe it will bring true peace to the western regions." His gaze crossed the lively banquet and looked toward the distant west, where broader lands awaited new stories to unfold. The celebration in Dunhuang continued late into the night. As drinks flowed and music played, envoys from the 36 western region states toasted Wei Bin. The pipa strings of the singers echoed beautifully, and dancers' skirts fluttered like colorful clouds. However, Wei Bin stood alone on the city tower, gazing at the distant mountains in the west, his brow furrowed. "The Chang have surrendered. That's really good news. Ha ha. But we can't let our guard down. I heard the Chang have 4 tribes. We've only managed to deal with 1. It's going to be tough." The soldiers toasted each other and talked happily for a long time. Hefeng, still weak from his injuries, came over holding a bamboo scroll, looking serious. "General, we have a secret report from Kucha," he said in a hoarse voice. The Turkic Khan sent messengers to Dunhuang. Wei Bin unrolled the bamboo scroll. Under the moonlight, his face looked worried. "That Turkic Khan is quick. Just after the Yuezhi were defeated, he tries to win over Dunhuang. Is he trying to control the western regions?" Hefeng whispered. "Dunhuang is famous for its prized horses. If the Turks get them, their cavalry will be even stronger." Wei Bin paused, then suddenly turned around with a sharp look in his eyes. Order the brave patrols. Tomorrow, lead 3,000 elite riders, under the pretense of escorting a merchant caravan, to go from Kucha to Dian. Outside Shul City, 3 days later, a merchant caravan was resting at a relay station. The sound of camel bells was clear in the evening desert. The leader of the caravan was a middle-aged man with a weathered face, drinking and chatting happily with the Shul commander. "Don't worry, General. These silks will sell well," the merchant said, pouring wine for the commander. "And you'll get your share." The commander laughed loudly and drank it all. He didn't notice a small pill slipping from the merchant's sleeve into his wine. That night, the Shul commander suddenly died, bleeding from his eyes and nose. The merchant had already disappeared, leaving behind torn military uniforms and arrows stamped with the military's mark. Dunhuang, general's residence, report. The Shul commander was attacked. A messenger knelt and hurriedly reported. We found arrows of our standard design at the scene." Wei Bin stood up quickly. The teacup on the table was knocked over, spilling tea onto the map of the western regions. Ma Luoshan hurriedly said, "General, this is clearly a setup. Good trick to sow discord," Wei Bin sneered. "The Turks want to stir trouble between the western states and us." He immediately ordered, "Send orders to Taigu, block the main road from Shul to Dian, and send scouts to investigate the merchant caravan's whereabouts." Before he finished speaking, another scout rushed in, pale-faced. "Urgent report. Arslan led Chang cavalry to attack the Yutian merchant caravan. The entire caravan was destroyed, and goods stolen." Everyone in the hall was shocked. Li Bashian slammed his hand on the table. "That traitor really is ungrateful." Wei Bin squinted. "Where is Arslan now?" "According to reports, he is fleeing west." "To the west?" Wei Bin's face suddenly changed color. "Not good. Send a fast messenger to Classio. There is a trap in Dayuan, outside the Devil City." At dusk, Arslan's horse suddenly knelt, foaming at the mouth. The young Chang prince tumbled off the horse, still on the ground. Before he could get up, more than 10 curved knives surrounded him. "Didn't see that coming." A Turk general sneered as he approached. "You thought Wei Bin would trust a Chang?" Arslan's pupils shrank suddenly. "It was you. Pretending to attack the caravan? Smart." The general bent down and tore off Arslan's sword, playing with it. "Too bad it's too late. Now, the entire western regions think you betrayed the Qi kingdom," and Wei Bin, he deliberately slowed his tone, enjoying Arslan's pain, "is sending his most trusted Class Yong to punish your allies." Arslan gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" The general sneered. "Once Class Yong dies, Wei Bin will surely send troops to revenge. Then, all the western regions will fully fall under Turkic control. On the border of Dayuan, late at night, Class Yong's 3,000 iron cavalry rushed through the canyon, their hooves pounding like thunder. Suddenly, countless torches lit up on both sides of the cliffs, illuminating the entire canyon. "Release arrows." A rain of arrows fell, causing the Qi army to fall over and over. Class Yong swung his sword to block, shouting loudly, "Form the circle formation." A huge rock rolled down from the top of the cliff, smashing the messenger's head. In the chaos, Class Yong saw the flag fluttering on the cliff top. It was the wolf head flag of the Chang. "Arslan." The deputy general's eyes nearly burst with rage. "It's definitely this traitor," but Class Yong kept his eyes fixed on the arrows. Their style was wrong. These weren't Chang arrows. He suddenly realized, no, it's a Turkic ambush, but it was too late. The second wave of rockets fell, and the entire canyon turned into a sea of fire. Dunhuang City. Don Wei Bin stared at the sand table, then suddenly tore the small flag representing Class Yong in half. "We've been tricked." His voice was hoarse. "Arslan is just a pawn. The real mastermind is." Report. A guard rushed in. "Kucha and Shul have both risen up, claiming to avenge the Yu people." Ma Luo Mountain gasped. "How dare they?" "Because someone gave them the courage." Wei Bin slammed his fist on the sand table. "Order the entire army to prepare. Send deadly spies to find Arslan and Class Yong, alive if possible, dead if necessary." Suddenly, Wei Bin remembered something. He immediately ordered Ma Yuan and Xianzhan to handle some matters. Then he called Li Baxian and Ma Luoshan to explain things. After giving instructions, he let each person go to do their own tasks. Deep in the Gobi Desert, an abandoned watchtower. Arslan struggled to crawl into the dark watchtower. His right leg was pierced by an arrow, and blood left a long trail on the sand. Wei Bin, he gritted his teeth and tore his shirt to bandage his wound. You will also be fooled. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the darkness. Arslan quickly grabbed a nearby stone. Young master, it's me. A bloodstained Chong warrior crawled out. We all fell into a trap. Before dying, the warrior handed him a bloodstained sheepskin. Under the moonlight, Arslan saw Turkic writing on it, and his face turned pale instantly. So it was like this. The sheepskin clearly read, "The Khan personally leads the campaign, targeting Dunhuang." 3 days later, outside Dunhuang City, the western region's allied army pressed like a dark cloud, drums pounding loudly. On the city wall, Wei Bin looked at the prominent Chong wolf flag among the enemy troops, his eyes cold. General, Ma Luo Shan suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, the allied army suddenly fell into chaos behind them. A tattered wolf head banner flapped wildly among the enemy ranks, causing the enemy soldiers to scatter in all directions. Then, a loud arrow shot up to the city wall, with a blood-written message tied to it. Wei Bin unfolded the message and saw only 4 words. The Khan personally leads the campaign. Almost at the same time, a vast cloud of dust rose over the western horizon. The main force of the Turkic army had arrived. The sound of drums rolled like thunder over the city walls, making the rammed earth bricks tremble. Wei Bin stood beside the arrow slits, his rough fingers pressing tightly against the wall. He squinted into the distance. The outline of the Turkic wolf flag was faint in the dust storm. The fierce wolf head flapped wildly in the wind, as if ready to devour anyone nearby. Report. A scout knelt on one knee, his armor covered in dust. The Turkic vanguard is less than 10 miles from the city. Their leading general with 3,000 cavalry has reached Wullah Slope, 5 miles away. Ma Luo Shan hurried forward. General, the grain supplies inside the city are counted and will last only half a month. General Xianzhen said the reinforcements from Longyu will take at least 20 days to arrive. Send orders. Wei Bin suddenly interrupted him, his voice hoarse like the night wind in the Gobi Desert. All the corn from the West City granary must be moved onto the city wall, none left behind. Ma Luoshan was stunned. General, are you planning to? It's not for people to eat, Wei Bin sneered. He drew an arrow from his quiver, his fingertips brushing the sharp arrowhead. It's for the arrows. That night, countless torches lit up Dunhuang City, illuminating the sky like daytime. Soldiers set up dozens of large pots, pouring corn into boiling water to cook. The thick porridge shimmered with a strange glow under the firelight, and soldiers carefully coated the arrowheads with it using wooden spoons. The old quartermaster watched bags of grain being poured into the pots, shaking his head with worry. General, this is 3,000 sure of top-quality corn. If Wei Bin firmly grasped his shoulder, his rough hand showing strength. Old man, once these arrowheads are embedded in the Turkic people's bones, they will nourish the land even more than grain. He picked up a prepared arrow, the porridge shining oily in the firelight. This porridge is mixed with calamus powder and rotten bone grass juice. Anyone hit will rot and die within 3 days. Beside him, Li Baxian burst into laughter. Good, good. The general is truly poisonous. Let those Turkic dogs taste our rice arrows. Let them pay us back for the western regions. At dawn, the golden tent of the Turkic Khan had been set up 3 miles away on the sand dunes. The tent's golden wolf head gleamed dazzlingly in the morning sun, and the 9-tasseled banner fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, the allied army on the city wall parted like a tide. A squad of elite cavalry led a bloodied man to the front. The man was chained and dragged across the sand, leaving a shocking trail of blood. Li Baxian suddenly grabbed the city wall, bricks falling. It's General Banyong. Damn those Turkic dogs. The chained figure was unrecognizable. Banyong's bare chest was covered with whip marks, yet he stood straight. The Turkic general shouted in awkward Chinese, "Open the city gates. Surrender letter, or I will kill him." The defenders on the wall stirred. Wei Bin stared at the figure intensely, then suddenly snatched a sturdy bow from a nearby soldier. The 3-stone bow bent into a full moon in his hand, but the arrow unexpectedly shot toward the flagpole behind the Turkic general. Crack! The wolf banner fell, right in front of Ban Yong's feet. Soldiers of Great Qi, Wei Bin's roar drowned out the wild wind outside the city. Today, only those who die in battle are Wei Bin, not surrendering generals. Remember your parents and elders behind you. Ban Yong suddenly erupted with fury. The iron chain in his hand turned into a deadly weapon. He spun around and strangled the enemy soldier beside him. With a sharp crack, the Turk's soldier's eyes widened as he collapsed. Amid the chaos, a second arrow shot through the air. Ban Yong dodged sideways, the arrow just grazing his shoulder and drawing a streak of blood. Fire the arrows. As night fell, royal guards led a thin young boy into the city. Arslan still had half a broken arrow stuck in his left shoulder, and his torn leather armor was covered with dark blood scabs. I'm not here to beg. The boy spat blood and pulled out a blood-stained sheepskin. The true target of the Khan is the Jade Gate Pass. This is just a bait. He has ambushed 30,000 soldiers upstream on the Shul River. Maluoshan interrupted sharply. Don't believe him. During the day, Chang cavalry are still attacking the city. Arslan suddenly tore open his shirt, revealing a wolf head brand burned into his chest, left by a hot iron. The edges of the skin around it curled and was still bleeding. 3 days ago, I was no longer the Chang prince, he said hoarsely. They made a wine cup from my father's skull and made me kneel and drink at the celebration. Wei Bin stared at the brand for a long time. The wolf head was very distinctive, with a turquoise stone embedded in its right eye, something he had given to Yuhan last year. The old general suddenly drew his sword and cut the ropes. Take him to see Ma Yuan. On the 5th day at noon, a loud arrow with a red silk ribbon shot onto the city wall. The sheepskin map detailed the water channels around Dunhuang, with one dry canal circled in cinnabar and marked with a crescent moon. Wei Bin threw the map into the fire. Sparks splattered onto his cracked lips. Notify Xianzhen to prepare as I instructed. Get ready for the next step. Release the water. On the 6th day, the Turks still held their position against Wei Bin and his men. General, I have prepared everything as you ordered. What should we do next? Xianzhen entered Wei Bin's camp to report the current situation. Now let's enjoy the show. On the morning of the 7th day, the Turks finally brought a battering ram. 20 camels pulled a large wooden beam covered with iron sheets, carving deep grooves into the sandy ground. Just as the ram was about to hit the city gate, the earth suddenly trembled. The Shul River, cut off for days, surged back through the dry canal. Murky waves over a zhang hai rushed toward the attacking troops, sweeping them into disarray. Turks floating on the water became the best targets for arrows. Just as the defending soldiers were about to cheer, suddenly a huge cloud of dust rose into the sky. This was not a storm, but the main force of the Turkic army. At this critical moment, urgent horse hooves sounded from the south of the city. Ma Yuan led 300 light cavalry rushing forward. They were all injured but full of spirit. Behind them, dozens of burning supply wagons left black smoke rising into the sky. General, Ma Yuan dismounted quickly, kneeling on one knee. I have fulfilled my duty and burned all the enemy's supplies. Before he finished speaking, good news came from the north gate. Ban Yong led 200 wounded soldiers breaking through the enemy lines. Though injured, they captured the Turkic siege equipment plants. Wei Bin watched his 2 brave generals return safely and suddenly laughed loudly. Good, good, he shouted to his soldiers. Bring up that jar of Western red from the cellar. Today, we celebrate with a big drink. Ma Yuan stopped Wei Bin's hand. General, let's wait until we completely defeat the Turkic army before drinking. Ban Yong also offered a fist salute. I request permission to lead another team of loyal soldiers to attack the enemy camp tonight. Wei Bin looked at the approaching Turkic army outside the city walls and nodded heavily. Good. Let the Turkic people see what true Dacian iron cavalry looks like. Just as the celebration wine was being opened, a commotion suddenly erupted at the city gate. A bloodied warhorse staggered into the city, with 3 arrows stuck in its belly. The scout on its back tumbled to the ground like a torn cloth bag. Human pass, Yongguan. The scout spat blood with each word, his chest pierced by a spear, rising and falling violently. He trembled as he clutched a military report soaked in blood, dark red from the blood. It fell 3 days ago. Wei Bin's wine cup shattered on the ground with a loud crash. The fragments scattered everywhere. His eyes twitched uncontrollably, and his hands trembled constantly. How are the soldiers guarding the pass? Ma Yuan quickly stepped forward, grabbing the scout's collar with a firm grip. The scout's pupils were already dilated, his voice faint and weak. The pass guard fought to the last arrow. 3,000 brothers. None survived. Before he finished, his head drooped weakly to the side, and the blood-stained report slipped from his hand onto the ground. Urgent news came. The Liangyu reinforcements have been cut off. They are blocked at Jiuquan. The Turkic army has already surrounded Jiuquan. Another urgent message. The Turkic forces have conquered half of the western regions by force. Bad news kept coming one after another. Weibin stood still, stunned. This time, the Turkic forces were clearly stronger, much better than the Xiongnu. Inside the main camp, Weibin kept rubbing the models of the Jade Gate and the Sun Gate on the battlefield map. These two strong passes looked like iron gates, guarding the vital Silk Road. Now, they had been forcibly broken by the Turkic army. Our situation is like this bowl of water, said Xianjun, slowly pouring half a bowl of water onto the map. The water formed an island at Dunhuang, but was quickly absorbed by the dry surface. The aid route to the east is cut off. The west is controlled by the Turkic main force. To the north is the desert, and to the south are snowy mountains. Within 300 miles, there is no help coming. Arslan suddenly drew his dagger and stabbed it into the edge of the map with a clang. There is one more route, the canyon behind the Devil City. His dagger traced a winding line across the map. But that is the Valley of Death, said Ma Luoshan, his face turning pale. His throat moved as he swallowed hard. Last year, a group of Sogdian merchants entered by mistake. 30 camels and over 50 people. After 10 days, only 30 skeletons were found, flesh and blood all eaten away. Late at night, Weibin stood alone on the city tower, gazing into the distance. He heard familiar footsteps behind him and, without turning, knew it was Ban Yong. Under the moonlight, Ban Yong's determined eyes reflected his resolve. I am willing to lead the desperate soldiers in a breakout, Ban Yong said coldly, sharper than a sword. Even if we have to climb, we will return to the western regions to seek help. It was my negligence that caused us to lose them. Don't blame the general. Weibin shook his head and pointed to the distant Gobi Desert with a line of torches. Do you think the Turkic army will leave a gap in the Gobi? The torches formed a moving wall of fire, surrounding Dunhuang tightly. They want us to go out and die. Suddenly, a voice came from the shadows, Ma Yuan. But waiting passively is not the answer. He stepped out from the shadow of the city wall, holding a ledger. Our supplies will last only 10 days. We have fewer than 50,000 arrows, and the wounded are crowded into 3 medical tents. At dawn, the Turkic camp suddenly sounded urgent horns, breaking the silence of the Gobi. Weibin squinted and saw smoke rising behind the enemy lines, glowing with a strange orange-red color in the morning sun. Are they retreating? Li Baxian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His eyes were bloodshot from days of fighting. No, Weibin said, eyes wide open. They are dividing their forces. He pointed southeast. Look at the smoke and dust. They are consolidating at Yumen Pass. Under the blazing midday sun, a strange group of prisoners was led to the city gate by Turkic cavalry. Although they wore military uniforms, each had their nose cut off and hollow eye sockets, eyeballs removed. They were chained together like animals and staggered forward. Do you recognize them? The Turkic general laughed loudly as he pulled up a prisoner with gray hair, revealing a face torn and bloody. The defenders of Yumen Pass. Our Khan is merciful, so we kept them to send you a message. He suddenly drew his sword and cut off one of the old soldier's ears. Inside the military tent, Weibin suddenly stood up angrily and knocked over the sand table. The model collapsed with a loud crash, sand flying everywhere, and the fortress model fell to the ground. We must retake Yumen Pass. Weibin's voice sounded deep and urgent. But we have fewer than 8,000 soldiers able to fight. The reinforcements from Longyu are also in danger. Ma Luoshan's words were interrupted by the noise outside the tent. The tent flap was suddenly pulled aside, and a dozen blood-stained soldiers staggered in. The leading officer knelt down, still bleeding from his leg wrap, staining the carpet dark. Yangwan, General, told us to break through. To bring the message. He tremblingly took out a piece of leather armor from his chest, on which a simple map of the city defenses was drawn in blood. Near a small watchtower, there was a tiny wolf head symbol, with some crooked characters. Shift change at watch time. Ma Yuan led 2,000 light cavalry to feign attack on the Turkic camp. Wei Bin's dagger thudded into the rearranged sand table, the handle trembling slightly. Ban Yong took 800 elite soldiers through the Death Valley. Ban Yong looked up fiercely, eyes shining with determination. Then, General, I will stay and defend Dunhuang with the remaining soldiers. Wei Bin suddenly smiled. Let the Turkic people see what it means to turn death into life. Arslan suddenly pushed aside his guards and knelt on one knee. I will lead the way. There is a secret Chong path in the Death Valley. He untied a pouch at his waist and poured out a few glowing stones. These are our ancestral guiding stones. We have worshipped them for generations. As long as you are sincere, they can glow in the dark. Will this thing be useful? Iron Bones asked, scratching his head. Just try and see. On the night before the expedition, Wei Bin personally opened the last jar of Western Red, sealed with clay. The amber-colored wine shimmered like flowing gold in the torchlight. He poured a full cup for each of the soldiers about to leave. When the wine cups clashed, Ban Yong's tears fell into the wine, causing tiny ripples. I will not fail my duty. If I cannot bring back reinforcements, I will come back with my head held high. Ma Yuan suddenly drew his sword. A cold gleam flashed, and a strand of black hair drifted into his palm. He carefully placed the hair into a silk pouch. My body and skin are given by my parents. Today, I cut my hair in place of my head, vowing to stand together with human pass in life and death. As the first sunlight lit up the city wall, 2 armies quietly set out. Wei Bin looked at the direction where they disappeared into the morning fog of the desert and suddenly told his soldiers, "Bring all the remaining 300 jars of wine from the cellar." General, the soldiers thought they heard wrong. Let all the soldiers in the city have a drink. Wei Bin looked toward Yumen Pass in the southeast, his voice soft like a whisper. Tomorrow at this time, we might all be drinking with General Ban Chao. Ban Yong's 800 men, hidden by the morning fog, quietly left Dunhuang heading northwest toward the Valley of Death. Arslan led the front, clutching a phosphorescent stone, its faint glow barely illuminating a few steps ahead through the thick mist. Ban Yong raised his hand to signal the team to stop. The 800 elite soldiers immediately dispersed into battle formations. The sound of metal scraping in the silence was sharp. Arslan knelt on one knee, lightly touching the sandy ground, feeling the tremors beneath. Is there an ambush ahead? Ban Yong asked in a low voice. Arslan didn't answer immediately. He grabbed a handful of sand, observing the falling grains. The wind has changed. He suddenly looked up. A sandstorm is coming. The Iron Bones immediately took off his water pouch and drank greedily, his strong arm bulging with veins. To hell with the sandstorm or those Turk dogs. I'm here to smash their bones with my hammer. The team continued forward, the outline of the Valley of Death flickering in the fog. Ban Yong noticed strange symbols carved into the rock wall, like ancient warnings. Arslan's face grew more serious. These are marks left by the Chong ancestors, meaning place of death. Suddenly, a biting cold wind swept sand into their faces. Ban Yong raised his hand to block it. Through his fingers, he saw on the sand ahead several skeletons half buried in strange poses. The most terrifying was a kneeling skull, its jaw wide open as if silently screaming. Stop! Ban Yong sharply raised his hand. He keenly noticed faint drag marks on the sand, as if something had just passed through. Tai Guo was about to step forward to check, but Arslan suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Before he finished speaking, the sandy ground suddenly collapsed, and 3 soldiers were instantly swallowed by quicksand. Ban Yong quickly grabbed the arm of one soldier, but was pulled off balance by the strong force. Tai Guo roared and swung his iron chain hammer, catching the head of a withered poplar tree. The others worked together to pull the soldier out. Damn it! This isn't natural quicksand, Tai Guo panted heavily, pointing at the neat cut edge of the sandpit. It's a trap someone dug. Arslan drew his curved dagger and pried up a piece of leather at the bottom of the sandpit. Turk people's water pouch, he said grimly. They not only know this route, but also set an ambush. Ban Yong's heart sank. He signaled his guards to unfold the map, which glowed faintly with phosphorescent stones, outlining the shape of the Valley of Death. We've traveled less than a third of the way. He pointed to a narrow pass on the map. The Gate of Ghosts ahead is the most dangerous part. Just then, distant howls of wolves echoed, growing closer and closer. Ban Yong immediately ordered, "Turn off all lights. Archers, get ready." Suddenly, darkness swallowed the team. Ban Yong held his breath, hearing the dense footsteps on the sand. In the faint moonlight, he saw dozens of glowing green eyes flickering in the fog. These wolves were larger than ordinary gobi wolves, drooling with thick saliva. Fire arrows. A rain of arrows shot through the air, and the wolves howled painfully. But more vicious wolves charged out of the fog, rushing straight at the army. Taigwa swung his chain hammer, smashing 3 wolves into pieces. Arslan's curved dagger flashed silver, each strike precisely cutting the wolves' throats. Ban Yong suddenly noticed a shadow behind the wolf pack, giving commands. The figure was cloaked in wolf pelts, holding a bone flute. "Capture the leader first," he shouted, leaping out of the formation. 3 wolves lunged at him at once. Ban Yong swung his steel sword, splattering wolf blood on his face, hot and foul. The bone flute suddenly played faster. Ban Yong felt his feet sink, and the ground collapsed again. At a critical moment, Taigwa's hammer roared through the air, and Ban Yong grabbed the chain to leap up. Arslan took the chance to draw his bow and shoot an arrow through the throat of the wolf-pelted man. Without their leader, the wolf pack fell into chaos and was quickly wiped out. Ban Yong wiped the blood from his face and saw that Taigwa's arm was torn open by wolf teeth, revealing a deep wound down to the bone. "Are you okay?" he asked with a frown. With a confident smile, Ironbone casually tore off his sleeve to bandage his wound. "Just a small injury. When I was attacked by Huns, I was stabbed 7 times and still fought back." As they checked their casualties, Ban Yong's heart sank. 12 more soldiers were lost, and over 20 were wounded. The worst part was that during the chaos, they lost 3 water bags and some dry food. Arslan examined the wolf carcass and suddenly used his knife to open one wolf's stomach. Inside, among the rotting meat, a few undigested herbs stood out. "Crazy wolf grass," he said tightly. "Turk shamans feed it to wolves to make them go mad." Ban Yong looked toward the deep canyon, knowing that the real test was just beginning. At the same time, Ma Yuan led 2,000 light cavalry to flank the Turk camp. The soldiers wrapped wool around their horses' hooves and tied their mouths with leather straps to prevent neighing. Ma Yuan crouched on his horse, clearly hearing his own heartbeat. "General," the torch on the watchtower moved 3 times, a scout reported as he returned. "It's a signal from our inside man." Ma Yuan nodded, drew a special fire arrow from his quiver. The arrowhead was wrapped in soaked cloth with fire oil. He took a deep breath and pulled back his bow. Whoosh! The fire arrow shot through the night sky, exploding into a burst of sparks over the Turk camp. In an instant, countless fire arrows rose from the darkness, falling like a rain of shooting stars into the enemy camp. Ma Yuan urged his horse forward, and his warhorse reared up. "Young men of Dakian, follow me to fight the enemy." The 2,000 cavalry charged like a rushing flood. Ma Yuan led the way, his spear piercing and knocking over a Turk soldier rushing out of a tent. He deliberately had his trusted soldiers raise Wei Bin's banner, which shone brightly in the firelight. "It's the Wei banner," the Turk soldiers shouted in fear. "The main force of the Dakian army is here." Ma Yuan's goal was clear: attack the enemy's grain supplies. His spear moved like a venomous snake, stabbing through 3 soldiers blocking the way. Just as he was about to reach the grain piles, a squad of silver-armored cavalry suddenly charged from an angle. The leader wore a wolf mask, with blood dripping from his curved sword. "That's the Turk Royal Guard," the deputy shouted. Ma Yuan sneered and suddenly turned his horse around. "Retreat. Follow the plan." The Dakian cavalry split into 3 groups and galloped in different directions. The Turks fell for the trap, chasing after the main force. Ma Yuan looked back and saw new flames rising from the camp. Those were his hidden soldiers burning the second batch of grain, as planned. "General, the pursuers are getting closer," the guards shouted anxiously. Ma Yuan estimated the time and distance. They had successfully held back the main enemy forces for over an hour, enough for the brave troops to pass through the most dangerous part of the canyon. "Turn southeast," he ordered. "Take them to Lushao River, on the city wall of Dunhuang." Wei Bin looked at the distant flames in the sky, tapping his fingers on the wall unconsciously. Li Bashian hurried over, still wearing bloodstains on his armor. Scout reports that the Turkic Khan is leading 30,000 soldiers to gather, he whispered. They will be here in at most 2 hours. Weibin nodded, glancing over the defenses on the wall. The rolling logs and stones were in place, and oil jars were neatly arranged beside the battlements. The most striking were 10 giant crossbows set up inside the city wall, made from the beams of the city's houses. Are the civilians all settled? According to your orders, the elderly, women, and children have gone into the cellars, Li Bashin hesitated. But our arrows will only last half a day. Weibin suddenly smiled. He walked inside the city wall and lifted a piece of oilcloth. Beneath it, strange-shaped arrows with small pouches tied to their tips were piled up. Western region fire oil, he explained. When shot at a target, they will explode. They're not very accurate, but enough to give the Turkic soldiers a shock. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from below. Weibin looked out and saw a group of ragged Han people being driven toward the city gate by Turkic cavalry. The leading Turkic general laughed as he shot down one person, then shouted, "General Wei, these are all family members of the guards at Yumen Pass." Li Bashin quickly grabbed Weibin's arm. "General, that's a psychological tactic." Weibin's veins bulged on his hand, but his voice was very calm. "Order. No one is allowed to open the city gates without permission." He turned to his soldiers. "Go and bring the barrel of drunken immortal brew from the cellar." When the Turkic soldiers began torturing prisoners in public, a strong smell of alcohol suddenly drifted up to the city wall. Weibin stood at the battlement, holding a bowl of amber-colored wine. "Warriors of the Ashina clan," he shouted in Turkic, "I invite you to drink." He threw the wine bowl down from the wall. It shattered on the ground in front of the Turkic general's horse, and the wine spilled out, suddenly igniting with blue flames. The Turkic soldiers were frightened and retreated quickly. The top of the wall burst into laughter. Weibin seized the moment and ordered, "Prepare the crossbows." All 10 giant crossbows fired simultaneously, and specially made rockets whistled through the air, falling into the enemy ranks. The Turk cavalry, pushed back by flames, huddled together, becoming easy targets. Amid screams, Weibin coldly watched as the Turk general torturing the prisoner was pierced through the chest by a rocket and turned into a human torch in the flames. "This is just the beginning," he whispered, turning to walk toward the other side of the city wall. The final battle was about to begin there. Ban Yong wrapped a blood-stained cloth tightly around his wound. The cloth quickly soaked with blood. Arslan crouched beside the rocky wall, listening carefully. Then suddenly his face changed. "Horseshoes, southeast direction, at least 200 riders. The Turks are catching up." Ban Yong grabbed his steel knife. He looked around. Ahead was a narrow pass called the Ghost Gate, with steep cliffs on both sides like swords. Behind them, the pursuers were coming, and they only had about 700 people left, half of whom were injured. Iron Bone spat out blood and picked up his hammer. "I'll cover the rear." "No, you can't." Ban Yong held his shoulder firmly. "We need everyone to pass through the pass." He turned to Arslan. "Are you sure the secret path is on the other side of the Ghost Gate?" Arslan nodded and took out an old sheepskin map from his pocket. "Beyond the pass, 3 miles west, there's a weathered Buddha tower. The secret path entrance is under the tower." Ban Yong quickly made a decision. "Iron Bone, hide 200 men on both sides of the pass and cut off the pursuers when they are halfway through. The rest of us will rush through the Ghost Gate." Iron Bone grinned. "That's exciting." He turned to organize the troops. "Those with hammers and axes, follow me. Today, I'll give those Turk dogs a good lesson." As the sound of hooves thundered, causing stones to fall, Ban Yong led the main force to the narrowest part of the pass. The cliffs on both sides were only 3 zhang apart, and scattered on the ground were bones from unknown years. Suddenly, a roar from Iron Bone and the clash of weapons came from behind. "Move quickly," Ban Yong urged the team to speed up. Just as the last soldier passed through the pass, a loud explosion sounded. Iron Bone had detonated the prepared explosives, sealing the pass completely. Amid the billowing smoke, Ban Yong saw Iron Bone and a few dozen remaining men stumble and chase after them, all covered in blood. 80 brothers lost, Iron Bone panted, but we bought the Turks a long day. Ma Yuan's cavalry traced a curve across the Gobi Desert, with the pursuers' torches forming a fiery dragon behind them. The deputy general rode closer. "General, 3 miles ahead is the Luxiao River. Ma Yuan squinted into the distance. The so-called flowing sand river is actually a seemingly flat death trap. Beneath its hard surface is quicksand capable of swallowing an entire army. He was well prepared. He drew 3 signal arrows from his quiver and shot them in different directions. The soldiers hidden behind the sand dunes immediately lit the prepared bonfires. In an instant, the area within several miles was as bright as daylight, revealing the Turkic pursuers. Ma Yuan suddenly reined in his horse and turned around. 2,000 cavalry turned back and charged straight at the enemy. Vulture formation, Ma Yuan raised his spear high. The cavalry split into dozens of small groups, weaving like flocks of geese. The Turkic soldiers were caught off guard. The centurion at the front suddenly sank into the quicksand with his horse, screaming. More cavalry followed, falling one after another. Ma Yuan's personal guards took the opportunity to draw their bows and shoot at the Turkic soldiers trying to rescue their comrades. Amid the chaos, the silver-armored guard unit remained calm. The leader, wearing a wolf head mask, raised his curved sword and shouted in Turkic, "Follow the hoofprints of the dry army." Indeed, a master, Ma Yuan sneered. He suddenly took off his helmet, revealing his face, and shouted at the wolf-head masked leader, "Dead Turkic. Are you coming to die?" The wolf-head masked leader trembled. Ma Yuan seized the moment, drew his bow, and shot an arrow through the horse's eye. The warhorse whinnied and collapsed. The leader tumbled into the sand in disgrace. Ma Yuan did not linger. He blew the retreat signal and led his troops into the night, disappearing into the deep Gobi. Before dawn, at Dunhuang City, Wei Bin wiped his sword with a cloth. Li Baxian hurried over. Scout reports that the main Turkic force is less than 10 miles from the city. Wei Bin nodded. Suddenly, he stuck his sword into a crack in the city wall and knelt on one knee. "Bring me my armor." When the personal guards brought the 3-generation-old Mingguang armor, the entire army stood still. The armor shone coldly in the torchlight. The dent on the breastplate, made by a Turkic curved sword, was still clearly visible. Wei Bin solemnly put on the armor and fastened each leather strap tightly. "Report." A soldier on the watchtower suddenly shouted loudly. "Turkic people are driving the civilians ahead." Wei Bin quickly ran to the city wall. He saw, in front of the dark Turkic army formation, hundreds of ragged Han civilians being driven forward with spears. An elderly man with white hair staggered and fell, immediately being dragged away by Turkic cavalry with a lasso. "Those are the people from Yumen Pass." Li Baxian's voice trembled. Wei Bin's nails dug into his palms. Suddenly, a young boy broke out from among the civilians, snatched a dagger from a Turkic soldier, and stabbed back into his throat. This move was like fire splashing into an oil pot, causing captured villagers to rise up and fight back. The Turk cavalry immediately drew their swords and attacked, blood spraying in the morning light. "Open the city gate." Wei Bin's voice was cold like ice. Li Baxian was shocked. "General," I said, "open the city gate." Wei Bin had already put on his phoenix wing helmet. "Cavalry, follow me out to support the villagers. Archers, cover us. Li Baxian, hold the city. If I don't come back, you know what to do." As the heavy city gates slowly opened, the Turks didn't seem to expect this move. Wei Bin led the charge, 300 iron riders like sharp knives piercing into the enemy lines. His long spear flashed with silver light, and wherever he went, Turk soldiers fell like wheat stalks. The captured villagers seized the chance to run toward the gate, and arrows rained down from the wall, opening a bloody path for them. Damn it! Just as they were about to support the last group of villagers, a deep horn sounded suddenly from the Turk army. A fully armored heavy cavalry squadron charged from the side. The leader, a tall man, wielded a wolf-tooth club and smashed 2 soldiers and their horses into meat. "It's the Turk Iron Guard," a guard shouted. Wei Bin turned his horse to face the enemy. In an instant, the 2 horses clashed, sparks flying from the collision of the wolf-tooth club and the spear. Wei Bin's hand was cut open, but he seized the opportunity to thrust his spear into the enemy's shoulder armor. The tall man roared and grabbed the spear shaft, pulling Wei Bin off his horse along with the weapon. At a critical moment, an arrow shot through the air and hit the tall man's throat. Wei Bin looked back and saw Li Baxian on the wall, still holding his bow. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his back. A curved knife pierced through his armor and into his shoulder blade. "General Wei, I've been expecting you," said the Turk leader, speaking fluent Chinese. Another knife pressed against Wei Bin's throat. "The Khan wants to see you." Under the scorching midday sun in the Valley of Death, Ban Yong's team finally found the wind-eroded Buddhist tower. The tower was half buried in yellow sand, with only the head of a Buddha statue leaning against a broken wall, its hollow eye sockets gazing at the sky. The entrance is beneath the Buddha statue. Arslan pushed aside the rubble, revealing a dark, deep hole. Suddenly, he froze. There were fresh footprints at the entrance. Ban Yong squatted down to examine closely. There are horse spur marks on the shoe soles. Turk cavalry. Everyone grew tense. Tai Gu raised his chain hammer, ready to rush inside, but Ban Yong stopped him. "Wait." He picked up a stone and threw it into the hole. After a long moment, an echo returned. "It's very deep," and Ban Yong frowned. "Listen." A faint sound of flowing water comes from underground. Arslan suddenly becomes excited. The underground river. This secret passage connects to the underground river. If the Turks have already discovered it, Ban Yong has already drawn his steel knife. We must get there before them. Iron Bone is leading 300 men to guard the entrance. The rest of us, follow me down. In the deep tunnel, the phosphorescent stones only light up a small area. Ban Yong feels along the wet, slippery wall and suddenly trips. It's the body of a Turk soldier. The body is still warm, with its throat cut by a sharp blade. Strangely, the soldier clutches a bronze badge with unfamiliar writing on it. This isn't Turk script. Arslan carefully examines it. It's a secret code used by Sogdian traders, meaning. Stone Man opens eyes. The yellow spring road begins. Ban Yong's heart suddenly races. Just then, a strange buzzing sound comes from ahead, like thousands of bees flapping their wings. In the depths of the tunnel, faint blue light flickers. The faint blue glow flickers in the deep tunnel. Ban Yong raises his hand to signal the team to stop, his finger touching the still wet bloodstains on the wall. "Lights out," he whispers. All 700 torches are extinguished at once, and darkness swallows everyone like a tide. Iron Bone leans close to Ban Yong, the smell of blood from his chain hammer hitting him. "General, let me lead some men to scout ahead." Ban Yong shakes his head, his finger gently tracing 3 fresh knife marks on the wall. These are signals from the scout camp, meaning danger ahead. "The Turks passed less than half an hour ago," he whispers. "Listen." In the depths of the tunnel, faint dripping sounds mix with the sharp clang of metal. Arslan suddenly kneels on one knee, his ear pressed to the ground. At least 20 people, wearing heavy armor. The team continues forward, and the tunnel suddenly opens up. In front of them is a huge natural cavern, with stalactites hanging from the ceiling like sharp swords. An underground river winds through the center of the cavern, its surface glowing with an eerie blue light. More frightening are the neatly arranged corpses along the shore. 12 Turk soldiers and 8 Sogdian traders, all arranged in a star pattern, each with a short sword stabbed into their chests. Are these sacrifices? Arslan's voice trembles. He flips over a Sogdian corpse, revealing 3 tiny blood holes in the back, bone nails, dark weapons only found in the western region's black market. Ban Yong's gaze is drawn to the stone platform in the center of the cavern. On the stage stands a half-human, half-wolf stone statue, with sparkling blue sapphires embedded in its eyes in the darkness. In front of the statue kneels a Turkic corpse dressed in centurion armor, holding an open bronze box, inside which lies a rolled sheepskin scroll. "Don't move," Ban Yong orders the soldier about to approach. He notices sharp steel needles scattered around the base of the statue, glowing faint green under the blue light, clearly poisoned. Before he finishes speaking, a sudden click comes from inside the statue. "Hide." Countless steel needles shoot out from the statue's eyes, hitting 3 soldiers who cannot dodge in time, turning them into porcupines. One screams as he tries to pull out a needle from his neck, but the wound quickly turns black and purple, and he dies bleeding from his 7 orifices. Ironbone roars and swings his hammer. "I'll smash this cursed thing." Ban Yong quickly pulls him back. Look at the base. An ancient inscription is carved at the bottom of the statue, identical to the one on the bronze plaque earlier. Arslan's trembling fingertips brush over the words. "With blood, The dawn is revealed, and the true path appears. Without hesitation, Ban Yong draws his dagger and cuts his palm. His blood drips onto the inscription, seemingly absorbed into the stone. Suddenly, the entire cave trembles. The dark river's surface boils like a cauldron. A hidden stone staircase slowly rises from the water, leading into a deep tunnel. God damn it. Ironbone's jaw nearly drops. This mechanism. Ban Yong steps onto the slippery stone stairs. The Turks arrived half an hour earlier than us. We must hurry. Wei Bin is roughly pushed to the ground, hitting his shoulder on the stone, blood immediately flowing from the wound. General Wei, a stiff voice in Chinese comes from above. Wei Bin looks up and sees the man sitting at the top of a golden wolf-head throne, the Turkic Khan. He is draped in a white wolf fur, wearing a black obsidian mask over his left eye, and playing with a dagger embedded with a red gemstone in his right hand. Suddenly, a heartbreaking scream echoes inside the tent. Wei Bin turns sharply and sees Li Baxian hanging from a tent pole by chains. Your deputy is quite tough. The Khan toys with an eyeball he just pulled out of Li Baxian's eye socket. I cut him 37 times, and he cursed me 37 times. He suddenly squeezes and bursts the eyeball, blood splattering on Wei Bin's face. I hope you're smarter than him. With a clap, for attendants carry in a black iron cage. The cage is only about 3 feet square, inside which a boy just over 10 years old is curled up. The child was so thin that his bones showed through his skin, and he wore a spiked iron ring around his neck. His skin was covered with scabs and wounds. Do you know him? Khan asked, lifting the boy's chin with a dagger. He is the only son of General Zhang Cheng, the guard at Yumen Pass. I cut a piece of his flesh every day to feed the eagles. He suddenly pulled back the boy's clothes, revealing fresh knife wounds on his ribs. Today, it's this part. Wei Bin's fists clenched tightly, the iron chain digging deep into his wrist bones. Khan's expression suddenly changed. He kicked over the iron cage. The boy hit the tent pole with a dull sound, but bit his lip hard, refusing to cry out. I want the Hexi region and the western regions. Khan's single eye gleamed with madness. Otherwise, tomorrow when we attack the city, I will tie all the children in the city to the front of the siege ladders. He bent down and grabbed Wei Bin's hair. Suddenly, urgent Turkic voices came from outside the tent. Khan's face changed instantly, and he quickly stepped out of the golden tent. Wei Bin took the opportunity to move beside Li Baxian and tore off his sleeve to bandage him with his teeth. General, Li Baxian's voice was weak. General Ma Yuan successfully drew away the southeastern defenders. Ban Yong and the others should have reached the western regions. He coughed up blood. The cellar, 300 jars, all filled with oil. Wei Bin's pupils shrank suddenly. So Ma Yuan's feigned attack had a deeper purpose. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and distant explosions echoed continuously, coming from Dunhuang City. Run! The water in the underground river grew faster, and the sulfur smell made it hard to see. Ban Yong's team struggled through water up to their waists. Suddenly, Taigu pointed ahead and shouted, "There's light!" It was real sunlight. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they hurried out of the cave. But the scene before them left them speechless. A lush oasis spread out like a mirror in the valley, with a Western-style castle standing in the distance. The walls were made of black obsidian, and giant crossbows were mounted on the battlements. Even more shocking was the tattered flag fluttering on the city wall, marked with the faded emblem of the Western Protectorate. "It's General Guaxian's remnants," Arslan exclaimed, trembling with excitement. They built a fortress in the Devil City. However, Ban Yong noticed the continuous military camps outside the city, blue flags from Kucha, camel caravan banners from Yutian, and even the black flags of Arab mercenaries. Suddenly, the city gates opened wide, and a team of armored riders rushed out at full speed. "Who goes there?" a commanding voice called out. Ban Yong raised his waist badge. "I am Ban Yong, protector of the western regions. General Wei Bin sent us for help." Wei Bin, the general suddenly burst into loud laughter, saying, "Good, good." He turned to shout at his deputy, "Order the entire army to assemble. Let the allies from Shul and Yinshi set out immediately." Ban Yong then realized that tens of thousands of troops were stationed behind the castle. The general patted his shoulder and said, "I am Guaxian. We have been waiting for this day." He pointed to the giant catapult in the center of the army formation. Do you know what this is? Western Region Fire Thunder. A single shot can collapse half of the city wall. On Dunhuang City's wall, Li Baxian's eyes widened with anger. What are they planning to use? Outside the city, 300 giant catapults were in position. The Turks were loading not stones, but burning clay pots, each tied to a screaming prisoner. Even more horrifying, all these prisoners were family members of the guards at Yumen Pass. Animals. The soldiers guarding the city clenched their teeth until their gums bled. Wei Bin was chained to the city gate's flagpole, watching helplessly as the first wave of fire bombs whistled toward the city. The clay pots exploded above the wall, igniting the bodies inside, which rained down like falling stars. A woman on fire was thrown directly onto the arrow tower, screaming as she flailed and fell from the wall. Sand and earth. Hurry, Li Baxian, dragging his injured leg, commanded to put out the fires. The second wave of attacks followed quickly, this time with leather bags filled with poisonous smoke. The defenders fell one after another, coughing up black blood that stained the city wall in patches. The Khan rode his warhorse to the city's edge, pointing his whip at Wei Bin. You actually escaped. This is your last chance. Open the gates, or watch them die. His attendants pushed forward a group of women and children, the foremost woman clutching a baby. Wei Bin suddenly smiled. He turned inside the city and shouted with all his strength, "Set it on fire!" Before the Khan could react, the ground inside Dunhuang City suddenly shook violently. 300 barrels of Western Region fire oil buried beneath the houses exploded simultaneously, turning the entire Western District into a sea of flames. Even more terrifying, the explosion spread along a specific path, exactly the firebreak Wei Bin had dug in advance. Why you? The Khan's face turned pale as death. Wei Bin laughed loudly. Dunhuang prefers to burn to ashes than to fall into enemy hands. Amid the soaring flames, no one noticed the dust rising on the horizon in the southeast. Ma Yuan's 2,000 iron cavalry led the charge. Farther away, Ban Yong was leading the elite from Anxi at full speed, as the tattered banner with the character, Wei, slowly rose from the horizon. Wei Bin turned around, and the 3,000 soldiers had already formed their ranks. These men, covered in blood, still burned with a fierce spirit. He took a deep breath, and his voice was clear in the quiet before dawn. Brothers, today we fight only one battle. Fight to the death. Fight to the death, came the loud reply, causing stones on the city wall to fall. The first sunlight pierced through the clouds as the Turkic drums sounded. A dark army surged like a tide, arrows filling the sky, creating countless white dots on the wall. Raise shields. Wei Bin's sword flashed in the morning light, knocking over a ladder. Hot oil poured down, and the city below echoed with screams. More ladders appeared, and Turkic soldiers climbed up like ants. General, West Gate is in danger. Wei Bin wiped the blood from his eyes and led his guards toward the West Gate. From afar, he saw more than 10 Turkic soldiers standing firm on the city wall, while the defenders retreated. He roared loudly, his sword slicing through the air, injuring 7 enemies in quick succession. Fire broke out in many parts of the city, especially in the Western District. The oil jars thrown by the Turkic soldiers exploded among the houses, and thick smoke covered half the sky. Report. Arrows are running out. Report. The south gate has fallen. The city guard has died in battle. An arrow struck Wei Bin's right arm, causing the arrow shaft to shake with his movement. He clenched his teeth and broke the arrow. Looking around, he saw fewer than 1,000 soldiers still standing, all wounded. Fight with me, he shouted angrily. Those still alive, I will reward 1,000 gold coins. Just as the Turkic soldiers were about to break through the last defense line, chaos suddenly erupted behind the enemy. It's the horse banner. General Ma Yuan is here. The soldiers on the watchtower sounded different. A cavalry force like a sharp knife pierced into the Turkic army, led by a white horse and a silver spear. Wherever they went, enemies were thrown into disarray. Many soldiers were knocked down or thrown off their horses. It was Ma Yuan, who had been maneuvering around for days. The Turkic formation was thrown into chaos. Wei Bin seized the chance, leading the remaining troops to counterattack. Wounded soldiers inside the city struggled to stand and grabbed anything nearby to fight back. But soon, the Turkic Khan stabilized his army. With a horn blast, heavily armored cavalry flanked from both sides, surrounding Ma Yuan's forces. The battle became even more intense, with soldiers falling every moment. Look to the northwest, quickly. On the horizon, smoke and dust billowed as a strange army rushed toward them. On the leading flag, the character, class, flutters loudly in the wind. Even more exciting is that there are flags from various Western regions countries. Class Brave. He has brought reinforcements. Class Brave's Western region allied army, like a fresh force, charged into the battlefield. The heavy cavalry from Shul, the archers from Yutian, and the charioteers from Kucha all displayed their skills. The Turkic formation began to loosen. The sunset dyed the battlefield red. Ma Yuan's white horse turned red. His silver spear broke, and he fought with a curved blade. Class Brave's Western army suffered nearly half casualties, but fought bravely without retreating. Wei Bin's defenders were left with very few. Although the Turkic forces suffered heavy losses, they still had the numerical advantage. The Khan's Golden Wolf banner stood firm in the rear, with continuous reinforcements pouring into the fight. Wei Bin, leaning on his sword and catching his breath, looked at the devastated Dunhuang city. The walls had collapsed in many places, and fires blazed inside. Could it really be? Suddenly, a loud drumbeat sounded from the east. A large flag of Longyu appeared, followed by a dense formation of heavy infantry. It's General Ma Luoshan, and the light cavalry of another general. General Xianzhen's archers are also here. It turned out that these three generals, after successfully breaking the siege of Jiuquan, hurried day and night to support. Ma Luoshan, even before taking off his armor, joined the fight, with heavy infantry advancing like a wall of bronze and iron. Hefang's archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, suppressing the enemy archers. Xianzhen led light cavalry to flank from the side. Wei Bin's spirits lifted greatly. Gathering his last strength, he charged out of the city gates. Surrounded on three sides, the Turkic army finally began to collapse. Capture the leader first. Wei Bin led the charge, heading straight for the Khan's banner. Ma Yuan and Class Brave protected him on either side, stabbing into the enemy formation like sharp blades. In the chaos, Wei Bin's sword was knocked away by the Khan's bodyguard captain's wolf-tooth club. At a critical moment, Ma Luoshan threw a long spear. Wei Bin caught the spear, spun his horse, and thrust a spear through the Khan's mount's neck. The Khan fell from his horse in disgrace, and the Golden Wolf banner collapsed with a crash. The Turkic army finally broke apart and scattered in flight. After the battle, the casualties were counted. Only 1 in 10 defenders of Dunhuang remained. Ma Yuan's 2,000 cavalry were reduced to 300. Class Brave's Western Allied army lost more than half. The Turkic army of 100,000 suffered over 60,000 casualties, and the Khan only escaped alive. Wei Bin stood on the broken city tower, looking at the devastation inside and outside the city. Crows circled over the scorched earth. He solemnly ordered, "Give a proper burial to all fallen soldiers, and erect monuments in their names. Care for their families, and exempt them from taxes for 3 years. Starting today, the city walls will be repaired and defenses strengthened." Ma Luoshan, bandaged on his shoulder, came walking and reported, "Scout horses have returned. The remnants of the Turkic forces have retreated beyond Yumen Pass. Things won't be that simple." Ban Yong shook his head. "The Khan will return." At this moment, Xianzhen hurried over and said, "Urgent report. The 36 Western region states have jointly sent a petition requesting our army to stay in Heshi." The generals all cheered upon hearing this. Ma Yuan punched the city wall and said, "Good. This is exactly what should happen." Wei Bin unfolded the document and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his face changed. "This is bad. The Turkic Khan has fled to the western regions and is gathering his remaining forces." At the end of the military report, there was a large seal from the western regions countries. "King Wang of Wanqian is stationed in Heshi, preparing for battle. Hurry to aid the western regions. The Turkic Khan wants to cut off our retreat," Wei Bin said sharply, sweeping his gaze over the generals. "The western regions are now in great danger. If the Turkic people establish a foothold, Heshi will never be peaceful." Ma Yuan stroked his blood-stained beard and said, I am willing to lead light cavalry to pursue and cut off the Khan's head. No, Ban Yong shook his head. Our forces have suffered heavy losses. We need to plan carefully. He pointed to the map showing the location of the Kutcha Kingdom. Our top priority is to defend the Lulan Road and cut off the connection between the Turks and Western Turks. While they were discussing, suddenly, urgent horse hooves sounded outside the tent. A bloodied courier staggered in and reported, "Quick! Lulan is about to fall." The tent was in an uproar. Weibin caught the trembling courier and asked, "Tell me everything clearly." The Turkic Khan has bribed the Lulan commander and opened the city gates in the middle of the night. The courier coughed up blood. Now, 30,000 Turkic cavalry are about to take Lulan and march toward Jinjue and other places. Ma Luoshang slammed his fist on the table and said, "If Lulan falls, the western regions will be completely exposed." Weibin closed his eyes in thought, and the tent fell silent. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, burning with determination. "Send my orders, Ma Yuan. Lead 3,000 light cavalry immediately to rush to Lulan day and night. Ban Yong, take my seal and go to the Western Regions Protectorate to gather allied forces. The rest of you will stay here in Dunhuang to guard against a Turkic counterattack." That night, Ma Yuan's cavalry charged out of the city with torches. Weibin stood alone on the city wall, watching the distant flames, lost in thought for a long time. Ma Yuan's 3,000 cavalry had been racing through the Gobi Desert for 7 days and nights. The soldiers' lips were cracked, and their horses foamed at the mouth, but no one called for a stop. On the 8th morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Luolan City is here." Ma Yuan pulled on the reins and squinted. In the distance, the golden wolf flag fluttered loudly in the morning wind on the city wall. Even more shocking was a row of bodies hanging from the battlements, casting long shadows in the sunlight. "General, that is," the scout's voice trembled. Ma Yuan raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. He took the bronze telescope handed to him by a soldier and adjusted the focus. The scene in the lens made him shiver. Right in the middle, a corpse with its belly cut open, wearing the golden silk robe of the king of Lulan. Monster, truly a beast among beasts. The deputy commander slammed his fist on the saddle. "Order the attack." I volunteered to lead the charge, but Ma Yuan slowly shook his head. "Wait a moment." He pointed to the wall. "Look, the guards are unusually sparse, but the fresh, dense wool tracks at the gate suggest recent activity." He turned to the scout leader. "Send 3 teams of scouts to investigate within 10 miles. 2 hours later, the scouts returned with startling news. "Sir, we found signs of a large army moving west of the city, 10 miles away." The scout leader knelt on one knee. "At least 30,000 Turkic troops are heading towards Jinjue." Even more disturbing was that, with inside help, they discovered the Turks had buried many oil tanks under the main streets, and the square at the city gate was filled with flammable Western region oils. "Quite a clever trap," Ma Yuan sneered. He pointed at the map. "They want us to enter the city and then burn it down." The deputy gasped. "Should we attack or not?" "Of course, we must attack." Ma Yuan's eyes shone brightly. "But we will do it differently." That night, at midnight, a small team of 20 moved quietly to the city moat under the moonlight. They carried dozens of sheepskin bags filled with the fierce fire oil bought from Kutcha merchants. "Move quickly," the leader whispered. "Throw each bag at the base of the city wall." The bags sank when they hit the water, but the special wax seal would dissolve upon contact with water. In less than 15 minutes, black oil spread across the surface of the moat, flowing along the water and sticking into the cracks of the city wall. At 3/4 past midnight, a rocket shot through the night sky. Boom! The moat instantly turned into a sea of fire. Flames climbed up the cracks in the wall, quickly engulfing the entire section in blazing flames. The Turk guards on the city wall were panicked and hurriedly avoided the scorching heat. Amidst the chaos, Ma Yuan personally led 300 loyal soldiers through a previously discovered drainage tunnel into the city. The tunnel was narrow and damp, forcing the soldiers to remove their armor and crawl through the filthy water while biting short knives. With a click, Ma Yuan pushed open the iron grate at the drain exit. The 300 stinky soldiers appeared suddenly in the city streets like ghosts. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The Turk guards finally noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. Ma Yuan's men had already taken control of the high ground near the city gate. Send the signal, Ma Yuan ordered. 3 rockets shot into the sky. The main force hidden outside the city saw the signal and launched a full attack. The city gate was quickly overwhelmed from both inside and outside, and 3,000 cavalry flooded into the city like a tide. The street fighting lasted until dawn. The Turk guards fought and retreated, eventually pushed back near the royal palace. Ma Yuan noticed they seemed to be deliberately delaying time and became alert. They are waiting for a fire attack. Find the ignition point quickly. Sure enough, a team of loyal soldiers found dozens of barrels of flaming oil in the basement of the palace, with the fuse already lit. At a critical moment, the deputy commander rushed forward and cut the fuse with a sword, just 3 feet from the barrels. At dawn, Ma Yuan discovered a hidden compartment in the ruins of the palace. Inside, besides some gold and jewels, was a secret letter written in both Chinese and Turkic. To the respected Ashina Khan, Ma Yuan read softly, his face growing more serious. The letter revealed that the Turkic Khan had led the main force to attack the kingdom of Jinjue. Even more shocking was the mention that friends in Chang'an had persuaded the court to order the Hexi garrison not to support from the west. General, the deputy trembled. Ma Yuan pocketed the secret letter. Immediately send fast horses to notify General Wei. Also, send scouts to track the Turkic main force. He looked westward. Jinjue is in danger. That evening, the scouts returned with worse news. The Turkic main force had arrived at Jinjue city the day before and started the siege. Even more terrifying, they were using captured Westerners as human shields along the way. Ma Yuan quickly gathered his officers. If Jinjue falls, the western regions will be open. I have decided to rush to aid immediately. General, we only have 3,000 men. A captain hesitated. Speed is the key in war. Ma Yuan was already dressed and ready. Order everyone to bring 2 horses, travel light. We must reach before the Turks break the city. However, since we are going to support, we must have the strength to defend the territory we have just reclaimed. Ma Yuan looked at the city of Jinjue and slowly closed his eyes. Ma Yuan activates the skill, Bronze Pillar, stabilize the border and establish this bronze pillar. Anyone who destroys it will surely perish. As night fell, 3,000 cavalry set out again. Unbeknownst to Ma Yuan, Wei Bin inside Dunhuang city was also facing a difficult choice. System, beep, is there something you need? The system responded when Wei Bin called.